In the realm of the game MO Sure Online, what is the experience of infinite discounts at 90 off? It is the year 2035 that the globally acclaimed open-world game MO Sure Online, capable of influencing reality, has just been released. A world transformed. The traveler Su Yi has emerged, rising with remarkable vigor. Chapter 1. The realism of this apocalypse game is astonishing. At Xinghai High School, Su Yi leaned against the railing on the third floor of the teaching building, gazing at the hundreds of zombies below, his expression filled with wonder. This game is exceedingly realistic. He delicately touched the railing, feeling the cold sensation beneath his fingertips, and a look of awe once again graced his face. Were it not for the players and inventory interface at his disposal, he might genuinely question whether he had traversed into another world. Half a month prior, he had found himself in this parallel universe of 2035. At this moment, real virtual technology had begun to be extensively applied within the gaming realm, with a plethora of titles claiming to offer 99 realism. Recently, a game named MO Sure Online had inexplicably surged to the top of various gaming platforms without any promotional efforts, maintaining its position despite fierce competition, even from the phenomenally popular Second World, which boasted 30 million players online concurrently. Remarkably, this enigmatic game, seemingly benefiting from a bug that kept it atop the rankings, had not faced widespread backlash. Rather, it piqued the curiosity of numerous players, including Su Yi. Thus, on the very first day the game launched, Su Yi joined the main force and entered the game punctually as the game opened its doors for the second minute. An enthusiastic glasses-wearing individual, who had spawned in the same classroom, expressed his excitement fervently. He felt the iron railing, pinched his own face, and then leapt with exhilaration. This is incredible. I can hardly feel that I am in a game. Pinching my flesh hurts. It's 100% simulation of my body. This is the true virtual game. The games I previously collaborated on pale in comparison. This is the genuine Second World. It will surely become a global sensation. His exuberant voice attracted the attention of the numerous zombies below, who raised their heads. Upon spotting two humans on the third floor, they instantly became agitated, resembling famished beasts that had discovered food, and surged towards the staircase in a frenzied rush. The unerring sense of realism induced a reflexive panic within Sui. He turned and dashed into the classroom behind him, retrieving a green, olive-shaped object from one of the desk drawers, a find from his earlier exploration. Unstable Grenade, D. Effect. Upon pulling the pin, the grenade will randomly explode within 13 seconds, inflicting damage on units and structures within a 3-meter radius. Usage count, 1/1. Description, a weapon manufactured by some unscrupulous company. Just throw it away after pulling the pin to avoid any mishap. As he held it, a translucent blue interface materialized before him, gradually fading after 5 seconds. Not bad. It feels quite substantial. Su Yi had never before held such a military-grade weapon, and as this was his first encounter, he couldn't help but weigh it in his hands, contemplating the thrill of throwing it. Just as he was about to leave the classroom, he caught sight of a MO Sure Online player manual hanging on the wall. After a brief moment of hesitation, he decided to examine the small manual first. Player Manual. 1. This game is an open world. The map contains numerous treasure chests and monsters, allowing players to revel in the joy of exploration. 2. Survival points are the core of this game, which can be used to purchase survival supplies, special items, extraordinary abilities, etc. 3. Upon death, your points will be reset, and your attributes and rank will revert to the initial level 1 state. 4. All rewards obtained in this game can be carried into reality. Summarizing the lines from the manual, Su Yi discerned a few critical points. Survival points are vital. Death penalties are severe. However, he was particularly intrigued by the 4th point. Rewards can be carried into reality? Is this what I think it means? The ground beneath him trembled, a clear indication of the approaching horde of frantic zombies. The bespectacled man outside showed no intention of fleeing. Instead, he gazed at the swarm with sheer excitement. This is amazing. It's as if they truly exist. The dynamics, the graphics, the sound effects, all executed flawlessly. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Yi witnessed the man being seized by a tall, gaunt zombie, collapsing to the ground as it began to feast upon him. In an instant, the bespectacled man emitted a horrific scream. As if the pain exceeded all conceivable limits, he struggled desperately, but an ever-growing number of ravenous zombies joined the feast, overwhelming him in moments. Su Yi, however, did not remain frozen in place. With an instinctual exclamation of "oh no," he bolted through the back door of the classroom, sprinting towards the corridor, seeking a direction free from zombies. The corridor was not particularly wide, and the zombies surging from behind stumbled over those feasting on the ground, allowing him to create a distance of 20 to 30 meters from the horde. Upon reaching the staircase corner, he found himself at a crossroads, one staircase leading down to the second floor, the other ascending to the fourth. Suyi found himself momentarily indecisive. There are still numerous zombies downstairs. Ascending may not guarantee safety either. He glanced at the unstable grenade in his hand, then turned to observe the zombies rushing towards him in the corridor, a hint of determination crossing his face. Very well, I shall eliminate them first. He pulled the pin from the grenade and swiftly hurled it into the throng of zombies before dashing toward the staircase. 3 boom. As Suyi leaned against the wall, preparing to count silently, the sudden explosion momentarily disoriented him. That was fast. He witnessed a mass of flesh and body parts being scattered throughout the corridor, a sight that was utterly nauseating. The distinct raspy growls of the zombies reverberated throughout the hall, creating an eerie atmosphere. At that moment, a series of flashing golden game notifications appeared before him. Killed 15 level 1 zombies. Survival points, 15. Congratulations on achieving the first kill achievement. Reward, survival points, 100. Successfully activated the main quest path to advancement. Path to advancement. I kill 100 level 1 zombies and 5 level 1 mutants. Upon completion, players will automatically advance to level 2. Current quest progress. Level 1 zombies, 15 out of 100. Level 1 mutants, 0/5. I see now. Suyi lifted the corners of his mouth, a glimmer of understanding reflected in his eyes. It appears that the essence of this game lies not in survival, but in the art of killing. Chapter 2. The intensification of mall consumption. The hoarse growls of zombies drew ever closer. The other zombies that had narrowly escaped moments ago showed no fear of death, relentlessly surging towards him. Suyi had no desire to entangle himself further with these undead creatures. He wished to first ascertain the proper utilization of his survival points. Thus, as he raced downstairs, he summoned the player interface and clicked the return, log out button in the lower left corner. He intended to log out and peruse strategies posted by other players to avoid misallocating his points. Prompt: currently in combat status, unable to return. The inability to leave while in combat status, though a common game mechanic, was now perilously inconvenient. Several zombies still roamed the stairwell on the first floor. With no other option, Suyi hurried to a classroom on the second floor adjacent to the staircase. It was empty. He swiftly turned to lock the back door. Just as he was about to close the front door, suddenly, a figure darted in from the corridor with remarkable speed. Suyi's heart jolted, fearing it to be a monster. However, upon discerning the intruder's appearance, he let out a relieved breath, albeit with a touch of surprise. It was a stranger. A woman of about 1.7 meters, with long legs. She was clad in a lightweight yellow jacket over a white short-sleeved shirt adorned with a charming Pikachu design, and she wore simple black trousers with loose-fitting legs. Upon entering, she quickly locked the front door and hastily drew the curtains. Quick, draw the curtains too. They can see us. Lin Ruosi instructed him while adeptly pulling the curtains. Suyi recalled the zombie's behavior and promptly closed the curtains at the back of the classroom as well. Soon, with all doors and windows secured, the late-arriving zombies failed to locate their target and began to wander aimlessly in the empty corridor of the second floor. These zombies possessed a modicum of intelligence, though not much. Lin Ruosi approached the podium, leaned against it, and addressed Suyi. As long as you do not make loud noises and avoid moving within their line of sight, you should be safe. Her voice was soft, yet her words were clear. You seem quite knowledgeable? Suyi retorted casually, his gaze flitting to the drawers of the desks and various corners of the classroom. As a competent player, he had grown accustomed to exploring unfamiliar locations in search of treasures. Not quite. Lin Ruosi crossed her arms and smiled confidently. I simply possess keen observational skills and a sharper mind than most. Her self-praise elicited a chuckle from Suyi. Without further engaging her, he resumed his search of the classroom. That explosion upstairs was your doing, wasn't it? Lin Ruosi scrutinized him, noting his handsome features and striking star-like eyes, which struck a chord deep within her. Suyi remained silent. You needn't look further. She shook her head. This classroom is my spawn point. If there were any items, I would have already claimed them. However, before she could finish her sentence, Suyi uncovered an ancient-looking gold coin from a drawer in the third row. It appeared that even previously explored areas could yield new items. Suyi smiled, then turned his attention to the coin's details that had materialized before him. Forbidden Holy Coin, Special Unique, Effect. Once bound, you will enjoy a permanent 90% discount on any purchases made in the game mall. As a consequence, upon death, you will be expelled from the game and unable to re-enter. Description: is it hope or despair? A permanent 90 discount. Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Momentarily stunned by the coin's remarkable effect, it was extraordinarily powerful, verging on being a cheat-level item. Yet, a frown creased his forehead. Once dead, he would be barred from re-entering the game? In other games, this might not seem significant, just treated as being banned. However, he recalled the fourth rule he had glimpsed in the manual. Gains in the game could be transferred to reality. For an ordinary person, this might merely appear as a gimmick, a joke. Yet after experiencing such extraordinary events, Su Yi accepted the notion of transcendent power. Regardless, he had to give it a try. He reopened the interface and clicked the return button once more. This time, the process went smoothly. When Su Yi opened his eyes again, he found himself back in reality, greeted by the familiar ceiling. Removing the game headset, Su Yi sprang from his bed and immediately glanced at his right hand. His fingers spread wide. In the palm of his hand lay a golden, ancient coin, both noble and unassuming. He truly managed to bring it out? No sooner had he thought this than something even more astonishing occurred. The information interface exclusive to the game materialized vividly before him. Congratulations, you have activated the identity of an apocalyptic player. Now, you can log into the game anytime, anywhere without the need for any device. Prompt. In reality, you can still access the function interface, including personal panel, player inventory, game mall, player forum, skill synthesis. It truly happened. Were he an ordinary person, he might be utterly bewildered right now. Yet Su Yi not only accepted everything rapidly, but was also acutely aware of what mattered most at this moment. Speed. Strength. This was the first night of the great upheaval, and as one of the initial players, he needed to act swiftly. A mere second's delay could leave him trailing behind countless others. Open the game mall. The kills and achievements had granted him a total of 115 survival points. And Su Yi was eager to see what offerings the mall had. Should the mall only contain common low-tier resources, the gold coin would not be essential. However, as the interface of the mall unfolded before him, Su Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. This could be purchased? Strength growth fruit description. Consuming this will permanently enhance the user's strength growth by 1 point. Price: 100 survival points. Note: special item. Each subsequent purchase will permanently increase the price by 100. Supplementary reminder. Items purchased in the mall can only be used by the purchaser. The game lacks a trading system. Only items found through exploration on the map can be contested or gifted. Agility growth fruit description. Consuming this will permanently enhance the user's agility growth by 1 point. Price: 100. It was well known that the higher the attribute growth, the more significant the enhancements with each level gained. Su Yi was astounded that such items could be acquired through purchase. He quickly scanned the dazzling array of other goods in the mall. Within mere seconds, he was able to conclude that the mall was the crux of this apocalyptic game. In fact, one could argue that the core gameplay revolved around earning survival points to spend in this omnipotent mall. Purchase attributes. Acquire skills. Obtain items. Through this means, one could grow stronger. Chapter 3. Purchase the time-limited value pack. Given the circumstances, I must bind this coin. Su Yi held the coin before him, pondering the specifics of how to bind it, when a binding prompt spontaneously appeared. Do you confirm the binding of the forbidden holy coin? Note: this item possesses a unique attribute. Once bound, it will permanently vanish from the game. Bind. As the words left his lips, the coin before him transformed into a shimmering river of golden light, gradually flowing into Su Ye's body. He closed his eyes to savor the moment. But apart from an initial warmth, he felt nothing further. Binding successful. The system notification eased Su Ye's mind. He reopened the game store, and this time, the prices of the items had all changed. Strength growth fruit description. Consuming it will permanently enhance your strength growth by 1 point. Price: 10,010. Su Yi frantically scrolled down. Every item before his eyes had seen its price slashed to a mere tenth of its original value. There were no exceptions. He longed to purchase these skills and those items. However, with only 115 points, he needed to remain composed amid his excitement. Despite the 90 discount, 115 survival points were indeed scarce. Reckless spending could squander the invaluable opportunity to gain an edge over other players. Su Ye's gaze swiftly scanned the store interface. Suddenly, he noticed a small vertical box on the right side of the store labeled gift packs. Gift packs. Traditionally, gift packs are a boon for the lazy. With sufficient funds, one could instantly claim a bundle of exceptional resources. Su Yi eagerly clicked on it. In an instant, rows of exquisitely adorned, gleaming gift packs filled his view. Beginner S discount gift pack limited purchase quantity, 1 pack contents, 1 skill summoning ticket, 5 stamina beans. Description: in terms of cost effectiveness, The beginner gift pack is truly unparalleled. Price, 606. Beginner S Value Summoning Gift Pack Limited Purchase Quantity, 1 pack contents, 5 skill summoning tickets. Description, an exclusive summoning pack for beginners. Without it, progress will be arduous. Price, 136,136. Time limited value growth gift pack. Expires in 36 minutes and 15 seconds. Limited purchase quantity, 1 pack contents, 3 strength growth fruits, 3 agility growth fruits, 3 spirit growth fruits, 3 constitution growth fruits. Description, a super value time limited pack on the first day. No one knows if it will return once it's off the shelves. Price, 998,998. Besides the Beginner S gift pack, there were numerous attractive items in the gift pack section, such as beginner item packs and skill synthesis gift packs. Sui skimmed through all the series of gift packs. Then he returned to the store interface, locating the corresponding items for most of the gift packs. The Beginner S discount gift pack contained 1 skill summoning ticket and 5 stamina beans. In the store, 1 skill summoning ticket costs 100 survival points, while 5 stamina beans cost 25 survival points. Acquiring this gift pack for merely 6 points was indeed a bargain. During this time, Sui also learned about the effects of these items, particularly the skill summoning ticket. As its name suggests, this ticket is a tool for summoning skills, allowing random summoning of various extraordinary abilities. It was clear that these skills would undoubtedly become the primary means of combat for players, a crucial factor determining their strength. With 115 points, he could purchase all 3 gift packs. After a brief moment of hesitation, Sui made his decision. Buy. The gift packs were already a great deal, and missing the time-limited offer would mean waiting indefinitely for its return. It was the optimal choice. You have purchased the Beginner S discount gift pack. Consumed survival points, 606. You have purchased the Beginner S Value Summoning gift pack. Consumed survival points, 136. You have purchased remaining survival points, 1. He quickly opened all the gift packs. After a dazzling display of effects, his inventory swelled with 6 skill summoning tickets, 5 stamina beans, and 12 growth fruits. Sui first took out the 12 growth fruits and placed them on the table. In a short while, for different colors, red, yellow, blue, and green, of varying qualities presented themselves before him, with 3 fruits of each color. Without hesitation, he picked up the red strength growth fruit from the left, observed it closely for a moment, and took a hearty bite. To his surprise, the taste was unexpectedly delightful. It was akin to a refreshing sweet plum. With a single bite, the luscious juice burst in his mouth, invigorating his senses. You have consumed the strength growth fruit. Strength growth. Permanent 1. Just with that 1 bite, the message confirming successful consumption appeared before him. Simultaneously, the strength growth fruit transformed into a cluster of vibrant fiery light, surging into Suye's body. Oh, is 1 bite all it takes? That is good news, as it allows him to eat quickly. Before long, all 12 growth fruits were consumed, and feeling a noticeable enhancement in his physical abilities. Suyi excitedly opened his personal interface. Name, Suyi. Rank, 1 strength, 81. Note 1. Attribute growth is based on player rank. Note 2. The initial attribute growth cap for humans is 5. Agility, 81. Spirit, 81. Constitution, 61. Skills, 02. Empty. Empty overall combat power index, 152. National combat power ranking, 1726. What? Over 1,000? The entire interface was remarkably concise, to the point that Suyi immediately noticed the ranking at the bottom. Hiss, those with higher combat power must have already acquired skills, right? Speaking of which, Suyi suddenly recalled the female player he encountered earlier. Her swift movement was likely due to discovering some item or skill in a hidden corner. However, he remained unperturbed. Now, not only did he possess 3 additional points in all 4 attributes, but he was also on the verge of acquiring skills that others had fortuitously obtained. Closing the personal interface, he reopened his inventory and clicked on the 6 Azure summoning tickets. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the usage button did not materialize. Instead, a retrieval button appeared, just like before. Suyi was taken aback, scrutinizing the item description closely, and then understood. Skill summoning ticket effect, upon use. It can summon a random AE level skill from the sequence. Description, unsure how to use it? Just tear it up. Chapter 4. First attempt at skill synthesis, so that is how it works. The method of use is simply to tear it up, quite straightforward. Suyi immediately clicked to retrieve it. In the next moment, 6 sky blue skill summoning tickets appeared in midair before him, gently descending towards the ground. He extended his hand and effortlessly caught them before they fell to the ground. These summoning tickets were cool and thin, adorned with simple star patterns on both sides. exuding a delicate yet inexpensive allure. Let me tear one to try, Suyi pondered, uncertain if the item descriptions were entirely accurate, and decided to test one. With a swift tear, it was particularly smooth. Whether it was due to his newfound strength or the inherent fragility of the summoning tickets, he had barely exerted any effort before effortlessly tearing one in half. Immediately, from the jagged edges of the torn ticket, bright crimson flames erupted, spreading with a thunderous force to the remaining portions of the ticket. Suyi quickly released his grip. He watched as the two segments were consumed, transforming into countless azure light particles, which seemed to gather with consciousness in midair, ultimately forming a small, floating azure crystal. At that very moment, the skill information contained within this crystal materialized before him. C398 Ice Barrier Ability Description. Summons an ice barrier centered around oneself, freezing and damaging enemies that enter its range. Note, unless explicitly stated, the actual performance of all skills is closely tied to the player's attributes. Is the description this concise? He mused. The consumption cost, power, and duration were all vague. Well, since the usage method is correct, I might as well use the remaining 5. He proceeded to tier 5 more tickets, resulting in 3 gray crystals and 2 green crystals appearing in the air. E67 Cheetah's Agility, passive, ability description, allows the body to move with the agility of a cheetah. E529 Tiger's Roar ability description, can mimic a tiger's roar, significantly amplifying volume during the roar. E30 Rain Listener ability description, by closing your eyes in the rain, you will gain a god's eye view of the nearby rain-soaked areas. D22 Fire Breath ability description, can spew flames from the mouth. D181 Clear Vision, passive, ability description, your vision is unaffected by mist, unperturbed by bright light, and you can see further. Rather than skills, they feel more like abilities. And they seem acceptable, Suyi reflected. However, looking at the yield before him, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. Out of 6 draws, he had obtained 3 E ranks, 2 D ranks, and 1 C rank, without a single B or A. Although he understood that the higher-tier skills had a lower probability of being drawn, he couldn't help but feel a sense of unavoidable disappointment. With only 2 skill slots available on his panel, perhaps advancing his rank would allow for more. With no summoning tickets left, he could only attempt skill synthesis. Skill synthesis was one of the 5 main functions within the player's interface, alongside personal interface, player inventory, game shop, and player forum. Suyi quickly opened the interface and clicked the skill synthesis button. Upon entering, a functional introduction immediately appeared before him. Skills Synthesis Introduction 1. 3 arbitrary skills can be synthesized into 1 random skill. 2. The level of the random skill depends on the upper and lower limits of the synthesized skill levels. For instance, synthesizing skills of levels A, C, and D will randomly yield an AD level skill. 3. There is a minuscule chance of triggering mutation. The mutated skill's level and serial number remain unchanged, but its effects will undergo unknown changes. 4. There is a minuscule chance of triggering miracle blessings, resulting in a significant upgrade in skill level. Suyi skimmed through the information, grasping the essentials of the 3-in-1 synthesis, the slim chance of mutation, and level enhancement before he began synthesizing without delay. He started with 3 less useful skills: Tiger's Roar, Rain Listener, and Fire Breath. Synthesis successful. Obtain skill, Strength. Congratulations on achieving the first synthesis achievement. Reward, Survival Points 100. E66 Strength, passive, ability description, your strength will increase. Well, that's rather useless, he thought, as he had synthesized skills he did not need, and thus felt no regret. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to combine the newly obtained strength with the previously drawn cheetah's agility and clear vision, keeping the ice barrier for later use to avoid ending up with no usable skills. Synthesis successful. Obtain skill, Lion Summon. D12 Lion Summon ability description. You can summon 2 lions to aid you in battle. A green crystal materialized before him. Suyi reached out to grasp it, offering a soft sigh of reassurance. It's fine. Good skills will come in time. He opened his personal interface and attempted to place the azure crystal representing the ice barrier into the skill slot. Installation successful. Hint: players can change equipped skills at any time. The number of skills that can be equipped will increase with rank advancement. Suyi felt a surge of wonder. It was as if an innate instinct had awakened within him, and he sensed that he could summon an ice barrier spanning a radius of 4 to 5 meters with ease. This sensation was truly extraordinary. He glanced at his hands and surveyed his surroundings. All right, this is my room. It's not suitable for testing skills. The prompt before him gradually faded. Suyi smiled, reassured that his initial guesses were correct, and confidently placed the green crystal representing Lion Summon into the second skill slot. Done. He picked up his phone to check the time, 17:17. The game had commenced at 5 o'clock, and he had only been inside for about 5 minutes, meaning he had spent a little over 10 minutes in the real world. It was time to return. Outside, the city was becoming increasingly noisy. In this era of great change, Su Yi was determined not to fall behind. Hey, is it true that items acquired in this game can be brought back? The world is about to undergo a grand reshuffle. Keep it down. Don't attract zombies and mutated beasts. What is your national ranking? Why am I over 2 million? 2 million? Huh. Be grateful. If you don't put in the effort tonight, you might drop to over 100 million tomorrow. As a fun fact, with the current global population at 10 billion, being ranked within 100 million means you've surpassed 99 of the world. At Shanghai High School, in the classroom beside the staircase, when Su Yi returned, the front door remained locked while the back door stood wide open. The zombies that had once roamed outside seemed to have vanished, and the corridor was now filled with players fervently discussing various topics. Chapter 5, Lion Summon. Ice Barrier. At this moment, the main quest materialized before him. Path to Advancement. 1. Eliminate 100 Tier 1 zombies and 5 Tier 1 mutated beasts. Upon completion, the player will automatically advance to Tier 2. Current quest progress, Tier 1 zombies, 15,100. Tier 1 mutated beasts, 0.5. This information flickered for a moment before gradually disappearing, conveniently sparing players the need to check the quest interface, a rather thoughtful design. Su Yi stepped into the corridor, overhearing several players nearby discussing rankings, and naturally grew curious about his current combat capabilities after equipping 2 skills. His combat power index and ranking should indeed be on the rise. Opening his personal interface, he focused on the last 3 lines. Skills, 22C 398 Ice Barrier, D12 Summon Lion. Comprehensive Combat Power Index, 201. National Combat Power Ranking, 969. Over 900? Good heavens. Have those individuals above drawn A-class skills? Or have they stumbled upon some incredibly powerful items in some obscure corner? It seems I must act swiftly. The sky darkened. The passage of time in this world mirrored that of reality, with the sun on the verge of setting. Su Yi was uncertain whether the night would bring heightened dangers. In any case, while players had not yet logged in masse, he needed to secure more advantages without delay. Just as he turned to descend the stairs, someone called out to him from the side. Hey, don't go that way. Su Yi turned to see a young man, seemingly well-educated, around 20 years of age, dressed in a white short-sleeve shirt and black shorts, looking quite cool. A woman just attracted a horde of zombies downstairs, heading in that direction. Once she went down, she never came back. There must be danger below. Su Yi nodded, said nothing further, and continued his descent. The zombies were indeed his target. Meanwhile, seeing that the unfamiliar handsome man disregarded his warning and insisted on going downstairs, the white-clad man shrugged. Look, he turned to his classmates beside him, chuckling helplessly. There are plenty of reckless fools who don't heed advice. We don't need to worry at all. In the end, it's us, the intelligent ones, who will prevail. Several classmates nodded in agreement. They were students from the same prestigious university, always surrounded by the aura of high intelligence, having been objects of admiration throughout their lives. So what should we do next? Someone inquired. It's quite simple, the white-clad man replied leisurely. What is most important now? Unity. Cooperation. We must form a group, rally more people to join us, and then grow exponentially like a snowball. Only then can we carve out a place for ourselves in this game. He continued. As for what comes after, we can discuss that later. For now, we must find a safe location to plan our next actions. This is a game that affects reality. Every second counts. The group glanced towards the classroom and, in unison, hurried inside. With a loud bang, the door was forcefully shut. Meanwhile, beside the playground of Shanghai No. 1 High School, a tall, striking young man with black hair emerged from behind a lush willow tree, gazing at the astonishingly large horde of zombies on the playground. His brow furrowed tightly. Good heavens. There are no zombies in the teaching building. They have all gathered here. The newcomer was none other than Su Yi. He cautiously descended to the first floor, expecting zombies or mutated beasts to leap out from hidden corners at any moment. However, apart from encountering players, he saw nothing else. Had it not been for the commotion from the playground, he might have boldly walked out of the school. The playground of Shanghai No. 1 High School was just a couple of hundred meters to the right of the school gate. Upon catching sight of the zombies from a distance, Su Yi quickly concealed himself behind a tree. Who could be so foolish as to lure zombies into such an open area? The sunset painted the horizon crimson. The twilight sky seemed to remind him that time was running short. Su Yi dismissed any further thoughts. Defeating monsters was of utmost importance. Summon Lion. As effortlessly as raising his hand, with a mere thought, 2 imposing lions appeared by his side. These majestic beasts, with golden fur and robust physiques, stood nearly 2 meters tall, exuding an air of authority. They flanked Su Yi, their fierce and piercing gaze fixed on the approaching tide of zombies, instilling a sense of security. Such might. This is advantageous indeed. The stronger the summoned beasts, the better for me. Go. Su Yi pointed toward the horde, and the two lions sprang into action, charging into the throng of zombies with the swiftness of lightning. Roar! Roar! One lion simultaneously knocked down 3 or 4 zombies with its powerful forepaws, then lowered its head to open its massive jaws, effortlessly and brutally crushing a zombie's skull. The other seemed to take on a supporting role, rampaging through the horde, toppling zombies and creating ample space for the other lion to hunt. The two lions appeared to share a telepathic connection, coordinating seamlessly. For a moment, they exuded an aura of invincibility, as if the vast horde of zombies were merely lambs awaiting slaughter in their eyes. Kill first level zombie. 1. Survival points. 1. Kill first level zombie. 2. Survival points. 2. Watching the flood of kill notifications and the steadily rising score, Su Yi was genuinely astonished. This summon lion skill is incredibly powerful. Isn't it just D-level? A large group of zombies in the distance caught sight of him, their expressions twisted in rage as they surged toward him with alarming speed. What the hell? They're so fast. Su Yi had never encountered zombies in any game that could run this quickly, as if they were on fast forward. Initially intending to recall the two lions for protection, he suddenly reconsidered and thought it would be a good opportunity to test the power of the C-398 Ice Barrier. Ice Barrier. He softly called forth the skill. In an instant, a pale, icy chill erupted from him, radiating outward in all directions. Wherever the cold air swept through, trees, rubber tracks, artificial grass, and the rushing zombies were all instantly frozen. The area within a radius of 40 to 50 meters had transformed into a realm of frost. Amidst the swirling cold, Su Yi could see countless zombies crashing into the frozen corpses of their comrades, only to be encased in ice themselves, collapsing in heaps. Su Yi had no time to dwell on this. He was now bent over, resting on his knees, panting heavily. Wait, does this skill consume so much stamina? Chapter 6. A flood of players entering the game. Are the zombies in this game really that fierce? It felt akin to someone unaccustomed to exercise suddenly being asked to run 1,000 meters, such an astonishing drain on stamina that Su Yi experienced a slight dizziness. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, promptly opening his game backpack and retrieving a stamina bean. This bean was a lustrous yellow, round and smooth, emitting a faint aroma of grains. Su Yi had no time to examine it closely. He popped it into his mouth. In the brief span of a breath, a surge of stamina coursed through him, accompanied by a warm flow rising within, granting him an overwhelming sense of strength. Thank goodness I bought the gift pack that included stamina beans. However, I also purchased the value growth package, which enhanced my attributes. If I almost couldn't withstand the consumption of a C-level skill, how dire must the situation be for others? Strangely enough, when Su Yi straightened up and scanned the playground once more, he indeed noticed a few players suddenly collapsing to the ground, surrounded by a horde of zombies. It is exceedingly perilous, indeed overwhelmingly so. He even felt a tinge of relief, grateful that he had not acquired higher tier A or B skills, for otherwise, he might have already met his demise. At that moment, a sudden cacophony of crisp sounds reached Su Ye's ears, reminiscent of shattering glass or cracking ice. Turning his head, he beheld the ice blocks encasing the numerous zombies within the ice barrier beginning to explode amongst themselves. Shards of ice, intermingled with the remains of the undead, splattered in every direction. The notifications rang out. Eliminated 3 first-tier zombies. Survival points, 3. Eliminated 5 first-tier zombies. Survival points, 5. Why, he wondered. Did the numbers vary between 3 and 5? Curiosity piqued. He observed closely and discerned that the kill notifications refreshed every second, each update reflecting the previous second's achievements. He anticipated that soon, his own kill count would ascend to double or even triple digits. Wow, that fellow is remarkably skilled. Indeed, he was comparable. Was that a miniature Ice Age? How splendid. Gradually, Su Yi began to hear a chorus of astonished exclamations from behind him. Initially, he paid little heed. But as the sounds grew closer and multiplied, he felt a reluctant sense of relief upon realizing that no zombies had escaped the ice barrier's grasp. He turned back to steal a quick glance, only to find his expression shift slightly. A throng of players was hastening toward him from various directions outside the playground, marveling at the scene and expressing their astonishment. Some were in awe of his or other players' prowess, while others were struck by the sheer number of zombies present in the playground. Why are there suddenly so many people? He scanned the distant area and then surveyed the entire playground. His vision was filled with an increasing number of white light pillars flickering on the otherwise deserted ground, each flash heralding the arrival of another player from the real world. It appeared that this game had fully infiltrated reality. The thought of a terrifying legion of players numbering in the millions poised to join sent Su Ye's heart racing uncontrollably. It was a mix of exhilaration and anxiety. An unprecedented competition had begun to sweep across the globe from the quietest of corners. A mere 1-point decrease in combat power could result in falling behind by hundreds of thousands. Brothers, hurry, let us claim the kills. Some had already taken their extraordinary abilities into the fray, and they could not afford to lag behind. Wait, don't you think these zombies look formidable? Be cautious. Numerous players, armed only with brooms and sticks of unknown origin, charged toward the zombies as if they were delightful slimes or adorable bunny monsters, without a second thought. They assumed they could showcase their skills as they had in previous games, but reality dealt them a harsh blow. These zombies were swift, reckless, and relentless. Some blindly dashed into the horde, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by the rapid-footed zombies, with screams echoing in mere seconds. Others attempted to single out a zombie, engaging in hand-to-hand combat, but their strikes failed to penetrate the undead skin, leading to their own demise as they were swiftly ensnared in a brutal embrace. Many realized the dire situation and turned to flee, but the majority, unaccustomed to physical exertion, were no match for the frenzied zombies, and one by one, they were brought down to the ground, meeting their end amidst their screams. Run. These zombies are formidable. They are not ordinary foes. Are the zombies in this game all this fierce? Those who were so easily eliminated must have had skills. We must acquire skills too. Damn, they should have warned us about the strength of the zombies. Those players are truly despicable. Under the combined assault of the dual lions and the ice barrier, Su Ye's progress in eliminating zombies swiftly reached 100. Current task progress: First tier zombies, 100. First tier mutated beasts, 0-5. Only 5 mutated beasts remained before he could advance a tier. Su Ye swallowed another stamina bean and sat down to minimize additional stamina expenditure. Although his progress in killing zombies was complete, he continued to maintain the ice barrier and summon lions, for there were still considerable survival points to be gained. Hey, you over there. A man in black called out from the edge of the ice barrier. His tone was rather impolite, so Su Ye chose to ignore him. Why didn't you warn us about the strength of these zombies? So many have perished unnecessarily. Hey, can you hear me? Can you hear me? No response. Are you deaf? Su Ye furrowed his brow, and with a flick of his will, the ice barrier expanded several meters, enveloping the man within it. It can expand? The man exclaimed, turning to flee, but as he did, the chilling ice rapidly encased his legs and swiftly spread across his entire body. In the blink of an eye, the spectators witnessed the ice sculpture explode with a resounding crack, shattering into countless pieces. As the player's body transformed into shimmering motes of light and dissipated, the onlookers cast varied glances at Su Ye. I want to provoke him. He*s rather bloodthirsty. How rude. Oh, an item dropped? They all observed as a pair of silver gloves crackling with lightning materialized at the spot where the player had perished. Just from their appearance, it was evident that these gloves possessed electrical capabilities. Many gazed at them with eyes alight with fervor. Chapter 7. The Gun-Wielding Girl's National Combat Power Ranking, 100. Fortune favors the bold, while the timid starve. We have nothing now. What do we have to lose even if we die? Isn't this the time to strive? That was undoubtedly a remarkable item. A purple-haired man in a plaid shirt was rallying the crowd, urging them to rush forward and seize it. While his argument was sound, most had not yet killed a single zombie and had no survival points, let alone skills. As mere mortals, they dared not venture into that chilling realm of the extraordinary. After all, they clearly remembered how that item had come into being. Su Ye observed the expressions of those around him. He understood their apprehension but rose to approach the silver gloves directly. The ice barrier, centered around him, naturally followed his movement, maintaining its position relative to him. However, just as Su Ye was within 7 or 8 meters of the flickering, electrifying gloves, a resounding gunshot echoed across the playground. Bang! The sound reverberated throughout the entire playground. And even beyond the school, players outside cast horrified glances toward the building. Someone inside has acquired a firearm. Damn! We must accelerate our search in these early stages. While we are still weak, possessing a gun could grant us supremacy. Indeed, many individuals on the forum are lamenting the excessive consumption of skills, leading to the perception that weapons have become more paramount than skills themselves. Swiftly, in the vicinity of Shanghai Igao, the sound of gunfire startled numerous individuals, causing some to freeze in place and ultimately fall victim to the onslaught of zombies. A greater number, however, fled in panic towards the outskirts of the playground, perceiving armed players as more terrifying than the zombies themselves. Suyi turned his gaze towards a man clad in white, approximately 50 to 60 meters away, who was brandishing a pistol aimed in his direction. Was he not the very individual who had cautioned him upon his descent? "I will not harm you. Just relinquish your gloves to me," shouted the man in white. Suyi was resolute in not permitting his spoils to be seized by another, especially when that other was merely a stranger. He cast a fleeting glance at the two lions nearby, unaware to the onlookers that they belonged to him. Positioned not far from the duo, with a mere exertion of thought, he could command the lions to eliminate the man in white in mere seconds. Just as he prepared to act, a figure suddenly darted forth from the throngs of zombies. The figure moved with remarkable speed, and before Suyi could fully comprehend the scene, it swiftly traversed the area of the ice barrier, snatching the silver gloves from the ground. What? Suyi furrowed his brow, sensing the presence of a formidable opponent. The man in white, equally startled, swung his gun towards the newcomer. "Drop the gloves," he bellowed, his voice lacking conviction. All eyes were drawn to the figure, a woman of exquisite features, standing at approximately 1.7 meters. Clad in a lightweight yellow jacket paired with black trousers, her physique striking. She casually examined the gloves and remarked, "This equipment is rather impressive. Were it not for my inability to wear it, I would have claimed it for myself." With that, she deftly tossed the gloves into Suyi's embrace before pivoting and zipping towards the man in white like a bolt of lightning. Before he could react, she deftly seized the gun from his grasp. Handgun, C. Effect, capable of firing standard bullets with an effective range of 200 meters. Contains 5 rounds. The item vanishes upon expending all ammunition. Usage count, 45. Description, a handgun that will not jam. "Are you afraid? Shall we wager?" Lin Ruosi raised her arm, pointing the gun at the man in white with a playful tone. "At this distance, I wager I won't miss. What about you?" The man in white displayed an expression of sheer terror. Bang! A gunshot rang out, the bullet piercing through his head. Lin Ruosi had no intention of allowing him an opportunity to respond. The surrounding players were once again startled, retreating to a safer distance. Wow, this woman is decisively ruthless. Are they working together? Indeed, experts seek out their equals. We must strive harder. Quickly, let us make our exit. Suyi was perplexed as to why this unfamiliar beauty had chosen to assist him. Was it merely due to their fleeting acquaintance in the classroom? As he pondered, he noticed her waving enthusiastically at him. Hey! The gun in her hand had vanished, evidently stored in her game backpack. Observing this, Suyi narrowed the range of his ice barrier, allowing her to approach. "How is your advancement task progressing? Have you completed your zombie kills?" She inquired curiously from a distance of approximately 10 meters. "What's the matter? If you're done, we can team up to hunt mutated beasts. I just checked the forum and know where some are located outside the campus." Suyi, taken aback, gazed at her in surprise. "You've completed it too? Is that so surprising?" Lin Ruosi replied, her confidence from earlier resurfacing. "After you left, I immediately attracted all the zombies in the school to the playground. Had you not arrived, I could have taken them all down myself." Suyi scrutinized her thoughtfully. After a brief silence, he inquired, "What is your combat power index?" 288. "And your global ranking?" Not high at all, exactly 100. Suyi raised an eyebrow, a look of envy crossing his face. Noticing his expression, Lin Ruosi's pride swelled. "How is your combat power so elevated? Is it due to skills?" "Indeed. After you departed, I searched the classroom again and, to my surprise, a golden crystal suddenly appeared on the podium. Can you guess what it was? An A-level passive skill." "Oh, you guessed so accurately?" Lin Ruosi seemed genuinely astonished. It was one thing to deduce the skill level, but to ascertain that it was a passive skill was impressive, given the high consumption of advanced skills. If you had used one, you shouldn't appear so robust. So that is how it is? No wonder. Lin Ruosi's realization dawned upon her. Initially, when she had been recklessly slaughtering zombies, she had observed individuals fainting inexplicably, assuming it was due to an unseen monster, prompting her to adopt a more cautious approach. "So, are you inclined to join me in hunting mutated beasts?" she asked. "Not this time. I need to organize some matters, which will take considerable time. Perhaps next time." His words, though polite, conveyed a clear message. He was not interested in forming a team just yet. The current moment was critical, and he could not afford any delays. "All right then, perhaps fate will allow us to collaborate in the future. Goodbye." Although rebuffed, Lin Ruosi couldn't help but smile. She was a deeply immersed gamer, spending her days locked away indulging in various virtual games, loathing social interaction, and having few friends. The advent of this extraordinary game had finally given her a platform to shine. Now, daring to approach an attractive stranger with a positive first impression was a significant personal breakthrough for her. Chapter 8. Global Announcement. The number of players worldwide surpasses 1 billion. After Lin Ruosi departed, Suyi glanced down at the gloves in his possession. Fake Thunderclap gloves. C. Effect. Agility 10. The wearer inflicts a minor electric shock upon contact with enemies. Equipment requirement. Agility 6 description. A replica, seemingly possessing only 1/3 of the original's effectiveness. Not bad. At present, his agility was merely 8 points. Donning these Thunderclap gloves would elevate his agility to 18. For him, this represented a more than doubling of his agility. The equipment had dropped from that individual, and he had not equipped it due to not meeting the requirements. Suyi suddenly understood, having previously wondered why, given such equipment, he had not donned it sooner to enhance his strength, resulting in his untimely demise and the loss of the item. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away, at a crossroad outside the school, a figure clad in black suddenly revived with a whoosh. He stood dazed for several seconds until the distant screams pierced his ears, jolting him back to reality. Damn it! Wang Hui cursed vehemently. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that the zombies were occupied with players, allowing him to safely access his personal panel and assess his lackluster skills. E527 Equipment Guardian Ability Description. After your demise, the equipment in your backpack and worn gear is unlikely to drop. Unlikely to drop? How absurd. I lost everything after just one death, and they dare call it unlikely? Having lost the Thunder Gloves, Wang Hui grew increasingly repulsed by this ability. He could no longer tolerate its presence for even a moment longer. He promptly uninstalled the skill and opened the skill synthesis function, dragging in the other 2 E-grade skills he had fortuitously acquired but deemed unworthy, then clicked to synthesize. Synthesis successful. Acquired skill, Taunt. E788 Taunt Ability Description. You can taunt a target, thereby increasing its hostility towards you. Huh. I could taunt others even without this skill. It seems I already possessed a skill of my own, huh? Wang Hui gritted his teeth and let out a hollow laugh. Were it not for the mysterious and extraordinary powers embedded within this game, which dictated the course of one's life, he would have undoubtedly unleashed a torrent of curses. For now, Wang Hui had no choice but to swallow his anger and complaints. Who knows if this game might punish players for disparaging it? He dared not take that gamble. Beep. Suddenly, 2 soft beeps sounded in his ear, indicating a message from a classmate. He opened the interface and clicked on the player forum. In the friends list on the left, the first friend's avatar was flashing, prompting him to frown and click it. Zhang Ming, have you revived? Where did you respawn? Wang Hui sighed. As he surveyed his surroundings, he began to input a voice message. Wang Hui, level 1 I have revived. I'm at a crossroads, opposite a tall building called Jining de Sha, topped with a golden eagle statue. Zhang Ming, level 1 I see it. Not far from the school. It seems we were correct. After death, players respawn near their death location. Moreover, revival indeed takes time, currently about 1 minute. I wonder if this duration will increase with level progression. Did you feel anything during your death? Wang Hui, level 1 I felt nothing. I thought I would revive immediately. Has it really been a minute already? What about you? How is it going? While in the classroom, their group had decided to split into 2 paths. The 2 of them hastened to conduct various experiments while still at level 1, trying to get bitten by zombies, attempting self-harm, and testing death. The other 2 focused on studying the shop to at least grasp the range of available items. Zhang Ming, level 1 will head over to meet you. We can elaborate later. Wang Hui merely scoffed and did not respond. He closed the chat interface and turned to enter a small clothing store, roughly 40 square meters. By the roadside, the garments hung on the walls, visible from the entrance. Clothes? Huh. If I lure a zombie in here and set the store ablaze, wouldn't that count as a kill? Wang Hui always prided himself on his cleverness. Just as he was about to search for a lighter or other fire sources, a melodious chime resonated through the air. Boom. Following that, a series of game notifications appeared before him and all players. World announcement. Congratulations. The global player count of this game has successfully surpassed 1 billion. As a reward, all players receive 100 survival points. The grand special event, the Reality Guardian Battle, will commence tonight at 7 o'clock sharp. All players are advised to prepare in advance. Event rewards, limited title for the first night. Sequence skill, ES, survival points, countdown, 1 hour, 21 minutes, and 15 seconds. Huh, how splendid. Just when I needed something. Wang Hui momentarily disregarded the so-called Reality Guardian Battle. As it was still more than an hour away, he promptly opened the shop and swiftly purchased a lighter for 10 survival points. Fiery Temperament Lighter, E, effect. Each use randomly generates a state of small flame, large flame, or Raging Flame, with each state lasting automatically for 5 seconds. The flame cannot be extinguished before the duration ends. Usage count, 100. Description, the more you cherish it, the greater the rewards it bestows upon you. Wait. Upon acquiring it, Wang Hui suddenly broke into a sweat, realizing his recklessness. I could simply log off, spend a few coins on a lighter, and bring it back in, which would be far more economical than purchasing this oddity with survival points. Infuriated, Wang Hui was entirely absorbed in his own world, oblivious to the pair of eerie green eyes fixated on him from the fresh pile of clothes behind him. Crackle. It was not until a faint noise emanated from behind him that Wang Hui jolted in shock and swiftly turned around. Yet, he was unaware that this was his final glimpse before death. Just before his demise, he beheld a massive black spider, the size of half a wall, leaping out from beneath the pile of garments, crashing down upon him with the force of a mountain. Boom. After that, Wang Hui lost consciousness. Reality Guardian Battle? The first major event? The sudden influx of information before him left all players both astonished and exhilarated. Within mere minutes, the player forum erupted with a multitude of trending posts. Chapter 9. Consecutive Spending. Discussion. Reality Guardian Battle? Is this event asking us to defend reality? 35, 121 likes. 8. 648 discussions. Discussion. No way. Are we really playing a game that feels like the apocalypse? 26, 667 likes. 6. 646 discussions. Help. I've never played this type of game. How should I use these 100 points? 12, 357 likes. 2. 239 discussions. Strategy share. Summary of level 1 zombie characteristics and killing techniques. New alliance recruiting. 29, 154 likes. 7. 623 discussions. Strategy share. Summary of death penalties. Song Hai Gu S free sharing. 892 likes. 2. 214 discussions. The fervor of the forum far exceeded that of any contemporary online platform. Every post visible on the homepage garnered millions of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments. At Xinghai No. 1 High School, beside the playground, Suyi had yet to depart. Before obtaining definitive information on the mutated beast locations, he aimed to harvest as many survival points as possible by slaying level 1 zombies, especially since there were only a few zombies remaining here. At this moment, he had gathered the ice barrier and was leisurely seated on a patch of grass at the edge of the playground, akin to a tourist enjoying a scenic view. 2 male lions continued to battle tirelessly among scattered corpses in the distance. Their stamina was not depleting, but rather that of their master. Thus, Suyi, feeling his own stamina dwindling, consumed his 3rd stamina bean. The skills in this game are so demanding, one must stock up on stamina beans. The sun's last rays were nearly vanishing from the horizon. Nightfall was approaching. Suyi was not truly there for leisure. He had just browsed the forum and gathered some relatively useful information. With no immediate danger around, he still needed to seize the moment to enhance his abilities. He opened the game shop once more. Oh, a new gift pack? Unexpectedly, upon reopening the game store, the homepage immediately erupted with a vibrant firework effect, followed closely by a delightful surprise package. The Surprise Summon Package, new, available for purchase for 59 minutes and 59 seconds, is limited to 1 per customer and contains 10 skill summon tickets and 1 random mysterious gift. Introduction, a randomly appearing surprise package that you should not miss. Priced at 648,648. Does the store refresh new packages randomly? With the countdown in the upper right corner, Suyi could easily deduce that this package had indeed refreshed upon his current visit. If that is the case, couldn't he continually refresh the packages by repeatedly opening and closing the store? Suyi shook his head, feeling that such a notion was rather impractical. Nevertheless, the price of 648 is reasonable. He decided to purchase it. You have purchased the Surprise Summon Package, new. Consumed survival points, 648. Remaining survival points, 2,622. Wow. A small package wrapped in a colorful ribbon appeared in his inventory. Instead of opening it immediately, Suyi navigated to the package interface to see if there were any new offerings. Unfortunately, there were none. However, amidst the plethora of packages, another one caught his attention. The Skill Synthesis Mega Package, limited to 1 purchase per week, contains 20 random A-level skill materials. In the skill synthesis function, skill materials can replace skills of the corresponding level. Introduction. Do you wish to synthesize high-level skills? Then this is the package for you. Priced at 128,81288. Skill synthesis materials are indeed valuable. If the goal is solely synthesis, this package clearly offers more value compared to purchasing 20 summon tickets individually, as those would cost 2,000 survival points, while this package is only 1288. Purchasing summon tickets might lead to obtaining a good skill directly. Suyi felt a bit inclined to complain about the exorbitant prices in the store. He doubted many could afford such expensive packages like he could. After thoroughly examining other packages for value comparison and utility, Suyi ultimately decided to purchase this one as well. You have purchased the Skill Synthesis Mega Package. Consumed survival points, 1288. Remaining survival points, 1334. Finally, Suyi returned to the store interface and bought 2 of each attribute Growth Spirit Fruit. You have purchased Strength Growth Spirit Fruit. Consumed survival points, 110. Current remaining survival points, 134. Each time an attribute Growth Spirit Fruit is purchased, the price permanently increases by 100. The first purchase costs only 110 survival points per fruit, while the second purchase raises the price to 220 points each. Thus, buying 2 of each type costs Suyi a total of 120 survival points. Now, each fruit in his store costs 30 survival points. For others, this would amount to a staggering 300. Truly, it is a precious item that permanently enhances attributes. So costly. Before closing the store page, Suyi also took a moment to look at the stamina beans. Stamina beans. Description: consuming instantly restores a large amount of stamina. Price: 505. Unfortunately, there were no related packages for stamina beans. Otherwise, it would have been even more economical. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to buy 10 stamina beans. Just 5 survival points, equivalent to the price of 1 stamina bean for other players. Current remaining survival points, 84. After closing the game store, Suyi closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Moments later, he opened his eyes and surveyed the entire playground. In his line of sight, there were no signs of zombies. But the number of players was abundant, at least 100. He also noticed the 2 lions were missing, wondering where they had gone. Suyi suddenly recalled that when he began shopping in the store, the 2 lions had not contributed any survival points since. Had they been slain by other players as mutated beasts? The sun had completely set, and the night deepened. Suddenly, as if the entire city had instantaneously regained power, the floodlights surrounding the playground, the lights of the teaching building, and the city outside were all illuminated at once, casting a brilliant glow upon the impending darkness. Standing on the lawn, Suyi even saw fireflies unexpectedly darting out from the grass at his feet. These little sprites, glowing with a verdant light, created a beautiful ambience amidst the apocalyptic game. Why did the lights suddenly turn on? I have no idea. Perhaps it is the game's automatic lighting system? Speaking of which, how do the monsters respawn in this game? I haven't even killed a single zombie since logging in. Be careful. There's one behind you. Chapter 10, Miracle Blessing Ticket. Hearing someone mention the appearance of zombies, Suyi and the surrounding players all turned their gazes toward the source. They beheld, at the dim edges of the playground, a horde of zombies emerging from the darkness at an astonishing rate. One moment there were merely dozens, and the next, there could be hundreds. Anyone witnessing this would surely feel that the darkness had summoned this legion of zombies. I see. So zombies spawn in the night. Strictly speaking, they emerge from the shadows of the evening. Wait, why are there so many? Look, isn't that a giant snake? With many eyes in the crowd. Someone pointed towards the distance, prompting Suyi and several players to follow suit. They saw a snake-like figure, approximately 10 meters long, slithering on the northern slope of the playground, its shape vaguely resembling many long legs, sending chills down their spines. No, it looks more like a centipede. It must be a mutated beast. Damn, they should have warned us about the sudden monster spawn. Had I known, I would have run indoors first. Enough talk. Let us fight. Knowing that death would lead to revival, most players, especially those at level 1, were exceedingly brave. Some, without any equipment, charged headlong into the horde of zombies. Others who intended to retreat found themselves unable to resist the surge of enthusiasm from fellow players rushing forward. A mutated beast? Suyi's gaze was fixed on that centipede on the northern slope, his eyes gleaming with excitement. It seems that the areas where zombies spawn may also spawn mutated beasts. If that is the case, then this is excellent. Summon lions, he whispered, summoning the 2 lions once more to guard his side. He then quickly opened his inventory to unveil the package. You have opened the surprise summon package. Acquired 10 skill summon tickets, 1 miracle blessing ticket. Clearly, the miracle blessing ticket was the mysterious gift he had randomly received this time. With a heart full of curiosity, he clicked to view it. Miracle blessing ticket, S-Rare, effect, when performing skill synthesis. This item will be automatically used. Within the next 10 seconds, the probability of triggering a miracle blessing in the skill synthesis function is increased to 5. During the usage period, it can be triggered a maximum of once. Usage count, 11. Introduction: an extremely rare blessing voucher. Lucky recipients may indeed try their hand at the lottery. Unexpectedly, Suyi never anticipated that his first S-grade item would emerge from such a gift package. However, at this moment, the playground was swarmed with zombies, leaving him no time to revel in his surprise. After briefly collecting his thoughts, he swiftly opened the second gift package. You have opened the Skill Synthesis Grand Package. Obtained 2 C-grade skill materials, 5 D-grade skill materials, 13 E-grade skill materials. No A or B. This is disastrous. If these last 10 summoning vouchers fail to yield an A-grade skill, even if the C-grade skill triggers the miracle blessing, it would merely elevate the C-grade skill to B-grade. Now, only 10 skill summoning vouchers remained in his inventory. In an instant, Suyi made a decision. If these 10 do not summon an A-grade skill, he would refrain from skill synthesis for the time being, as the miracle blessing voucher would be automatically used during the synthesis. He retrieved the 10 skill summoning vouchers, took a deep breath, and then tore them all at once. A 117 Call of the Storm. Ability description: you can conjure vast winds and rains out of thin air. A 633 Gate of the Dragon. Ability description: you can open a massive gate to summon 3 colossal dragons to assist you in battle. A tenfold draw yielded 2 A and AD. This truly astonished Suyi. He stared at the resources in his backpack, momentarily struggling to believe his good fortune. 1 miracle blessing voucher, 2 A-grade skills, and numerous skill materials. However, a sudden realization struck him. These zombies were even more ferocious than during the day. They grew stronger at night. The cries of surrounding players flooded into Suyi's ears. He surveyed his surroundings and noticed zombies advancing within 20 meters. The twin lions were already baring their teeth, preparing for combat. He knew he had to act swiftly. Opening the skill synthesis function, he contemplated briefly before inputting Call of the Storm along with 2 C-grade skill materials. He clicked to synthesize. Synthesis successful. Congratulations, you have triggered a miracle blessing. Obtain skill, Divine Sword Domain. In that moment, upon seeing the 3 lines of information before him, Suyi's mind was filled with 2 thoughts. First, did I just trigger a miracle blessing? How fortunate I am. Second, Divine Sword Domain. That name sounds formidable. It can't possibly be a B-grade skill, can it? The synthesis of A and C skills can only yield A, B, or C-grade skills. However, under the circumstances of triggering a miracle blessing, the outcome could only be one of S, A, or B. In the worst-case scenario, he would end up with a B-grade skill. But in the next moment, upon seeing the automatically appearing skill information, all of Suyi's doubts vanished in an instant. S23 Divine Sword Domain. Ability description, centered around oneself. It unfolds an immovable domain of divine swords without any cost. The user can sense all movements within the domain and can teleport instantly within it. They can draw the Sword of God from any location within the domain. While wielding the sword, the user gains a 100 increase in all attributes. The Sword of God can transform the user's power into sword energy, inflicting irrecoverable true damage on all enemies. Congratulations on achieving the accomplishment of obtaining an S-grade skill. Special reward, survival points 100. Note: S-grade skills possess uniqueness. Upon the owner's death, the S-grade skill will be lost. An S-grade skill. Suyi's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never imagined that he would acquire the pinnacle S-grade skill on the very first night of the game's arrival. What thrilled him even more was that even with his current meager stamina at level 1, he could afford to use this skill, as it required no consumption to activate the domain. Quickly log off. I can't hold on any longer. But I can't log off. The prompt says I cannot return while in combat. The ground is shaking. What is happening? The twin lions had already begun to fend off the approaching zombies. Suyi glanced around and saw that many players had been driven to the center of the playground, while a few were surrounded by zombies, isolated and helpless until they were engulfed by the horde. In the center of the playground, accompanied by a rumbling noise, a massive centipede suddenly erupted from the ground, instantaneously lifting several individuals into the air and devouring them whole. Chapter 11. Divine Sword Domain. What ferocious mutated beasts! Suyi had no time to linger. The joy of acquiring the S-grade skill did not cloud his judgment. He was acutely aware of his precarious situation. If he died, not only would he be permanently barred from the game, but he would also lose the S-grade skill. He quickly regained his composure, retrieved the 8 attribute growth fruits he had just purchased from his inventory, and hastily took a bite of each one. You have successfully consumed a power growth fruit. Power growth permanent 1. Then, he unequipped C398 Ice Barrier and equipped S23 Divine Sword Domain. The twin lions continued to fend off the surrounding zombies. Sudden unequipping of a skill could lead to the zombies rushing in directly. Moreover, a 633 Gate of the Dragon did not have a no-cost activation condition, and using it would certainly require an astonishing amount of stamina. Thus, Suyi had yet to replace the summon of the lions with the Gate of the Dragon. At this moment, donning the Thunderclap gloves, Suyi's interface underwent a remarkable transformation. Personal panel name, Suyi rank, 1 strength, 101 agility, 101, 10, spirit, 101 constitution, 81 skills, 22s23 divine sword domain. D12 summon lion overall combat power index, 423 overall combat power ranking. 16 His current panel was increasingly pleasing to the eye. The ranking of 16 was not particularly surprising to Suyi. After all, having fortuitously acquired the Miracle Blessing voucher and received a significant boost, he had realized that luck played a substantial role in this extraordinary game. Good fortune allowed him to find a super bomb at the outset, killing 100 zombies and 5 mutated beasts, rapidly leveling up to rank 2, and then casually discovering impressive equipment, skills, or other extraordinary items, leading to a swift rise in combat power. If he had not just obtained the Miracle Blessing voucher, if he had not drawn A-grade skills, his combat power index would not have more than doubled as it was now. Closing the panel, Suyi lifted his gaze to scan his surroundings, where terrifying zombies were relentlessly assaulting the twin lions' defenses, while the lions fiercely defended their master, lacking even a moment for extraneous attacks. He knew it was time for him to take action. Divine Sword Domain. He solemnly called out, his feet firmly striking the ground. Silence. There seemed to be no change in the surroundings. Yet Suyi could distinctly feel that a silent sword domain had been constructed within a radius of hundreds of meters around him in that instant. Very well. I prefer this, an invisible domain to others. He raised his hand and casually drew in the air. In an instant, a long sword of obsidian hue was drawn from the void by him. The blade, pitch black, shimmered with specks of light that danced like a living constellation. The hilt, a silvery iron, revealed upon closer inspection to be intricately entwined with a delicate silver dragon. Grasping this divine slaying sword, Suyi distinctly felt an all-encompassing enhancement of his abilities. He lifted his gaze, surveying the throngs of zombies amassed before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Come forth. Until now, he had yet to personally slay a zombie. Previously, he had relied on explosives, freezing techniques, or his twin lions. In this moment, as Suyi leapt forth, wielding his sword with a swift motion, he severed the heads of 3 zombies in one fell swoop. His adrenaline surging rapidly. Kill 3 first-stage zombies. Survival points 3. So swift, so sharp. A few meters away, several zombies roared and lunged towards him. In the past, he might have struggled to react. But now, not only could he effortlessly contemplate whether to evade or retaliate, but he could also, after this deliberation, swing his sword and cleave those airborne zombies in half. Blood and an oddly repugnant stench permeated the air as the zombies disintegrated. Suyi detested this odor. Though his brow furrowed, his movements became increasingly rapid and fluid. He was adapting swiftly to this combat rhythm. Kill 4 first-stage zombies. Survival points 4. Kill 7 first-stage zombies. Survival points 7. After a preliminary warm-up battle, Suyi began to feel more adept. Now, he was ready to harness the true power of this divine slaying sword and commence his rampage. The sword could convert the wielder's strength into sword energy. The mightier the wielder, the more formidable the sword energy. This, indeed, was the sword's true purpose. However, before unleashing the sword energy, Suyi first retrieved an energy bean from his backpack and consumed it, restoring his stamina to near its peak. Only then did he confidently raise the sword and strike at a random target. Swish! A jet of pitch black sword energy shot forth, reaching approximately 20 meters away in an instant. The zombies in its path had no time to react, all perishing with a single stroke. The sight was remarkably relieving. Stamina consumption, quite manageable, not as severe as anticipated. Realizing that the stamina depletion was not as daunting as he had imagined, Suyi felt a sense of relief. He even recalled his 2 lions, channeling all his stamina into his own combat. Swish, swish, swish. In the center of the playground, players who had previously been driven to the brink of despair by the zombies and giant centipedes were now invigorated by the astonishing display of prowess from afar. Wow. So impressive. It seems today is not my demise, haha. So swift, so stylish, so fierce. A man should be like this. They never expected to encounter a master in such a seemingly insignificant corner. Such strength must surely rank within the top 100,000, perhaps even the top 10,000. Not to mention, my ranking is over 100,000, Yet I am still as weak as a chick. He must be within the top 2,000. Outside the playground. Among the players drawn to hunt zombies due to the commotion, a fair-skinned man clad in a black hoodie, with his head concealed beneath the hood, silently observed Su Yi as he sliced through the horde like a hot knife through butter. A fervor for battle ignited in his eyes. So strong. He unsheathed a short dagger from his waist, its pristine blade gleaming in the moonlight. Without a word, he swiftly lowered his body, vanishing like a specter. In barely half a second, his silhouette had traversed through layers of zombies, arriving directly behind Su Yi, the short dagger aimed at his waist. At such close range, there was no escaping. Swish. To his astonishment, it was empty. The hooded man froze momentarily, but the next instant, he was struck dumbfounded. A black sword was poised at his neck. Though they had yet to make contact, the razor-sharp edge inflicted upon him a sensation akin to searing flames. Chapter 12, Second Stage. While the realm of the Shunwei sword domain was still relatively small, its radius extended at least 100 meters. Within this sphere, all movements, including the words and actions of others, were known to Su Yi if he chose to discern them. However, immersed in combat, he had not the luxury to focus on the external chatter, nor was he aware of why this unfamiliar player had suddenly attempted to ambush him. But that was of little consequence. With a flick of his wrist, Su Yi swiftly severed the opponent's neck. Afterwards, he glanced at the ground, but alas, nothing had dropped. However, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that the stamina consumed by the instantaneous movement was minimal. Within the sword domain, he could teleport freely, a skill he had always deemed too taxing to attempt. Had it not been for the man's surprise attack, prompting an instinctive use of this ability, he might have postponed it until he returned to the real world. With this realization, Su Ye's gaze shifted towards the distant shadow of the giant black centipede. After it had emerged from the ground and devoured several individuals, it had retreated into the darkness, seemingly digesting its recent feast. Its 10-meter length posed a challenge for Su Yi to gauge its strength. But now, all was ready. He felt confident enough to attempt it. With this thought, he stepped forth, his figure abruptly vanishing. Almost in the next instant, nearly everyone in the playground witnessed the sword energy slicing through the darkness. It crashed into the 10-meter centipede, cleaving it in two while simultaneously leaving a deep scar on the adjacent wall. Current quest progress. First stage zombies, 100. First stage mutated beasts, 15. So powerful. Admiring glances poured upon Su Yi from those around him. Not only them, but even Su Yi himself was taken aback, having truly slain the beast with a single stroke. Yet as he turned to leave, he suddenly caught sight of 3 or 4 small centipedes emerging from the corpse of the giant centipede. The scene was rather nauseating. He frowned and instinctively unleashed 2 more sword energies, swiftly dispatching the smaller centipedes. Current quest progress. First stage zombies, 100. First stage mutated beasts, 55. Congratulations. You have completed the Ascension Task, 1, and successfully ascended. A burst of pure white light erupted around Su Yi, reminiscent of an upgrade effect in a game. Current rank, 2. Successfully activated main quest, Ascension Path, 2. Congratulations. Achievement unlocked. The abrupt completion of the task, sudden promotion, and a surge in power left Su Yi momentarily stunned, to the extent that he failed to notice the flurry of information that popped up before him. He scrutinized the centipede corpses in the shadows, his face a blend of surprise and delight. Kill 1 sent for? Good heavens. He eagerly opened his personal panel. Personal interface name. Su Yi rank. 2 strength, 102 agility, 102, 10, spirit, 102 constitution, 82 skills, 23s23 divine sword domain, D12 summon lion. Void comprehensive combat power index, 757 global combat power ranking. 1. The multipliers behind the attributes have risen from 1 to 2, and the advantages gained from consuming numerous attribute growth fruits are gradually manifesting, resulting in a significant increase in combat power index. The number of skill slots has expanded from 2 to 3. More crucially, his global combat power ranking has finally reached the long-desired number, 1. First place. He is now the player with the highest combat power index among the hundreds of millions worldwide. First, it was hard to imagine that just half an hour ago, he was ranked over 1,000, and now he has achieved such heights. Such an exhilarating moment deserves to be commemorated. Su Yi was uncertain how long he could maintain this rank or if he would ever rise to it again in the future. But for now, he must take a screenshot to preserve this memory. After a brief exploration, he swiftly located the screenshot function on the forum. With a click, the screenshot of his current personal interface was successfully saved and automatically stored in his personal album on the forum, visible only to those he had befriended. Admiring his gratifying ranking and casually dispatching a few oblivious zombies nearby, Su Yi summoned 2 lions to guard his side. He now needed to review the message log to understand the long string of notifications he had just received. Zombies. He would let the 2 lions handle them. Remarkably, after summoning the 2 lions, Su Yi was once again astonished. The lions had grown to approximately 4 to 5 meters in size, their forms visibly more robust. Their fur resembling flowing gold dust, exuding an ethereal quality. The strong grow stronger, and the weak grow weaker. Was this the feeling? Beneath the starry sky, he stood alone amidst a sea of corpses on the artificial lawn, momentarily enlightened. Shaking his head, he released the Zhanshin sword, which vanished automatically, and with a mere thought, he teleported to a lawn 100 meters away. Here, many players clustered together, which was quite reassuring. Few noticed his arrival. He casually leaned against a lamppost, sitting down to check the message log. Successfully activated the main quest. Ascension Path 2. Ascension Path 2 kill 200 Tier 2 zombies, 10 Tier 2 mutated beasts, and 1 Tier 2 bizarre creature. Upon completion, the player will automatically ascend to Tier 3. Bizarre creatures. Monsters with strange appearances and abilities, appearing randomly in the dark corners of the night. Feeding on negative emotions such as fear and despair. Current task progress. Tier 2 zombies. 0-200. Tier 2 mutated beasts. 0-10. Tier 2 bizarre creatures. 0-1. Congratulations on achieving the milestone. One step ahead. Achievement explanation. Among the top 10,000 players globally to reach Tier 2. Reward. 100 survival points. Congratulations on achieving the milestone. The strongest player. Achievement explanation. Achieved first place in Global Combat Power Ranking once. Reward. Champion Ring 1. Tier 2 bizarre creatures. The description of the bizarre creature left Su Yi gasping. Zombies were easy to kill, primarily because they possessed no special abilities, resembling mere moving wooden stakes before the strong. However, facing a bizarre creature with unknown powers, he feared that even his current self would find it challenging to prevail. Chapter 13. Seed player ranking declined. The introduction of the bizarre creature explicitly stated that these monsters only emerged at night. Therefore, Su Yi quietly resolved that he must kill at least one tonight. Otherwise, if he completed the first 2 ascension tasks ahead of schedule, finding a bizarre creature to kill would have to wait until tomorrow night at the earliest. In that case, his ascension progress would be hindered. After reviewing all the messages, Su Yi closed the log interface, rubbed his hands together, and eagerly opened his game backpack. What kind of champion ring, which could only be obtained after achieving first place, would it be? His backpack contained few items, allowing him to quickly spot a bright golden ring adorned with a dragon pattern. As he tapped it, relevant information emerged. Champion Ring, limited, effect. When receiving fatal damage, immunity to that fatal damage is granted, generating an invincible golden shield for 5 seconds. If this effect is triggered, the item will be destroyed automatically. Additionally, this item cannot be discarded, traded, or gifted. Wearing requirement, none. Description, proof of having achieved first place in Global Combat Power Ranking. A protective item? Su Yi's eyes lit up with delight. Due to the forbidden holy coin, he would be unable to re-enter the game upon death, effectively freezing his power. A terrifying cost. Consequently, he had previously paid special attention to protective items in the game store. Indeed, such items existed, but they were exceedingly expensive, not suitable for someone of his rank. He had thought that with more points in the coming days, he could purchase some protective gear. Even though it would affect his early growth speed, safety was paramount. He never anticipated that the champion ring, awarded for achievements, would be precisely the protective item he needed most at that moment. Without hesitation, Su Yi took out the champion ring, removed his glove, and slipped the ring onto the little finger of his right hand. It fit as if tailor-made for him. He had noticed that the equipment in this game adjusts to fit the wearer's physique, ensuring a perfect match for every player. Just like the Thunder Gloves earlier, the champion ring was no different. After putting his gloves back on, Su Yi stood up, stretched his neck and wrists, and felt his body crack and pop. Instantly more comfortable. He then gazed toward the field ahead. Lightning, flames, flying swords, and fantastical beasts intertwined, transforming the entire battlefield into a more surreal and extraordinary realm. It was evident that as time progressed, more and more players began to acquire sequential skills, officially embarking on the path of extraordinary ascension. Not just him. Enemies and rivals were also rapidly growing stronger. This world has never lacked capable individuals. Now that he held an advantage, he must seize the opportunity to expand his victories. The Divine Sword domain had not yet closed. He drew the Zhanshin sword from thin air and dashed into the fray. With the surge of global players, The game map of MoSure Online gradually emerged through the collective efforts of the players. It turned out that this was not a complete world, but rather a realm divided into countless unnamed regions. Each region constitutes a vast, enclosed space. And as far as current knowledge extends, the only means to traverse to other regions is through randomly appearing portals within the space. However, the transportation itself is also governed by randomness. In other words, upon entering a portal, one's destination is entirely subject to fate. There have been players who, upon entering a portal, found themselves on an island teeming with colossal mutated beasts and perished within mere seconds. Others were transported to a mysterious aerial sanctuary, only to be inexplicably pierced by a cadre of armed angels, while a greater number of players safely arrived in regions occupied by other players moments before. In an unnamed area, beneath the moonlight, akin to stars surrounding the moon, stood the young North American player, Makers, on the rooftop of an abandoned skyscraper, his face alight with satisfaction as he gazed down upon the inferno raging in the forest below, the flames reaching towards the heavens reflected in his sunglasses, simultaneously illuminating his exuberant smile. If this continues, I shall soon ascend to the third tier, he thought, crossing his arms with an air of confidence. At that moment, his personal secretary, Anlu, rushed to his side, urgency etched upon her face as she implored, "Make, quickly check your battle power ranking, and see if you still hold the top position." "What's the matter?" he inquired. "Just now, many of our talented seeds discovered their rankings had dropped by one position, including Leighton, who was originally ranked 5th, Norden, who was 13th, and Li Jie, who was 21st. Is that so?" Makers hastily accessed his panel, immediately directing his gaze to the ranking. "National battle power ranking, 2. He exclaimed in disbelief. "I've dropped. What about you?" 2. Anlu replied. "Despite our military providing you with exceptional skills, equipment, and items acquired through exploration, and luring monsters to facilitate your swift kills, there are still players who surpass you." Secretary Anlu emitted a low hum, asserting, "Those who compete with us must undoubtedly be seed contenders from the Dachau military. Not to worry, this is merely the beginning. We can reclaim our position," Anlu assured, patting Makers on the shoulder to instill confidence. Were it not for the confirmation that items purchased from the marketplace could only be utilized by the buyer, he would have wished for everyone to purchase growth fruits to feed him. Anlu turned to continue discussions with the secretary team regarding their subsequent action plan, aiming to maximize every moment to ensure their players' rapid ascension. Their expert team had already provided risk predictions. The probability of game monsters appearing in reality was as high as 90, and the likelihood of reality transforming into a post-apocalyptic world was equally high. All indications pointed towards the competition in the future world centering around extraordinary players. Meanwhile, in another unnamed area, amidst a vibrant night market adorned with orange lanterns, the original members of the Qinglong team from the Xingho clan, Wang Kuan, Wang Peng, Lu Jijia, and Zhou Anyu, along with their accompanying assistants, simultaneously received the news. Upon opening the chat group on the forum, distinct expressions emerged among them. Someone has surpassed North America's make and claimed the new first position? A suspected grassroots expert? The 4 members exchanged glances. Having only recently entered the second tier, all their rankings were within the top 100. They were acutely aware that without substantial team support, it would be exceedingly difficult to ascend rapidly on their own. Probably just a lucky grassroots player, Lu Jijia suggested, adjusting his glasses. As the eldest among the team, nearing 30, he was eager to showcase his capabilities, especially since the team was still small and had yet to elect a leader. Considering the team dynamics, no grassroots team could possibly match our resources, he added, scratching his head with a hint of embarrassment. The others nodded in agreement. However, Zhou Anyu, the only female member of the team, furrowed her delicate brows, her fair complexion reflecting curiosity. "With our battle power index so high, what conditions must he meet to surpass us?" "At least second tier," Wang Kuan asserted. "He must possess A-grade or better equipment," Wang Peng concurred. Lu Jijia nodded, his eyes gleaming with insight. "To surpass so many of us in an instant, it is highly likely that the individual has acquired an S-grade skill, one that none of us have yet obtained." The mention of S-grade skills sparked a flicker of hope among the team and their accompanying members. Who wouldn't desire such a level of power, if they could acquire it? All right, enough daydreaming. Focus. Lu Jijia clapped his hands to regain everyone's attention. He gazed ahead at the seemingly deserted, yet festively illuminated night market, a grave expression beginning to surface. If the intel is accurate, this place harbors the second-tier monsters we intend to confront. Everyone, proceed with caution. Upon hearing this, the other 3 members straightened their posture. No news of other teams successfully vanquishing any monsters had yet emerged. Perhaps they could become the first team in the National Xinghe plan to achieve such a feat. At the entrance of Xinghai Academy, the bright yellow lampposts stood in neat alignment on either side of the clean street, devoid of any visible zombies. Only bustling players hurrying past. Perched atop the back of a grand lion statue, Su Yi, his hands clasped, wore a somewhat distressed expression. Little did he expect that upon reaching the second tier, slaying first-tier zombies and mutated beasts would no longer yield any points. Killing second-tier zombies still granted merely 1 point of survival credit. He had anticipated a bountiful harvest. The first-tier zombies that could be spotted on the streets had evidently been eliminated by players. As for the second-tier zombies, apart from the 5 he had seen earlier in the playground, Su Yi had yet to encounter any elsewhere. Before him, a countdown interface occasionally flashed. Countdown, 59 minutes, 23 seconds. This marked the countdown for the current reality defense battle, with only 1 hour remaining until the event commenced. Su Yi remained largely unconcerned. With his high ranking, if he found it challenging, how would other players fare? Just then, he noticed a shiny black top hat inexplicably floating through the air, drifting gracefully before him. Su Yi's attention was captivated by the flying hat. A levitating hat? He watched as it ascended into the night sky, circling as if seeking its place in the vast world. Not on my watch. A loud voice echoed from a distance. Su Yi turned to follow the sound, spotting a shirtless, white-haired man sprinting towards him from afar. His legs moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind, pursuing the flying hat with fervor. Ha! You're too slow, my friend. The hat is still mine. A figure riding a fiery motorcycle swiftly darted past, leaving behind a vivid scarlet afterimage. The flying hat seemed startled by the two individuals, abruptly increasing its speed. With a faint whoosh, it shot over 100 meters away. Su Yi pondered. In the distance, he observed 2 agile silhouettes leaping between tall buildings, reminiscent of nimble assassins, seemingly pursuing the same flying hat. Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the night air, akin to nails scraping against a chalkboard, causing Su Yi to frown involuntarily. What is happening? Initially, he had paid little attention to the passing players. However, who could have anticipated that as he continued riding his lion for a few more meters and reached the main road opposite the school gate, he would see the flying hat circle back. Su Yi silently activated his divine power sword domain, instantaneously teleporting beside the hat, grasping it in his hand before teleporting back to the ground. To his surprise, no pertinent information materialized before him. It was neither equipment nor an item. In the game, equipment or items would automatically display information upon contact, yet nothing appeared in front of him. In his confusion, the group that had been chasing the flying hat also arrived one by one. A muscular man with bare arms, a red-haired youth on a motorcycle, twin sisters leaping between the skyscrapers, and a casually dressed young man with blonde hair, hands tucked in his pockets. Upon witnessing the hat securely held in someone else's possession, they all exhibited expressions of astonishment. Hey, kid, do you know what that thing is that you're holding? The muscular man was the first to speak. No sooner had he finished speaking than he noticed a towering, powerful lion approaching the young man from behind. Its sharp gaze and formidable presence sent a shiver down his spine. What is that hat? Su Yi naturally inquired, scanning the group. A treasure chest monster, the red-haired youth. Having parked his motorcycle and casually sitting with legs crossed, took a drag from a cigarette and shook his head with a smile. I discovered it first. And along the way, everyone asked me what it was, and I answered them all. Who would have thought that being honest would add so many competitors? Smoke swirled around him, partially obscuring his expression. A treasure chest monster? Indeed, haven't you seen the forums? People have long discovered that the treasure chests in this game disguise themselves as various everyday items, revealing their true form only when touched, the red-haired youth answered almost instantaneously. Moreover, higher-level treasure chests transform into monsters, just like the one you have. They not only run away, but will continue to pretend even if captured. And once attacked, they immediately revert to their monster form, and upon defeat, the real treasure chest will appear. Observing the expressions of those around him, Su Yi could ascertain that the red-haired youth spoke the truth. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding players, he raised his hand and tossed the flying hat into the air. Chapter 15. Defeating the treasure chest monster. What are you doing? You actually threw it? The red-haired youth and the bare-armed man instinctively exclaimed upon witnessing Su Yi's actions. However, before they could process their surprise, they saw the young man conjure a black sword from thin air and unleash a streak of pitch-black sword energy towards the flying hat. The sword energy zipped past in the blink of an eye, so swiftly that they barely had time to react. When they turned their gaze back to the hat, It had transformed into a treasure chest monster towering approximately 3 meters high. The creature resembled a massive golden treasure chest, yet it sported 4 long, spider-like black legs. The lid of the chest was wide open, and within the dark interior, it seemed as though eyes were fixated on the onlookers. "I told you it was a treasure chest monster, didn't I?" The red-haired youth declared with unyielding confidence, as if someone had just questioned him. No one responded. All eyes were transfixed on the treasure chest monster. A high-level treasure chest. None among them had ever encountered one before, and they had no idea what rewards might lie within. Just as they prepared to act, a flash of black sword light streaked across the body of the treasure chest monster. What? So fast? The thought instinctively flickered through their minds, and before they could voice it, a resounding explosion echoed as the treasure chest monster reverted to its original golden chest form. Quietly resting in the center of the road, nearly instantaneously, a hand landed on the intricately carved golden lid of the chest. It was the dashing black-haired youth. His speed exceeded everyone's expectations. In a thunderous display, he annihilated the treasure chest monster and swiftly approached the treasure chest. As they contemplated the possibility of facing him, the gathered players pondered their odds of victory in a potential confrontation. The more they thought about it, the paler their faces grew. Their chances of survival would be exceedingly low. The red-haired youth, the bare-armed man, the blonde young man, and the twin sisters fell into silence. During the time the black-haired youth opened the golden treasure chest, they refrained from displaying even the slightest hint of aggression, fearful that he might misinterpret their intentions and eliminate them. However, when the chest opened and a brilliant golden light erupted from within, they couldn't help but cast curious glances. They couldn't compete for the treasure, but surely they could at least take a look, right? Huh. Suyi raised his head and swept his gaze over the group. Noticing their prudent retreat, he quickly stowed the 3 visible items from within the chest into his backpack. Once the items were extracted, the empty golden chest disintegrated into a pile of yellow sand in the blink of an eye. Suyi's spirits soared with the reward from the treasure chest. As he turned to leave, he heard the red-haired youth call out to him, "Master, wait," and paused to look back. "Master, my name is Feng Xiaoyan. Would you like to team up?" "No, thank you." "Oh, then can we add each other as friends on the forum?" Suyi shook his head, presenting a demeanor that suggested he preferred solitude. Without further ado, he mounted his lion and rode away. Watching him depart, the others exchanged glances, each letting out a faint sigh. They had pursued the treasure for several minutes, only for it to be snatched away by a suddenly appearing powerful passerby. A sense of melancholy welled up within them. Since that handsome guy doesn't want to add friends, how about we add each other? Perhaps we can lend a hand in the future, Feng Xiaoyan suggested, looking at those beside him. He regarded them as among the elite players in the current community, and forging friendships would certainly be beneficial. "Sure, I'm Zhou Xiong, just 5 mutated beasts away from advancing to Tier 2. Haha, a soon-to-be Tier 2 powerhouse." The bare-chested man, Zhou Xiong, was the first to step forward and shook hands with Feng Xiaoyan. Huang Zheng, the blonde young man, stated flatly, revealing his name. All right. Feng Xiaoyan approached and extended his hand to Huang Zheng. Moments earlier, he had observed the impressive power of Huang Zheng's arrows. Had it not been for a slight miscalculation in aim, the treasure chest monster might have been his. At last, the 3 individuals turned their gaze towards the pair of beautiful twins. They whispered to each other for a moment, uncertain of what was said, but ultimately smiled and declined their friendship requests before hurriedly departing. Gulu Lu, riding a lion, strode down the center of the main road. After such a prolonged period of activity, he now felt an intense hunger. Thus, upon passing a fast food establishment named Tian Tian Mei Wei, he could not resist halting his steps. The items within this game could be transported into reality. In other words, they were indeed real. Could one satisfy their hunger directly within the game? If he could manage dinner without logging off, that would be splendid. After all, time was precious. And returning to reality only to order takeout or dine out would consume considerable time. Gulu Lu dismounted the lion and briskly entered the restaurant. Inside, there were no staff, nor any chefs in the kitchen, yet the display cabinet was filled with an abundance of steaming, exquisite dishes, glistening under the warm yellow lights, tantalizing his appetite. The entire fast food joint was bright and tidy, an ideal dining area. He cautiously explored various corners of the establishment. To his surprise, behind a tasteful screen in the center of the restaurant, he spotted a familiar figure. "Is that you?" Lin Ruoxi had just placed a piece of greasy fat into her mouth when the voice startled her, prompting her to look up immediately. Her long, sleek black hair cascaded to the side, and the warm lighting accentuated her fair complexion, creating a beautiful, ethereal effect, making her pink lips appear even more enticing. The two exchanged glances for a moment, but it was Gulu Lu who spoke first. The food here is truly delicious, right? Is everything all right? Oh, it's quite good. Really, she replied with a hint of bashfulness. How much have you eaten? Not much, just this. You can take whatever you like. Indeed, take whatever you desire. It refreshes itself. Gulu Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, he returned with his own plate and sat at another nearby table. Before he could start eating, a considerable number of players saw the food and rushed inside. Wow, there's food here. So much. Hurry, hurry. Can we eat? There won't be any issues, right? Rest assured. The alley next door is also packed with people. If there were any problems, they would have already vanished. Previous virtual games had never offered the experience of eating, so he was pleasantly surprised to find it here. Indeed. Amazing. Chapter 16. Let us compare our zombie killing skills later. Gulu Lu removed his thunderclap gloves, preparing to eat. When he noticed the tall beauty at the adjacent table rising with her plate, walking diagonally across to his table, placing her dish down and sitting opposite him. I feel we have quite a connection, Lin Ruosi said, biting her lip, her cheeks slightly flushed. Shall we get to know each other? After all, this game is currently in its early stages, and having a strong ally would be beneficial. I'm Lin Ruosi, and you? Gulu Lu hesitated for a moment before replying. I'm Gulu Lu. Oh, that's a lovely name. Lin Ruosi smiled warmly. Gulu Lu glanced at her curiously and inquired. Did you encounter any mutated beasts after you went out? Yes, I did. It was a large spider in a nest. Fortunately, I was skilled enough to eliminate it without incident, and only after reaching level 2 did I feel secure enough to come for a meal. Oh, I see. And you? A mutated beast appeared behind the playground. I was lucky enough to get 1 kill and 4 rewards. Oh, impressive. I envy you. Gulu Lu began to focus on his meal. Observing this, Lin Ruosi also lowered her head, continuing to enjoy her dinner. However, Gulu Lu was not merely dining. He had always been accustomed to eating while browsing on his phone. Now, he merely switched from phone to inspecting his backpack items. Before him, the details of his backpack items appeared, visible only to him. B56 Unyielding, Passive, Ability Description. The more severe your current injuries, the lower the damage you receive from all types of attacks. B596 Hand of Hell Ability Description. You can summon the Hand of Hell to attack a designated ground area. Candle of Salvation. A. Effect. Once lit, it dispels darkness within a 10-meter radius, bringing warmth and deterring nearby monsters from approaching or attacking. The candle automatically vanishes once burnt out. Monsters include zombies, mutated beasts, and peculiar creatures. Description. Even the King of Corpses must obediently stand outside the circle. 2 B-level skills and 1 A-level item. These 3 items were recently acquired from a high-level treasure chest. Gulu Lu was uncertain whether he was fortunate or unfortunate, but he already felt he had gained immensely from the Candle of Salvation. Who knows, it might one day save his life. As for the 2 B-level skills, Gulu Lu was not satisfied and decided to draw more cards to combine them. Just as he was about to proceed with his actions, Lin Ruosi, sitting diagonally, could not help but speak again. I read on the forum that those who spawn in the same area likely entered reality from very close locations. Indeed, I have yet to see a foreigner. In reality, I entered from Tianhe District in Xingyan City. How about you? Gulu Lu paused for a moment, then nodded. Same. Oh, Lin Ruosi slightly parted her lips in surprise, her delicate face brightening with enthusiasm. What are your plans after this? I have no idea what the current event, the Guardian battle, entails. There are all kinds of guesses on the forum. Regardless, before that, I want to focus on getting stronger. After we finish eating, I plan to hunt level 2 zombies and mutated beasts to earn more points. Would you like to join me? Upon hearing this, Gulu Lu cast her a peculiar glance and chuckled. Are you sure you want to join me? What's wrong? Once I make my move, you probably won't have any opportunities left. At this, Lin Ruosi looked at him with a look of shock. This expression lasted for about 10 seconds before she smiled brightly. It seems you are quite strong. But how do you know how much my strength has improved since then? The implication in her words suggested she wished to compete with Gulu Lu. What? Do you want to try your skills against mine? No. Lin Ruosi raised her fair finger dismissively, while her other hand formed a small fist on her hip, saying, Let's choose a place and see who can kill more level 2 zombies, shall we? Are you up for the challenge? All right, but if I win, then I owe you a high-level item, and I'll give it to you when I obtain it in the future. Good, I'll do the same. Lin Ruosi resumed her meal, but this time her gaze frequently darted towards the empty space in front of her, as if she were rapidly searching for a better competition venue. Gulu Lu internally chuckled, realizing he might just acquire a free item this time. After finishing his meal in a whirlwind, he wiped his mouth and noticed Lin Ruosi still taking her time to savor each bite, so he did not rush her. Instead, He opened the game store to check his current survival points. 2,764. He ventured into the gift area to take a look and ultimately returned to the store section. Previously, he had already purchased each of the 4 types of attribute-enhancing fruits twice, and now each was priced at 300. For him, that amounted to 120 for 4. If I purchase everything, I will still have over 100 points left, which can be used to acquire 10 skill summoning tickets for a tenfold draw. Followed by skill synthesis. This not only enhances my attributes, but may also grant me new formidable skills. Splendid. Let us proceed. Now is the perfect moment to utilize my points for enhancement. Saving them serves no purpose. Thus, Suyi spends without hesitation. In no time, he acquires 4 attribute growth spirit fruits and 10 skill summoning tickets. Remaining survival points, 564. He excuses himself to the restroom, where he consumes the 4 spirit fruits. You have consumed the strength growth spirit fruit. Strength growth 1. Subsequently, he retrieves the 10 skill summoning tickets, stacks them together, and tears them all at once. Before him, in midair, 10 grayish small crystals simultaneously materialize. Upon witnessing this scene, Suyi furrows his brow and cannot help but sigh. Alas, Tenny, this has proven to be the most unfortunate card draw thus far. Initially, he hoped for at least a B, but reality shattered his illusions mercilessly. Suyi quickly dismisses the 10 E-grade skills with a rather understated remark, of no use, rubbish, since the draw yielded nothing of worth. Skill synthesis must be postponed for now. Suyi has tallied his inventory. Aside from the S23 Divine, Sword Domain, and D12 Lion Summoning currently equipped, he possesses 1 A-grade skill, Dragon Gate, 2 B-grade skills, 1 C-grade skill, Ice Barrier, 5 D-grade skill materials, 18 E-grade skills, and 13 E-grade skill materials. Rather than combining a plethora of C, D, and E skills in the faint hope of a miraculous outcome, it is far more prudent to directly equip the Dragon Gate. As for the lower-tier skills and materials, they hold no value for me. If only I could sell them for some survival points. In the game, useless items can generally only be discarded or sold. Discarding seems wasteful, and in Suyi's view, earning even a little from sales is worthwhile. Chapter 17 B07 Rebound. However, as he browses the entire player interface, he finds no options for sale or even trade. This leads Suyi to question whether the game lacks a trading feature. Nevertheless, while he could not find the selling function, he did stumble upon a small recycling feature in the lower right corner of his backpack interface. Upon clicking it, a brand new interface promptly appears, accompanied by a brief introduction to the recycling function. Recycling 1. Players can recycle surplus items and receive corresponding Doomsday coins based on the value of the recycled items. 2. Doomsday coins can be used to purchase desired items in the Doomsday shop, obtainable only through recycling. To his surprise, the recycling button in the lower right corner of the backpack harbors a small shop. The brief introduction swiftly vanishes, replaced by the current recycling state of the backpack interface. At this moment, each grid in his backpack now features a small checkbox in the upper right corner, clearly allowing him to select items for recycling by checking them and clicking the Confirm Recycling button below. Suyi does not rush to recycle. Instead, he first opens the Doomsday shop in the upper right corner of the recycling interface to see what is available. Unexpectedly, the shop is remarkably simple, offering only 3 items. A-grade skill material for 60,060 Doomsday coins, B-grade skill material for 12,012 Doomsday coins, and C-grade skill material for 303 Doomsday coins. Designated grade skill materials. These 3 items immediately pique Suyi's interest. Perhaps he could synthesize skills again? He returns to the recycling interface, selects all 18 E-grade skills, 13 E-grade materials, and 5 D-grade materials, then clicks Confirm Recycling. Estimated to receive 41 Doomsday coins. Confirm recycling? 41. That seems somewhat meager. He also selects C398 Ice Barrier. Estimated to receive 46 Doomsday coins. Confirm recycling? Recycling a C-grade only yields 5 coins? Suyi ponders. After recycling all these lower-tier items, he could purchase 3 B-grade materials, which, combined with the 2 B-grade skills he currently possesses, would allow for 2 synthesis attempts. The probability of obtaining a decent B-grade skill through 2 synthesis attempts is reasonably good. At that point, he could replace the D12 Lion Summoning with the new B-grade skill, achieving an SAB skill configuration. Quite enticing. Embracing this delightful vision, Suyi decides without hesitation and clicks Confirm. Recycling successful. Gained Doomsday coins, 46. Suyi first purchases 1 B-grade material, then opens the skill synthesis interface. Placing the 2 B-grade skills obtained from the high-level treasure chest along with the B-grade material into the synthesis slot. He clicks Synthesize. Synthesis successful. Obtain skill. Rebound. B07 Rebound. Passive. Ability description. When negative effects are inflicted upon you by other entities, you immediately become immune to that effect and double the effect back to the inflictor. Huh. Upon seeing this skill, Su Ye's eyes widen in astonishment. Immunity and rebound of negatives? Such a powerful skill, and it is merely B grade? It appears that as long as the serial number is sufficiently high, even lower-tier skills can harbor dark horses. He decides to save the remaining Doomsday coins for now. Equipping B07 Rebound is undoubtedly advantageous. Shortly thereafter, Su Ye completes the process of removing D12 Lion Summoning and equipping a 633 Dragon Gate and B07 Rebound, passive. At this moment, the last 3 lines of his personal panel have become even more refined. Skills: 33S23 Divine, Sword Domain, a 633 Dragon Gate, B07 Rebound, passive, Comprehensive Combat Power Index, 1271 Global Combat Power Ranking. 1. It seems that skills significantly influence combat power. As soon as he finishes speaking, a new achievement materializes before him. Congratulations on achieving the milestone of combat power exceeding 100. Achievement explanation: Combat Power Index exceeds 100 for the first time. Reward: 100 survival points. Witnessing this scene, Su Ye cannot help but smile. Are you certain we wish to compete here? At 6:35 p.m., outside the Golden Eagle building, Su Ye gazes up at the towering skyscraper, approximately 100 meters high. With an expression of intrigue, he observes numerous players entering and exiting the building. From their discussions and animated demeanor, it seems as though there are many minor boss dungeons hidden within. Indeed, Lin Ruosi blinks and nods, saying, I just browsed our district's forum and noticed many people discussing this building. Numerous players claim it is the center of our area, with each floor housing many rooms that frequently respawn zombies and mutated beasts, including quite a few second-tier creatures. Many players come here, which is why I brought you along. So, is there a problem? Su Ye shakes his head and smiles. No, I merely assumed you would choose a location with fewer people. Haha. The other players shouldn't be affected much. Lin Ruosi tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and cast a slightly provocative glance at Su Ye, asking, Or do you believe other players possess the strength to snatch your monsters? Su Ye chuckled lightly, crossed his arms, and inquired, How shall we determine who has slain more? Quite simple, Lin Ruosi replied, spreading her arms wide to encompass the throng around them. With so many people here, the eyes of the crowd are keenly observant. We can simply ask around, and the results will soon be apparent. Her sweet yet playful voice drew the attention of several passing male players. Very well. Let us rely on the crowd's judgment. Su Ye glanced at the game timer and stated, In just a few seconds, it will be 36 minutes. Let us commence at that point and continue until 56 minutes. What do you say? Agreed. I'll be waiting for you at 56 minutes. Seconds slipped by in a blink. As the clock struck precisely 6:36, Lin Ruosi smiled at him and, like a bolt of lightning, dashed into the building, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Shunwei Sword Domain. Su Ye softly called out, advancing at a swift pace while unfolding his domain. In an instant, the entire Jin Diao mansion was enveloped within the sword domain without a sound, unbeknownst to any of the players or monsters inside. Su Ye entered the first-floor lobby, closing his eyes. Simultaneously, a 3D model of the Jin Diao mansion materialized in his mind. He could effortlessly perceive the scenes of any floor he chose to explore, aware of the circumstances on each level. Chapter 18. The Two Killers of Jin Diao Mansion. Within the domain, he could discern whatever transpired. As long as he wished to know, it could be revealed to him in an instant, even allowing him to arrive at the scene in a heartbeat. This was the first formidable ability bestowed upon him by the Shunwei Sword Domain. Thus, when he desired to observe Lin Ruosi's performance, a vivid image instantly appeared in his mind. She seemed to have acquired an exceptionally powerful doppelganger skill, creating for clones that roamed about, seeking monsters to slay. Su Ye found this skill impressive because her clones evidently inherited most, if not all, of her strength, exhibiting the same speed and monstrous power, dispatching encountered creatures with a single kick. Furthermore, there appeared to be no discernible difference between the clones and her true self, making it impossible for him to determine which was the original. Wow, she's formidable. No wonder she dares to race against me. Su Ye could not afford to be careless. If he did not give his all, there was a chance she might indeed outpace him in kills. Drawing forth the Zhan Shen sword from the void, he teleported to the highest floor and, leveraging the information advantage provided by his sword energy, efficiently sought out and eliminated monsters with great precision. While Lin Ruosi ascended from below, he descended from above. Hey, have you heard? 2 killers have arrived in our building. Yeah, it's impressive. One is killing up from the bottom, and the other is coming down from the top. Are they competing? I don't know, but they're both terrifyingly strong. At least ranked within the top 10,000. Not just that. I heard a guy ranked around 10,000 tried to befriend that girl, and before he could say much, she kicked him to death. He didn't even have time to react. What? She even kills players? Normally, she wouldn't, but if you block her path, that's a different matter. Rumors of the two killers competing within the Jindiao mansion spread rapidly both inside and outside the building. On the 12th floor, in a circular public lobby, Chun Dong and Chun Xia, the twin sisters selected as original members of the Zhu Ke team under the Xinghua plan, stood by a transparent floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the dazzling game metropolis before them. Sis, why didn't we fight for that treasure chest monster earlier? Chun Xia furrowed her brow, confusion evident on her delicate face. With our strength, we could have easily claimed that flying cap and slain the treasure chest monster before that black-haired man appeared. As twins, their faces, figures, and even voices were indistinguishable. While other twins might wear different outfits to distinguish themselves, the sisters relished in others being unable to tell them apart, often donning matching attire whenever they ventured out. At this moment, both wore deep black gowns embroidered with black roses, their long, lustrous hair wafting a faint fragrance. The wavy hem of their skirts brushed against their calves, revealing their fair, delicate legs. Observing her sister's puzzled expression, Chun Dong sighed softly and said, honestly, at that moment, I didn't fully believe what that red-haired man had said. I feared it might be a trap, which is why I pulled you away. By the time I realized it truly was a treasure chest monster, it was too late. Chun Xia sighed and shrugged her shoulders, alas. It seems we were simply not destined. After a brief silence, Chun Xia glanced back at the 12th floor lobby, brightly lit, with a communal snack and drink area where numerous players were resting and chatting. They were waiting for someone. Have they not arrived yet? So slow. If they don't come soon, we might as well go after that elusive monster ourselves. Patience, Chun Dong replied, glancing at the electronic clock mounted on the wall, which currently displayed 1847. The agreed time is 50 minutes. It hasn't arrived yet. Humph, it's all your fault, sis, insisting on coming early. Chun Dong had no retort. They awaited the accompanying secretary assigned by the state, who would provide them with robust informational support and serve as a bridge between these chosen ones of the Xinghua plan and the government. With solid backing, their future growth would surely be enviable. They're almost here. A player's exclamation prompted both sisters to turn their heads simultaneously. The one below has reached the 10th floor, and the one above has made it even higher. Really? That fast? It seems the one above is stronger. Of course. Have you seen the pile of corpses stacked in the hallways and corridors on the 15th floor? The one above wiped them all out in mere seconds, without even blinking. Sigh, the one below is at a disadvantage due to lacking area attacks. He has to kick them one by one. Curious onlookers eagerly shared information in the local forums, with some even providing real-time updates. As the two killers drew closer to one another, the excitement among the spectators on the 12th floor surged. Do these two know each other? Will a conflict break out? Chun Dong turned away, not particularly interested in the discussions surrounding the others. However, her sister Chun Xia had already slipped into the crowd, inquisitively asking about the unfolding events. What is going on? What happened? Is there any news from our area that I missed? Soon, after gathering information, Chun Xia returned with an excited expression. Sister, big news. They say the one above with the teleporting sword energy is basically the same black-haired man who just snatched our treasure chest monster. He didn't steal our treasure chest monster. Don't make wild accusations, Chun Dong replied, her eyes revealing her exasperation as she hurriedly corrected her. It doesn't matter. Chun Xia clenched her fists before her chest, her large eyes brimming with excitement. Sister, let us have a match with him. I long to battle such a formidable opponent. No. Chun Dong was startled, her complexion paling considerably. She grasped her sister's hands, urging her to reconsider. We cannot defeat him. Even if we did, it would hold no significance. Engaging in a risk-laden endeavor with no potential reward is the height of foolishness. How can it be meaningless? It can enhance our experience in battling strong adversaries. After all, we are now part of the Zhu Ke team. We must strive to become the strongest. The future is the future. What we need to focus on now is to steadily develop our skills. Chun Xia appeared somewhat disheartened. Yet, after a brief moment, she lifted her head, her face radiating vitality once more, her eyes sparkling. Then how about we invite him to join us in confronting the Guai? After all, it seems we cannot defeat the creatures in room 1207 by ourselves. You know that well. Who was it that charged in just now? Chun Dong poked her sister's forehead playfully. However, her sister's suggestion was indeed quite astute. Chapter 19. Lin Ruosi bestows an A-class skill. On the 12th floor of the Golden Eagle building, when the silhouette of a black-haired youth emerged in the corner of the central hall, the surrounding players remained blissfully unaware that the god of death they spoke of had come right beside them. It seems I have arrived first, Su Yi sighed in relief, allowing his previously heightened focus to relax, restoring his demeanor to a state of ease. He promptly accessed the task interface to check his progress. Current task progress: second-tier zombies, 106,200, second-tier mutants, 510, second-tier Gwai, 01. During the recent building sweep, although he predominantly encountered first-tier monsters, Su Yi gradually observed an increasing frequency of second-tier creatures. If he was not mistaken, from the moment Mori Online launched, all monsters were gradually becoming stronger with each passing moment. Once they reached a certain threshold, they would automatically level up. First tier, second tier, third tier. Should players fail to strengthen themselves in a timely manner and keep pace with the monster's advancement, they would inevitably face an unending nightmare. Wherever they went, they would encounter no monsters they could defeat. Task progress would stagnate, and leveling up would become impossible. They would have to hide and evade, fearing discovery by monsters that might treat them as appetizers. At that point, players would truly be experiencing the apocalypse. Sigh, if those players don't join soon, there will hardly be any first-tier zombies left for them to slay. Su Yi shook his head with a sigh. He then closed the task interface and glanced at the clock on the wall, 1849. He calculated in his mind that he had spent approximately 13 minutes, averaging about a minute per floor. While the time was slightly more than anticipated, the rewards were satisfactory. Besides advancing the task progress, his sweep of the building had netted him a valuable rare item. Evolution Gem, rare, effect, can be used on any C-tier or lower counterfeit equipment to evolve it into a genuine item. Usage count, 11. Description: what counterfeit? They simply haven't encountered me, the talent scout. This evolution gem could enhance his counterfeit thunderclap gloves. He had been in a hurry to eliminate monsters and had not wanted to pause for enhancement. Now that he had the time, he removed the counterfeit gloves and used the evolution gem on them. Though the method was not explicitly stated, it merely involved mutual contact. In mere seconds, his thunderclap gloves transformed into genuine items. Thunderclap gloves, B, effect, agility 30. Can actively summon lightning for attacks. Equipment requirement: agility 20. Description: can you hear the sound of thunder? Even if growth is only 10, one must reach the third tier to have 30 in attributes. While a B-grade equipment not only possesses such attributes, but also has additional minor abilities. Once the interface faded, Su Yi seamlessly donned the silver gloves that flickered with deep blue arcs of electricity. It was at this moment that nearby players began to notice him. Their gazes were instantly drawn to his gloves, for those crackling with arcs of electricity were unmistakably not low-tier equipment. Those gloves are so cool. Hey, doesn't that guy resemble the god of death from the videos? The footage was unclear, but aside from the absence of the black sword, he does bear a striking resemblance. More and more individuals cast looks of awe and curiosity towards Su Yi. They were eager to learn what such a formidable character looked like and what equipment adorned him. However, while they were intrigued, they had no intention of approaching him. Who could tell if he might slay them on a whim? Just then, a familiar voice broke through from behind. Lin Ruosi. She had not been noticed earlier, and Su Yi thought she had not followed him. I even slowed my pace a bit. How come you are here? She circled around him, her sparkling eyes filled with wonder. You slowed down? Su Yi chuckled, shaking his head. I had already cleared the upper floors and have been waiting for you. Lin Ruosi's eyes widened, her mouth forming an O. After a moment, she shrugged and sighed. This building has 25 floors in total. I cleared 11 floors, and you cleared 13. By that count, you've slain more. Sigh, I concede. Heh. Didn't we say we let the crowd judge? That is only necessary when the outcome is too close to call. The results are now quite evident, so there is no need. As she spoke, Lin Ruosi retrieved an item from her backpack, cradling it in her palm as she extended it towards him. What a pity. I found this earlier by sheer luck, but it seems it truly is not meant for me. Su Yi and several nearby gazes focused on Lin Ruosi's delicate, white hand. Gradually, she opened her fingers, and a golden, pure light spilled from between them. As her fingers spread, a small golden crystal hovered in her palm. A golden crystal. An A-class skill. Su Yi had not yet expressed his astonishment when several players nearby gasped in awe. Goodness, is this the world of the strong? A-class skills given freely? This is the first time I've seen a golden crystal with my own eyes. I've only seen it on forums before. I'm so envious. As Su Yi reached out to accept it, the skill information immediately manifested before him. A 10-soul battle pet. Mutation. Ability description. You can capture monsters to become your soul battle pets. Limit of 2. Summoning consumes a small amount of your own stamina. with no summoning time limit. During battle, all damage you receive will be prioritized by your battle pets. Mutation? Suyi was aware that there was a minuscule chance of mutation occurring during skill synthesis. However, he had not anticipated that even skills obtained through exploration could potentially be mutated. Is this truly what you discovered just now? Yes, Lin Ruosi replied, hands on her hips, teasingly asking, otherwise, why would I go through the trouble of synthesizing a skill to gift you? True enough. So what do you think? Isn't this skill impressive? Were it not for my profound appreciation of my own martial prowess, I would be reluctant to part with this skill. As Suyi stowed the golden crystal into his backpack, he could not help but compare it to the A633's dragon summoning gate. The latter could summon 3 colossal dragons, yet possessed no further effects. In contrast, this soul battle pet not only allowed its user to tame 2 monsters as companions, but, more importantly, these pets could absorb damage on their behalf. In summary, the soul battle pet skill proved to be decidedly superior. Chapter 20. Warning, the Corpse King appears. Upon this realization, Suyi hesitated no longer and promptly removed the A633 dragon summoning gate, equipping the A10 soul battle pet instead. He had always been somewhat reluctant to utilize the dragon summoning gate, for summoning 3 dragons sounded exceedingly taxing, and he feared he might faint from exhaustion. As for taming battle pets, he had never heard of anyone collapsing from the endeavor. After executing this change, Suyi suddenly discovered that his overall combat power index had not shifted in the slightest. Curious. He stroked his chin and mused. It seems the combat power index serves merely as a reference. Indeed, before he could finish his thought, a vibrant female voice interjected. The overall combat power index is merely a reference value for each player's profile and does not reflect true strength. In other words, those ranked lower may not necessarily be inferior to those ranked higher. Accompanying this voice were a pair of twin sisters clad in deep black skirts. Suyi recognized them as 2 of the individuals who had just been pursuing the treasure chest monster. Greetings. I am Qindong, and this is my sister Qinxia. We are both members of the Zhuke team from the Xingho project. Oh, Lin Ruosi exclaimed softly. Suyi assumed she understood and turned to inquire. What is that? I am unsure, Lin Ruosi replied, shaking her head, but it sounds formidable. Qindong intended to elaborate, but before she could, the surrounding lights abruptly extinguished. It was as if an invisible hand had severed the power supply. The entire Jindiao building, indeed the entire area, was engulfed in darkness. What? A blackout? How could this happen? It must be the work of monsters. Everyone, remain calm. Quickly, turn on the lights. If there are no lights, use fire. Suddenly plunged into darkness. The players' voices grew increasingly frantic. All understood that the zombies and mutated beasts in this game thrived in the shadows, and now, with nightfall, even more sinister creatures could emerge from the gloom. The mere thought of such monsters lurking nearby rendered nearly everyone on edge. What heightened their terror further was the sight of blood-red warning messages for the first time in the game. Warning, the Corpse King appears. Warning, the Corpse King appears. 3 consecutive crimson warnings left all players in the vicinity frozen in place, their voices silenced. The Corpse King? What level of monster could that be? Where could it be lurking? Just as countless players were engulfed in uncertainty, a resounding boom echoed from afar. The noise resonated through the now silent city, compelling everyone to glance toward its source. On the 12th floor of the Jindiao building, illuminated by the hazy moonlight streaming through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, the crowd gradually adapted to the darkness and approached the windows. Turning to gaze in the direction of the thunderous sound, the faint moonlight bathed the city, allowing them to ascertain that the source of the commotion had yet to reveal itself. The name Corpse King sounded terrifying, someone murmured within the crowd. Suyi slowed his pace, standing behind the others, silently observing the shadows. The range of his divine sword domain extended merely 100 meters, and he had yet to sense any entity encroaching upon it. In the dimness, someone nudged his arm. Turning, he found it was none other than Lin Ruosi. Hey, have you noticed what this game is currently missing? A boss, Lin Ruosi whispered, her voice earnest even in the obscurity. Suyi could easily envision her wide-eyed expression, brimming with seriousness. In games, battling bosses is a fundamental experience for players. As of now, they had yet to encounter a formidable boss, and the Corpse King was likely to be such a presence. Her tone was infused with conviction. Suyi found her assertion reasonable and nodded gently. Upon seeing this, Lin Ruosi smiled. So, shall we give it a try? Try? Suyi instinctively furrowed his brow. The game system had issued 3 warnings, and he sensed that confronting such a foe would not be an easy task, prompting him to decisively shake his head. No, I need to assess the situation first. Yes. Being cautious is wise. I concur, Lin Ruosi agreed, then leaned closer to the panoramic window, rising on her tiptoes to peer outside. Bang! Another ominous sound reverberated closer. This time, many could discern it more clearly. It resembled footsteps. But how immense must they be to produce such a weighty sound? Suyi could not suppress his curiosity any longer and stepped forward to stand beside Lin Ruosi, turning to gaze toward the right end of the window. In the pitch-black night sky, nothing was visible yet. The moonlight illuminated the city, and he faintly thought he heard the distant screams of players. Bang! At that moment, all eyes at the window widened in horror. A colossal figure burst into their view. It stood approximately 13 or 14 stories high, its skin a ghastly, corpse-like gray, resembling a massive wax figure. Its eyes were two gaping blood holes, oozing foul blood. The blood streamed down its face, creating two chilling trails, with drops the size of trucks cascading to the ground, releasing plumes of steam as if bizarre mutated beasts were birthed from within. The giant bore no discernible gender, lacking any features or attire. It lumbered forward with legs as heavy as plaster, traversing from east to west, as if merely passing by. In front of the 12th floor panoramic window, many were now trembling in terror, crouching down in an attempt to flee. Soon, the wax-like giant would pass before the Jin Diao building, and even more unsettling was the fact that its eyes were level with the 12th floor. Should it tilt its head or draw closer, the entire scene of the 12th floor hall would likely fall within its gaze. Bang! The Corpse King giant drew nearer, and with a mere lift of its hand, it could touch the edge of the Jin Diao building. Suyi dared not be reckless, promptly deactivating his divine sword domain and pulling the dazed Lin Ruosi to a nearby room door. Upon opening the door, a chilling gust of wind swept in. To his astonishment, Suyi discovered that this room possessed a row of windows, all inexplicably ajar. The cold wind sent shivers down his spine, and the grotesque gaze of the Corpse King seemed to loom just outside. He could even detect a faint scent of blood in the air. Startled, Suyi composed himself, carefully closed the door, and led Lin Ruosi into the unseen corridor outside. Chapter 21, Mirror Monster? The frigid air seemed to infiltrate from all directions, causing the temperature to plummet. In the dim corridor, Suyi could barely make out several figures huddled on the ground, their lips sealed as they trembled. Whether from cold or fear remained uncertain. Though he stood firmly on the solid floor, a sense of weightlessness began to envelop him, as if he might plummet from a great height at any moment. Suddenly, a warm body nestled into his arms. It was Lin Ruosi, whom he had just guided. With a hand clutching his and the other gripping his clothing, she looked up and whispered, "I apologize. I have a fear of heights and find this sensation unsettling." "It's all right," Suyi reassured, hesitating for a moment before gently patting her back. He was somewhat eager to confront the Corpse King, yet reason cautioned him against such impulsiveness, as he was entirely unaware of the creature's capabilities. The surroundings remained eerily silent, save for the heavy footsteps of the Corpse King echoing throughout the dark city. The sound gradually faded until, at one moment, it vanished entirely. Then, with a sudden pop, it was as if the city's electrical circuits had been restored in an instant. The lights blazed to life, illuminating the surroundings. The abrupt brightness startled the players who had grown accustomed to the darkness. Yet it was accompanied by a profound sense of safety and the relief of having survived a perilous encounter. Has the city's lighting returned? Where has the Corpse King gone? Has it truly vanished? What on earth is happening? It merely passed by. Suyi pondered the terrifying reality that current players could hardly contend with such a formidable monster. Even a boss would pale in comparison. The sudden blackout of the city's lights must have been due to the Corpse King's presence. He wondered where it had ventured now, hoping that players in other regions could fend for themselves. As the countdown for the earthly defense battle dwindled to a mere 4 minutes, Suyi approached a floor-to-ceiling window and gazed out at the brilliantly lit city. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled heavily, as if releasing all his pent-up tension, allowing himself to relax considerably. Lin Ruosi, observing his actions, mirrored his behavior. She raised her arms and stretched, her flowing black hair cascading down her back, accentuating her striking figure. "What do you think?" She suddenly turned to Suyi and inquired, "Where could the Corpse King be headed?" "Who knows? Perhaps it wanders aimlessly," he replied. As they spoke, Chun Dong and Chun Xia emerged from an unseen corner, directly addressing them. "Strong ones," Chun Dong began, a phrase that elicited an involuntary smile from Suyi. "Strong ones? No one has ever referred to me as such. We're about to return to the earthly realm for an event," she continued, "though we are uncertain of its nature. Time is of the essence. In room 1207 on this floor, there are a few second-tier monsters. My sister and I lack absolute confidence. Would you care to join us?" "Second-tier monsters?" Su Ye's expression shifted, recalling that he had not sensed them when he previously activated his domain. As this thought crossed his mind, he readily agreed. Sure. I am keen to hunt some monsters. Lin Ruosi, sharing a similar quest, readily accepted as well. Soon, the four of them arrived at the entrance of room 1207. Prior to opening the door, Su Yi cautiously activated his domain. Within the confines of his perception, the interior of the room came into vivid focus. It appeared entirely normal, save for two zombies wandering in the living room and a large spider clinging to the bathroom ceiling. No other apparent anomalies were present. Had it not been for the prior claim of being part of the Zhuke team, Su Yi might have doubted the credibility of the information. Upon turning the knob, the four entered sequentially. Upon seeing living beings intruding, the two zombies in the living room bared their teeth and lunged forward. Su Yi, leading the charge, unsheathed his sword in the air. One strike, two strikes. With an effortless grace, he dispatched the two approaching zombies in an instant. 2 second-tier zombies slain. Survival points, 2. To the astonished gazes of the three behind him, he released his grip, allowing the black sword to vanish into thin air. Impressive. Chen Dong complimented politely. Wow, you truly wield a sword. Chun Xia exclaimed, bounding to Su Ye's side, her eyes ablaze with enthusiasm. How powerful is your sword energy? Can you cleave a mountain in two with one strike? Shall we have a duel? I'm quite formidable myself. Chen Dong, sensing the moment, pulled her closer, sporting an apologetic smile. My sister's personality is like this. She always believes she is the best, completely lacking self-awareness. Su Yi dismissed the playful banter and surveyed the room, directly inquiring, according to your intel, where are the monsters located? There, Chen Dong pointed towards the bathroom, her expression grave. Half an hour ago, several players came here to scavenge and were drawn into the mirror in the bathroom. They encountered 4 mirror monsters that could mimic their appearances and shroud the area in mist, disorienting them from distinguishing their true allies. Ultimately, they were cunningly eliminated one by one. This indeed fell within the realm of monsters. However, upon hearing that the 4 mirror monsters had resorted to picking off players one by one, Su Yi felt an inkling that they were rather weak. Approaching the bathroom door, Su Yi glanced up at the ceiling, surprisingly finding no trace of the spider. Just as he was about to extend his senses, a sudden crash erupted from the side. He and the Chin sisters turned to investigate, witnessing Lin Ruosi lowering her long leg, which had been raised to her face. Before her, a pool of blood and gore lay splattered on the wall, and the remnants of spider legs indicated that she had just dispatched a spider. What flexibility! Chen Xia whispered in admiration. Su Yi returned his focus to the bathroom sink, rapping on the mirror. Knock, knock. A perfectly ordinary sound resonated. Do you know how to enter this mirror world? Su Yi inquired, scanning the area for any clues before turning to the Chen sisters. Chen Dong shook her head. We are uncertain. We intended to try our luck and see if it would draw us in. Why not provoke them? Chen Xia suggested. No, I have my own method. Lin Ruosi stepped forward a couple of paces to the mirror, extending her hands as white as jade to grasp the frame, and then with a mighty pull, the entire mirror was torn down by her bare hands. Such innate strength, Chun Xia murmured softly. Step aside. Initially, the three retreated only a couple of meters. However, upon seeing Lin Ruosi raise the mirror high to smash it down, they instinctively flew back to the wall. Bang! A resounding crash of shattering glass erupted, likely audible throughout the entire 12th floor. After the mirror shattered, the four witnessed 4 swirling azure gas clouds rapidly emerge from the broken shards, transforming before their very eyes into their own likenesses. Goodness, it's transforming into me. How could Su Yi endure this? In a flash, he drew the Zhan Xinjian from the void. Just as he was about to strike down the enemy, he noticed that the mirror monster, which had taken on his appearance, was wielding an identical black sword. At that moment, the expression of the mirror monster mirrored his own perfectly, as if it were his very reflection. The other 3 faced similar circumstances. Their expressions varied. I can only hold off my counterpart, Lin Ruosi said, her demeanor serious. Only she understood how powerful she truly was. If her opponent possessed the same attributes or even abilities, what was to be done? Chen Dong felt somewhat lost, instinctively glancing at Su Yi. Who would have thought that one day he would battle his own reflection? Ha ha ha, this is bound to be entertaining, Chun Xia remarked with excitement, as if ready to strike at any moment. Su Yi fixed his gaze on the black sword in the mirror monster's hand. After a moment, a smirk played on his lips as he scoffed. No? His figure surged toward the mirror monster that looked just like him, and in this process, the opponent mirrored his every move, charging at him. I want to be fooled. With a swift motion, Su Yi and his mirror image simultaneously slashed their swords across each other's necks. A mere second-tier monster possesses such formidable replication abilities. As the words left his lips, The mirror monster's illusion dissipated into thin air. Killed a Tier 2 monster. Survival points, 3. Just as Su Yi had surmised. The Tier 2 mirror monster could only mimic appearances on the surface and did not acquire corresponding attributes or abilities. Witnessing his effortless victory, the other 3 inside the room cast aside their hesitations and unleashed their fury. Lin Ruosi charged forward, her long legs sweeping through the air like a thunderous whip, forcefully obliterating the illusion. Chen Dong raised her hand, and numerous ice spikes materialized around her as she gently pushed her palm forward, causing the sharp ice to shoot forth in droves, piercing through the illusion. Chen Xiao, with a more straightforward approach, stood in place and unleashed a powerful punch. Flames erupting from her arms and immediately engulfing the illusion in a torrent of fire. Yet, everyone ceased their assaults, refraining from further escalation. Only Chen Xiao, after her crimson flames consumed the illusion, continued to surge violently toward the wall, spreading rapidly in all directions. The others could hear the deafening roar. Sensing that the wall was on the verge of being scorched through, feeling the flames racing toward the entire room, the intense light of the fire illuminated their strained faces. Sister, calm down. Huh. But I feel an endless surge of energy within me. I want to unleash it all. Hold back. No. My fire spirit is beginning to spiral out of control. It yearns for battle. It's about to go berserk. Su Yi and Lin Ruosi exchanged wide-eyed glances. So this fellow had been eager to challenge him. Influenced by her skills, they observed Chen Dong crouching down, pressing her hands against the ground, spreading a wave of frost throughout the room to counteract the flames and prevent a fire outbreak. Yet, the flames within Chen Xia seemed to have finally found an outlet, bursting forth wildly from the edges of her body, as if those flames possessed a life of their own, appearing rather eerie from afar. At that moment, numerous flames in the room coalesced, forming a fierce and imposing tiger midair. It then turned and charged towards Su Yi with a roar. No way. Su Yi was utterly speechless. What kind of skill was this, possessing its own consciousness? And it was coming straight for him. Did Chen Xia truly want to fight him? Just as he prepared to respond, a flash of lightning illuminated the side of the flaming tiger. In the next instant, Lin Ruosi's figure appeared in a flash of electricity, delivering a thunderous punch to the side of the fire tiger's face. In an instant, the tiger exploded, sparks scattering throughout the room. Since you wish to battle, I shall oblige. Lin Ruosi spoke with a tone of indifference, her demeanor now starkly different from before. Gone were the playful and endearing aspects. She resembled a seasoned assassin, with a singular focus on her objective. With a swift motion, Lin Ruosi seized the uncontrollable Chen Xia, crashing through the window and soaring out of the building. The speed was astonishing. Su Yi was bewildered. They were on the 12th floor. Can they fly? Sister, Chen Dong gasped in shock. The two hurried to the window, only to witness a scene of billowing dust below. Everything had transpired too rapidly, leaving Su Yi somewhat dazed. He turned to Chen Dong, whose face had gone pale, and offered reassurance. It should be fine. My friend wouldn't be so reckless. Besides, they can't truly die. This is a game, after all, and one can respawn. At this reminder, Chen Dong suddenly recalled her identity as a player, visibly relaxing. Yet, as she exhaled, she realized that her stamina had been significantly depleted while preventing the room from catching fire. Her body swayed precariously, nearly toppling over. Fortunately, Su Yi caught her in time. Are you all right? Apologies, I've exhausted too much energy. It's normal. High-tier skills are meant for advanced players. Our current tier is still low, so using them recklessly can indeed lead to fainting. Su Yi supported her as they stepped away from the shattered window and into the living room, guiding her to sit on the sofa. I'm sorry. Chen Dong suddenly whispered again, and Su Yi could discern the deep sincerity in her soft tone. What? I happen to be the opposite of my sister. The more energy she has, the more prone her fire spirit is to going berserk, while I, without needing to ask, Su Yi understood. A layer upon layer of white frost had already covered Chen Dong's visage. He took a few steps back. Before him, a person-shaped figure, nearly formed entirely of ice, slowly rose. Chapter 23. Do not interested, do not join, countdown. 1 minute 30 seconds. The countdown for the World Guardian battle appeared increasingly frequently before their eyes. From reminders every 10 minutes to now every half minute. Su Yi was unaware of what would happen when the countdown ended. In this moment, his attention was entirely captivated by the woman before him, resembling an ice sculpture. Her originally jet black hair had transformed into fragmented ice suspended in midair, while her black dress had reshaped into a delicate blue gown of ice. Her limbs and torso were completely frozen, rendering her a genuine ice figure. Her eyes shimmered a piercing ice blue, as if containing a world of chilling frost. No wonder he felt compelled to apologize repeatedly. Su Yi, withdrawing the Zhanshin sword, bore an expression of bemusement. You two sisters are truly remarkable. Observing Qin Dong, now overtaken by the so-called ice fairy, Su Yi chuckled softly, noting, one is vigorous and transforms, while the other is frail and also transforms. One embodies fire, the other ice, and how fitting that their names align so perfectly. As he spoke, he noticed the icy Qin Dong raise her hand, swiftly conjuring a wind blade that surged towards him with overwhelming force. Wind blade? Surely this is one of Qin Dong's other abilities? Su Yi mused, evading the attack with a sudden teleport. The icy Qin Dong would not provide him with answers. Upon witnessing his swift evasion, she stomped her foot, causing the icy ground to spread rapidly across the floor and walls, seemingly intent on freezing the entire room. Realizing there was no escape, Su Yi smiled, finally resolved to take action. However, before he could move, a sudden explosion reverberated from the side. Boom. Su Yi instinctively turned to see a plump woman in her 40s, clad in an old patchwork dress, burst through the smoke, shouting, Donger, stop at once. The roar was akin to a lioness, stunning both individuals in the room. Dongo. A look of surprise crossed Su Ye's face as he thought, is this Qin Dong and Qin Xia's mother? He had never anticipated that during a confrontation, the mother of his opponent would suddenly appear to halt the fight. For a moment, he felt quite bewildered. He glanced at the icy Qin Dong, who was now slumped on the ground, eyes shut tight, trembling violently, evidently as two consciousnesses within her battled for control. Donger, wake up, wake up. The woman strode confidently across the icy surface to Qin Dong's side, vigorously shaking her. Her strength was remarkable, nearly shaking Qin Dong's petite form into a blur. Amidst the haze, a woman clad in black stepped forward quietly. Her gaze slowly swept over the freezing ice that enveloped the room, seemingly assessing the strength of this force. When her eyes lingered briefly on the shattered window, she finally turned her attention to the still trembling Qin Dong and approached Su Yi directly. Apologies for the fright you have experienced. The woman in black offered a courteous smile and said, my companion and I are new allies of these sisters. Our leader has briefed us on their situation, and we will manage it appropriately. Allies. Su Yi sheathed his sword and pointed at the woman still frantically shaking Qin Dong, asking, so she is not their mother? No, the woman in black shook her head succinctly. That is merely her related ability. It is precisely because of such an ability that she was dispatched here. Suddenly, a sound emerged from behind. Su Yi turned to see Lin Ruosi entering through the broken window, cradling the unconscious Qin Xia. Really now? Lin Ruosi tossed Qin Xia onto the sofa and approached Su Yi, hands on her hips, shaking her head in exasperation. She's not even that strong, yet insists on causing all this trouble. Next time, I'm not teaming up with them again. It's just dragging me down. Su Yi couldn't help but nod. After Lin Ruosi arrived, she quickly noticed the oddity in the room, turning to Su Yi with a questioning look. Indeed, her sister has transformed. Look. Su Yi gestured towards Qin Dong. Upon realizing this, Lin Ruosi furrowed her brows and scoffed. Lucky I didn't see it. Otherwise, I would have dealt with her too. Teaching these mischievous ones a lesson for daring to appear before me. The woman in black observed Qin Xia's condition carefully before rising to approach Lin Ruosi. A smile of barely contained excitement graced her face. Hello, I am Wang Yuran, a member of the Zhuke team. We are actively recruiting new members. Would you be interested in joining us? Lin Ruosi blinked innocently, then abruptly turned to Su Yi, asking, what do you think? She's inviting you. What does that have to do with me? Are you considering joining? No way. I prefer my own independence. Oh, Lin Ruosi nodded, then turned to decline the woman in black. No, I'm not interested. I want to be joining. As she spoke, she glanced at the now awakening Qin Dong, who had returned to her former self, and couldn't help but poke Su Yi's arm. Hey, I've subdued her sister. Why haven't you dealt with her sister yet? I haven't made a move yet. Oh, I thought so. Hearing their conversation, Wang Yuran's gaze flickered. She turned her head, wanting to closely observe the young man she had scarcely regarded since entering. However, all she saw was his departing figure. In the present world, Xingyan City, Tianhe District. Upon returning from the game, Su Yi noted the countdown had dwindled to less than 30 seconds. Countdown, 23 seconds. Countdown, 22 seconds. Countdown, 21 seconds. The guardian battle of the present world. Monsters are likely to manifest in reality. Let us check the rooftop. The view there is expansive. He activated the Shunwei sword domain and teleported to the rooftop of the building. The starlit sky was bright, and the night breeze was cool. He had expected the rooftop to be empty, but upon arrival, he unexpectedly found a dozen people gathered, chatting and observing, all wearing expressions of anticipation or anxiety. Some noticed his sudden appearance and regarded him with a mix of surprise and envy, while others politely nodded and smiled at him, given they all shared the same roof. Suyi was not overly aloof and returned their gestures with courtesy. At that moment, a gentle voice called out from a distance, "Little Su, you've come up to enjoy the breeze too." Turning to look, he saw a kind-faced, white-haired elder dressed simply, leaning against the wall in a chair, a cane resting beside him. This elder was named Su Jiai, a well-known tycoon in Xingyan City, owning numerous hotels, shopping malls, and real estate, including the Wanlin apartment where he currently resided. Chapter 24. The Guardian Battle of the Present World begins. Su Yi, a homeless youth, was able to settle into this Wanlin apartment largely due to having rescued the elder's granddaughter from human traffickers. The elder, not wishing to owe anyone, intended to gift Su Yi 2 properties. Finding this cumbersome, Su Yi declined. Subsequently, after consulting his family, the elder opted for a more straightforward approach. "Just give me the money." He directly arranged for Su Ye's identity and bank card, depositing 3 million into it. This time, Su Yi did not refuse. With funds in hand, he pondered where to reside. At this point, the elder invited him to stay at the apartment, mentioning an ongoing promotion with half rent and free utilities, suggesting it was filled with talented individuals and many handsome men and beautiful women. What captivates Su Yi the most is undoubtedly the geographical advantages of this place. Tianhe District stands as the very heart of Xingyan City, representing the most prosperous area within the entire metropolis. Wanlin Apartment is almost situated at the epicenter, offering exceptional convenience in terms of transportation and environment. Surrounding it are numerous esteemed universities, vibrant night markets, banks, parks, and renowned attractions. Su Yi shook his head and chuckled. "I did not come here merely to enjoy the breeze." "Oh," Su Jiai nodded slowly, then smiled leisurely. "Then I understand your purpose. Go for it. As for me, I am already past my prime. The future belongs to the youth, ha ha ha." With that, he raised his hand, and his devoted butler promptly understood, stepping forward to assist him as they made their way toward the inner room. Su Yi withdrew his gaze, and before him, the countdown had dwindled to mere seconds. Countdown 2, countdown 1, boom. Accompanied by a colossal flash of lightning that erupted across the skies, a series of messages manifested before billions of players worldwide. Global announcement. The event World Defense Battle has officially commenced. Background. The monsters of the night have been trapped in an eternal day, enduring endless cycles of death and rebirth. Their vengeful spirits have finally descended upon the world, seeking only to unleash their wrath, take revenge, and wreak havoc. Event overview. The defense battle is divided into 3 phases, each lasting 1 hour. Players will receive corresponding rewards upon completing the defense tasks for each phase. Only players who have completed the preceding phase can proceed to the next. Those who accomplish all 3 phases will be rewarded with additional bountiful prizes. If no player completes all 3 phases, it will be considered a failure of defense. Failure penalty. Erasure of the entire population of Blue Star, turning Blue Star into a battleground. The pale golden event information flickered before all players. Observing this data, the expressions of numerous players transformed from surprise and excitement to astonishment, disbelief, and tension. What? Did I read that correctly? The penalty for failure is the eradication of the global population? Our planet will become a battleground, just like those game zones we see? No. What kind of event is this? An apocalyptic event? Do not panic. With so many players, there must be numerous talented individuals capable of completing the 3 phases. Perhaps even many of them. 3 hours. Surely that will not lead to the end of the world, right? The event information before them left players worldwide astounded. From government officials to citizens in small alleys, all attention shifted to this apocalyptic gaming event. Indeed, it is an end-of-the-world game. Even organizing an event is geared towards the theme of annihilation. Some could not refrain from cursing. The pressing matter now is not to grumble, but to swiftly gather expertise to devise strategies for each phase. Right. Amidst the global uproar, the first phase of the task finally appeared for each player. World Defense Phase 1 Defense Task. Eliminate 100 zombies. Task reward, 100 survival points. Remaining time, 59 minutes 59 seconds. Kind reminder. Those who perish in this event will permanently lose their player identity and respawn in random areas of the game as residents. Should the defense fail, they will face erasure. The first phase task has been released. I must eliminate 100 zombies. What about you? Surely it is the same for everyone. However, this time it does not specify tiers. So does that mean both Tier 1 and Tier 2 are applicable? Wow. A direct reward of 100 survival points. That amounts to double points for each zombie killed. At first glance, This first phase task does not seem overly challenging. Many can achieve it within an hour, right? Dying will turn one into a resident in the game. On the rooftop of Wanlin apartment, upon seeing the first phase task, Suyi noticeably breathed a sigh of relief. Killing 100 zombies within an hour posed no difficulty for him. As long as the quantity is sufficient, he could accomplish it in no time. The pivotal factor influencing his acquisition of survival points was not the Tier 2 zombies. Rather, the scarcity of mutated beasts made it challenging to find them. Otherwise, he would certainly be able to earn more points and swiftly complete the tier advancement task. Suddenly, a woman's scream pierced through the night in the city. Soon after, within a mere half-minute, the entire city plunged into chaos, a cacophony of screams and shouts echoing everywhere. The blaring of car horns filled the streets, as if accidents were occurring all over the city simultaneously. Monsters began to emerge from the dark corners of the urban landscape. On the rooftop, someone gasped as they looked at the information on their phone. The young man speaking had turned as pale as a ghost. Completely unprepared for the reality that a game could manifest into such an apocalyptic scenario, a few individuals beside him curiously glanced at his phone. They beheld a gruesome scene on the screen, where dozens of zombies were frantically pursuing crowds in a bustling shopping mall, ravenously feeding, as terrified screams echoed from the device. What the hell? Are these zombies truly that ferocious? This Apocalypse Online game has been gaining traction since dusk. Surely there are now billions of players worldwide? How can there still be ordinary people? No. Aren't Tier 1 players without skills just ordinary folks? Do you think everyone possesses skills like you? What do you mean? What do you mean? Suyi stood at the railing, witnessing two individuals nearby easily embroiled in a quarrel. He understood that in this drastically altered environment, where personal strength could overshadow all, many hearts were subtly shifting. He shook his head and directly accessed the in-game shop interface. Before embarking on his tasks, he wished to see if he could enhance his capabilities further. Chapter 25. Purchased the title Defender to Su Ye's delight. Upon opening the shop interface, he noticed an event store section that had never been seen before, prominently displayed above the right side gift bar. Oh, an event store? It is quite customary for events in games to accompany an event store. However, the earlier event introduction did not mention this, leading him to nearly believe there was none. He promptly clicked to open it. Before him, a plethora of products dazzled his eyes. Frenzy Pill, D. Effect. Upon consumption, enter a frenzy state, increasing strength and spirit by 15 points for 3 minutes. After the frenzy ends, the body will suffer backlash, reducing strength and spirit by 15 points for an additional 3 minutes. Description: 3 minutes of true manhood. Special price: 303. Large zombie luring incense. E. Effect. Upon ignition, it gradually attracts zombies within a 1,000-meter radius, burning for approximately 5 minutes. Description: you better pray that high-tier zombies do not come. Special price: 1515. Su Ye's gaze swept across the event store, realizing that many items available here were also sold in the general shop. However, all these items in the event store were offered at discounted prices compared to their counterparts in the game shop. At the very bottom of the event shop, Suyi discovered 3 unique items exclusive to this event. The Phase Task Foreknowledge Talisman. Effect: it allows the user to foresee the tasks of the next phase. Only applicable for the Xianxia Guardian Battle event. Expires after the event. Description: preparation is the key to success. Price: 10,010. Divine Speed Scroll. Effect: upon use, it instantly completes the current phase's event task unconditionally. Only applicable for the Xianxia Guardian Battle event. Expires after the event. Description: speed. Each person is limited to 1 purchase. Price: 1,000,100. Guardian LV1 title effect. Once activated, it grants the ability to use the universal skill shield of the Guardian, which upgrades as the title levels up. Note: this title can only be upgraded by defeating monsters during the Xianxia Guardian Battle event, and its level will be permanently fixed after the event concludes. Description: no one understands protection better than I do. Price: 10,010. Gazing at these 3 items, Suya's expression was somewhat peculiar. It felt reminiscent of games from his past life. The developers, in their attempt to compel players to spend, had imposed various restrictions on the event, designing it in an exceedingly challenging manner. He had already anticipated that at least one subsequent phase would present formidable difficulty. A chilling night breeze brushed against his neck. The city, shrouded in darkness, grew increasingly boisterous, with ominous sounds echoing as more players began to stir. Suyi hesitated not long. He took one final glance and ultimately purchased the Guardian title. The remaining items he deemed unnecessary for the time being. You have purchased the Guardian title. Remaining survival points, 2, 454. Just enough points to acquire one of each of the 4 attribute-enhancing spiritual fruits. Before long, after expending 160 survival points to purchase and consume 4 attribute-enhancing spiritual fruits, Suyi opened his interface once more. Personal interface name, Suyi rank, 2 strength, 122 agility, 12230 spirit, 122 constitution, 102 skills, 33s23 divine, might sword domain, a 10 soul battle pet. B07 reversal, passive, comprehensive combat power index, 1. 777 national combat power ranking. 3 Suyi's gaze lingered momentarily on the soul battle pet skill before shifting to the national ranking. He had dropped 2 places. Although the combat power index was merely a reference value and did not represent absolute strength, it was possible that the current top-ranked player was not his adversary, and that someone lower in the ranking could surpass him. Nevertheless, Suyi remained quite concerned. Divine Might Sword Domain. He raised his hand, unleashing a vast, intangible domain. With a swift step, he instantaneously transported himself to the base of the Wanlin apartment. Thereafter, he refreshed the domain's coverage area by repeatedly closing and expanding it, allowing for rapid teleportation. In mere moments, he arrived at the bustling Shirley Night Market, an indisputable social media hotspot in the Tianhe district. Famous nationwide for its length of 10 miles. At 4 or 5 in the morning, one could still see numerous visitors releasing lanterns on the reflecting Star River in the market, making wishes for a bright future. Ah, run. Zombies. Wow. Someone has superpowers. Not superpowers. It's an apocalypse player. What kind of player? A gamer? The times have changed, sister. Don't you surf the net? At the entrance of the Shirley Night Market stood a quaint green pavilion adorned with exquisite lights, elevated and providing an ideal vantage point for photographs. At this moment, Suyi stood by the redwood railing of the pavilion, surveying the chaotic and noisy market that seemed to stretch endlessly. As he witnessed a multitude of people fleeing in terror, some even jumping into the river in panic, he could not help but furrow his brow. Divine Might Sword Domain. Once again expanding the domain, he drew forth the god-slaying sword from the void and swiftly dispatched a level 1 zombie that had foolishly charged at him. His gaze then settled upon the noticeably more robust and terrifying level 2 zombies. He remained silent, merely teleporting away and with precise strikes. Beheaded them before they had a chance to react. Killed 2 level 2 zombies. Survival points, 2. Killed 1 level 2 zombie. Survival points, 1. Within the sword domain, Suyi was akin to having an omniscient eye, effortlessly responding to monsters attacking from behind with swift, whirlwind-like sword strikes. It felt incredibly reminiscent of a game. No, the kill notifications made Suyi almost believe he was indeed inside a game. Yet, recalling the penalties for failure he had just observed, he could not suppress his speculation. Could those game regions truly represent other human worlds that once existed? To us now, it may indeed seem like a game world, but perhaps it is the homeland of billions of deceased souls. Suyi continued to slice through the level 2 and level 1 zombies with ease, primarily concentrating on the monsters. He remained unaware that an increasing number of people in the tumultuous night market were beginning to take notice of him. Chapter 26. I am not weak. Just restrain that guy is incredibly strong. TSK. He is probably the rumored level 2 boss. The black sword in his hand looks quite high grade. At least a B-grade weapon. Such speed. I saw someone on the forum boasting about acquiring a 666 teleportation. Could he possess it too? The gazes directed at Suyi were predominantly filled with envy and admiration, with 2 notable exceptions. These 2 pairs of eyes were cold and filled with jealousy, akin to mice trapped in a well, unable to behold the sun above. Damn it, he has taken down so many monsters. Outside the crowd, 2 young men with partially exposed black tattoos on their necks wore grim expressions. They glared hatefully at the handsome youth admired by the masses, as if he had severed their means of livelihood. Indeed, we spent all our points, hustling to plant remote bombs throughout the night market, preparing for a windfall, only to have it all go to waste. Should we kill him? The speaker, named Zhang Feng, was accompanied by his friend Lu Jun. Both were former employees of a nearby barbershop, recently dismissed due to complaints from customers about their deliberate mishaps in styling, leaving clients with unflattering haircuts. I want to, but can we defeat him? His speed is incredible, and that sword looks deadly, Lu Jun replied, furrowing his brow in a mix of respect and apprehension. You are so beefy, you can't even withstand a level 2 zombie S attack. You should be the one worried, right? Besides, I'll control your damage output. No matter how fast or ferocious he is, what difference does it make? Noticing his companion's cautious demeanor, Zhang Feng let out a hum before stating, let me be frank with you. The skill I possess is actually the B-level skill Huaxian, numbered 35. It allows me to bewilder others from a distance. While I cannot guarantee absolute compliance, I can certainly leave them in a daze. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun cast a bewildered and furious glance at his friend. B35. Are you deceiving me? You clearly stated it was merely a C-level skill. But never mind that. What about avenging our lost points? Just one word. With such an impressive skill, of course, we must. After his declaration, Lu Jun added, however, let us make it clear. After we eliminate him, that black sword will belong to me. Zhang Feng remained silent, merely smiling inexplicably. Give it to him? Absolutely not. That sword is clearly a high-grade item. If it falls into my friend's hands, he could be killed and it taken from him, resulting in a needless loss. I would rather it remain with me for peace of mind. Su Yi, brandishing his sword, approached the edge of the Xing-Ing River, his gaze sweeping across the expansive Tenli night market. Following a minor enhancement, his field of vision still extended only a little over 100 meters. To see further, he had no choice but to rely on his eyesight. The surrounding zombies had already been eradicated. The Tenli night market stretched on for what seemed like an eternity. Other creatures surely lurked in the shadows, yet they had not yet come into view. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept past overhead. It was too high, too dark, and too swift for Su Yi to discern its true nature, but he did catch a glimpse of its wings and enormous form. Was it a mutated avian beast? He scanned the night sky and observed, beneath the myriad stars, a multitude of bizarre flying creatures, smaller than the one he had just seen, but still measuring 2 to 3 meters in size. While the skies above were ominous, Su Yi lowered his gaze to the river, which was adorned with blessing lanterns. Just then, an unfamiliar voice called out to him from behind, lacking any politeness. Many around were drawn to this call, their gazes shifting back to Su Yi. Was this tone indicative of trouble? Many present had previously been saved by Su Yi, and upon sensing that someone was seeking to confront him, they furrowed their brows, their expressions turning unfriendly. While they dared not face the zombies, confronting a human was a different matter. Su Yi turned around and immediately spotted a tattooed man with outstretched arms, shouting the words Huaxian. Alert! Passive counteraction successfully triggered. At that moment, the tattooed man's expression turned blank and wooden, as if his soul had departed. You wish to control me? Su Yi scoffed, a murderous intent radiating from his eyes. Just as he was about to strike with his sword, the man beside the tattooed figure transformed into a massive wild boar, towering at 3 meters and clad in brown leather armor, charging at him like a heavy truck. Seeking death, Su Yi remained unmoved, simply executing a single swing of his sword, releasing a jet of dark sword energy that cleaved the wild boar in two. With a resounding crash, the enormous creature exploded into a cloud of mist, revealing a figure half kneeling on the ground. Lu Jun, drenched in sweat, gasped for air, his complexion as pale as a sheet. The transformed wild boar was directly linked to him. Its demise signified his own death. Although he appeared unharmed on the surface, his vitality flickered like a candle in the wind, poised to extinguish at any moment. How could I not withstand even a single strike from you? His lips quivered violently, filled with profound regret and disbelief. The only reason he dared to challenge such a formidable opponent was due to the incredible defense offered by his transformed form. Yet, who could have predicted that the opponent's sword energy would completely disregard his defenses, rendering him akin to a clown, so effortlessly dispatched? I am not weak. I am not weak. I was merely countered. With his final ounce of strength, Lu Jun sought to vindicate himself, unwilling to die as a mere jester. However, he overestimated his significance in the eyes of the onlookers, who paid no heed to his words. The crowd only knew that a foolish clown had met his demise. Is he dead? Good riddance. Such a person, who dared to attack others simply because of a bit of strength, deserved to perish. He has a companion. Zhang Feng had regained his senses, but upon recovering, the first sight that met his eyes was his companion Lu Jun sprawled on the ground, sending a surge of terror through him. When the gaze of the black-haired youth fell upon him, Zhang Feng keenly sensed the murderous intent in his eyes. He intends to kill me. In an instant, a wave of intense fear surged through him, shattering the thread of rationality in his mind. Do not approach me, he shouted, raising his hands and glaring at the approaching youth. I possess the remote control for a bomb. If I press this button, the entire Tenli night market will be blown to smithereens. In his palms lay a black button, which he had prepared as a contingency. He had not anticipated it would actually come into play. Chapter 27. Phase 1 Guard Task Completed. A bomb. How could he have a bomb? It must have been purchased from the event shop. The event shop conveniently offered such remote-controlled bombs, with each set containing 1 remote button and 5 detonators. And that was just the smaller version. The larger ones had a full 10 detonators. Damn, this game truly aims to lead us to the apocalypse. They are selling such things so casually. Now is not the time for such thoughts. He does not intend to kill zombies. He seeks to blow us all to pieces. The news of numerous bombs being planted in the night market spread rapidly. Over 100 meters away, beside a barbecue stall, C-59 flame spear. Fang Xiaoyan hurled the flame spear in his hand with great force, instantly piercing through several oncoming zombies in succession. As the zombies writhed in agony from the searing flames, he turned to his companion Zhou Xiong, astonishment evident in his brown eyes. What? Repeat that. What did you say? He instinctively scanned the surroundings. Still somewhat incredulous as he asked, are you saying that a player has planted 2 sets of large remote detonation devices in the night market? Yes. The kind from the event shop? The one that costs 150 points per set? Correct. What the hell? Who is this? Are they insane? Spending so many points on such self-destructive nonsense? To break even, they would need to slay 150 zombies to return those 150 points. And that is no easy feat. It would only create trouble for others. Fang Xiaoyan cursed under his breath before turning his gaze toward the region growing increasingly crowded with onlookers, saying, let us go. We must investigate. If the opportunity arises, I will take that bastard down. Upon emerging from the game, Fang Xiaoyan, along with the valiant Zhou Xiong and the archer Huang Zhong, connected as friends in reality and arranged to team up for an event. Given that Fang Xiaoyan's residence is closer to the Shirley night market, he and Zhou Xiong arrived first. While waiting for Huang Zhong, an unexpected commotion erupted from the crowd. Just as Fang Xiaoyan's words faded, he witnessed the gathering burst into uproar, evidently reacting to an unforeseen occurrence. Soon after, he observed numerous individuals surging toward his central figure, relentlessly pummeling him to the ground, while others cheered and clapped in approval. Exchanging a glance with Zhou Xiong, the two hastened towards the throng. Before reaching the scene, they caught sight of a tall, strikingly handsome youth with starry eyes standing under the bright yellow lights by the riverbank. Seemingly noticing their presence, he cast a fleeting glance in their direction before turning and vanishing into the crowd. Could it be the adept who had seized the treasure chest? Fang Xiaoyan paused momentarily, surprise flickering across his face. To his astonishment, he realized the individual was nearby. No, it seemed they were all spawned in the same gaming area. Their real-world locations remarkably close as well. Without further deliberation, Fang Xiaoyan arrived at the edge of the gathering. At that moment, he and Zhou Xiong discerned the crowd's chants. Well struck. What a relief. Indeed, if it weren't for that handsome fellow's intervention, many would have fallen victim to that scoundrel. He wasn't here to slay monsters. He sought to harm us. Finish him. End him. Suddenly, Zhou Xiong nudged him with his elbow, gesturing for him to look in a certain direction. Following his cue, Fang Xiaoyan was taken aback to see 2 severed hands lying on the ground, deliberately avoided by the crowd. Gasping in shock, Fang Xiaoyan's pupils constricted. It was the handiwork of that earlier individual, a serious Zhou Xiong noted. Truly fierce. Don't you think he might be a tad too violent? Violent. At these words, Fang Xiaoyan turned sharply, appraising his newfound friend with an unusual gaze. Are you all right? That man who incited such fury is hardly different from a terrorist. And you feel pity for him? Not pity merely. Zhou Xiong scratched the back of his head, offering a wry smile. A normal person would hesitate to sever someone's arm. After all, this isn't a game. Chuckling at his friend's perspective, Fang Xiaoyan shook his head and patted Zhou Xiong on the shoulder. The world has changed. Individuals like you are becoming increasingly rare. Phase 1 task progress. Zombies. 99. 100. Su Yi moved like a swift specter through the chaotic Shirley night market. Each strike of his blade efficiently claimed the life of one or several monsters. Sometimes they were zombies. Other times, they were hideous, frighteningly mutated beasts. After yet another successful kill, the progress for the first phase finally reached completion. Congratulations on completing the Phase 1 defense task. Reward, survival points 100. Su Yi retrieved his phone from his pocket to check the time. 19:08. Not bad. Killing 100 zombies of any level within 8 minutes was not particularly swift for him. Were he to truly aim for a quicker extermination, he believed he could accomplish it in under a minute. However, the absence of additional rewards for prematurely completing the defense task meant he wasn't in a rush. Before him, 2 lines of pale golden activity information appeared. Current number of participants who completed Phase 1 task, 1. 733. Remaining time, 51 minutes and 23 seconds. There was ample time remaining. What should he do next? Su Yi stroked his chin, contemplating whether to continue with the main storyline's progression tasks. Once he reached the 3rd tier, his strength would increase significantly, providing a better chance of completing the subsequent tasks. He opened the task board to check the current progress of the tier advancement quest. Current task progress, second tier zombies, 183. 200, second tier mutated beasts, 610, second tier anomalies, 11, just 17 more second tier zombies, and 4 more second tier mutated beasts? Suye's eyes brightened at the prospect. Perhaps he could ascend to the third tier even before the second phase of the event commenced. The thought filled him with uncontainable excitement. However, just as he reveled in his good fortune, a sudden, urgent sound sliced through the air behind him. So swift, Suye's initial reaction was to teleport, an instinctive maneuver to evade the imminent ambush. With a whoosh, just moments after Suye's body vanished, a figure roughly 2 to 3 meters tall charged past the spot he had just occupied, crashing into a nearby residential building and creating a massive hole in the wall. Barely escaping, Suye frantically recalled the fleeting glimpse of the assailant. Grayish-white. Was it a person in white attire or a zombie? Chapter 28. The snowy white figure crouched in the bathroom corner. A heart-wrenching scream erupted from within the two-story residence. Suye furrowed his brow and activated his divine sword domain, vanishing into the dwelling. Inside, standing in an unfamiliar yet pristine living room, Suye's gaze immediately fixated on the bathroom door. There stood a massive zombie, approximately 5 meters tall, clad in tattered white clothing. Its bald head was void of hair, exposing skin mottled with dark spots, resembling a mold-covered surface. Even from a distance, the nauseating stench of decay assaulted his senses. As if sensing his presence, the towering zombie abruptly turned, revealing its grotesque visage. It had a single, hollow eye. Its face had been gruesomely torn, exposing gory flesh. The most unsettling feature was its eye, a gaping, bloody hollow on the left side, and a bulging, bloodshot right eye. It emitted a guttural sound, revealing a set of serrated teeth stained crimson as if recently feasting on flesh. Second tier? No. The speed displayed by this one-eyed zombie during its ambush indicated it was at least third tier. Suye gripped his sword, alert and cautious. At the same time, he noticed the state of the bathroom. Although thick steam enveloped the space, he could still make out a woman with skin as white as snow, trembling and huddled in the corner. She raised her head, her damp black hair partially obscuring her face, but he could discern the terror and helplessness reflected in her eyes. The earlier scream had clearly emanated from her. Understanding the situation, Suye felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Anyone taking a shower at home would be startled to find a towering zombie bursting through the wall and confronting them in the bathroom. The shower head that had fallen to the ground was propped up at an angle by its handle, conveniently directing a stream of warm water towards the woman's head. This seemed to become the sole sound resonating within the room at that moment. Suye remained undistracted by the scene unfolding before him. Observing the one-eyed zombie poised to strike, he let out a cold snort and instantly teleported to attack. In that very instant, the one-eyed zombie also sprang into action. With a swish, both figures vanished simultaneously, only to reappear almost at the same moment in their original positions. However, the outcome was starkly different. A grayish-white arm fell to the bathroom floor, sliding across the foam-covered surface until it came to rest at the woman's feet. She froze instantly, as if gripped by a bloodline suppression, unable to move. The one-eyed zombie emitted a hoarse and eerie cry, its severed arm causing immense pain, sending shivers down the spine. Suye did not pause. He teleported once more. This time, the one-eyed zombie clearly felt fear, sidestepping to evade. Yet it was a step too slow. In an instant, its other arm was severed, crashing to the pristine, reflective tiles of the living room floor like decaying wood. Now disarmed, the one-eyed zombie was thrown into a panic. It dared not linger, turning to sprint away at breakneck speed through the crumbling wall. A fleeing zombie? This was a first for Suye. But would he allow it to escape? He snorted again, his footfall causing his form to vanish. In the empty house, the shower head continued to spray warm water, while the mist in the bathroom dissipated with the circulating air. The woman crouched in the corner remained dazed for an extended period. Suddenly, she regained her senses, quickly snatching a towel to wrap around her delicate, alabaster figure and scampering upstairs with hurried footsteps. Meanwhile, in the Hongwan Park at the edge of the night market, Suye had caught up with the one-eyed zombie and, utilizing his extraordinary teleportation ability, dispatched it beneath a common red maple tree. Defeated mutated Tier 2 Zombie 1. Survival points, 10. Mutated? Only Tier 2? The 2 lines of information before him instantly revealed a wealth of knowledge. For instance, the existence of mutated monsters within this game, which were significantly stronger than their non-mutated counterparts of the same tier, and even possessed the ability to think and flee. Furthermore, defeating a mutated monster granted 10-fold survival points. Ding! Title Guardian conditions met. Automatic upgrade successful. Current title level, LV2. Following the kill notification, news of the title upgrade promptly followed. To be frank, had it not been for this message, Suyi might have overlooked the title he had just purchased. A level 2 title surely meant that the Skill Guardian's shield must have become even more potent, right? He had previously tested the level 1 Guardian's shield, which manifested as a glowing green barrier encasing him entirely, though he had yet to ascertain the extent of damage it could withstand. With its elevation to level 2, Suyi could scarcely contain his eagerness to test it. Habitually, he scanned his surroundings, intending to activate the Guardian's shield if all appeared normal. To his surprise, his gaze fell upon a startling sight. Merely 10 meters away, in the shadowy depths of the red maple thicket, stood a large crimson coffin. The lid was nowhere to be seen, and he could clearly discern the body within. It was a female figure clad in a vibrant red dress, adorned with a red veil, resembling a bride on the cusp of matrimony. She faced Suyi, seemingly lying in the coffin yet appearing as though she were standing upright, exuding an unsettling presence as if she were in motion, though she remained eerily still. Goodness, that startled me. Suyi patted his chest, taking a deep breath, and scrutinized the figure. Was it human or a peculiar entity? Frowning in concentration, he wasted no time in activating the Guardian's shield. In an instant, a sphere of approximately 3 meters in diameter, emitting a faint green glow, materialized around him, enveloping him entirely. Although the strength of this shield was yet unclear, Suyi felt a modicum of reassurance. Gazing at the bride-like figure within the coffin, Suyi pondered his course of action. His thought process was straightforward. Considering his standing among billions of players globally, he possessed sufficient strength to contend with whatever enigmatic being lay before him. Of course, he proceeded with caution, first activating the Divine Sword domain. Shortly thereafter, Suyi navigated through the underbrush and approached the standing coffin. Chapter 29. The Boss in the Coffin. The Ghost Bride. As Suyi positioned himself before the coffin, ready to investigate, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. Alert. Active boss Ghost Bride detected. What? A boss? Suyi instinctively took a step back. In tandem with the alert, essential information about the Ghost Bride materialized before him. Ghost Bride, Boss, Tier 2 Combat Index, 400 Current Status, Asleep Description. Legends say that the Ghost Bride, a member of this eerie species, values politeness. Should you sincerely kneel and beg for mercy, she may spare you. There were no detailed attributes or skill information, merely her tier, combat strength, and status. It appeared there truly were bosses within this game. The zombie king he had encountered earlier must have been a higher tier boss, possibly even a world boss as speculated by some players. Suyi felt fortunate not to have acted impulsively. With the Ghost Bride's combat index exceeding 400, the zombie king's strength would undoubtedly surpass that, potentially reaching 4 digits, far beyond what current players could contend with. Regaining his composure, Suyi regarded the slumbering figure of the Ghost Bride within the coffin, stroking his chin in contemplation. Before deciding how to confront her, he needed to confirm one critical aspect. Could a boss be tamed? With his soul battle pet, Suyi had the ability to tame monsters. Naturally, he was inclined to capture more formidable creatures rather than trivial zombies or minor mutated beasts. Among these, boss-level monsters were particularly enticing. If it were indeed possible to tame such a formidable entity, he would be willing to expend all his points to attempt it. If not, he would not need to leave his 2 soul battle pet slots vacant. He could simply capture a couple of minor creatures to absorb damage on his behalf. Stepping closer, he stood merely an arm's length from the bride within the coffin. As he neared, he detected an unusual yet alluring fragrance emanating from the Ghost Bride. Unfamiliar yet irresistibly captivating, inciting an impulse to draw nearer. Alert! Boss Ghost Bride has sensed the presence of a living being and is about to awaken ahead of schedule. The prompt before him left Suyi on high alert. With lightning speed, he extended his hand, fingers splayed, pressing against the Ghost Bride's red veil. Tame. Upon acquiring the skill of Soul Battle Pet, the methods of its application swiftly unfolded in his mind. By merely placing his hand upon the monster's head, he could channel his mental force to subdue its spirit. Once the creature's energy was depleted, it would signify a successful taming. Suyi promptly closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to efficiently surge into the creature's consciousness. To his astonishment, no indications of an unyielding boss appeared. His mental force penetrated seamlessly. Although he faced a formidable resistance from the creature's spirit before reaching the depths of its mind, which forcibly expelled his energy, Suyi felt elated. It was indeed possible to tame. As long as my mental strength is sufficiently high, theoretically, I could tame a boss. Amidst his excitement, Suyi still cautiously retreated a few meters and drew the Zhanshin sword, preparing for the encounter. Notification, no living presence detected. Boss Gue Xian Nyang has fallen back into slumber. It can be done this way? Su Yi waited quietly for a moment. And upon confirming that the Gue Xian Nyang within the coffin remained still, he felt a sense of relief. The cold moonlight cascaded upon the red maple forest of Hongluan Park. Distant echoes of screams and explosions resonated from the city. Su Yi surveyed his surroundings once more. Although he was somewhat surprised by the absence of monsters emerging from the dimly lit park, now was not the time for such thoughts. The Gue Xian Nyang had not yet awakened. It was the optimal moment to tame her. Otherwise, once she stirred, the prospect of taming her would be nearly impossible. Yet, at this moment, his mental strength was still insufficient. Su Yi opened the shop interface and immediately noticed the meager 2,644 points remaining in the upper right corner. He furrowed his brow. To elevate his mental strength significantly in a short span, he would have to resort to a consumable item. A singular thought struck him. The Madman Pill. He vividly recalled the first item he had seen in the event shop. A small red pill capable of temporarily boosting 15 points of strength and mental force. If he consumed 20 of them simultaneously, it would yield a temporary enhancement of 300 points, though the effect lasted a mere 3 minutes and would entail severe backlash afterward. Securing the Gue Xian Nyang as a sole battle pet during that time would undoubtedly be worth the cost. The Gue Xian Nyang could awaken at any moment. Su Yi dared not waste another second. He swiftly spent 6 points to purchase 2 Madman Pills, and after confirming their stackability, he purchased an additional 18 to make a complete set. You have purchased 18 Madman Pills. Consumption of survival points, 540.54. Remaining survival points, 2104. With a total of 20 Madman Pills, he consumed them as if they were candy. Within the domain of the Divine Might Sword, all his attributes doubled. Thus, when he checked his status panel again, his strength and mental force soared to an astonishing 648 points. Previously, as he entered the Gue Xian Nyang's mental realm, he sensed her spirit was only 4 to 5 times more potent than his own, roughly around 100 points. Even accounting for potential miscalculations, his mental force exceeding 600 would undoubtedly suffice. Filled with confidence, Su Yi stepped forward, his figure flashing to stand before the Gue Xian Nyang, swiftly placing his outstretched fingers upon her crimson veil. This time, I will not be denied. He tightly shut his eyes, unleashing his terrifying mental force like a torrent, flooding into the Gue Xian Nyang's mental world. With such a drastic surge, Su Yi struggled to contain the overwhelming influx of energy, allowing it to wreak havoc within her mental domain, distorting the native mental landscape into a chaotic tempest. The body of the Gue Xian Nyang began to tremble subtly. Notification: Boss Gue Xian Nyang has sensed the presence of the living and is about to awaken early. His heart raced, fearing her sudden awakening. Yet, often, the very thing one fears manifests. Accompanied by a sudden flash of red light within the Gue Xian Nyang's mental realm, Su Yi abruptly opened his eyes. The red veil still concealed her face, but he could sense that her eyes had indeed opened. In the blink of an eye, a red shadow was about to dart away. She intends to flee? Panic surged within Su Yi, and instinctively, he seized her back forcefully and slammed her to the ground. Boom! Just as the Gue Xian Nyang hit the ground. Attempting to rise, a man's hand pressed down heavily upon her veiled face. Yield to me. The tremendous force caused the ground beneath her head to collapse, burying half of her skull in the earth. Chapter 30. Successful Taming of Gue Xian Nyang. This violent impact shattered the defenses of the Gue Xian Nyang's mental world. Su Yi forcefully held her down, his vast mental energy surging into her consciousness, violently assaulting her mental realm. Under the strain of this mental onslaught, the Gue Xian Nyang, pinned to the ground, still resisted, her delicate fingers curling like the claws of a demon, emitting indistinct sounds of protest. Despite the suppression of her spirit, she was in a state akin to sleep paralysis, exerting every ounce of strength. Just a bit more effort is needed. Su Yi was drenched in sweat, feeling the tension, anxiety, and worry. At that moment, he was even oblivious to how much stamina he had left. He knew that failure would lead to an exceedingly dire situation. With no time to spare, he closed his eyes again, concentrating his mental force to assault the Gue Xian Nyang's spirit. As time passed, the resistance of the Gue Xian Nyang dwindled, her delicate body finally ceasing to tremble, her outstretched fingers losing their strength and relaxing. After approximately 2 to 3 minutes, the last remnants of resistance within her mental realm were utterly obliterated. In an instant, Su Yi felt an overwhelming sensation of having become the sovereign of this mental world. Notification: Taming successful. With a sigh of relief at the notification that appeared before him, Suyi ceased his invasion of the Gui Xin Yang's mental realm. As his taut body and mind relaxed, an unprecedented wave of intense weakness and fatigue washed over him. He quickly opened his personal panel to check, realizing that the 20 madman pills he had consumed had all reached their limit, and the side effects of the drugs began to manifest, reducing his strength and mental force to a pitiful 1 point. The backlash from the reversive nature of the ability still lacked sophistication. If only he could directly immunize against negative effects. The state of weakness would last 3 minutes. Suyi certainly did not wish for an aberrant beast or advanced zombie to spring forth at this moment. However, despite his thoughts, he found himself lacking the energy or focus to observe his surroundings, casually lying down in place. He intended to endure for just 3 more minutes. Yet the ground seemed to possess an enchanting magic, lulling him into a deep slumber. On the dimly lit path of the park, 2 formidable second-tier zombies suddenly emerged. They stood still, scanning their surroundings, and in a mere breath, their gaze fell upon the humans sprawled on the ground in the distance. Hiss! The 2 zombies were filled with excitement, grotesque smiles stretching across their ugly, pallid faces as they hastened towards the human. However, before they could approach, an array of blood-red ribbons burst forth from the void, swiftly ensnaring them and ending their existence on the spot. The vibrant red of a festive gown fluttered in the wind. Under the moonlight, this striking crimson figure stood silently beside her master, as immobile as a stone sculpture. Old Chun, what's the matter? A middle-aged man on the 5th floor of an apartment, blocking the door to prevent the zombies outside from entering, heard his wife's frantic calls from the bedroom. Startled, he abandoned his post and rushed inside. Upon entering the bedroom, he was met with the sight of a towering mutated ostrich standing in the center of the room, its eerie, black, vertical pupils fixated on his wife and their toddler. A large hole, 2 to 3 meters in diameter, had inexplicably appeared in the wall facing the street, with other mutated ostriches occasionally flying past, screeching. Damn it! I will fight you, Chun Maosheng exclaimed, fury surging within him. He dashed to the vanity, seized a wooden stool, and turned to strike the ostrich, only to see it suddenly open its mouth wide, its upper jaw nearly brushing the ceiling while its lower jaw touched the floor. In that instant of terror, Chun Maosheng witnessed 2 long tongues shooting out from the ostrich's mouth, wrapping around his wife and daughter, yanking them towards its gaping maw. The terror in his wife's voice and the cries of their daughter ignited a fiery rage within Chun Maosheng. He hurled the wooden stool in anger and dashed to the living room to grab scissors, returning to stab at the ostrich's corpulent body covered in brown feathers. He had never felt such a potent desire to kill as he did at that moment. Yet, despite his frenzied attacks, the ostrich only reacted slightly to the pain, its thick skin and flesh absorbing much of the damage, and the scissors were far too short. Just then, a tremendous force suddenly shattered the wall beside him, sending debris crashing to the ground at his feet. A chill ran through Chun Maosheng, despair overtaking him. Another monster? He turned in shock, only to find not a creature, but the little girl from next door standing there. He had scarcely paid attention to her, only knowing her name was Lin and that she occasionally chatted with his wife in the elevator. A neighbor, but not someone he knew well. Uncle Chun, let me help you. Before he could comprehend the situation, a surge of lightning filled his vision. The dazzling electric light compelled him to instinctively close his eyes. Boom. Just as he shut his eyes, he felt something heavy crash to the ground. Uneasy, he opened them again, only to be greeted by the grotesque sight of the mutated ostrich, now reduced to a pulpy mess. Black blood splattered across the room. The baby continued to wail, and his wife appeared pale, clearly in shock. Uncle Chun, hurry and take Annie to a safe place. I still have some supplies in my room. You can take them. I no longer live here. After saying this, Chun Maosheng watched as the little girl leaped through the broken wall and vanished from view. The honest middle-aged man stood dazed for a moment. When he regained his senses, he immediately crouched down and embraced his wife. Dear, we were wrong. That doomsday game is the future. Yes, I shouldn't have stopped you this afternoon. If I hadn't tea, perhaps I would have been as strong as Lin by now. Trust me, from tonight on, I will strive to grow stronger and protect you and our child. Chapter 31. Chaos begins to unfold on the rooftop of the apartment building. Lin Ruosi stood at the edge, surveying the city below, besieged by monsters under the night sky. She was acutely aware that such scenes were unfolding globally, and what lay before her was merely a trivial fragment of the greater chaos. The brisk night wind tousled her dark hair, sending chills down her spine. She glanced at her attire, a short-sleeved white shirt adorned with a Pikachu pattern paired with a soft beige skirt, exposing her fair arms and legs, and simple white sneakers. The overall appearance was pure and gentle. Though she had dressed lightly to keep cool on the sweltering summer night, she now felt a chill. Was she underdressed? The fierce night wind lifted her ponytail high to the side, prompting her to wrap her arms around herself, just as she pondered whether to return for warmer clothing. A deep, thunderous roar echoed from the distant night sky, as if a colossal object was soaring above. Lin Ruosi looked up and immediately spotted a giant bird, about 4 stories tall, plummeting from the sky and crashing into the cluster of high-rise buildings. Boom! Such a massive mutated beast. Lin Ruosi's eyes widened, and a smile broke across her face. Such a commotion will surely attract many formidable individuals, right? Perfect. She was eager to see what other powerful beings resided in Tianhe district aside from that one. She crouched slightly, her beautiful eyes shimmering with the glimmer of lightning. The power of thunder. In the next moment, her body transformed into a bolt of blue-purple lightning, shooting towards the distant skyscrapers at an untraceable speed, leaving flickers of electric light in her wake. At the 10-mile night market, outside a small supermarket, the owner, Huang Baiwan, sat at the cash register, fervently debating the topic of the apocalypse with other players on the forum. Huang Baiwan, Tier 1 seriously, are you all out of your minds? It's just a supernatural game that affects reality. What does it have to do with the apocalypse? Those spreading rumors about the end of the world should all be arrested and executed. Zhao Yu, Tier 2 blind fools who can't see reality. Let's not pay him any mind. Wang Yufei, Tier 1 foolish. I experienced it firsthand. 3 of my supermarkets were raided en masse, and 2 of my staff were killed. And what happened? Those scoundrels took the supplies and hid in the game, making them impossible to find. Who am I supposed to hold accountable for these losses? Huang Baiwan, Tier 1, that's just bad luck for you. I also run a small supermarket, and I'm doing just fine.
I see too many people like you who are struggling and blame others for their problems. Instead of complaining here, why not take action?
Zhao Yu, Tier 2, stop talking nonsense. If you have the guts, give me your location, and I'll teach you a lesson. Huang Baiwan, Tier 1, come on. I'm at the 10-mile night market. If you dare to come, I'll call the police. Zhao Yu, Level 2, hee, foolish dog, just wait. After closing the forum, Huang Baiwan could never have anticipated that in less than 5 minutes, Zhao Yu would indeed bring people to his doorstep. I inquired with several neighbors before finally locating you. Zhao Yu, not only tall and robust, was accompanied by a group of unruly subordinates. Upon entering, he instructed his lackeys to restrain Huang Baiwan, then stepped forward to tauntingly pat his cheek, laughing mockingly. Ha, what now? Do you still dare to make threats? Huang Baiwan struggled fiercely, but to no avail. He attempted again, yet the 2 subordinates gripping his arms only tightened their hold. Abandoning the thought of escape, he turned to the towering figure before him and declared with defiance, "You're finished. You have broken the law. Mark my words, if you have the guts, don't leave today. Let us see who will have the last laugh." Zhao Yu merely scoffed at these words, right under Huang Baiwan's nose. He ordered his minions to strip the store of everything, useful or not. I warn you, it's not too late to back off now. Don't stray further down this path. Do you have spatial props? No, that's against the rules. Stop stealing, stop it. I was wrong, can't you see? Huang Baiwan was on the verge of tears. Though he possessed some modest assets, he was not wealthy enough to watch his entire store's resources being looted. Initially thinking that only a few would take little, he was shocked to see one of the ruffians pull out an enormous bag that could hardly be filled, carelessly stuffing it with everything in sight. As the store began to empty, panic set in. What if the apocalypse truly arrived? How would he and his daughter survive? Oh, now you understand the urgency, Zhao Yu remarked, patting his cheek once more. He then tilted his head and reached into his own pocket, producing a finely crafted golden pistol from an unknown place. Old man, how about I send you off with this B-grade item? Are you satisfied? The golden muzzle pressed against Huang Baiwan's forehead, yet the latter remained unafraid. Humph. If you want to kill me, go ahead. When we meet again in the game, let us see who fears whom. Huang Baiwan glared at Zhao Yu, a look of defiance etched on his face. However, as soon as he uttered those words, Zhao Yu and his rowdy subordinates burst into laughter. Ha! Dreaming of revival, are we? You don't even understand the game rules. These old geezers have truly fallen behind. Their laughter rang out like cruel slaps, reddening Huang Baiwan's face with shame. What do you mean? He gasped, wide-eyed with fear. Didn't the announcement for the current event make it clear? It says that if one dies in reality during the event, they will resurrect as a resident in the game. Why don't you take another look at what is written? Zhao Yu held the gun, its barrel moving across Huang Baiwan's forehead, as if searching for the perfect spot to shoot. With a pale complexion, Huang Baiwan hastily summoned the game interface, quickly locating the previous notification and scrutinizing it closely. Warm reminder. Individuals who die in reality due to this event will permanently lose their player status and will revive randomly in the game as residents. If the defense fails, they will face annihilation. Indeed, those who die due to the event, correct. Zhao Yu smiled triumphantly. Simply put, if you are killed by zombies or mutated beasts, then you qualify for a second life in the game. However, if you are killed by another person, then sorry, that doesn't count as dying due to the event, and you cannot enjoy this privilege. Fear became palpable in Huang Baiwan's eyes. He struggled to lift his head, gazing at the mocking young man before him. Yet the words of plea remained stuck in his throat. Next time, you'll regret this, Zhao Yu concluded, giving his cheek one last pat before pulling the trigger. Bang! Chapter 32. The second phase of the mission is announced. The sudden gunshot startled the flock of birds from Hongwan Park and abruptly awakened Su Yi from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of a group of mutated black birds soaring through the night sky, carrying a black-robed, green-skinned zombie. He blinked in confusion, slowly sitting up while rubbing his head. Did I just fall asleep? Was that a gunshot? Perhaps having spent too long in a peaceful era. Or perhaps due to his subconscious belief that such sounds were still dangerous, he could instantly awaken at the sound of gunfire. The summer night breeze gently swept by, causing the edges of a bright red wedding dress to flutter into Su Ye's line of sight. Turning his head, he beheld the ghost bride standing beside him. Though her face was obscured by a red veil, her graceful figure and delicate, fair hands suggested that her beauty was beyond question. Yet, even more captivating than this was the Soul Battle Pad interface that had automatically appeared before him. Battle Pad, Ghost Bride level, 2 attributes, Strength 20, Agility 40, Spirit 100. Constitution 40 skills, Red Veil Spirit Control, Bloodthirsty Desire, Passive, Ghost King Shadow, Passive, Combat Power Index, 400 now that the Ghost Bride had become his battle pet. Her specific attributes and abilities were laid bare before him. Su Ye's gaze skimmed over the attributes, focusing intently on the 3 skills. The first skill allowed her to attack from a distance with the red veil, the second enabled healing upon killing, and the third granted her flight and teleportation abilities. It seemed she was a high agility mage. Excellent. With a healing ability, the damage I take can be transferred to her, ensuring she has a means of coping. Su Yi was thoroughly satisfied with the ghost bride he had just captured. It was worth the 20 berserker pills he had consumed earlier. As he gazed at the figure in the red dress, his curiosity compelled him to examine her golden phoenix-embroidered veil, which appeared quite luxurious. What kind of face lies beneath? Would the humanoid monsters in the game resemble those in reality? Suddenly, a piercing wolf howl echoed from the distant north. So he turned his head to glance in that direction, but quickly averted his gaze. The distant wolves were of no concern to him. He reached out to touch the red veil. Bang! Bang! 2 more gunshots rang out from the direction of the night market, causing Su Yi to furrow his brow. Yet, his fingers had already brushed against the veil. It was thin, delicate, and smooth to the touch. Unable to quell his curiosity any longer, he slowly lifted it. In the moonlight, as the veil was raised, a flawless chest gradually came into view. Lowering his gaze revealed an alluring snowy valley, while raising it unveiled a graceful, slender neck. Finally, he beheld a smooth, fair chin and luscious, enticing lips, slightly curled at the corners, hinting at an alluring charm. With a decisive flourish, Su Yi lifted the veil without hesitation. At first glance, it resembled a 1,000-year-old snow fox transformed into a spirit, with skin as fair as snow and delicate features. Her enchanting, peach-colored eyes sparkled like pools of crystal-clear water, exuding an alluring charm coupled with a hint of languor. Her long, ebony hair cascaded down her back, with 2 wisps gently swaying in the breeze before her forehead. The ghost bride tilted her head back, her soft gaze intermingling with her master's astonished one in midair. After a moment, Su Yi let out a heavy sigh, scrutinizing the ghost bride's exquisite visage for a while longer before draping the red veil back over her. Alas, the power of the supernatural is truly formidable, effortlessly giving rise to such an impeccably beautiful being. Su Yi remained uncertain whether all ghost brides across the globe bore the same appearance or were equally stunning. In any case, the one he had tamed was undeniably breathtaking. However, remaining in this attire was not ideal. Su Yi rubbed his chin, deciding to change the ghost bride's outfit. Just as he was about to move, a notification from the game Moshi Online suddenly appeared before him, accompanied by a global broadcast echoing overhead. The announcement proclaimed the conclusion of the first phase of the World Guardian event, with over 1 million players having completed the task. The second phase was now underway, with a new mission to defeat any one invading boss, promising BS-level equipment as a reward. The remaining time was a mere 60 minutes. Upon hearing the announcement and observing the information, the world buzzed with excitement. The World Guardian event had entered its second phase. Curse it. I am just 2 zombies short of completing the task. Just 2. A solo kill of a boss. Goodness. The difficulty of this second phase has indeed escalated, as everyone speculated. The only silver lining is that there are no class restrictions. A first-tier boss might still be within reach. My heavens, with billions of players worldwide, how can only a little over 1 million manage to finish the first phase? Is it truly that difficult to slay 100 zombies? Countries around the globe hastily organized teams to strategize. Players who failed to complete the first phase wore expressions of disappointment, some forced smiles, while others appeared indifferent. For them, this event had prematurely concluded. Conversely, the over 1 million players eligible for the subsequent activities flocked to the forums, engaging in fervent discussions about the tasks while subtly flaunting their achievements. Luciania, Tier 2 if I solo one boss. Does that mean no one else can intervene? Wang Yufei, Tier 2 it must be so. Zhang San, Tier 2 not to mention slaying one. Finding a boss is already a challenge. I've never even spotted one. Mike Shuiluan, Tier 2 I believe everyone should temporarily set aside their current tasks to prioritize helping us complete the second phase, lest humanity faces annihilation tonight. Lu Renjia, Tier 2 agreed. All those vocal on the trending forum thread were Tier 2 players. Chapter 33, A00 Eternal Guardian Spirit. Defeating higher-tier bosses grants superior equipment. With the pinnacle being S-tier, Suye's expression burned with fervor. If a B-tier Thunder Gauntlet could enhance attributes so significantly, how much more would an S-tier item? Securing such equipment would undoubtedly lead to a remarkable boost in strength. Let us go? Suyi turned to grasp the ghost bride's hand, stating, we should find you some clothing. Otherwise, players might mistakenly perceive you as a wild boss. Her hand felt delicate and cool, almost ethereal, requiring a gentle grip to hold firmly. They entered the bustling night market, lined with numerous shops. Suyi recalled spotting several clothing stores during his previous visit. He led the ghost bride down a relatively secluded path. As they passed a small supermarket, he suddenly heard sorrowful sobs emanating from within. The voice belonged to a woman, clearly distressed. Suyi did not halt, but continued walking while glancing inside. The interior was dim, as if the lights had been shattered, barely illuminated by the outside glow. Even so, Suyi quickly discerned that the supermarket had been ransacked. However, upon a second glance, he was startled to see a woman in a white dress standing in the center of the room, beside the body of a middle-aged man. What on earth? Suyi instinctively recoiled, but upon closer inspection, he realized she was not a ghost but a woman, clad in a pure white gown. Her raven hair obscured her face as she stood weeping beside the corpse, emitting heart-wrenching cries. This is absurd. Who behaves so unnaturally in such darkness? Just after the thought crossed his mind, the sobs abruptly ceased, and the woman in white slightly lifted her head, seemingly gazing at him. I'm sorry, she spoke, her voice melodious and ethereal. She tucked her hair behind her delicate ears, revealing a tear-streaked, fair face, her features exquisitely refined, reminiscent of a cultured lady from a scholarly family. Yet, her eyes, glistening with vulnerability and despair, evoked deep sympathy. Is it her? Suyi raised an eyebrow, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. She was indeed the same woman he had encountered while pursuing the one-eyed zombie. He had glimpsed her fair form then. However, the white-dressed woman lowered her head and choked out, but my father was killed. He was my only family in this world. Our home is destroyed, and I have nowhere to go. The world is undergoing tremendous changes, and I truly do not know what to do. Her tone was steeped in solitude and desolation, akin to that of a dying soul. Not know what to do? Suyi, feeling empathetic due to his earlier observation, kindly suggested, isn't there a supernatural game? With your father deceased, you could gain strength within the game to take revenge, or at least seek resurrection items to revive him. Haven't you ever read online novels? The woman in white appeared momentarily stunned, her glistening eyes wide with disbelief, clearly unacquainted with such concepts. I am unaware of these. No wonder. Suyi chuckled softly. Most players, upon witnessing a loved one perish, instinctively seek resurrection methods. After all, we live in an era of the extraordinary. You seem to possess considerable knowledge. You are quite impressive. The woman in the white dress gazed at Suyi with a look of reverence. Lost in thought, a struggle and hesitation flickered across her face. However, these emotions quickly vanished, replaced by a resolute determination in her eyes. I possess an A-level skill that allows me to inhabit another's body and enhance their abilities. While it may seem somewhat lacking, I wish to share it with you. A skill? An A-level? I am not well versed in this. I once entered a game where an announcement claimed the player count had surpassed 1 billion. I heard others mention that survival points could be used to draw skills. So I used the 100 survival points I received to summon and ended up acquiring this skill. As she spoke, she opened her panel and shared the skill information. A 00 Eternal Guardian Spirit ability description. You can permanently transform into a spiritual state and attach yourself to a designated target. The attachment cannot be undone, and during this period, the following characteristics are granted. Your own advancement tasks disappear, and your rank will eternally align with that of the possessed target. The possessed target will receive a cumulative boost of 100 across all attributes. Any beneficial effects you apply to the possessed target will be doubled. While the possessed target is alive, you are immune to death. If the possessed target dies, you will die alongside them. You and the possessed target are considered a single entity, and you cannot stray more than 100 meters from them. A 00. Upon seeing the skill number, Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. This was the first skill in the A-level sequence, right before him. The lengthy description of the skill could easily rival his S23 Divine Sword Domain. Yet, the actual effects of this skill left Su Ye increasingly astounded. So powerful. He gazed intently at the woman in white, excitement flickering in his eyes. Although this skill is merely A-level, I feel it surpasses many S-level skills. To be possessed is advantageous, and he desired to be attached. Really? I haven't played the game much, so I don't quite understand. The woman in white, Huang Miao Miao, furrowed her brow in confusion. Is it truly so powerful despite its low number? Indeed, the lower the number, the more formidable it becomes. Simply consider the number as a ranking. Oh, I see. What is your name? My surname is Huang, and my name is Miao Miao, with the meaning of marvelous. I have just turned 18. Very well. I shall call you Su Yi. They exchanged names and ages. Subsequently, Su Yi encouraged Huang Miao Miao to activate her skill. Huang Miao Miao bit her tender lower lip, hesitating at a critical moment. Although she was unfamiliar with the game and many skills, it did not imply she was naive. Once she committed, her future would be irrevocably bound to the man before her. If he lived, she lived. If he died, she perished. She lowered her gaze to her father's lifeless body on the ground, then looked around the ransacked supermarket, finally resting her eyes on the man before her. She recalled his fierce strength when he confronted the one-eyed zombie in her home and how he had saved her. Huang Miao Miao finally made up her mind. All right. She stepped closer to Su Yi, took his hands, and began to emit a radiant glow. You are a little older than I, so I shall call you Brother Su Yi. From now on, Miao Miao will follow you. With that, Huang Miao Miao transformed into a pure, gentle white light, merging into Su Ye's body. Notification, your status has undergone a new change. Like warm sunlight flowing into his body, a wondrous sensation sent shivers down Su Ye's hands. Strength, spirit, physique, he felt enhancements in all aspects. Unable to resist, he opened his panel. Wow, all attributes had increased by an additional 6 points. Since her rank was the same as his at Tier 2, this meant her 4 attributes had each grown by 3, initially somewhat weak. Although he thought this, Su Yi did not mind. After all, the future was what mattered once she joined him. A moment later, the ethereal figure of Huang Miao Miao in her flowing white dress emerged from within him. Originally, her skin was as smooth and delicate as sheep's fat jade. But now she radiated a hazy, sacred white light, resembling a wingless angel in that instant. Brother Su Yi, is this my spiritual state? Huang Miao Miao gazed at her luminous form, her fair and delicate face filled with wonder. I can fly. I can really fly. And I feel I can return at any time without fear of death. As she spoke, she attempted to transform into pure light and merge back into Su Yi. The room darkened once more. When Huang Miao Miao re-emerged, the white light she carried illuminated the surroundings slightly. What a miraculous sensation. Brother Su Yi, I even feel like I am no longer human. How incredible. Su Yi observed her spiritual state closely. After a while, he nodded and said, Indeed, however, you must prepare yourself psychologically, for this spiritual state is permanent, and from this moment on, you will be unable to stray too far from me. That's all right. Huang Miao Miao floated down, her feet gently touching the solid floor. She then stomped her feet before looking up at Su Yi with a slightly shy smile. Every choice has its price. I require nothing in return to share your rank. Being able to move alongside you is not an unreasonable request. But rest assured, Brother Su Yi, I am not one to forget kindness. Now that I possess this ability, I will work diligently to enhance my attributes and learn supportive skills, becoming your strongest aid, and I shall surely repay you satisfactorily. Her voice was soft and sweet, like a gentle melody suspended in the air, light and pleasing to the ear. Yet, as she concluded, her tone transformed into a solemn declaration, resolute and earnest. Very well, I am glad you think so. With matters settled, Su Yi prepared to depart. The second phase of the activity had commenced. If he wished to obtain S-level equipment, he would need to locate and defeat a Tier 3 boss. Both the search and the battle would require considerable time, and the remaining 50 minutes were hardly ample. Approaching the entrance, Su Yi noticed that Huang Miaomiao had not followed. Turning back, he saw her standing beside her father's corpse, a look of confusion on her face. "Oh, are you unsure how to handle your father's body? Perhaps take some of his hair or clothing as a medium for future resurrection, and then burn the rest." "I see, understood." Su Yi ultimately refrained from purchasing clothing for the ghostly bride. When Huang Miaomiao volunteered to lead them to her home, offering her and used new clothes for the woman in the red wedding dress, he acquiesced. Once at her home, they tried on various outfits. However, they discovered that although the ghostly bride could change attire, once summoned back into the soul space, the new clothing would fall away. Upon summoning her again, she would still be adorned in the same vivid red wedding dress, complete with her red veil. Su Yi thus abandoned the idea of changing her outfit and withdrew her into the realm of souls. As he stepped out of Huang Miaomiao's residence, his phone in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Upon checking, he found a message from the Daxiao Apocalypse Game Research Department. Xingyun Branch. To assist our city's players in timely completion of Phase 2 tasks, we will promptly notify all citizens of any newly discovered bosses within the city. Below are the current boss information and their locations. 1. Black Armored Corpse, Second Tier Zombie. Current location, Luoshan District, Donghua Street, Qingtian Sports Center. 2. Bronze Decayed Corpse, Second Tier Zombie. Current location, Haiyun District, Shuaikai Avenue, Haiyun No. 1 High School. 3. Phantom Doll, First Tier Eerie Creature. Current location, Tianhe District, Sunshine Street, Bairi Apartment. 4. Demon Fire Giant Bird, Third Tier Mutated Beast. Current location, Tianhe District, Xingyuan Square. If you discover a new boss, you may notify our department by replying to this message, and we shall reward the discoverer with 5,000 yuan in cash or an E-grade item. Oh, the government has come to our aid. The information was dense, listing numerous bosses, perfectly filling the gap in Su Ye's knowledge regarding the locations of high-tier bosses. His gaze swiftly skimmed through the message. He particularly noted 2. One located 5 kilometers to the north at Xingyuan Square, the third-tier Demon Fire Giant Bird, and another 7 kilometers to the northeast in the Nameless Forest, the third-tier Bloodthirsty Wolf. Both were of the same tier and not too far apart. Should one of them be slain or vanish from sight, he could easily seek the other without wasting much time. The damp, cool night breeze rustled, carrying a hint of saltiness in the air. Su Yi looked up at the night sky, realizing that the twinkling stars had vanished, replaced only by an endless expanse of darkness. It was about to rain. He needed to hurry. Huang Miaomiao had a car and, coincidentally, could drive. So she volunteered to be the chauffeur for Su Yi. Knowing he could not rely on repeatedly activating the divine Might Sword domain to teleport several kilometers, he gladly accepted. Once in the car, large raindrops began to pour down, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour. Su Yi Gij, do you think that Firebird's flames will be extinguished by this rain? Huang Miaomiao turned her head slightly to gaze at Su Yi, who was seated in the passenger seat. It probably won tea, Su Yi replied, shaking his head. No sooner had he spoken than a golden, translucent game notification materialized before them. Global broadcast. Player Li Xiaojun successfully soloed the first-tier boss, Splitmouth Corpse. Reward, B-grade weapon, laser gun. The neutral voice of the announcement echoed throughout the world. Su Yi and Huang Miaomiao exchanged glances, and upon seeing the astonishment in her eyes, Su Yi chuckled. No need to be surprised. If all goes well, you will witness many more announcements like this. Oh, but I feel like you, Su Yi Gij, seem a bit surprised too, Huang Miaomiao remarked. Su Yi nodded slightly. He gazed out at the rain-soaked world, stating, I just didn't expect the broadcast would also disclose the rewards players received. Chapter 35. The Ferocious Demon Fire Giant Bird? Is there a problem with that? While not necessarily a significant issue, it could easily attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Huang Miaomiao nodded in understanding. She had initially thought it impressive that someone received a B-grade weapon, but hadn't considered the darker implications until Su Ye's words shed light on it, bringing an involuntary chill to her heart. Global broadcast. Player Li Jun successfully soloed the second-tier boss, Crawling Water Corpse. Reward, A-grade weapon, Blue String Vibrant Blade. Another announcement resounded throughout the world. Huang Miaomiao understood Su Ye's purpose. He had mentioned it briefly before they set off. Although he appeared calm in the car, she was concerned that her presence might delay him from defeating the boss. Pressing the accelerator, she increased their speed. In the rainy night, the black Mercedes sped along the road. No need to rush. Safety first, Su Yi reminded, taking in the scene around him. It's only 8:10. We will reach there in 3 to 4 minutes at most, and we have plenty of time. Relax. Huang Miao Miao raised her hand to signal an okay. Her face finally reflecting confidence. I have the best driving skills among our cohort. If it weren't for the poor visibility in the rain, I could go even faster. A few minutes later, at Xingyuan Square in Tianhe District, the black Mercedes stopped by the roadside. Huang Miao Miao, in a white dress with skin as fair as snow, walked beside Su Yi, holding an umbrella for him. The rain, driven by the cold wind, splattered against her pristine skirt, leaving droplets scattered across the fabric. Such a sudden downpour. Su Yi Gij, do you think it could be the doing of this apocalypse game? She curiously inquired, glancing back at him. The rainwater had accumulated a thin layer on the ground in mere minutes, splashing everywhere as the raindrops pounded down like a storm. I'm unsure. It's possible. Su Yi replied casually. Since stepping out of the car, his gaze had been sweeping across the entire square. He observed the corpses of monsters, damaged public facilities, a crowd making noise for unknown reasons, and players still battling zombies in the rain. Yet, he did not see the third-tier demon fire giant bird mentioned in the information. Had someone slain it? If it were not a solo kill, it would not count as completing the task, and thus there would be no announcement. Such a possibility existed. But Su Yi leaned towards the belief that the giant bird had changed its location. Su Yi Gij, a horde of zombies is charging towards us. Huang Miao Miao suddenly exclaimed softly. Her eyes widened as she watched a dozen terrifying zombies baring their teeth and rushing towards them, as if she were the prize in their race. The ferocity of their advance was unlike anything she had seen in videos on the forum, leaving her pale and causing her legs to instinctively press together. I see them. Su Yi raised his right hand, activating the invisible divine might sword domain as he clenched his fist. The pitch-black, god-slaying sword materialized in his grasp. He turned his head, his cold gaze fixated on the horde of zombies approaching from the side. With a swing of his arm, the sword energy burst forth like dark ripples, brutally slicing through the necks of the zombies. They had no chance to breathe. In an instant, the terrifying zombies fell, their heads severed from their bodies, perishing under the wave of sword energy. Killed 3 second-tier zombies. Survival points, 3. Regrettably for Su Yi, only 2 of the zombies were of the second tier. There remained a certain progress required to complete the mainline advancement task. What? Wow. Look. Another formidable foe just wiped out a bunch of zombies in one go. Our city has so many experts. Many onlookers cast astonished, awed gazes at Su Yi. He had no time to pay them heed, for a figure enveloped in lightning had already flashed before him. It was Lin Ruosi. A semi-transparent spherical shield enveloped her, shielding her from the rain outside, rendering her completely dry and appearing rather spirited. Upon witnessing the sword energy, I immediately recognized your presence. Have you come seeking the monstrous flaming bird? Su Yi nodded. Unfortunately, your timing is less than ideal. That flaming bird has already taken flight. Lin Ruosi cast a glance at Huang Miao Miao beside him, then shifted her gaze back to Su Yi, adding, I must also inform you that the flaming bird possesses immense strength, having bested many formidable experts. You know Li Zhan, right? The one who recently triggered a global announcement. He is also from our city. After single-handedly defeating a second-tier boss and acquiring an A-grade weapon, he grew overly confident and attempted to challenge the third-tier boss, only to be scorched to a crisp by that giant bird. If he hadn't used an escape talisman, he might have perished. It's not just Li Zhan. The pair of sisters we encountered earlier also faced it. I recently learned that they reside in the apartment adjacent to this square, and when the giant bird descended, they were the first to confront it. However, when I arrived, I witnessed them being rescued by official personnel. At this point, Lin Ruosi couldn't help but shrug and sigh. Alas, the difficulty between high-tier and low-tier bosses is incomparable. For players at this stage, attempting to single-handedly slay a third-tier boss is akin to chasing dreams. Acquiring S-grade equipment is no simple feat. Upon hearing this, Su Yi fell silent. He initially believed that with his collaboration with the Ghost Bride, they had a fair chance of defeating the third-tier boss. However, it seemed that his optimism may have been misplaced. What about you? Su Yi inquired with curiosity. Have you engaged in combat with that giant bird? He was well aware of Lin Ruosi's strength. If she had indeed faced the bird, he could ascertain his own chances of victory based on their encounter. Well, I did, albeit in a rather indirect manner. Lin Ruosi scratched her head, offering an awkward smile that revealed a rare shyness. What happened? Su Yi furrowed his brow in confusion. Well, it wasn't exactly a battle per se. I was standing on a rooftop when I saw those sisters being carried away, and I didn't wish to provoke the bird. Little did I know it would turn its fierce gaze upon me. Lin Ruosi paused, seemingly reluctant to continue. Yet, upon noticing Su Yi's eager expression filled with curiosity, she relented and continued. I attempted to kick it a few times, only to realize that I inflicted no damage and merely enraged it. So, I hurriedly fled. The bird pursued me relentlessly, and I ran a great distance before using a teleportation talisman to return, which is why I stand before you now. Chapter 36. The Darkstar Origin Square, Breaking Through to Tier 3. Su Yi, observing the girl before him with a somewhat embarrassed countenance, contemplated and offered words of comfort. I believe you are being overly modest. For it to chase you for so long, the damage you must have inflicted cannot be insignificant. No, it was minimal. Lin Ruosi waved her hand dismissively. She gazed at Su Yi, a hint of embarrassment returning to her expression. I apologize. Had I known you were coming, I wouldn't have drawn it away. It's quite all right. You must have been searching for second-tier mutated beasts and zombies as well, right? I just discovered a location teeming with them. Shall we venture there together? If we can ascend to Tier 3, our chances of confronting them will surely improve. Absolutely. Su Yi's eyes lit up at her words. During the journey here, he had meticulously observed the monsters outside, but to his dismay, the noticeably larger second-tier zombies were particularly rare. He had scarcely encountered a few, most being the standard-sized first-tier zombies. Conversely, at the Shirley Night Market, second-tier zombies seemed abundant, which had even prompted him to consider returning to the market to elevate his tier to 3. Now that Lin Ruosi mentioned it, he could avoid the detour. Where is it? Right in there. Lin Ruosi tilted her head toward the Star Origin Square, adding, the reason I returned was indeed for the monsters inside. Following Lin Ruosi's guidance, the trio entered the inner sanctum of the Star Origin Square. The interior starkly contrasted with the exterior's vibrant lights. Stepping inside felt akin to entering another realm, shrouded in darkness with no hint of illumination, an unsettling anomaly. Indeed, second-tier eerie creatures plagued this space, robbing it of its light. Lin Ruosi retrieved a candle from her backpack, ignited it with a breath, casting a feeble glow over a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Normal flashlights or candles proved ineffective here. Only game items or skills held any efficacy. As she spoke, noticing Huang Miao Miao biting her lip and shivering against Su Yi, Lin Ruosi smiled gently, taking her hand. Don't worry, Miao Miao. Your sister will protect you. I trust you, Sister Ruosi. During their entrance, Lin Ruosi initiated conversation with Huang Miao Miao, and upon learning of her tragic circumstances, she felt a surge of compassion and assumed a sisterly role, prompting the timid Miao Miao to reciprocate with the term of endearment. Just as she finished this sentence, Huang Miao Miao turned to Su Yi with a pleading gaze, her sparkling eyes conveying a sense of vulnerability. Brother Su Yi, I don't want to be a burden. Let's proceed. Su Yi nodded. Without hesitation, Huang Miao Miao transformed into a beam of white light and merged into his being. Observing Lin Ruosi's momentary surprise, Su Yi reassuringly patted her shoulder. She doesn't doubt you. She simply lacks courage and is easily frightened. He had witnessed her reactions during encounters with both the one-eyed zombie and the recent horde, compared to those who merely screamed upon encountering monsters. He could accept her reaction of being too scared to move, as it did not disrupt others. I understand. Lin Ruosi pointed to her bright, keen eyes. Pouting with a playful expression, I have a keen eye for people. I've known that all along. The two exchanged little more dialogue, each utilizing their own abilities to commence their hunt within the dark square. As before, Lin Ruosi conjured 4 duplicates alongside her main self, creating a total of 5 figures, each emanating a crackling violet-blue lightning that flickered everywhere. From Su Yi's perspective, it appeared as though 5 dazzling bolts of electricity danced about. They moved with incredible speed. No wonder even the giant bird soaring above struggled to keep up. Her velocity was indeed unparalleled. Su Yi shook his head in admiration. Subsequently, he summoned his divine might sword domain while snapping his fingers. A figure clad in a bright red celebratory dress materialized beside him. All the monsters within this vicinity have been slain. The ghost bride acknowledged the command with a slight nod, then drifted backward, disappearing into the shadows. Su Yi remained stationary, choosing to sit down. Shortly thereafter, notifications of kills began to intermittently appear before him. Killed 2 second-tier zombies. Survival points, 2. Killed 1 second-tier mutated beast. Survival points, 3. Shiit was not merely resting his eyes. Rather, he was utilizing the perception granted by the Shenwei Jinyu to observe the actual performance of his pet. In this state of awareness, the expansive plaza, spanning 5 to 6 stories, transformed into a 3D virtual projection within his mind. Despite the inky darkness enveloping the plaza, he could distinctly see the ghostly bride, known as Gui Xinjiang, in a room on the 3rd floor, skillfully using ribbons to strangle a trio of newly discovered crawling zombies clinging to the ceiling. In the realm of Moshi Online, Zombies were not merely of the basic variety. As players delved deeper into the game, an increasing array of zombie types gradually emerged into the public consciousness. There were wall-climbing zombies akin to geckos, water zombies that could breathe and swim swiftly, plague zombies that exuded noxious bacteria capable of poisoning anyone within proximity, and corrosive zombies that oozed acidic fluid, capable of launching corrosive attacks. Many of these creatures were still unknown to Xiuya. His knowledge stemmed primarily from browsing forums while on the vehicle earlier. As Xiuya savored the ghostly bride's elegant and decisive combat style, a flurry of notifications erupted before him without warning. The message read, "Current task progress, second-tier zombies, 200-200, second-tier mutants, 10-10, second-tier anomalies, 1-1. Congratulations on completing the Ascension task, 2. Successful Ascension achieved. Current rank, 3. Successfully activated mainline task, Path of Ascension, 3. Path of Ascension, 3. Eliminate 300 third-tier zombies, 30 third-tier mutants, and 1 third-tier boss. Upon completion, the player will automatically ascend to rank 4. Current task progress, third-tier zombies, 0-300, third-tier mutants, 0-30, third-tier boss, 0-1, rank 3 already?" The suddenness left Xiuya momentarily dazed. He had not closely monitored the progress of the mainline Ascension task, and was thus unaware of the exact number of second-tier zombies or mutants he still needed to slay for Ascension. Now, overwhelmed with excitement from this unexpected advancement, he promptly accessed the game store. Chapter 37, Equipment Enhancement. Upon opening the game store, a brand new notification greeted him. "Congratulations on ascending to rank 3. The Equipment Enhancement section has been unlocked for you." Equipment Enhancement? Xiuya paused briefly. Then his expression brightened with joy. In nearly all games, the key factors determining a player's character strength boil down to 3 aspects: level, equipment, and skills. Players are well aware that the benefits derived from enhancing equipment can be substantial, potentially accounting for a significant portion of a character's attributes. Previously, Xiuya had not noticed the equipment enhancement feature and assumed it was absent in Moshi Online. He had not anticipated that it was simply locked due to his insufficient rank. The gradual unlocking of new features as player levels increase is a common design in various games. Initially, Xiuya had presumed this extraordinary game would differ. It seems that with the elevation of his rank, further functionalities would also become accessible. In an instant, he keenly recognized the advantage of staying ahead. Once he enhanced his equipment, his combat prowess would swiftly surpass that of others, affording him greater opportunities to acquire advantageous resources. He quickly navigated to the newly added equipment enhancement section in the store. To his surprise, the available items were not abundant. There were merely 2 categories. The first category consisted of equipment enhancement stones, intended for enhancing gear, available in 6 quality levels from ES to C. Each type of stone could only enhance equipment of the corresponding quality level. For instance, C-grade equipment could only be enhanced using C-grade stones. The second category featured a solitary item known as the Equipment Protection Voucher. During the enhancement process, there was a chance of failure, which would result in the destruction of the targeted equipment. The purpose of the protection voucher was to safeguard the equipment from one instance of destruction. This appeared quite straightforward. Purchase enhancement stones and sufficient protection vouchers, then enhance without hesitation. The limited selection of items made it easy for Xiuya to notice a small, inconspicuous exclamation mark in the upper right corner, nearly blending in with the background color, requiring keen observation to detect. Curiosity piqued, he clicked on it. The enhancement probability for each level was disclosed as follows. S. 10, constant success probability of 10, A. 20, B. 40, C. 60, D. 80, E. 100, tip. The maximum enhancement level for equipment is 20. So that is how it works. Xiuya comprehended that the enhancement success rate did not diminish with increasing enhancement levels. Rather, it remained constant from the outset. An E-level stone with a 100 success rate implied that whether at level 12 or 20, the success rate remained unchanged. The same applied to the other levels. Having grasped the entire enhancement process and ensuring he had not overlooked anything, Xiuya was finally ready to commence the enhancement. He had only one item to enhance, the B-grade Thunderclap gloves he was currently wearing. Casting a quick glance at his survival points, he noted 26-24. I must reserve 100 points. This way, if the tasks in the third phase of the event prove excessively challenging, I can purchase a Fast Pass voucher from the event store as a contingency. This leaves me with only 162 points available. In truth, Xiuya could easily exhaust his points and subsequently earn 100 survival points again, but the penalties for failing the current event were exceedingly severe. and he wished to avoid taking unnecessary risks. In the store, the price for a B-grade enhancement stone was 30 survival points each, while the equipment protection voucher cost 100 survival points per piece. Xu Ye roughly calculated in his mind and resolutely began to make purchases. You have purchased 20 B-grade enhancement stones. Survival points spent, 600. Remaining survival points, 2024. You have purchased 10 equipment protection vouchers. Survival points spent, 1,000. Remaining survival points, 1024. Had I purchased at regular price, it would require 1,600 survival points. 1,600 survival points. Xu Ye could hardly fathom how long it would take to accumulate that. Even as one of the top-ranking players, he had yet to amass even 1,000 points. TSK. He shook his head, dismissing any extraneous thoughts, and opened his inventory to begin using the enhancement stones. Upon clicking, a selection window promptly appeared, allowing him to choose from the B-grade equipment in his inventory, while all other items were prominently marked with a red cross, indicating they could not be selected. Seeing this, Xu Ye quickly removed the Thunderclap gloves from his hands and returned them to his inventory. This time, he could indeed select the Thunderclap gloves. He immediately chose them. Do you confirm the enhancement of the Thunderclap gloves? Confirm. Enhancement failed. Notification. The divine aura has dissipated. Initially, upon seeing the notification, Xu Ye felt somewhat bewildered. However, upon noticing that the number of equipment protection vouchers in his backpack had decreased from 10 to 9, he instantly comprehended the situation. Without further ado, he utilized the second B-grade enhancement stone to continue the reinforcement process. Enhancement failed. Notification. The divine aura has vanished. Cursing under his breath, Xu Ye felt a pang of anxiety as the initial 2 enhancement attempts resulted in failure. He couldn't help but check the probability once more, which read, B. 40. A 40% chance, quite substantial indeed. Furrowing his brow, he pondered for a moment before opting to use the next enhancement stone. After all, he had purchased these stones, and despite his misfortune, he was determined to persist. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment, 1. Success at last. Xu Ye promptly opened the details and was pleasantly surprised to discover that the agility bonus of the equipment had increased by 15 points. Splendid. It was indeed the right choice to use points to enhance the equipment. Had he spent his 160 points on attribute growth fruits, the increase would have been minimal. Yet, by reinforcing the equipment, he could boost his attributes significantly, by dozens or even hundreds of points. Excited, Xu Ye continued with the enhancements. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment, 2. Enhancement failed. Notification. The divine aura has vanished. He did not cease until all the equipment protection vouchers in his backpack were exhausted, reluctantly halting the enhancement process as his 20 B-grade enhancement stones were also depleted. In total, he had attempted 20 enhancements, achieving success 10 times and failing 10 times, resulting in a success rate of 50, slightly exceeding the advertised 40. Thus, the entire enhancement endeavor could be deemed fortunate. At last, he was eager to discover the transformation of this B-grade equipment after 10 enhancements. Rubbing his hands together with anticipation, he clicked to view the details of the Thunderclap gloves. Thunderclap Gloves 10, B, Effect, Agility 30, 150. Can actively summon lightning to attack. Equipment requirements, Agility 20 Description. Do you hear the sound of thunder? Chapter 38. Have you ever achieved world first? With an agility bonus of 180. Xu Ye's heart raced with exhilaration even before donning the gloves. He never anticipated that enhancing the equipment could yield such a remarkable increase in attributes. It seemed that in the future, with points at his disposal, he should prioritize high-level equipment and its reinforcement. The attribute growth fruits would only gradually reveal their effects at higher tiers. At this stage, focusing on equipment and its enhancements would evidently yield far greater returns. As for skills, Xu Ye was exceedingly confident that he could acquire an S-grade skill from the current Guardian of the Realm event. Perfectly timed. He had just ascended to Tier 3, thus gaining an additional skill slot, which he intended to reserve for that purpose. Suddenly, a tremendous roar echoed outside, reminiscent of a colossal beast trampling the ground. Following that, a cacophony of horns and terrified cries erupted. Unable to decipher the distant commotion, Xu Ye merely sensed that the square, once tranquil, had quickly descended into chaos. In a flash, 5 bolts of lightning surged from various corners of the dark square, converging swiftly into the form of Lin Ruosi before him. She pulled a small match from her pocket, striking it casually in the air. The tiny match ignited into a blazing flame, soaring half a meter high, illuminating the surrounding area. Tilting her head towards the outside, her expression betrayed a hint of alarm. Perhaps the demonic fire giant bird had returned. Had it come back at this moment? Su Yi mused, considering it an ill omen that it returned just after he had upgraded to Tier 3. Of course, this fleeting thought was merely bold speculation, as he had yet to confront a Tier 3 boss and dared not underestimate the challenge. He nodded at Lin Ruosi, who seemed ready to say something further when the entire Xingyuan Square suddenly trembled. Boom! A disruptive sound emanated from the rooftop of Xingyuan Square. They both looked up and then exchanged glances, their faces reflecting a subtle change in expression. I sensed it. Su Yi felt a thrill of anticipation. Indeed, there was a giant bird engulfed in flames perched atop the square's roof. Perfect. He could. A resounding wolf howl interrupted Su Ye's thoughts. The bloodthirsty wolf. It was the Tier 3 boss, the bloodthirsty wolf. It had come too. Lin Ruosi reacted swiftly, almost instantly recognizing the identity of the howling creature. Are you certain? Absolutely. I encountered that wolf while fleeing from the demonic fire giant bird and even kicked it a few times. I cannot forget that howl. It sounded just like this. You are quite impressive. I suspect it followed your scent all the way here. Upon realizing that 2 Tier 3 mutated beast bosses were outside, Su Yi felt a surge of calmness. He sighed lightly, shaking his head as he retrieved the enhanced thunderclap gloves, preparing to wear them in case of an imminent battle. Unexpectedly, Lin Ruosi gasped softly, retreating 2 steps while covering her mouth, her eyes wide with astonishment. What happened? Su Yi paused, immediately alert as he sensed the entire square. Aside from the Bride of Ghosts wreaking havoc in the various rooms, he detected no other anomalies. Right. Now that I have ascended to Tier 3, the Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters are of little use to me. He summoned the distant Bride of Ghosts back. After this maneuver, he cast his gaze once more at Lin Ruosi, only to find her fixated on his right hand. Following her line of sight, he saw the champion ring adorning his pinky finger. How do you possess that item? The fierce light of the match illuminated her astonished face, casting shadows and highlights across her features. Her dark eyes brimmed with disbelief. Su Yi was about to respond when she impatiently pressed on. Because you have achieved world first. Indeed. My goodness. Lin Ruosi clasped her hands around her head, her eyes wide as she continued to stare at Su Yi. I remember when we were on the playground in the evening, you weren't that strong. I even felt a tinge of envy at how you surpassed me in just a few hours. When I ranked highest, I was barely over 100. More than shock. She expressed an almost palpable envy and jealousy at the sudden brilliance of an acquaintance whom she had planned to support through difficult times, only to find them winning a grand prize. After a moment, Lin Ruosi finally regained her composure. However, her gaze towards Su Yi now held a hint of complexity that was difficult to articulate. No wonder you dared to confront the Tier 3 boss alone. Initially, I thought it was mere impulsiveness, but it seems you possess quite the confidence. My apologies if it weren't for my diversion. You might have not only completed the Tier 2 task, but could have even become the first in the world to slay a Tier 3 boss. Throughout this period, nearly every minute, multiple world announcements reverberated across the globe. However, the majority of people are only capable of defeating first-tier bosses, while encounters with second-tier ones are rare. And no one has yet managed to vanquish a third-tier boss. It matters little, for I had no confidence in this endeavor either. No, you are being overly modest. In just a minute or two, I shall ascend to the 3rd tier. At that point, I will promptly venture forth to divert the attention of the bloodthirsty wolf, allowing you to focus on the demon fire giant bird. What do you think? That sounds agreeable. As Su Yi donned the thunderous gloves, he readily acquiesced. Lin Ruosi nodded and, casting a fleeting glance at the ghost bride beside him, transformed into a flash of lightning, vanishing into the darkness. Once the gloves were secured, Su Yi reopened his personal panel to scrutinize the details. Personal panel name: Su Yi Tier 3 Strength 123, 9, Agility 123, 9, Spirit 123, 9, Constitution 103, 9, Skills 34s23 Divine Sword Domain, a 10 Soul Battle Pet, Mutated. B07 Reversal, Passive, Empty Comprehensive Battle Power Index, 5154 National Battle Power Ranking. 1 My Battle Power Index has surpassed 500. Unlike the previous instance of using drugs, I have genuinely attained such a level of strength. In fact, it even exceeds that of the second-tier boss, the Ghost Bride. Contemplating this, he glanced at the Ghost Bride. Pausing in thought, the Ghost Bride remained at the 2nd tier. Should he ascend 1 or 2 more tiers, she might struggle to keep pace with him. Chapter 39, The Ghost Bride Ascends. Could it be that he must continuously seek higher-tier bosses, frequently changing his soul battle pet? The thought of such inconvenience made Su Ye's head throb. If only. He stroked his chin, gazing at the Ghost Bride before him. If there existed a method to elevate the tier of battle pets, it would indeed be a lasting solution. With this in mind, he reopened the game shop, where a plethora of items awaited. Perhaps he might find precisely what he sought. After some contemplation, he entered the term pet into the shop's search bar and clicked search. Soon, every item whose name or description contained the word pet appeared before him. Pet Dyeing Privilege Effect. Upon purchase, you will permanently gain the right to dye and change the appearance of your pet. Price, $188. Description, do you wish for your pet to be more splendid than others? Then this is for you. Pet Learning Pill Effect. Significantly increases a pet's learning efficiency for 1 hour. Price, $333. Description, what would you like to teach your pet? Pet Release Command Effect. Exclusively for players who own pets. Randomly release one currently bound pet. Price, $505. Description, do you wish to exchange for a better pet? Pet Ascension Holy Water Effect. Administering this to a pet has a 50 chance to elevate it by 1 tier. The pet's tier cannot exceed that of its owner. Price, $10. Description, it is only effective if consumed entirely. There it is. Upon spotting the Ascension Holy Water, Su Ye's anxious heart finally found solace. 10 points is not excessive. Even considering the odds, it averages to 2 bottles of holy water, or 20 points, to achieve 1 tier. If he could elevate the Ghost Bride with this modest amount of points, Su Yi felt it was a worthwhile investment. During this time, he also noted the pet dyeing privilege item. It was only upon seeing it that he understood why his previous attempt to change the Ghost Bride's attire had failed. It turns out that such a privilege must be purchased. Nevertheless, it is not overly expensive. Su Yi hesitated. He pondered that if he purchased the Ascension Holy Water to elevate the Ghost Bride, he would essentially secure victory against the Demon Fire Giant Bird. However, he needed to defeat third-tier monsters to earn points. He feared that there might not be enough third-tier monsters available, jeopardizing his chance to acquire a fast pass for the 3rd stage. After all, he had yet to encounter any third-tier mutated beasts or zombies. He only knew of 2 third-tier bosses. Who knows how many survival points one might gain from defeating a boss? It's a gamble. After all, there is still ample time in the 3rd stage. Having made his decision, he swiftly took action. You have purchased 1 Pet Ascension Holy Water. Consumption of survival points, 110. Remaining survival points, 924. I hope for a successful outcome. He retrieved the glass vial containing the golden liquid and presented it to the Ghost Bride. The Ghost Bride remained unresponsive. Not understanding, Su Yi had no choice but to take matters into his own hands. He grasped the Ghost Bride and pulled her close, lifting her red veil and tilting her chin, parting her luscious lips to pour the Ascension water into her mouth. This time, she cooperatively swallowed. Hint, your battle pet, the Ghost Bride, has successfully ascended. That was remarkably swift. Su Yi had anticipated a wait, but as soon as the vial was emptied, its neck still resting on her lips, the successful ascent prompt appeared before him. How fortunate, a single attempt sufficed. Excellent. Su Yi patted her shoulder in satisfaction, while the Ghost Bride maintained her enigmatic smile. Her alluring visage, tinged with a hint of charm, was undeniably captivating. He gently replaced her red veil. In a flash, Lin Ruosi, crackling with energy, reappeared before him. I have ascended to the 3rd tier. I now possess greater confidence to contend with that wolf. Let us proceed. The two exited the shadowy confines of the Xingyuan Square. Once at the entrance, Su Yi turned back to glance twice, exclaiming in astonishment. The creature that shrouded the interior in darkness has managed to conceal itself, despite our rampant slaughter within. It remains alive. Lin Ruosi followed suit, her gaze fixed upon the abyssal darkness, nodding in agreement. The primary issue is the unknown identity of the creature responsible, compounded by the obscurity of the surroundings, making it easy to overlook. Otherwise, should I discover it, I would swiftly dispatch it. In a corner of the dark square, a trembling figure lurked. Having spoken, the two turned to survey the periphery of the square and the distant horizon. Outside, a gentle rain continued to fall. Within the curtain of rain, the roaring blaze ignited upon the collapsed skyscraper was particularly eye-catching, its brilliant flames illuminating the entirety of the square's outskirts. 2 damaged armed helicopters lay half-submerged in a slanted pond, raindrops creating concentric ripples upon the murky green surface. Remnants of zombies and mutated beasts were scattered about. Some lay by the lake, others in the middle of the sidewalk, and some amidst the haystacks. No one had the time to attend to them. The city above remained tumultuous, as if countless individuals were engaged in a cacophony. Yet, the surroundings of the square were eerily quiet. The warm, damp breeze carried the scent of charred earth and wild grasses, rendering the scene before him reminiscent of a battlefield's aftermath, drenched in rain. Suyi turned to observe his flanks. Within the same corridor beneath the same roof, he saw hundreds of individuals standing cautiously along the walls, their faces betraying expressions of anxiety and trepidation. "What is the matter?" Suyi casually inquired of a nearby youth. The young man pointed upwards and whispered, "There is a giant bird that breathes fire up there, and it has already killed many people. They had taken refuge here to escape the flames of the monstrous bird." "Did you see a large blood-red wolf?" Lin Ruosi seized the opportunity to inquire. "Yes," a woman behind replied. "It seemed to be pursuing some official people toward Xingfu Avenue." Upon hearing this, Lin Ruosi turned to Su Yi and shrugged her shoulders, clearly indicating that it seemed unnecessary for her to intervene. Su Yi nodded slightly. Then, in the gaze of Lin Ruosi and many others around, he suddenly vanished in an instant. "Gone," exclaimed the onlookers. "Wow. It seems both of those individuals are formidable players." Indeed, the interior of the square was perilously dark, and those who had entered before had not returned. The fact that only these two emerged alive indicated their exceptional skills. Where did he go? It was evident he had gone after the giant bird. Sigh. I was one of the early players to enter the game, yet I'm still no different from ordinary people. What a failure. Chapter 40. Discovering the fire-breathing giant bird. Meanwhile, after Su Yi teleported to the rooftop of the square using the divine Might Sword domain, he spotted a woman in a black robe tumbling towards him. "Catch her!" Someone shouted. Su Yi paid no heed, instead gracefully sidestepping, allowing the cloaked woman to crash onto the ground, rolling several meters before thudding against the rooftop's guardrail. "What?" The people on the rooftop cast incredulous glances at Su Yi, their expressions seeming to question why he did not engage in a heroic rescue. While they scrutinized him, Su Yi observed them in return. There were about 20 individuals, with a wide age range. The youngest appeared to be under 15, a child wearing round glasses and blowing bubbles. His bubbles floated toward the fire-breathing giant bird, causing it to close its eyes and seemingly drift into a dream. The eldest, around 60 or 70 years old, was a frail man with sparse gray hair. Despite leaning on a cane, his piercing gaze emitted a fierce red light as he frantically slashed at the bird's neck. Although this group did not seem very familiar with one another, they had miraculously united to confront the Tier 3 fire-breathing giant bird. "Is it you?" The woman who had just rolled on the ground stood up and, like a ghost, appeared beside Su Yi. He recognized her as the one who had awakened Bing Qindong in the Jin Diao building last time, belonging to a team known as Zhuke, though he had forgotten the name. "I heard from Dongxiao that you were quite strong." Wang Yuran, ignoring her injuries and the prior lack of assistance from Su Yi, looked around with eager anticipation. "Is that woman who was with you last time here? Are you hoping to invite her to join you?" No. It is just that this boss is very powerful. I have received a task stating that it must be killed, otherwise it poses a severe threat to the safety of the entire city. Doesn't your Zhuke team have other members? Are you referring to the Dongxia sisters?" Wang Yuran hesitated, her gaze drifting. It seemed she was uncertain whether to divulge this information, and after a moment of contemplation, she slowly said, "They are still healing. Once they recover, they should return to join the battle." "You are the leader of this group now?" "Yes, temporarily. They all came voluntarily to assist after hearing the news." "Leave it to me. I will handle it." "What?" Wang Yuran was taken aback. Had it been a stranger making such a claim, she would have dismissed them immediately. However, this man had been praised for his strength by Qindong and Qinxia, and even the formidable woman she had wanted to invite seemed to regard him as their leader. His considerable strength was evident. "Are you suggesting you will take on this boss alone to complete a Tier 2 task for S-grade equipment?" Su Yi did not respond, but merely cast her a look that seemed to say, "What of it?" Wang Yuran's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively took a step back. If he could indeed solo this boss, he would undoubtedly be the strongest player she had encountered thus far. After a struggle with her thoughts, and placing her trust in the Zhuke team's strongest fighters, Wang Yuran made her decision, a temporary retreat. "All right, I will lead them downstairs for now. If you find yourself in trouble, we will come back to assist you." If this man could indeed slay the boss, that would be ideal. If not, they could rest and devise a new strategy during that time. Soon, Wang Yuran led the others away, leaving behind an uncle with teleportation skills, whose task was to bring everyone back if the situation turned dire. Su Yi cast a glance at the uncle, who was cowering at the far edge of the rooftop, terrified of being discovered by the giant bird. Turning back, Su Yi focused intently on the fire-breathing giant bird, which had opened its eyes. Previously, he had imagined it to be much larger, but upon closer inspection, he found it was about 14 to 15 meters tall, resembling a gigantic rock, albeit one engulfed in crimson flames, as if even the rain touching it would evaporate instantly. Alert! Active boss encounter with the fire-breathing giant bird. Fire-breathing giant bird, boss, tier 3 Combat Power Index, 600 Current Status, Eager for Battle. Description: a firebird engulfed in demonic flames that can recover from any injury in a short period. Upon awakening from its slumber, the fire-breathing giant bird immediately spread its fiery wings and tilted its head to let out a resounding cry. Then, it lowered its head, gazing down at the audacious human who dared to stand before it. No, not just one human. Beside this individual was a red figure. Was that another of its kind? The fire-breathing giant bird was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation, yet it was not entirely foolish. It recognized that this figure was also an enemy. Captain Wong. Is that guy really capable? In the quiet of the large elevator, someone finally broke the silence with a question. This voice seemed to shatter the dam of uncertainty, leading to a flurry of inquiries. Indeed, we are so many elites, with our control and output. While we may not have the most harmonious cooperation, we certainly haven't faced any major issues. If we cannot defeat that bird under these circumstances, how can he do it alone? After all, this is a Tier 3 boss. No one in the world has been able to solo such a creature yet. Otherwise, reports would have surfaced by now. Captain Wong, do you really have such faith in him? S-grade equipment is the highest quality in the game at this stage. How could it be so easily obtained by players? I have extensive experience from many games, and I can assure you, he will certainly not succeed. There is no need for further words. Let us rest quickly, as we must continue our battle shortly. However, it must be said that anyone brave enough to confront the boss alone undoubtedly possesses strength superior to all of us present. Wang Yuran listened silently, wishing to articulate her thoughts, but finding herself at a loss for words, only able to purse her lips in silence. Before long, the elevator finally descended to the first floor. It was pitch black here, obscuring all visibility. While the others exchanged glances, Wang Yuran had already lifted her leg and stepped forward. At that very moment, 3 golden system notifications suddenly appeared before her. Global announcement: player Su Yi has successfully soloed the 3rd tier boss, the Demon Fire Giant Bird. Reward: S-rank equipment, Wings of the Demon God. Chapter 41. Could you provide me with some basic information about Su Yi? Accompanied by the resounding global game announcement. The golden system text flickered before the eyes of players worldwide. Shock, surprise, and admiration surged forth, igniting fervent discussions across the globe. On the first floor of Xingyuan Square, Wang Yuran's footsteps abruptly halted. Gazing at the announcement, her expression shifted dramatically. Behind her, the group of skilled individuals voiced their thoughts freely without any reservations. Wow, he really managed to kill it. No wonder he dared to challenge it alone. It turns out he possesses genuine confidence. That guy's name is Su Yi, right? To have such strength on the very first day of the game, the future looks promising. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. He actually obtained S-rank equipment. I was wrong. We truly cannot measure genius by our common standards. How enviable. With a complex mix of emotions, Wang Yuran led the group out of the pitch-black Xingyuan Square. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the formidable woman who had the power to outmatch Chen Xia was right there. She hurriedly approached Lin Ruosi's side, her eyes widening in astonishment as she asked, "What are you doing here? Is there a problem?" Lin Ruosi replied, puzzled. "Do you know there was a 3rd-tier boss on the rooftop?" "Yes, I know." "Then you." Wang Yuran was not foolish. She quickly grasped the situation. The individual before her firmly believed that Su Yi could indeed solo the 3rd-tier boss, which was why she hadn't bothered to go and observe. "You are Lin Ruosi, correct?" Could you share some basic information about Su Yi with me?" "Why? Are you planning to invite him?" "Other teams might have such intentions. But my primary purpose now is to record his information." "Well, it wouldn't hurt to tell you. After all, this isn't a secret." Wang Yuran stepped beneath the eaves, gazing at the rain-soaked city that resembled a wasteland, and sighed deeply. The world has changed overnight. You may not have noticed, but I must inform you that within just over 3 hours since the emergence of this extraordinary game, extremely severe social disasters have occurred globally. In Yingdao, a terrifying assassin organization named the Future Sect has emerged. One must kill 100 people to join, and the membership has already surpassed 100. The Yingdao authorities issued a notice an hour ago, and just half an hour later, the severed heads of over 20 government officials appeared gruesomely in the streets. The people there are now in a state of panic, with order teetering on the brink of collapse. In North America, the situation is even more outrageous. The Pentagon has been bombarded by a high-yield nuclear bomb, detonated by a 13-year-old boy, who afterward boasted on Twitter about his unexpected acquisition of a nuclear bomb from the game and his remarkable achievements. Absurdly, the boy faced little criticism. Instead, it sparked a wave of imitation. Yet, this is not even the most significant issue there. The greatest problem now is the intense internal party strife. resulting in heavy casualties and the rise of local gangs, which indiscriminately murder police and civilians in a struggle for territory. At this point, Wang Yuran shook her head. She chose not to elaborate further, simply sighing and concluding, "The world is far more chaotic than you can imagine. If we do not prepare ourselves, we may be forced to follow in their footsteps. This is why we are taking action to record player information." Lin Ruosi fell silent. She had not anticipated the world had transformed into such a state. The extraordinary game had only been present for a few hours. If this continues into tomorrow or the day after, wouldn't it outright become a post-apocalyptic wasteland? Sigh. I truly do not understand why, once people gain power, they do not strive to maintain their previous way of life. Why must they let the world descend into chaos? Wang Yuran pondered these things, subconsciously letting out another sigh. Lin Ruosi, still troubled about the future, could not help but laugh at Wang Yuran's remarks. "You are quite amusing." "What do you mean?" "It is inevitable. Where there is unfairness, resentment, and dissatisfaction, such chaos will ensue." Lin Ruosi shook her head, not wanting to linger on that topic. Wang Yuran, somewhat confused, nodded and redirected the conversation. "Now, may I inquire about some matters regarding Su Yi?" "Why not ask him directly?" No. I will need to speak to him later as well, but right now, I wish to know how others perceive him. Is this really important? For ordinary people, perhaps not. However, the strength and potential he has demonstrated truly warrant such inquiry." "All right then." Seeing that Lin Ruosi had finally agreed to cooperate, Wang Yuran quickly retrieved her phone to record. Lin Ruosi, stroking her chin and slightly tilting her head back, gazed dreamily into the rainy night. "In my eyes, he is quite handsome, my type. To be honest, I found myself a little smitten when I first saw him, haha. Moreover, he is exceptionally strong. I consider him a rival, and we often compare ourselves and pursue one another, yet it seems he has always been slightly stronger." After speaking, Lin Ruosi fell silent. All Wang Yuran could hear was the gentle patter of the rain. "Is that it?" she asked, momentarily stunned. "Yes, that's all." Silence enveloped them. Wang Yuran remained quiet for a considerable time before finally stopping the recording and replaying it. "In my eyes, what can be gleaned from this? No, it truly reveals something. At the very least, she mentioned that Su Yi is handsome and strong. Wait, isn't that common knowledge?" Wang Yuran was taken aback. After a while, a light bulb illuminated in her somewhat sluggish mind, and she thought, perhaps I should go and ask him directly? Meanwhile, moments earlier on the rooftop of Xingyuan Square, when Su Yi summoned the ghost bride, he did not immediately engage. Instead, he allowed the ghost bride to take the lead. He merely wished to observe which of the third-tier bosses, the ghost bride he had captured or the demon fire giant bird, would prove to be the more formidable opponent. In a mere 10 seconds, the answer became clear. The ghost bride held the upper hand. As she struck, she rapidly summoned a multitude of crimson ribbons, binding the demon fire giant bird's legs to the rooftop, preventing it from taking flight or moving. Furthermore, the flames that enveloped the giant bird could not penetrate the ghost bride's unique crimson bindings. Trapped, it could only endure a passive beating. Had it managed to ascend into the skies, leveraging the aerial advantage, the tides of battle might have shifted. However, this time, the ghost bride undeniably maintained the advantage. Chapter 42, Opening the Boss Loot Box, Eternal Holy Fruit. After verifying the disparity in strength between Gue Xianyang and the Yaohuaju Niao, Su Yi eagerly joined the fray. Before the battle commenced, he had envisioned an exhilarating and earth-shattering clash with the boss. However, once engaged in combat, he realized that the reality was far less flamboyant than he had imagined. It was a simple sequence of teleportation and relentless sword strikes, shifting positions while continuing to unleash a torrent of sword energy upon the Yaohuaju Niao. The adversary, whose injuries would rapidly heal, found itself completely subdued by his Zhan Xinjian, causing damage to accumulate swiftly. Within mere seconds, he unleashed dozens of sword energies that bypassed defenses and could not be healed, ultimately overwhelming the foe. After the battle concluded, Su Yi gazed in astonishment at the fallen Yaohuaju Niao. Was it truly this simple to slay a Tier 3 boss? He found it hard to believe. At that moment, in addition to the resounding world announcement, several individual reward notifications appeared before him. Congratulations on defeating the Tier 3 boss, Yaohuaju Niao. Reward, Survival Points, 25. Solo Kill Bonus, Survival Points, 25. Congratulations on achieving the milestone Initial Brilliance. Achievement Explanation, successfully solo killed a boss for the first time. Reward, Survival Points, 100. It was common knowledge on the forums that a select few achievements awarded special items, while most merely granted 100 survival points. Su Yi's attention drifted past the achievements, focusing instead on the first 3 lines. Defeating the boss yielded 25 survival points, and a solo kill meant he would receive double, correct? A single kill of a boss of the same tier would grant a total of 50 points. He quickly summarized in his mind. As the information gradually faded away, Suyi did not leave immediately. Instead, he stood atop the ethereal red ribbon of Gue Xine Yang, hovering in midair, and carefully examined the corpse of the Yao Huijun Yao. Within moments, he noticed a dazzling golden light manifesting upon the creature's chest, coalescing into the form of a treasure chest right before his eyes. Just as I suspected, I knew that defeating a boss would yield more than just basic rewards. There would surely be additional spoils. A smile spread across Suyi's face as he leapt down to the treasure chest, ready to open it. When he suddenly recalled his previous encounter with a treasure chest monster, his hand hesitated in midair for a moment, but he quickly resumed reaching for it. It mattered not. Even if this creature transformed into a treasure chest monster, it would merely require him to strike it once more. The golden, ornate treasure chest was not locked. Suyi simply lifted the lid with ease. In an instant, his face was illuminated by the radiant glow emanating from within the chest. The exclamation of awe was not from Suyi, but rather from a middle-aged man standing at the edge of the rooftop, who had been left behind by Wang Yuran. He possessed the self-awareness to keep his distance, gazing at the chest with envy and reverence. If only my offspring possessed half of his prowess, I would be satisfied, he mused. Inside the golden chest, 2 items shimmered enticingly. Suyi examined them closely. The first item resembled an apple, yet it was unlike any ordinary fruit. Its surface flowed with swirling patterns of vibrant colors, indicating its extraordinary nature. The second item was a ruby necklace, its silver chain reflecting the moonlight, with a thumb-sized ruby embedded in the center, its surface exhibiting a mesmerizing crystalline lattice. Suyi raised an eyebrow, instinctively sensing that both items were exceptional. He promptly reached out, grasping each one in his hands. The moment the golden treasure chest vanished, detailed information about the items appeared before him, automatically dividing into 2 distinct windows. Suyi read them intently. The first item, Yongheng Shenghua, Special Ultra Rare, Effect. Consuming it permanently enhances all 4 attributes by 5 points. Description, a super rare fruit. Rumored to be the ultimate among all attribute-enhancing fruits. The second item, Fei Hong Ji Xian, a rare, effect, Constitution 60. Upon death, it revives immediately. This effect has a cooldown of 24 hours. Equipment requirement, Pet Battle Companion. Description, it is said that the heart of the Demon King, Fei Hong Bao Jun, is sealed within the gemstone. Would you dare to open it? Having reviewed both items, a grin nearly stretched from ear to ear for Suyi. Just the first item, which enhances all attribute growth by 5 points, was already a significant windfall, not to mention the second item, which was perfectly suited for a pet companion. Was this a stroke of beginner's luck for opening a boss treasure chest for the first time? The quality of the items was astounding. In his excitement, Suyi hastily bit into the Yongheng Shenghua. It was sweet with a hint of lemon's tartness. Congratulations on successfully consuming the ultra-rare fruit, Yongheng Shenghua. Strength growth, permanently 5. Agility growth, permanently 5. Mental growth, permanently 5. Constitution growth, permanently 5. His attribute growths now stood at 17, 17, 17, 15. More than 3 times what they had been when he first entered the game. He closed his eyes to savor the surge in his attributes, and upon reopening them, could not help but clench his fist. Strength, reflexes, stamina. He felt an all-encompassing enhancement that instilled profound confidence. Shifting his gaze, he looked at the ruby necklace in his right hand and turned to present it to Gue Xine Yang beside him. You performed admirably in this battle. This is for you. Gue Xine Yang stood motionless, seemingly oblivious to his gesture. Suyi contemplated purchasing a pet training potion next time to enhance her abilities. She needed to become less dazed. Without further ado, he stepped forward and, after some effort, managed to place the necklace around her neck. The glistening necklace complemented her swan-like alabaster neck exquisitely. It elevated her appearance to one of elegance and grace, while simultaneously rendering the necklace a work of art. Unfortunately, the red veil of Gue Xine Yang cascaded down to her chest, obscuring the beauty beneath. Once Suyi stepped back. All right, you may return now. Suyi gently patted Gue Xine Yang's head through the veil and proceeded to draw her back into the realm of souls. Chapter 43, Wings of the Demon God, one of the fragments of an ultra artifact. Just as Suyi retracted Gue Xine Yang, he noticed the middle-aged man at the edge of the rooftop pressing his hands against the ground, causing the earth to transform into a swirling vortex of darkness. Shortly thereafter, A woman clad in a black trench coat emerged from the whirlpool, striding forth with purpose. It was Wang Yuran of the Zhu Ke team. She approached with an umbrella in hand, her demeanor reflecting newfound respect and trepidation upon recognizing his strength, noticeably more anxious than during their previous encounter. The rain continues to fall softly, and I offer you this umbrella. Standing before Su Yi, Wang Yuran hesitantly extends the black umbrella in her hand, her speech slightly stammering. Although the intensity of the rain has lessened compared to earlier, a gentle drizzle still persists. Su Yi does not accept the offer. He gazes at the sparse curtain of rain overhead and shakes his head in refusal, asking if there is something she needs. It's not anything significant. It's merely the carcass of this colossal bird. May we keep it? Wang Yuran scratches her head and smiles. Standing before this creature, a sudden fear envelopes her. Instances of players taking lives are commonplace across the globe, and no nation possesses the capacity to address such personal vendettas. She is acutely aware of this. Thus, should she inadvertently provoke the other party or incite their wrath, it is likely that, apart from her sisters, no one would seek vengeance on her behalf. If she were to perish, it would be unfortunate, but her true dread lies in the potential repercussions for her family and sisters. If her adversary seeks to eradicate her lineage, or if her family attempts to avenge her, it would spell disaster. Carcass? Su Yi looks down at the remains of the monstrous bird beneath him, puzzled. What do you need this carcass for? What purpose does it serve? In the game, slain monsters dissipate into thin air with a resounding poof, adhering to the gaming aesthetic. However, in the real world, the bodies of slain creatures remain. Su Yi had previously paid little attention to this, but with her inquiry, his immediate thought was rather straightforward. Could it be that the physical form of monsters in reality is consumable? Could it restore health? Oh, that, Wang Yuran responds, sensing that he has not overthought the matter. Instantly, a wave of relief washes over her, as though she has narrowly escaped calamity. Her expression shifts from anxiety to coherence as she explains, these carcasses are of no use. When the monsters first descended, scholars conducted studies, discovering that these creatures' bodies harbor numerous viruses and are inedible. The sole purpose they may serve is for dissection and research, to uncover any secrets contained within their forms. Upon hearing her response, Su Yi feels no sense of loss. It stands to reason that if these remains were of any utility, the countless carcasses throughout the city would have been snatched up long ago. Well, if that is the case, I shall take my leave. Wang Yuran bids farewell to Su Yi, turning to beckon a middle-aged man in the distance as they swiftly descend the stairs. How peculiar, Su Yi muses aloud. Turning to leap to the edge of the rooftop. Standing at the parapet, he gazes out at the city illuminated by rain. Explosions, flames, screams, light rain, ruins, and smoke. These elements intermingle in every direction he surveys. He reaches into his pocket to check the time on his phone, 2023. This is merely the second phase of the event, and the city is already in chaos. Sighing, he wonders what the third phase will entail. He intends to assess whether to purchase the event's quick pass in the game store once the tasks for the third phase are released. At present, with over 200 survival points accrued, he contemplates further enhancing his abilities. However, before that, he wishes to examine the S-grade equipment rewarded from the previous event task. Opening his game inventory, he takes a cursory glance and immediately spots the distinctive black-winged insignia. He quickly clicks to open it. Demon God Wings, S, Effect, Agility 100. Grants the wearer high-speed flight and levitation capabilities. Equipment requirement. None description. One of the scattered pieces of the supreme power of the Ultra Artifact Demon God. High-speed flight, levitation, indeed. Practical abilities. Su Yi harbors no lofty expectations regarding the equipment's additional abilities. After all, equipment primarily provides attribute enhancements, and when it comes to sheer power, S-grade equipment cannot compare to S-grade skills. For winged equipment, his requirements are even simpler. The ability to fly is all he desires. Yet, Su Yi is entirely unprepared for the delightful surprise that the description holds beyond the effects. One of the scattered pieces of the Ultra Artifact Demon God? He is unfamiliar with the classification of Ultra Artifacts, but since it requires S-grade synthesis, it must undoubtedly be superior to S-grade. This is indisputable. Thus, upon reading this description, Su Yi's first thought is that he has struck fortune. The S-grade equipment rewarded from the event task has directly granted him a piece of an Ultra Artifact. The acquisition difficulty of such artifact pieces is exceedingly high from any perspective. To obtain one at the onset of the game, no, even on the very first night of its launch, is truly extraordinary. Calm down, calm down. Su Yi takes a deep breath, compelling himself to regain composure. After all, it is merely one of the scattered pieces. Until he collects them all, it remains on par with other S-grade equipment. However, he muses that if he were to sell it, the price of the Demon God wings would surely be several times, if not a dozen times, that of ordinary S-grade equipment. After all, he is not merely selling S-grade equipment, but a piece of an ultra artifact. As his thoughts briefly drift, he refocuses on the Demon God wings in his inventory, eagerly preparing to equip them. The process of donning winged equipment is remarkably simple. Within the inventory, there is a dedicated button for equipping. Clicking it automatically adorns the player with the wings. In no time, he observes the dark wings unfurling behind him, resembling a collection of obsidian blades. Suyi nods slightly in approval. The aesthetics are satisfactory. However, he ponders whether he can conceal the black wings during ordinary times. To his surprise, the Demon God wings seem to read his thoughts, and the sword-like feathers swiftly retract towards the center. In the blink of an eye, they transform into a straight, pitch-black sword, the hilt pointing downward and the tip pointing skyward. Then, with a soft whoosh, it vanishes from his sight. Truly worthy of an S-grade, Suyi cannot help but give a thumbs up. Chapter 44. The distinction of Soul Battle Pet's mutation and opening the golden treasure chest after the wings retract. The properties and enhancements of the Demon God wings remain intact. In other words, he is still equipped with the wings. They have merely become invisible and intangible. Phew. Thankfully, they can be concealed. Otherwise, they would be quite inconvenient. The drizzle has gradually ceased. Suyi looks up at the night sky of the city, eager to test his newly acquired flying capabilities. Just as he is about to take action, he hears someone calling his name from behind. Suyi, turning at the sound, he sees Lin Ruosi bounding towards him like a rabbit, arriving in mere moments. What's the matter? You're still here? I thought you might have killed the boss and gone elsewhere. Oh, I was just organizing my loot. I see. Guess what I just discovered on the forum? Here's a hint. It's related to skills. Has someone revealed his S-grade skill? Close, but it's not S-grade. Lin Ruosi extended her delicate fingers and gave a gentle shake, subsequently sweeping her hands to reveal a virtual interface before Suyi. Here it is. This interface displayed a screenshot from a forum. Within it was a skill that he also possessed, albeit with some differences. A 10 Soul Battle Pet ability description. You can tame a zombie or mutated beast as your Soul Battle Pet. Limit of 1. Summoning consumes a small amount of your stamina, with no time limit for summoning. During the battle, all damage you receive will be prioritized to be absorbed by the battle pet. Is this the original Soul Battle Pet? Indeed. I've compared it, and there are two distinctions from your mutated version. Before Suyi could respond, Lin Ruosi, brimming with excitement, interjected. The original can only tame zombies or mutated beasts, while your mutated version can also tame eerie creatures. The original can have only one battle pet at a time, whereas your mutated version can have two simultaneously. Congratulations, congratulations. All positive mutations. Lin Ruosi clasped her fists, her face alight with joy as she offered her congratulations. This is largely thanks to you. Suyi chuckled, saying, this mutated skill was a gift from you. No. Lin Ruosi waved her hands, correcting Suyi. A bet is a bet. This is a reward you earned, not a gift from me. Moreover, you may not know, but I also saw several negative mutation skills on the forum, such as one that could originally summon a ferocious bear, but ended up summoning a mere teddy bear instead. A skill that originally consumed only a small amount of stamina, after mutation, still remains unchanged except for its stamina consumption, which skyrocketed. There are many similar instances. Those who experience positive mutations seldom share, but those with negative mutations seem eager to showcase their skills in public, haha. Suyi had not paid much attention to the forum until now. Hearing Lin Ruosi speak of these matters sparked his interest, and he made a decision regarding the battle pet he would tame next. In light of this, Suyi stroked his chin and said, then I shall designate my next battle pet as the eerie boss, fully leveraging the advantages of mutation to capture what others cannot. Yes, I also recommend that. Lin Ruosi had come to inform Suyi precisely of this matter. With the news conveyed, she felt it was time to return to her own tasks. Over at Xingfu Dedeo, there are several second-tier bosses. I need to select one to eliminate. The third-tier Blood Wolf is there as well. Would you like to join? Certainly. 1 minute later, Daxia Xingyan City, Tianhe District. On Xingfu Dedeo, witnessing the formidable Blood Wolf being decisively slain, all surrounding individuals were left in awe. Before the arrival of that youth, the towering wolf, standing 2 stories high, had been the undisputed sovereign of this avenue, ruthlessly defeating players who fled in terror or even feigned death. Yet upon the youth's arrival, the Blood Wolf became the helpless and pitiable party. Lacking flight capabilities and ranged attacks, it had no means of resistance against the boy who could stand in the air, teleport, and unleash sword energy. Within mere seconds, it was vanquished. Who is he? I don't recognize him. Could he be Su Yi, the one who just defeated the third tier Yaohua giant bird? Didn't he acquire the wings of the demon god? But he has no wings. Is it possible he concealed them? That would explain everything. With a thunderous crash, the blood wolf's massive body fell heavily to the ground. From the buildings on either side, countless pairs of eyes watched as the youth descended gracefully from the air, ultimately standing firmly atop the bloodied wolf's head. Within mere seconds, a golden treasure chest materialized out of thin air, which the youth proceeded to open. Wow! The golden light radiated so brightly that it illuminated the boy's handsome visage, prompting many to exclaim in astonishment. It was evident that there were valuable items inside. Indeed, the strong grow stronger. Some gazed at the treasure chest with eyes aglow, eager to approach and investigate. In fact, a burly man did just that. As a result, onlookers witnessed the moment the man had barely climbed atop the wolf's head. The youth waved his hand, and an obsidian sword energy cleaved his body in two. The residual force of the sword energy carved a deep trench along the street. Wow! Wow! Upon witnessing this scene, many players who had contemplated joining the fray were instantly deterred. He is formidable. That individual must not be trifled with. Otherwise, one could truly meet their demise. They even refrained from speaking ill of him, fearing he might actually hear. Meanwhile, atop the lifeless wolf's head, Su Yi shifted his gaze to the golden treasure chest before him, his expression one of surprise upon seeing its contents. This bundle seems somewhat familiar. Inside the chest lay a luminescent green orb and 2 blue tickets. Upon taking them in hand, the information for each item was displayed. Yueying Orb, Rare, Effect, provides illumination. If sold to the game shop, it can yield 50 survival points. Description: one of the 18 rare treasures, its radiance is enough to illuminate a room. Skill Summon Ticket X2. Indeed, those 2 blue tickets are skill summon tickets. Quite a delightful surprise. A pearl worth 50 points, and 2 summon tickets amount to a total of 250 points. Moreover, Su Yi regarded the green orb with contemplative eyes. With this item, it effectively allows for the indirect transfer of points. He searched for this name in the shop, but found no such item available. What a pity. Otherwise, he could have farmed points. It seems such items can only be obtained through opening chests or exploration. Nevertheless, with the backing of the state, one should still be able to acquire some. He began to understand how teams like the Zhuke squad gained their strength. Perhaps, this could even be part of their wages? Chapter 45. Monster Summon Ticket. After retrieving the 2 items, the golden treasure chest swiftly faded away. Su Yi stored the 2 skill summon tickets in his backpack, then promptly opened the game shop. Detected that you possess a Yueying Orb. Would you like to sell it immediately? Sell. Cancel. Without hesitation, Su Yi clicked the former button. Sale successful. Survival points 50. Current survival points 3,424 in less than 10 minutes. His points surged from over 80 to over 300. Defeating bosses truly is a fast track to accumulating points. How remarkable. Su Yi surveyed his surroundings, observing the second-tier monsters that appeared to be mere fodder, and found it peculiar. I have scarcely seen any third-tier minor monsters, yet I have already slain 2 third-tier bosses. How could these minor monsters be rarer than the bosses? Minor monsters cannot possibly be more elusive than bosses. The only explanation Su Yi could conceive was that the time for the emergence of Tier 3 monsters had not yet arrived. The presence of these Tier 3 bosses seemed to be an enforced challenge for players. The fact that he had managed to slay 2 of them indicated that his strength was likely already ahead of the current version. He clenched his fist and turned to gaze into the distance at the street corner. In a fleeting moment, his figure vanished from the sight of most, only to reappear beneath the ancient trees lining the corner 100 meters away. A circle of wooden benches surrounded the venerable tree, resembling a protective barrier. In the past, whenever Su Yi passed by, he would often see many elders resting and chatting there. Yet at this moment, the area was desolate and devoid of life. Su Yi reopened his divine sword domain and scanned the vicinity within 100 meters, confirming that no creatures posed a threat to him before comfortably taking a seat on one of the benches. The second stage task had been completed, while the third stage had yet to commence. Initially, he had intended to pursue the promotion task, but he had not even caught a glimpse of a Tier 3 monster. There were indeed drawbacks to being ahead of the version. With no tasks to undertake, everything was stuck at this juncture. He pondered checking the forum to see if Tier 3 monsters had appeared in the game. If so, he could spend the remaining half-hour farming them. Su Yi reclined back, propping his legs up comfortably, and leaned against the chair's back. He summoned the game interface and opened the game forum. The forum layout was straightforward. The left side featured a friends list, the center displayed a list of image-capable posts, and the far right showcased the current trending topics. Above the trending section was a rectangular search box. Suyi clicked on it and entered Tier 3 monsters on the virtual keyboard, then pressed search. In an instant, the post list in the center refreshed to reveal a multitude of related threads, all prominently featuring the phrase Tier 3 monsters. Discussion: if Tier 1 and Tier 2 monsters are this difficult to defeat, how can we survive against Tier 3 monsters? 15. 61 million likes. 1. 18 million discussions. Discussion: estimated time for the emergence of Tier 3 monsters. 2. 17 million likes. 12,000 discussions. Help. Where can I find Tier 3 monsters? A newbie wishes to tame a Tier 3 monster as a pet. 5,799 likes. 236 discussions. These posts seem to be sorted by popularity. Suyi scrolled down through them. But after an extensive search, he found no useful information. It appeared that the monsters emerging in reality were based on the game's timeline. If Tier 3 monsters had yet to appear in the game, they would not manifest in reality either. The good news was that for the next half hour, he genuinely had no pressing matters to attend to, granting him a rare opportunity to rest. The bad news was that if Tier 3 monsters continued to elude him, others would gradually catch up to his level, although their true strength would likely still be vastly inferior to his. Suyi found the notion of being restricted by levels quite displeasing. However, just as he was about to exit the forum to enhance his gear, a lesser-known thread title suddenly caught his eye. Share: could this summoning ticket from the shop allow us to confront Tier 2 or even Tier 3 monsters in advance? 81 likes. 37 discussions. After a brief hesitation of 2 seconds, Suyi could not resist his curiosity and clicked on it. The post included an image showcasing a screenshot of a shop item. Monster summoning ticket purchase limit. 1 effect. After tearing it, it will summon 100 random zombies of the same tier and 10 random mutated beasts of the same tier around the user. Killing these creatures counts as defeating normal monsters. Price: 50 points. Description: be careful not to let others steal your kills. An item that actively summons monsters? Although limited to 1 purchase, this was still a delightful prospect for Suyi. After all, most items in the shop could be found through exploration in the game. In other words, even if Tier 3 monsters were slow to refresh in the game, he still had hope of leveling up through these items. He immediately closed the forum, opened the shop, and searched for the monster summoning ticket. As expected, he found it. Unfortunately, the purchase was limited to 1. Regrettable as it was, Suyi eagerly bought it. You have purchased 1 monster summoning ticket. Consumption of survival points: 55. Remaining survival points: 3,374. By the way, Suyi suddenly remembered that he had Huang Miao Miao within him. If she could also make a purchase, it would essentially mean having 2 tickets. Miao 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 Miao. He called out twice, waiting quietly. 5 seconds, 10 seconds. Huang Miao Miao seemed to have not heard him, providing no response whatsoever. Strange. She hadn't come out since hiding in Xingyuan Square. Suyi resolved that when Huang Miao Miao next emerged, he would need to inquire thoroughly about her state after the possession. Moreover, it would be best to establish a stable line of communication. Otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient to lose contact after entering. As for now, Suyi surveyed his surroundings. There were no people nearby, only a few scattered zombies and a handful of lively players in the distance. Under the allure of extraordinary power and the pressing crisis of survival, even those who were initially fearful of zombies had to force themselves into battle. Thus, he could clearly observe the increasing number of formidable Tier 2 players. However, despite that, Suyi did not perceive them as a threat to his dominance over Tier 3 monsters. Hence, he decided to use it here. Chapter 46. The mighty Tier 3 zombie. The monster summoning ticket was a purple paper ticket, adorned on both sides with numerous silhouettes of monsters. These silhouettes overlapped to the point that it was impossible to discern individual forms. The method of use was identical to that of skill summoning tickets. Simply tear it. With a determined rip, Suyi tore the ticket apart, and with it came a wailing sound akin to a ghostly cry, accompanied by a chilling wind that swept from the void. Subsequently, as if countless droplets of ink fell to the ground, the nearby earth became gradually covered by randomly appearing black spots, ultimately staining the ground within 100 meters into a deep black. Wow, what is that? I don't know. We should leave this place. Is a boss about to emerge? There's someone under that tree. Is it him causing this? A few players passing nearby witnessed this scene and immediately fled towards safer ground. Soon, amidst the astonished gazes of the surrounding crowd, towering zombies, approximately 3 meters tall, began to emerge from the inky ground. These zombies emit a deep, hoarse sound from their throats, a sound that feels both distant and close, whispering in people's ears and sending chills down their spines. Zombies. So many new types of zombies we have never seen before. No, wait. These zombies appear similar to Tier 2 zombies, only much larger and more formidable. They are likely Tier 3 zombies. Whether they are Tier 3 zombies or not, we will find out soon enough. A girl wearing sunglasses spoke, then raised her hands, and a small fireball materialized in each palm. C-886 fireball technique, she exclaimed, throwing both fireballs. With two resounding thuds, they struck the arm of one zombie and the thigh of another, igniting a fiery explosion that seared the respective limbs. What? Is that all? Zhang Yan, astonished, immediately turned to her companion and said, "They are indeed third-tier zombies. My fireballs can barely withstand second-tier zombies. Yet they only sustain superficial injuries. Look, wait, they are looking this way." Upon hearing this, Zhang Yan swiftly turned back. However, what she saw made her hair stand on end. The towering zombies stood upright and silent, their lifeless gray-white eyes fixated solely on her. They no longer emitted the low growls they had when emerging, but were instead eerily quiet, resembling a well-trained legion of the undead. An invisible dread enveloped Zhang Yan, and she gritted her teeth, ready to unleash the fireball technique once more. Yet, just as the fireballs began to coalesce in her palms, a white figure suddenly dashed before her. It was one of the zombies. With alarming speed, it lunged at her, not attacking immediately, but lowering its head, its expressionless gray-white eyes gazing down upon her. A tremendous pressure and fear engulfed Zhang Yan. She looked up at the menacing zombie, her lips trembling uncontrollably in terror. She yearned to retaliate, but her mind went blank and her body refused to respond. What is happening? The zombie, without giving her a moment to reflect, abruptly raised its hand high. It lingered in the air for a second or two before the outcome became apparent to Zhang Yan's companions, who witnessed the towering zombie casually swat her away like a mere insect. Before she even hit the ground, another zombie charged at her, delivering a powerful kick that sent her crashing into a nearby tree, leaving her fate uncertain. They can cooperate, think, and have evolved. Guardian Shield. Wait, are they truly only third tier? Why do I feel like they have fourth tier capabilities? Isn't a third tier player merely slightly stronger than us? Can we really face them? Indeed. I never moved that quickly when I advanced to third tier. Damn it. Run. On the other side, Su Yi, having observed everything, had gained a clearer understanding of the characteristics of third-tier zombies. They were faster, stronger, and exhibited a degree of cognitive ability, as well as an understanding of teamwork. The leap from second tier to first tier was not significant, but why did they suddenly evolve in such a manner at third tier? A thought struck Su Yi, prompting him to open his mainline promotion task interface. Current task progress, third-tier zombies, 0300, third-tier mutated beasts, 030, third-tier bosses, 11 indeed. When he ascended to third tier, he had other matters to attend to and had unconsciously overlooked this. Reflecting back, he suddenly realized that the difficulty of the third-tier tasks had risen dramatically. It directly required players to eliminate bosses of the same tier. Without defeating a single one, ascending to fourth tier was impossible. Such a task could only be deemed a considerable challenge for players. So you could even envision the uproar among players as more ascended to third tier, likely flooding forums with complaints and fervently pressing the complaint button to the game developers. Are they out of their minds? Creating such ascension tasks. This is discouragement. As his thoughts raced, Su Yi furrowed his brows, his awareness returning to the present. He noticed the zombies at the periphery eyeing the players outside, their demeanor suggesting an impending assault on the human realm. Su Yi scoffed lightly, stepping forward and instantly teleporting 100 meters away. The Zhanshin sword appeared in his hand, and a zombie charging recklessly collided with the blade's edge. There is no hope for them. Witnessing this, Su Yi decisively concluded. Indeed, without any suspense, a thud resounded from behind, signaling the demise of a zombie. Killed one third-tier zombie. Survival points, 1. Su Yi scanned the group of third-tier zombies before him. They, too, stared back in silence, their faces devoid of emotion. How intriguing. Su Yi smiled. A smile laced with malice. Do not flee. Else, I shall have to expend effort to find you. No sooner had he finished speaking than a zombie charged straight at him. With a swift stroke of his sword, it was cleaved in half. Killed one third-tier zombie. Survival points, 1. Su Yi remained silent, consumed by the act of slaughter. His intentions were ruthless, each swing unleashing a torrent of formidable sword energy. Killed 7 third-tier zombies. Survival points, 7. Killed 12 third-tier zombies. Survival points, 12. Killed 23 third-tier zombies. Survival points, 23. Chapter 47. Can items purchased in the mall only be used by the buyer? Su Yi was unsure of the specific attributes of the third-tier zombies and mutated beasts. However, he was acutely aware that, before the Zhanshin sword, all enemies were merely a matter of one strike or several strikes. Their true injuries could not be healed, ensuring that no monster was beyond his capacity to slay. Moments later, every single third-tier monster present had been vanquished without exception. The entire battle unfolded without any suspense. Current task progress: third-tier zombies, 100,300, third-tier mutated beasts, 1030, third-tier bosses, 11. Retrieving a stamina bean from his backpack. Suyi consumed it while reveling in the restoration of his energy, reminiscing about the Monster Challenge voucher he had just utilized. This voucher could be purchased by anyone once, and the summoned monsters could be slain by anyone, granting points and completing tasks. Was this not a covert method of accruing points? Suyi returned to rest beneath a tree. At that moment, a brilliant white light flickered beside him, transforming into the radiant figure of Huang Miao Miao in her flowing white dress. Upon her arrival, she stretched widely, appearing as though she had just awakened from slumber. Oh, it was so comfortable inside. I slept too well. A contented smile adorned Huang Miao Miao's delicate, fair face. Her lips pressed together and eyes closed as if savoring the lingering beauty of her dreams. Did you just fall asleep? Suyi inquired. From his side perspective, he could clearly discern her exquisite figure. Indeed, Huang Miao Miao floated beside Suyi, cheerfully swinging her legs, her demeanor radiant with joy. Entering your body feels like coming home. So comforting. It is quite challenging to articulate, as it feels akin to descending into a sweet dream. When you enter this state, are you entirely oblivious to the external world? Not at all. I am still aware of my surroundings. I just called you. Apologies, I succumbed to sleep. Huang Miao Miao expressed her regret, then eagerly inquired, is there something you need from me? I shall assist in any way I can. Do you still possess survival points? Let me check. I have 122 left. Really? That is quite a sum. Where did you acquire them? Earlier, while playing the game, I fortuitously encountered a silver treasure chest. Upon opening it, I discovered a button labeled Meteor Drop, which claimed that pressing it would summon a meteor. Huang Miao Miao, with innocent eyes, stated, so, I pressed it. I see. Suyi nodded, indicating that our area is relatively expansive. The concept of a meteor drop is entirely foreign to him. He has neither heard nor seen such a thing. Since you have points, that simplifies matters. Follow my instructions and head to the marketplace. Suyi directed Huang Miao Miao to purchase a monster summoning ticket. He wished to test whether, as he imagined, one could accumulate points merely by having others buy this and summon creatures. Huang Miao Miao, being quite sensible, did not question the rationale and promptly made the purchase. Here you go. After acquiring it, she even proactively handed it to Suyi. He initially intended for her to use it, but reconsidered, realizing that their ranks were equivalent. Thus it mattered not who wielded it, and he accepted it. However, upon first touching the monster summoning ticket, 2 lines of faint information materialized before his eyes. This item cannot be used. Note, any item purchased in the game marketplace can only be used by the original buyer. Such a restriction exists? Suyi stood frozen, his mind racing. Items bought in the marketplace can only be utilized by the purchaser. For him, this was undeniably fortuitous news. It took him only 2 or 3 seconds to comprehend the implications. One of his significant advantages is the ability to procure various goods from the marketplace at remarkably low prices. If items purchased by others could also be utilized by different players, then as long as the numbers were sufficient, rapidly amassing a formidable force would not be overly difficult. No wonder I still hold this rank. He understood why even vast entities like nations could not swiftly cultivate someone with greater combat prowess than his own. It seems they are hindered by the extraordinary game mechanics. I cannot use it. You must take the lead. Suyi returned the monster summoning ticket to Huang Miao Miao. Fortunately, since your rank mirrors mine, the creatures you summon will also be of the 3rd tier, and I can obtain rewards from defeating them. Oh, so it's limited to my use. As she took back the monster summoning ticket, Huang Miao Miao fixed her gaze on Suyi, unable to resist asking, if you don't perish, I surely won't either, right? Certainly. The skills are clearly delineated. Oh, then it should be fine. With that, she looked at the summoning ticket before effortlessly tearing it apart. The ground around them rippled with inky waves once more. Go for it. Observing Suyi rise, Huang Miao Miao immediately raised her small fist, cheering him on. Hurry and slay the monsters. This accessory of mine can level up quickly, providing you with even more support. Current task progress: 3rd tier zombie, 200-300, 3rd tier mutant beasts, 20-30, 3rd tier boss, 1-1. Exceedingly smooth. As Suyi annihilated these 3rd tier zombies and mutant beasts, the entire process remained undisturbed by outsiders. Consequently, upon returning after vanquishing them all, he felt somewhat surreal. Wow. Suyi Gij, you are truly impressive. Huang Miaomiao regarded him with newfound seriousness for the first time, her face brimming with genuine astonishment. Su Yi smiled lightly. From the moment he commenced his assault, Huang Miaomiao's gaze had never left him, likely captivated by his prowess. Your combat ranking. It isn't in the global top 100, is it? After a moment of hesitation, she could no longer contain her curiosity. Modestly speaking. Huh. Is it perhaps within the top 50? Be bold. The top 10. Huang Miaomiao, though not deeply entrenched in gaming, was far from foolish. On the contrary, she possessed a remarkable capacity for learning and high emotional intelligence, regarded as the epitome of perfection among countless prodigies at her prestigious institution. The notion of being in the top 10 seemed absurd to her. Was he jesting? Yet, upon hearing Su Yi casually declare that he was still ranked first, she was instantly taken aback. He was not joking. This was the strong intuition of a woman. Su Yi did not feel the need to further validate his status to Huang Miaomiao. He silently opened the game marketplace. After defeating 2 significant waves of monsters, his survival points had surged to an unprecedented height, 5,974. Chapter 48. Strengthening the wings of the demon god. He is about to enhance the wings of the demon god. Although the B-grade Thunderclap gloves could still be reinforced, Su Yi believed that B-grade would eventually be phased out, rather than continuing to enhance them. It was wiser to invest in the higher potential S-grade. As for what to do if the wings of the demon god were to be synthesized into an extraordinary artifact after reinforcement, Su Yi deemed such concerns unnecessary for the time being. Even if that day were to come, he would not regret reinforcing the wings of the demon god. Instead, he would revel in acquiring even more powerful equipment. He entered the game marketplace and navigated to the equipment enhancement section. Reserving 100 points for the third phase of the event, he could utilize the remaining 497 points entirely. His gaze swept across the 2 items he required. S-grade enhancement stone effect can be used to enhance S-grade equipment. Enhancement may fail. Price, 1,000. Equipment protection ticket effect. Should enhancement fail, this ticket prevents the target equipment from suffering damage. Price, 1,000. Both the enhancement stone and protection ticket were indispensable. Without the enhancement stone, reinforcement was impossible. And without the protection ticket, he might lose the equipment entirely. The success rate for S-grade enhancement is merely 10. He pondered for a moment, deciding to purchase 25 enhancement stones and 20 protection tickets for a trial run. Considering the 90 failure rate for each enhancement necessitated a substantial supply of protection tickets. You have purchased 25 S-grade enhancement stones. Survival points deducted, 2,500. Remaining survival points, 3,474. You have purchased 20 equipment protection tickets. Survival points deducted, 2,000. Remaining survival points, 1,474. Shopping completed. Su Yi rubbed his hands together, ready to enhance. Nearby, Huang Miaomiao likely sensed Su Yi's actions. Although she yearned to confirm his ranking, she understood that the moment was not appropriate. She could only sit quietly beside him, patiently awaiting the outcome. Global announcement. Player Lin Ruosi successfully soloed the second-tier boss, Black Feather Rooster King. Reward. A-grade equipment, colorless ring. Global announcements occasionally resonated across the globe. Huang Miaomiao initially paid them no mind. She recognized a familiar name, yet could not hide her astonishment. Did Lin Jiejie really solo a level 2 boss? She recalled the fiends who had slain her father, the strongest among them merely a level 2. Now, Huang Miaomiao was lost in thought, her vacant gaze fixed on the distance. In the street ahead, an ambulance had halted beneath a modest 2-story residential building, and she observed a figure carrying an injured person, enveloped by a crowd of panicked onlookers as they boarded the vehicle. From afar, obscured by the throng, Huang Miaomiao could not discern the condition of the injured. However, after the ambulance departed, the crowd remained, chattering incessantly. Curiosity piqued. She noticed a nimble silhouette appearing atop the buildings along that street, walking slowly for a moment before darting away like a flash of lightning. Lin Jiejie. Huang Miaomiao waved her hand, greeting Lin Ruosi with a smile. Lin Ruosi nodded in return, then shifted her gaze to Su Yi. Su Yi, what are you up to? Enhancing equipment. After several unsuccessful attempts, Su Yi's expression bore a hint of frustration. Given your expression, I assume you are enhancing your demon god wings? What is the matter? Huh, nothing much. S-level equipment isn't easily enhanced. Don't be disheartened, haha. She approached, playfully patting Su Yi's shoulder. Rather than offering solace, it resembled a touch of schadenfreude. Su Yi ignored her and continued enhancing. Enhancement failed. Notification, a divine aura has vanished. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment, 1. At last, he succeeded once. Su Yi felt a wave of relief, thinking at least there was progress. and he would continue enhancing while the momentum lasted. Nearby, Huang Miaomiao, upon hearing Su Yi had S-level equipment, widened her eyes in disbelief. Su Yi Gij possesses S-level equipment? Yes, didn't he, you know? It was announced globally. I was sleeping just before. He soloed a level 3 boss? The one that was a bird? Yes, surprised? Did you not realize he went to Xingyuan Square specifically for the level 3 boss? I knew. But you previously described that bird as so fearsome that even a fierce individual who could solo a level 2 boss would not stand a chance against it. You were even pursued by it. I thought. Huang Miaomiao did not continue, but her meaning was clear. She presumed Su Yi could not contend with that monstrous firebird either. Haha. Lin Ruosi chuckled, then playfully poked Huang Miaomiao's nose, saying, You underestimate your Su Yi Gij. Who is he? The hidden champion of the national power rankings, currently the only one to have soloed a level 3 boss. Even someone as strong as I am would need a considerable time to defeat a level 2. He can take down a level 3 in less than a minute. The foremost champion of national power rankings? Huang Miaomiao turned to gaze at Su Yi, her delicate features frozen in astonishment. No way. What a coincidence. At that moment, she had decided to embody herself in this individual, placing her future in his hands, only to discover he was the very best. She had thought he was merely an exceptionally skilled grassroots expert. Huang Miaomiao stared intently at Su Yi, uncertain whether it was his prowess or his inherent charm. But her mind inadvertently conjured some whimsical thoughts. Once that idea took root, it grew uncontrollably. She immediately lowered her head, casting her face into shadow to prevent others from noticing. At that moment, Su Yi's enhancement reached its conclusion. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment, 4. During this process, having exhausted his equipment protection vouchers, he purchased another one. In total, he consumed 25 S-level enhancement stones and 21 protection vouchers. His Demon God Wings had transformed into Demon God Wings 4S, with the effects, Agility 100, 200, granting the wearer high-speed flight and levitation capabilities. Equipment requirements, none. Description, one of the supreme artifacts of the Demon God, embodying unparalleled power. The enhanced Thunderclap gloves only provided a total of 180 attribute enhancement, while the level 4 Demon God Wings boasted an astonishing 300 attributes. Unfortunately, all of it was agility. If only it were strength or spirit, the enhancement would be even greater. Opening his personal panel, he focused on the agility section. Currently, his total agility had soared to an astounding 540 points, with 480 points coming from equipment bonuses. Truly remarkable. Chapter 49, Level 4. New function, World Boss. Of course, equipment cannot be worn infinitely. During his conversation with Lin Ruosi, Su Yi learned that each player may wear a maximum of 2 pieces of equipment simultaneously. If 2 pieces are already equipped, any additional equipment worn will provide no attributes or effects, functioning merely as ordinary items. Su Yi had long anticipated that equipment would have a wearing limit, but he did not expect it to be so few. Speaking of which, recalling that he was just a third of the way through his ascension task, Su Yi looked at Lin Ruosi and shared the information regarding the monster summoning vouchers. Lin Ruosi was quite taken aback, but soon nodded, saying, Sure, I haven't purchased such a voucher yet. I can buy one to summon monsters for you, helping you quickly ascend to level 4. However, she frowned slightly. Unable to contain her caution, Are you certain you want to do this? Ascending to level 4 so early may not be wise. Look at the current situation. Level 3 monsters have yet to respawn. We, as level 3 players, are struggling to earn points. If you ascend to level 4, won't your progress be even more stymied? Hearing this, Su Yi shook his head and sighed. Honestly, I'm a bit hesitant as well. Logically speaking, the faster you ascend, the better, but this game, alas, it does not follow conventional paths. Ascending too quickly is not beneficial, nor is ascending too slowly. It insists on its own rhythm. Sigh, how vexing. Lin Ruosi empathized with him. She too harbored grievances regarding the monster respawn mechanics in Moshi Online. Indeed, you see, I could still grind monsters at level 2, but after reaching level 3, I haven't earned a single point yet. Even after defeating that level 2 boss, I received no point rewards. No rewards for a boss. Su Yi frowned, astonished at how stringent the requirements were. Observing his hesitation, Lin Ruosi continued, It ultimately depends on you. Ascending is primarily about unlocking new functions. If the new functions can generate significant points or unlock new means of obtaining points, then ascending early is advantageous. If not, it may be better to remain at your current level. Anyway, I don't think the monster summoning vouchers are particularly useful. If you need one, I can purchase it for you anytime. But, haha, this won't be free. I've helped you this time, so if I encounter trouble next time, you must assist me. So, have you made your decision? Suyi closed his eyes in contemplation. After a moment, he opened them, speaking solemnly. By having already used 2 summoning vouchers to push my progress to 23, I must continue to the remaining 13. Abandoning a task midway is certainly not his style. Upon witnessing Su Ye's determination, Lin Ruosi ceased her persuasion, swiftly purchasing and utilizing the item. In no time, as the last third-tier zombie succumbed to his efforts, a plethora of information materialized before him. Current task progress, third-tier zombie, 300-300, third-tier mutant beast, 30-30, third-tier boss, 1-1. Congratulations on completing the Ascension task, 3. Successfully leveling up. Current level, 4. Congratulations on reaching level 4. Successfully unlocking the new feature, World Boss. Successfully activated the main quest, Ascension Path, 4. Ascension Path, for in the new feature, World Boss, inflict a cumulative damage of 5 on the World Boss or survive through 5 challenges. Meeting either condition allows the player to immediately ascend to level 5. Current task progress, cumulative damage inflicted on World Boss, 0. Cumulative survival challenge count, 0. Observing the information before him, Suyi displayed a look of astonishment. What is it? What news have you seen? Is there a new feature? Lin Ruosi inquired eagerly beside him. She too was exceedingly curious about the implications of reaching level 4. Suyi refrained from answering immediately, instead sharing the message log so they could both peruse the lengthy details. Wow, there truly is a new feature, Huang Miao Miao exclaimed, covering her mouth in delight. Despite her limited understanding of the game, the term World Boss was enough for her to grasp that players were to challenge such formidable foes. And since it was a challenge, there would undoubtedly be point rewards. Suyi had indeed made a wise gamble. The Ascension task had transformed. Lin Ruosi scanned the lines of text, her expression revealing profound surprise. I assumed each level's Ascension task would remain the same, merely requiring the extermination of a set number of zombies or mutant beasts. I never imagined it would change so dramatically. Does this not subtly compel players to confront the World Boss? In response, Suyi chuckled lightly, maintaining a nonchalant demeanor. I believe it's quite reasonable. The previous Ascension tasks were, to put it plainly, a veiled compulsion to slay monsters. As long as there are point rewards, I one team need to be coerced. I will pursue it willingly. Lin Ruosi nodded in understanding, then promptly urged, you should check it out quickly. Discover what this new feature entails. Without further prompting, Suyi eagerly accessed the player function interface. Indeed, within his personal interface, behind the basic features such as the shop and inventory, a new icon for the World Boss had emerged. As he clicked on it, he was confronted by a vast, gaping maw. Suyi's heart lurched, instinctively wanting to retreat, but suddenly realizing it was merely a special effect, leaving his feet firmly planted. Did you just get startled? Lin Ruosi blinked in surprise. No. How could that be? Nothing happened. I could never be frightened. Oh, perhaps I misread. It seemed your expression changed for a moment, Lin Ruosi teased, twirling a strand of hair around her finger. Suyi focused again on the screen. Before him was a colossal shark. In the center of the interface loomed a gigantic shark adorned with a pair of immense bony wings, its body a deep azure, with rippling patterns akin to bubbles. The shark's name was displayed above, Fuhai Jusha, first-tier World Boss. Below the shark was an orange button labeled Start Challenge. Additionally, a small exclamation mark was present in the upper right corner of the interface. Upon noticing it, Suyi promptly clicked it. World Boss Introduction, 1. Each player has only one opportunity per day to challenge the World Boss, refreshing at midnight. 2. The challenge duration is 1 minute, and players cannot exit midway. If a player dies during the challenge, they will be ejected prematurely. 3. Upon the challenge's conclusion, players will receive points corresponding to the damage inflicted on the World Boss. Players who rank high in cumulative damage after defeating the World Boss will receive additional points. Chapter 50. The absurd third phase task, utilizing the Divine Speedrun Scroll. After reading the basic introduction to the World Boss, Suyi could hardly conceal his excitement. This new feature indeed offers a chance to earn points. And it is remarkably straightforward. Simply inflict damage. The greater the damage, the more points accrued. Ah, I see. Since there is still time, you should try challenging it. No. Suyi waved his finger, already formulating a plan in his mind. With only one challenge opportunity per day, I need to be cautious. I won't wait until 11:50 to challenge. I should first ensure I maximize my rewards from the current event. Time flew by, unbeknownst to them. When the game system clock struck 9 o'clock, new activity announcements appeared before all players. Current World Defense Phase 2 concluded. Global completion count, 5,386. Congratulations to the players listed above for receiving an additional reward, Mysterious Small Gift X2. The World Defense event officially enters Phase 3. World Defense Phase 3 Defense Task. Eliminate 100,000 monsters of any tier. Task Reward. Eternal Holy Fruit X1. Remaining time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Note: players who complete all 3 phases of the task will receive an additional random S-Class skill. 100,000 monsters. The task for Phase 3 was of utmost concern to players worldwide. If no one succeeded in completing all 3 phases, everyone would face the merciless obliteration by this extraordinary game. No one doubted its capabilities. While any tier of monsters could be slain, was it not an exaggeration to require 100,000? Indeed, it is quite absurd. These are personal tasks. Who could possibly slay 100,000 creatures in 1 hour? I calculated it. On average, one would need to eliminate 667 every minute. Are they insane? Comparatively, purchasing the Divine Speedrun Scroll for 1,000 points seems more feasible. Yes, I hope someone among those 5,000 can afford it. On the streets, the grumbles and complaints of the populace echoed everywhere. The staggering task requirements were enough to deter anyone. Suyi, do you have a solution? Lin Ruosi, understanding her own limitations, turned to Suyi for assistance. I have no solution, Suyi shrugged. Compared to slaying 100,000 monsters, gathering 1,000 points is far simpler. Luckily, I am already prepared. He contemplated the necessity of purchasing the scroll. You're prepared? Huang Miao Miao and Lin Ruosi exclaimed in unison. Indeed. Suyi accessed the game shop, navigated to the event store, selected the Divine Speedrun Scroll, and promptly purchased it. You have purchased 1 Divine Speedrun Scroll. Consumption of survival points, 1,000 to 100. Remaining survival points, 1674. The scroll was a delicate lavender, smooth and soft to the touch. As Suyi retrieved it from his inventory, both Lin Ruosi and Huang Miao Miao gazed at it intently. Wow, this is the speedrun scroll. Can I touch it? Lin Ruosi's eyes sparkled with an unprecedented yearning. After all, this was a treasure worth 1,000 points. Before you use it, may I touch it? She implored. I do not know when I might encounter something so precious again. Suyi smiled gently, deciding to indulge Lin Ruosi's modest request. She carefully received it with both hands, examining and savoring it for a considerable time before returning it with satisfaction. I will surely be able to purchase such an exquisite treasure in the future, she declared. As if announcing her dream, the starry night sky twinkled above, with occasional droplets of crystalline rain cascading from the verdant leaves, splattering onto the damp ground below. Beneath the trees after the rain, the rich aroma of mingled grass and soil filled the air. Suyi extended his hands, unfurling the scroll. You have successfully used the Divine Speed Scroll. Congratulations on completing the 3rd stage of the Guardian mission. Reward: Eternal Holy Fruit X1. Congratulations on completing all stages of this event. Reward: S47 Holy Body, Passive. S47. Another skill with an impressively high serial number. He quickly opened his backpack and immediately spotted the small, radiant crystal glimmering with a spectrum of colors. He clicked to examine it. S47 Holy Body, Passive. Ability description: permanently immune to negative effects. If the negative effect is a debuff, you will temporarily gain a 10-fold enhancement contrary to that debuff, taking the maximum value, non-stacking. If the negative effect is a control effect, it will automatically rebound to all nearby enemies. It was evident that within the game Moshi Online, negative effects fell into at least 2 categories. One category was debuffs, such as reducing attributes or speed. The other was control effects, like freezing, stunning, or hypnotizing. Other effects, such as poisoning, curses, or seals, did not belong to these 2 categories. This skill not only granted him immunity to all aforementioned negative effects, but also allowed him to counteract debuffs and control enemies. It was essentially a superior version of his B07 reversal. Suyi was exhilarated. He could hardly wait to remove the B07 reversal and equip the S47 Holy Body. Just as he completed this action, a deep bell tolled abruptly across the globe. Suyi paused, exchanging bewildered glances with Lin Ruosi and Huang Miao Miao. The next moment, a world announcement echoed. World announcement. Congratulations to player Suyi for surpassing a battle power index of 1,000. A new global record has been established. The current time node has been registered. This historical event has been recorded. Special reward for player Suyi. Limited title, Pioneer of the Ancient Legend. The world fell silent, then erupted in uproar. Someone has surpassed a battle power of 1,000. My battle power index has barely reached double digits. Is the gap between us truly so vast? The three of them remained outside, overhearing the astonished chatter of other players nearby. Su Yi, isn't he the one who just single-handedly defeated the Tier 3 boss? Yes, it must be him, the one who soared through the air, slaying the bloody wolf with sword energy. In an instant, countless gazes turned towards this direction. We are witnessing a legendary figure. Indeed, it is him, the one who just effortlessly defeated the bloody wolf. Su Yi felt somewhat dazed. The sudden world announcement left him with an inexplicable sense of sudden fame. Beside him, Huang Miaomiao and Lin Ruosi appeared even more bewildered. Had his battle power truly crossed the threshold of 1,000 so seamlessly? In front of Su Yi, 2 lines of achievement reward information appeared. Congratulations on achieving the milestone of surpassing a battle power of 1,000. Achievement explanation. Battle power index first surpasses 1,000 points. Reward. Survival points x 100. These 2 pieces of information, in stark contrast to the abrupt world announcement, felt remarkably gentle and serene. As a throng of people gathered, seemingly eager to capture this moment on their phones, Su Yi was at a loss as to how to respond. Thus, he stepped forward with determination, wrapping an arm around one of his companions and teleporting them away from the scene. The big shot has fled. Wow, the big shot must be shy. How envious. The big shot is enjoying the company of 2 lovely ladies. On a distant rooftop, a group of people marveled at the frenzy. Lin Ruosi clutched her chest, still shaken. Indeed, one might mistake them for fans of Su Yi Gige, she remarked. Huang Miaomiao nodded in agreement. They looked at Su Yi, who was busy devouring a shimmering fruit. Is that fruit? Lin Ruosi's eyes widened. Yes, it is the eternal holy fruit. After a few bites, Su Yi casually flicked the fruit pit aside. Before it could touch the ground, it vanished into thin air. Eagerly, he opened his personal interface to check. Personal panel name, Su Yi rank. For strength, 224, 12, agility, 224, 12, for 80, spirit, 224, 12, constitution, 204, 12, skills, 35s23 divine sword domain. A 10-soul battle pet, mutation, S47 holy body, passive, empty overall battle power index, 1562 global battle power ranking. His 4 primary attributes were strength 100, agility 580, spirit 100, and constitution 92. The other 3 attributes were relatively balanced, but agility stood out significantly. Through personal experience, Su Yi realized that agility not only represented speed and physical dexterity, but also greatly enhanced balance and coordination. For him, speed was paramount. I possess a true damage sword. A lower strength is not a significant concern, it merely prolongs the battle. However, agility must be high. If I cannot react to the enemy's speed, I would become a mere punching bag. Su Yi yearned to enhance his other 3 attributes. After all, greater strength meant more formidable physical output, translating to a wider sword energy range and longer reach. Higher spirit would also expand the domain of his divine sword, with benefits that were self-evident. As for constitution, who wouldn't he wish for increased stamina and health? Yet, at present, he was reluctant to sacrifice agility for equipment that boosted other attributes. To him, agility held the utmost importance. Just as he pondered this, a thought struck him. He indeed had a way to achieve a balance. His gaze swiftly shifted to Huang Miaomiao. Su Yi Gige, what's wrong? Huang Miaomiao inquired, her eyes blinking in confusion. I suddenly realized that you are also a player and can equip gear. Moreover, all your attributes will be conferred upon me, which means that by merely equipping you with 2 pieces of gear, I could potentially benefit from the attributes of up to 4 pieces of equipment simultaneously. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruosi immediately widened her mouth in astonishment. What? This fellow can actually become stronger? Huang Miaomiao nodded with a sense of ease and replied, Indeed, it's just that I haven't had the opportunity to acquire any equipment. No, it will come soon enough. Su Yi stroked his chin, then stepped forward to pat her shoulder, smiling as he said, I will keep an eye out for you. If necessary, I can pass on any superior equipment I acquire in the future. However, I believe you only require gear that enhances your constitution or spirit. He seemed to notice the question marks appearing above Huang Miaomiao's head as she appeared lost in thought, as if asking why. Su Yi patiently took her soft, pale hand and explained, Strength is of little use to you. After all, you are inclined towards a supportive role, right? You wouldn't want to personally strike anyone, would you? No, I wouldn't, and I don't wish to harm others either. Exactly, and since you won't be dealing damage, agility holds little value for you as well. Ultimately, you can only operate in my vicinity, and as long as I remain unscathed, you will be safe. Indeed. Thus, only the other 2 attributes remain. Based on my gaming experience, it is reasonable to deduce that the strength of supportive abilities directly correlates with your spirit, and as for constitution, the greater your stamina, the more freely you can unleash your skills. Suyi had long discerned this. In the game Moshi Online, there is no concept of mana. Nearly all actions, including skill usage, consume the player's stamina. Of course, he did not discount the possibility of certain unique skills requiring the consumption of life force or other resources. But such instances are rare exceptions. I understand now, Huang Miaomiao said with clarity. She lifted her gaze to Suyi, playfully scratching her cheek as she shyly added. Then I must trouble you. I currently possess nothing and cannot leave your side, so any equipment will have to rely on you. It all rests on my shoulders. Suyi chuckled, patting her back. Enhancing you is tantamount to enhancing myself, and I will procure excellent gear for you. As for skills, do not worry. Whenever I find something suitable for you, it shall be yours. The skills he required differed from those needed by Lin Ruosi, and the two categories did not conflict. Meanwhile, Lin Ruosi gazed intently at Huang Miaomiao, her eyes shimmering with a hint of restlessness and greed. Once the two finished their conversation, she immediately interjected, Miaomiao. Would you like to come over to my side and be my decorative charm? My esteemed companion and dear sister? I too desire an additional 2 equipment slots. After all, I wish for your company. Will you come keep me company? That man is already quite powerful. Your presence there would merely be an embellishment. Come to me, and you would be a true lifeline. Huang Miaomiao leaned against Suyi, gazing at him dreamily, her bright, gem-like eyes reflecting an unusual glimmer. Upon hearing Lin Ruosi's words, she hesitated, turning her neck and tilting her head to offer an apologetic smile. I'm sorry, but I cannot be released from this. It is permanent. Chapter 52, 18 Draws. 2a. Oh, well, I hope I can encounter someone with skills like yours in the future. Lin Ruosi did not seem overly disheartened. She ultimately directed her gaze towards Suyi and waved goodbye, stating, since this event is essentially concluded, I should return to the game to secure my spot before others take it. Secure a spot? Yes, I can no longer reside in my real-life home. I have decided to move into the game and live there. Lin Ruosi turned around, gazing up at the night sky, her voice light and delicate. Dying in the game merely sends you back to level 1, but dying in reality means death without a chance of revival. The game offers an endless supply of free food, and all public transport and shops are entirely free. You can venture out to fight monsters or stay home as you please. It's incredibly convenient. She turned back to Suyi. Did you not know? Many people are already moving in secretly. Numerous individuals still have mortgages and rents in reality, but everything in the game is free. They can choose any house they desire. And the joy is immeasurable. At this point, Lin Ruosi pressed her lips together and proposed a bold idea. How about you come in too and live with me? When I enter, I will certainly need to secure a prime location. The space will undoubtedly be quite ample. It would be rather lonely alone. If you also wish to move in later, you would need to find a place that meets various criteria, so why not simply join me? It would make many things easier. That makes sense. You've piqued my interest. Suyi pondered and realized that Lin Ruosi's words held merit. He nodded in agreement. All right then, let it be as you say. Wonderful. A broad smile blossomed on Lin Ruosi's enchanting face. She shyly turned her eyes and attempted to ask, are you going to fight the world boss now, or later? No rush. I need to organize a bit first. All right. Let us add each other as friends on the forum. Once you enter, you can contact me or vice versa. I'll head in first and establish our territory. The 3 of them, including Huang Miaomiao, exchanged forum friend requests. Soon after, Lin Ruosi excitedly entered the game, her figure vanishing before the 2. The night breeze gently whispered by. Suyi gazed at the starry sky, a hint of melancholy crossing his face as he sighed softly. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave this world? Huang Miaomiao stood beside him, inquiring softly. Her snow-white gown danced in the wind, the exposed skin of her shoulders reflecting a captivating sheen under the moonlight. Not particularly nostalgic. Then what is it? It's just that the experiences of these past few days have been more vibrant than the 10 years I lived prior. It's a bit reflective. Huang Miaomiao nodded in understanding, her gaze irresistibly drawn to his face. Suyi refrained from dwelling too much on his sentiments, as he still had numerous tasks ahead of him. He first opened his backpack to examine the title he had received from the World Announcement Reward. Ancient Legend. The Pioneer, title unique and limited, effect. Upon striking an enemy, their passive skills will temporarily become ineffective. Description. In the River of Time, there will always be those who remember your existence. The Guardian title he had purchased earlier was of an entirely different caliber. Upon seeing this title, Suyi recalled the Guardian title he had bought from the event shop. At the time, he thought it would be beneficial since he lacked protective skills, and it was relatively inexpensive, so he made the purchase. However, after acquiring it, he found that it offered him almost no practical utility. Currently, it was apparent that he did not need protective skills at all. He promptly clicked to equip it. Notice, a player can only wear one title at a time. Would you like to remove the existing title Guardian? Yes. Equipping successful, if all goes as expected. Su Yi believed this pioneer, simplified, title would accompany him throughout his life. Excellent. New skills and a new title have replaced the previously inadequate ones. Upon reaching level 4, he also gained an additional skill slot, leaving him with a total of 2 vacant skill slots. Seeing that he still had over 100 points, Su Yi pondered briefly before ultimately deciding to spend them all. Prior to that, he took a glance at the gift section of the marketplace. After confirming that there were no gift packages related to skill summoning tickets, he promptly purchased 16 skill summoning tickets in one go. You have purchased 16 skill summoning tickets. Consumption of survival points, 1,600, 160. Remaining survival points, 74. This time, Su Yi felt truly drained. With 16 tickets, along with the 2 he had previously obtained from the boss treasure chest, he had a total of 18. He instinctively glanced at Huang Miaomiao, who was standing by the wall, gazing dreamily at the city shrouded in smoke under the night sky, as if bidding a final farewell. Shaking his head, Su Yi dismissed the thought and immediately began his draws. He took out all the blue tickets, tearing them apart one by one. As he heard the sound, Huang Miaomiao turned around and saw small gray and green crystals materializing before Su Yi. Su Yi Gij, are you summoning skills? Her eyes sparkled with excitement as she approached. If I remember correctly, gray represents E rank, while green signifies D rank. Ah, golden. Su Yi Gij, you've summoned an A rank skill, and 2 of them. Casually scanning through the E and D rank skills, he found, as expected, that they were all rather obscure abilities. For instance, E702, the poison tongue, would allow him to poison his own tongue, and D566, the vision curse, could diminish an enemy's eyesight. There was also E360, the drying skill, which could quickly dry certain items. While they might be useful in specific situations, most players would hesitate to use a skill slot for such abilities. The focus was on the 2 A-rank skills. A 999 Curse Eye ability description. You can select a target within your line of sight, reducing 2 of their attributes, strength, agility, spirit, or constitution, by 50, lasting until they leave your line of sight, or until their stamina is exhausted. The skill's effect is weakened 5-fold against boss-level monsters and cannot be stacked. A 100 Wrath of Heaven ability description summons 300 pillars of lightning that indiscriminately attack everything in the vicinity. One skill focuses on single target debilitation, while the other delivers area damage. Su Yi looked at Huang Miaomiao, his eyes gleaming with joy. I almost forgot, you can enhance my debilitation effect. What? Huang Miaomiao asked. Puzzled. I possess the holy body, so if you apply a debilitation effect to me, not only will I be immune, but I will also receive a 10-fold boost. Are you saying that if I reduce your strength by 10 points, you will not only be immune but will immediately gain 100 points in strength? Precisely. Chapter 53. Where to find Constitution equipment. Fortunately, the Curse Eye skill was obtained from one of the skill summoning tickets drawn from the boss treasure chest, not from the marketplace. Otherwise, Su Yi would have had no way to transfer it for Huang Miaomiao's use. Before long, both of them had equipped their skills. Su Yi acquired the area damage skill, Wrath of Heaven, while Huang Miaomiao obtained the debilitation skill, Curse Eye. Yet, that was not sufficient. Having experienced the issue of stamina depletion, Su Yi knew very well that with Huang Miaomiao's current meager stamina, she could not sustain the consumption of an A-rank skill. It was best to acquire equipment that could boost her constitution, allowing her to consistently use Curse Eye to assist him, thus achieving a 2-fold benefit. But where could they obtain such equipment? Su Yi Gij, should I give it a try now? Huang Miaomiao asked eagerly after receiving her skill. This level of skill consumes a lot of stamina. You won't be able to handle it. Really? Is it that extreme? Perhaps the debilitation skills don't require as much. Why not give it a shot? No. I trust you. You wouldn't be wrong. Huang Miaomiao shook her head vigorously, her glossy, flowing hair swaying side to side. Su Yi thought of the game marketplace, but he quickly dismissed the idea, as there were no equipment available for sale. While he did not know if new equipment would be added in the future, at least none had appeared thus far. In his contemplation, he suddenly remembered that he had 3 mysterious small gifts in his inventory, which were rewards for completing the first and second phase of activity tasks. He promptly opened his inventory to check. Mysterious small gift effect. Upon opening, randomly obtain one of the following 3 rewards: 130 survival points, 110 stamina beans, 110 bottles of life potions description. There's always one that suits you. Su Yi understood, The key was in the word small. He decided to open all 3 small gifts at once. Congratulations, you have obtained 20 survival points, 5 life potions, and 10 life potions. 2 minutes earlier, hundreds of meters away, in a black car speeding down a chaotic road. Tension filled the air, heavy and silent, like lead weighing down on everyone's hearts. Dressed in a black trench coat, Wang Yuran glanced at the rearview mirror. In the back seat sat a young man and woman. The woman on the right, with long golden curls, appeared to be around 27 or 28 years old. She held a makeup mirror in one hand and an eyebrow pencil in the other, seemingly trying to draw her brows. However, upon closer inspection, one could see her hands trembling, struggling to apply the lines. Her name was Chu Guiyan, possessing the C18 skill, Heart Judgment. She could discern if someone was lying through their words and demeanor, making her a special consultant for this operation. Wang Yuran had heard that initially. She was not part of the plan, but after 5 thorough checks by the upper management, they found no information regarding the target, Su Yi, in the database. Thus, they prudently decided to send her along. The man beside her, dressed in black and white, was the bodyguard for this operation. His name was Zhao Jingqi, ranked 128 in the National Combat Power Rankings. We've arrived, Wang Yuran announced as the car pulled over, rousing the two in the back from their reverie. They looked around, bewildered, before stepping out of the car with expressions of mixed emotions. What are you doing? Wang Yuran asked, hands on her hips, surveying the two. We're just here to invite him, not to confront him. There's no need to be so tense. Besides, I've met him twice. He doesn't bite. He is not scary. Upon hearing her words, the expressions of the two visibly relaxed a little. I'm scared, Chu Guiyan murmured, lowering her head. Those powerful players are all quite fierce. This was a cross-department collaboration. Wang Yuran was a member of the Zhuke team under the Xingho project, while the two before her were new members of the Daxiao Apocalypse Game Research Department. Both belonged to official departments, though one focused on law enforcement and security, while the other concentrated on game research. If it weren't for Wang Yuran's previous experience interacting with Su Yi, the Apocalypse Game Research Department would not have sought her out. Let us go. I've already contacted the property owner. We'll take the stairs. Inside the stairwell, Wang Yuran walked ahead but couldn't help turning back to ask the two, what exactly does your department do? Oh, about that. Upon mentioning this, Zhao Jingqi's face immediately radiated with a sense of pride. Just as our department's name suggests, we are dedicated to the study of this apocalyptic game. For instance, we meticulously document the items available in the game's marketplace, which are then analyzed by experts and memorized by individuals. When events or challenges arise, we can swiftly devise various strategies simply by gathering our team members for discussion. These strategies will be shared freely with the public. This is merely one aspect of our work. We also record all sequence skills and have compiled a skill encyclopedia for each level. If you visit our official website, you will see that while many entries remain blank, we are committed to making it increasingly comprehensive in the future. Zhao Jingqi spoke animatedly, his enthusiasm palpable. Listening intently, Wang Yuran couldn't suppress a light smile. Are there any prerequisites to join your department? She inquired. Indeed, Zhao Jingqi sighed. This is one of the reasons I hold a rather pessimistic view of this initiative. Given the nature of our department, loyalty and selflessness are imperative. Every new member must set aside personal interests and maintain complete transparency with the department. Wang Yuran's lips twitched. She already understood that this invitation was destined for failure. Soon, the trio reached the rooftop. At that moment, Su Yi had just completed 3 mysterious little gifts and was contemplating how to acquire physique equipment when he noticed the 3 approaching. Oh, Su Yi's eyes sparkled. Of course, the fastest way to obtain gear is to seize it from other players. Since the game marketplace doesn't sell equipment, theirs must have been acquired through exploration. If I see someone with good physique gear, I can simply take it. Su Yi, they are from the Apocalypse Game Research Department, Wang Yuran said, leading the two towards Su Yi. They wish to invite you to join them. No, he replied instinctively without a moment's thought, his gaze scrutinizing the trio. What equipment do you have on you? He suddenly asked Wang Yuran. Huh. She was taken aback before responding. A bracelet and a necklace, both enhancing spirit. Why do you ask? Su Yi shifted his attention from her to the other two. I need an item that boosts physique. Does anyone have one? Chapter 54. All set. Ready to challenge the world boss. With a crack, Chu Guiyan stepped back, inadvertently stepping on a small twig that made a crisp sound. Faced with the man's intensely aggressive gaze, she bit her lip, her complexion paling as she raised her hand, stammering, I have one. What level is it? BB isn't high enough, but it can be used in a pinch. The man took 2 steps forward, revealing a devilish smile in her line of sight, his mouth showcasing 2 sharp fangs. May I borrow it? A demon could not possibly be so gentle. From Chu Gian's perspective, the man was laughing maniacally, threatening her. If you don't give it to me, I'll kill your entire family, starting with your 70-year-old mother. All right, I'll give it. In a panic, Chu Guan hastily removed the necklace from her neck and shoved it into the man's hand before quickly retreating behind Wang Yuran. Every movement was fluid and seamless. Su Yi stared at the necklace in his hand, momentarily stunned. Was it truly this easy? Could it be that I possess a talent for robbery? Zhao Jingqi was bewildered. What just happened? Chu Guan so readily lent her B-level equipment to a stranger? The other party hadn't even specified when it would be returned. Wang Yuran opened her mouth, hesitating to speak. Was this considered coercion? Huang Miao Miao covered her mouth, her eyes wide in astonishment. Could it be that Su Yi had some unknown domineering prowess? Well then, you may leave, Su Yi said, elated to have acquired the desired equipment. I have other matters to attend to, so I won't see you off. Wang Yuran thought. He didn't even seem inclined to offer a farewell. Zhao Jingqi wished to persuade them further, but Chu Guan didn't wait for him. Upon hearing they could leave, she immediately pulled Wang Yuran and hurried away. Observing this, he promptly abandoned any further attempts to speak, sighing as he turned to leave. It wasn't until he descended the stairs that he realized the absurdity of the situation. The three had gone up merely to deliver equipment, only to be dismissed. The more he pondered, the more perplexed he felt. He halted in his tracks, turning back to ascend the stairs once more. Wang Yuran called out to him, "Hey, what are you doing? I want to go back and persuade him again. I feel we haven't truly communicated yet. Did we express our invitation? Yes. Did he decline? Indeed. Then why would you go back? I just have this feeling. Forget your feelings and let's go. I have my own matters to attend to and cannot accompany you." Hearing this, Zhao Jingqi paused for a moment, then sighed heavily. Fine, everyone has their own aspirations. I won't impose. He came to terms with it and resolutely turned away. On the rooftop, Su Yi was examining the equipment in his possession. High Exine Lian, B, Effect, Physique 30. Can be activated to summon the gentle divine power of the sea to heal the target, restoring 10 current health. Usage interval, 20 seconds. Equipment requirement, Physique 10 description, a necklace crafted from oceanic gemstones that reflects dazzling light in the sun. Perfect, it even has a minor healing skill. It suits you well. Su Yi handed the exquisitely crafted necklace, embedded with beautiful ocean blue gemstones, to Huang Miao Miao. She eagerly accepted it with both hands and excitedly adorned herself with it. Does it look good? She twirled around, her white dress and dark hair flowing gracefully, her fair skin shimmering under the moonlight, reminiscent of a princess descended from folklore. Su Yi offered no reply, summoning the ghost bride. With the points earned from the recent small gifts, he purchased a pet upgrade potion and personally fed it to her. The ghost bride performed admirably, achieving an upgrade with a single item. With everything in place, he glanced at the duo beside him, one in red and the other in white, and finally reopened the World Boss feature, clicking to begin the challenge. Now at the 4th tier, it had become increasingly difficult for him to acquire points elsewhere, so delaying was no longer necessary. Beneath a clear sky, with the sun shining brightly and the vast blue sea before him, he found himself on a small wooden boat that could accommodate no more than 5 standing individuals. Upon clicking to challenge, Su Yi was transported onto this little vessel, the blazing sun momentarily blinding him, as it was still nighttime in reality. Ding! Accompanied by the sound of a small bell, for lines of information materialized before him. Current location, Azure Sea. World Boss. Overlapping Giant Shark, 1st tier. Point reward, 1 survival point per 0.00001 damage. Remaining preparation time, 10 seconds. With a preparation time of 10 seconds and a battle duration of 1 minute. Su Ye's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this what I think it is? Converting the damage dealt to the World Boss, causing merely 0.01 damage yields a generous 100 points. Such bounteous rewards? The challenge is indeed formidable. In that instant, he realized the gravity of the situation. With only 5 seconds left on the countdown, and the sea around him eerily calm, Su Yi dared not let his guard down. Miao Miao, quickly, enhance our buffs. He summoned the ghost bride with urgency, simultaneously indulging himself with a vitality being. Which 2 attributes shall I elevate? Strength and spirit. Su Yi pondered that his agility was already sufficient. With the ability to fly and teleport, survival was assured. Considering the reward system based on damage output, maximizing his damage was paramount. Strength influenced sword energy, while spirit affected the area of effect, both crucial aspects to enhance. As for vitality, he could sustain himself with vitality beans for the time being. Good. Huang Miao Miao emerged from within him, casting the cursed eye upon him. In an instant, her eyes shimmered with a sinister purple light, transforming into a fearsome magical gaze. Notice, you have been cursed by the cursed eye, strength 500. Notice, you have been cursed by the cursed eye, spirit 500. How long do you think you can keep your gaze on me? Su Yi inquired as the preparation time concluded. Huang Miao Miao, feeling her energy waning, sweat beading on her anxious face, replied, I'm not quite sure. Perhaps 10 seconds or half a minute. I can't really tell at the moment, I apologize. However, I purchased vitality beans before entering. As long as you remain within my line of sight, I will provide support throughout. Excellent. Su Yi unleashed his domain. In that moment, empowered by the doubled attributes, he felt an overwhelming surge of strength. The sword domain was intangible, yet he could distinctly perceive the expansion of its reach to 2 or 3 kilometers. Chapter 55, The Battle Against the World Boss. Confronting the Oversea Giant Shark. Additional content. Please leave a review. Rumbling. The previously tranquil weather transformed in the blink of an eye, as if the mere act of Su Yi blinking caused the sudden storm. A fierce tempest arose without warning, churning the ocean into tumultuous waves, tossing the small boat violently. Su Yi wasted no time and soared to a height of approximately 100 meters above the surface. Gazing down from above, he discerned a colossal, indistinct shadow beneath the boat. The size of this shadow was terrifying, with its tail stretching north for 600 to 700 meters and its head extending south for 500 to 600 meters, while its wings stretched 200 to 300 meters to the west and east. Time was of the essence. Su Yi had no leisure to admire the grandeur of the giant shark. He drew the sword of God from the void, gripping it with both hands and striking down with force. The air reverberated with the sound of his attack, followed by a massive black sword light nearly engulfing his entire field of vision as it cleaved down towards the ocean. Boom! The surging sea was instantly split, creating a long fissure as if a 1,000-meter-long sword had crashed down. The unfortunate little boat, caught in the center of the sword energy, was utterly obliterated. The sword energy tore through the ocean, violently impacting the body of the giant shark below, producing a piercing sound. Simultaneously, a sound akin to an infant's wail echoed across the surface. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback, contemplating, could this be the sound of the oversea giant shark? To his right, a real-time damage panel materialized. Current damage, 00415. To gauge whether this damage was considerable, one need only assess the points accrued. If the points were significantly higher than others, it was undoubtedly substantial. Su Yi had no time to calculate. He pondered whether the distance might have diminished the sword energy's potency, and thus he swiftly descended. Just then, the oversea giant shark emerged from the depths, its enormous, cracked eyes scanning the horizon, but Su Yi felt its attention fixated upon him. No matter. Su Yi hovered several dozen meters above its head, gripping his sword once more and unleashing a full-powered true damage sword energy. The energy sliced from its head to its tail, even penetrating the ocean and cleaving a distance beneath the surface. Current damage, 00842. This damage was slightly higher. It made sense. Energy was consumed in the propagation of sword energy. The giant shark wailed, and the surrounding tumultuous waters transformed into aquatic sharks, inexplicably launching from the depths towards Su Yi like missiles from all directions. Yet, Su Yi was not alone. Vivid red ribbons materialized, manipulated by the ghost bride, branching out to ensnare each leaping water shark, violently dispatching them midair. The excess ribbons, under her control, bombarded the surface of the oversea giant shark, ruthlessly attacking its azure skin. While Su Yi attacked, he also observed. The ghost bride's assaults on the oversea giant shark appeared fierce, yet their damage was markedly lower, about 1/10 of his own. Clearly, when confronting a world boss, the presence of true damage made a significant difference. This realization further dissuaded Su Yi from employing the A100 Heavenly Fury. Such a spell's damage was determined by spirit, and since his spirit was on par with his strength, and the Heavenly Fury lacked true damage effects, it was improbable that it could surpass the damage inflicted by his true damage sword energy. Of course, Su Yi had considered trying it out. However, as the Heavenly Fury was an indiscriminate attack, and he had never utilized such a skill before, he was uncertain whom it would affect in this apocalyptic game. With the Ghost Bride and Huang Miao Miao nearby, any harm befalling them would hinder his battle. It would be prudent to wait until Huang Miao Miao was exhausted before recalling the Ghost Bride and using the skill, if only a few seconds remained. Perhaps it would be worth a try. If the damage proved substantial, he would employ it in the next battle against the giant shark. If not, he would reserve the skill for future encounters. Huang Miao Miao hovered in the air, striving to keep Su Yi within her line of sight. My brother Su Yi is so exceptional, I must not hinder him. She consumed a vitality bean, wiping the beads of sweat from her brow. The maximum distance between them was 100 meters, Should it exceed this distance, she would be forcibly recalled. Thus, while keeping a watchful eye on him, she adjusted her flight accordingly to maintain a safe proximity. She observed the oversea giant shark conjuring water tornadoes that soared toward the heavens, connecting sky to sea. Even from a distance, she could sense the unparalleled ferocity of the wind. Such a formidable boss, how will other players contend with it? Huang Miao Miao wiped sweat from her brow in anticipation of the challenges that awaited future players. She still recalls that little wooden boat. Although it had been shattered to pieces by Su Ye's sword strike, it was clear that such a vessel could not withstand the intensity of this battle. With a resounding crash, the tumultuous sea was cleaved apart by a ferocious black sword energy, sending waves soaring to heights of several dozen meters. The salty seawater splashed against Huang Miao Miao, and even while suspended in midair, she felt as if she were submerged in the ocean, perpetually on the brink of being engulfed by the surging tides. The taste of briny water lingered on her lips, and she could distinctly hear the rapid beating of her heart. She had never experienced such a scene before, and fear gripped her. Suddenly, the battle's dynamics shifted. The colossal sea shark seemed unsatisfied with merely lurking beneath the waves. Its massive bony wings struck the ocean's surface with tremendous force. In the next moment, to her astonished gaze, the edges of the great shark's body appeared to fracture in a circular fashion, with torrents of seawater rushing in. The water did not vanish. Rather, it cascaded down from the sky. It became clear that the giant shark had employed some arcane ability, linking portions of the ocean's surface to the heavens. Just as Huang Miao Miao contemplated the implications of this skill, she witnessed the great shark plunge headfirst into the sea. Her instincts compelled her to look up. Indeed, the gargantuan form of the sea shark loomed above in the sky. Startled, she had yet to regain her composure when she saw the great shark open its enormous maw. Its gaping jaws filled with surging seawater, hurtling down toward the area where she and her companions were located. Chapter 56. An astonishing score reward of over 10,000. Huang Miao Miao was too terrified to vocalize her fear, her mind blank, uncertain of how to respond. She had never been adept at dealing with creatures like rats or cockroaches, let alone this terrifyingly vast monster. Each time a creature charged at her, she found herself paralyzed with fear, unable to think. Suddenly, the scene before her shifted, transforming into dark rain clouds pouring down heavy rain. She was unafraid of rain. At least, it was less daunting than the monstrous presence looming before her. Turning her head, she realized she was cradled in Su Ye's embrace, while the man before her was gazing intently at the colossal shark plummeting into the ocean. A crimson ribbon fluttered past him. It was the ghost bride, quietly flying alongside Su Yi, her head bowed in contemplation of the sea below. They were now several hundred meters above the surface. What an extraordinary skill. Su Ye's expression was peculiar. If it weren't for my teleportation ability, evading this skill would be quite the challenge. How would other players manage? He quickly countered his own thoughts, shaking his head with a smile. With so many players, some are bound to discover methods or patterns, perhaps even anticipated strikes. He understood that no matter how formidable a boss might be, with the right strategies, survival for a time was feasible. Time was of the essence, and Su Yi was determined not to squander a single moment. Seeing the world boss descend into the ocean, he immediately teleported closer to the surface, then turned to Huang Miao Miao, signaling her with a glance. She understood instantly. Her eyes transformed into a deep purple hue, fixated on Su Yi. Strangely, after experiencing such a profound shock, she found herself unusually calm. She observed Su Yi, noting his fervent determination to recuperate lost time. His assault becoming increasingly fierce, and her long-held thoughts began to waver. If I were not merely a spectator, but could also join the battle to aid him, it would surely be better. If this cursed, I did not necessitate constant vigilance over him. If only I possessed the capability to deal damage, an inexplicable desire arose within her to acquire abilities that would amplify Su Ye's strength while allowing her to contribute damage in her spare moments. She felt a pang of compassion, yearning to assist him more. Meow meow. Su Yi called suddenly. Huh, what is it? Time is running out. Be prepared. I am about to unleash my lightning. Ah, okay. Though she had yet to fully comprehend, she responded promptly to avoid wasting his time. Su Yi, too, disregarded the passage of time. With a mere thought, he activated Heavenly Fury. Instantly, the world transformed. Whether the entire realm lost its color, or if it was merely a trick of Su Ye's vision, he beheld countless black and white lightning pillars descending from the sky, thick and densely packed, consuming his entire field of view. He lowered his gaze, witnessing the azure sea erupting in a tumult of white foam. The colossal sea shark was momentarily stunned by the assault, confirming that his vision was not at fault. The lightning was indeed of such bizarre coloration. Strangely, he heard no sound, as if the very air had been sucked from the universe, creating a vacuum-like environment. He remained acutely aware of the real-time damage data beside him. When the timer reached 1 second, he finally saw the damage numbers fluctuate. Current damage, 176,618,000. The damage surpassed that of the true damage sword energy by a fraction. Approximately 5 times that of the Ghost Bride single strike. Quite impressive, Su Yi mused. If this heavenly fury were true damage, it would undoubtedly eclipse the might of his sword energy. Alas, it was not without considerable stamina expenditure, but still manageable. Challenge time expired. As this message appeared before him, Su Yi, along with Huang Miao Miao and the Ghost Bride, were forcibly ejected from the boss chamber. Returning to the rooftop of the dwelling they had occupied, Su Yi had little time to consider anything else. Before him, the rewards for challenging the world boss were finally to be dispensed. Total damage inflicted, 18. Congratulations. You have received a score reward of 18,000, a simple 2-line message, devoid of embellishment. Yet, upon seeing this 5-digit score, Su Yi, accustomed to 3-digit scores, found it hard to believe. It was only when he opened his backpack and glimpsed his current score that astonishment graced his features. Current remaining score, 180,174, 18,000. Good heavens! How many monsters would he need to defeat, and how long would it take? Yet, this world boss feature had been achieved in just 1 minute. In his elation, Su Yi could not help but ponder. The 3rd stage of the promotion task was particularly arduous. Progressing to the 4th stage transformed the entire experience, presenting avenues to acquire such substantial scores. It all seemed to convey a message to the world. Enduring the initial 3 stages was the true mark of a genuine player. Only then could one truly enjoy the game and experience true improvement. Indeed, many games follow this pattern. The early stages are fraught with challenges, but as one advances, resources multiply, and the experience becomes increasingly enjoyable. Su Yi began to comprehend. Fortunately, he had sought Ruasi to use the monster summoning ticket. Otherwise, being stuck at the 3rd stage would have been genuinely unbearable. Gradually, he regained his composure and began to contemplate how to manage this substantial score. It was imperative to utilize it for strengthening his abilities. Tomorrow and the day after, he can be certain that the oversea behemoth shark will not be vanquished by players for at least the next 2 days. One of the tasks for ascending to the 3rd tier requires slaying a 3rd tier boss, although it does not specify that it must be done solo. Enlisting assistance is no simple feat, hence, it is foreseeable that the number of players ascending to the 4th tier globally will remain limited in the short term. He has at least 2 more opportunities to challenge the oversea behemoth shark, though beyond that he cannot guarantee. It is essential to choose the direction that maximizes his strength. Consequently, when he challenges the oversea behemoth shark tomorrow and the day after, he will be able to deal more damage and earn more points. His initial thought was about equipment. The S-grade Demon God Wings were merely at level 4, while the B-grade Thunderstorm Gloves were at level 10. Huang Miao Miao possessed only one unenhanced B-grade item. There remains an immense potential for improvement. Pondering this, Su Yi suddenly realized that Huang Miao Miao had been silent since she emerged. What is the matter? Were you struck by lightning? No. Huang Miao Miao shook her head, and as if awakening from a stupor, she patted her chest, her face pale, and said with lingering fear, I knew it was lightning, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of lightning. Your skill is quite formidable, isn't it? The special effects are quite impressive. Chapter 57, Demon Godwings Max. Indeed, it is quite effective. Su Yi reflected for a moment and remarked, when used against ordinary monsters, it will undoubtedly be more effective than my current sword energy, as those lesser creatures have low defenses, making my sword energy less impactful by comparison. Furthermore, the area of effect for Tianyu is much larger, unlike sword energy, which is limited to a single direction. So just now it did not harm you? No, it did not. Then it seems that the effect of your skill is at play. After you possessed me, we were regarded as a single entity, so it would not harm you. Su Yi glanced at the Ghost Bride. She remained unharmed and did not trigger the effect of the crimson heart around her neck, indicating that the black and white lightning had not attacked her. That is reassuring. Su Yi thought to himself, at least this indiscriminate judgment is quite normal. Neither the player nor the player's pet can be harmed by their own skills. He felt relieved, knowing that in future boss challenges or solo dungeons, he could freely use this Tianyu skill. By the way, Su Yi suddenly turned to Huang Miao Miao and posed a soul inquiry. You have already reached the 4th tier, so the world boss feature should be available to you as well? It should be. I haven't checked. Go check quickly to see if your attempts are still there. Let me see. Yes, my attempts are still intact. Su Yi nodded, understanding the situation. Although the two of them are often treated as a single entity due to the skill Eternal Guardian Spirit, This effect is primarily to enable them to participate in various solo activities. Specific activities and functionalities still seem to be calculated separately. Why not try to challenge it? Suyi suggested. All right. Huang Miaomiao was also curious. In a short while, the scene before them transformed, and they found themselves back in the boss room. The blue sky and white clouds, clear and bright sunshine, just as it was when they first arrived, with the small wooden boat still intact, gently swaying on the sea surface. No information appeared before Suyi. Clearly, this time the protagonist was Huang Miaomiao. It really brought you in as well. What should we do now? Should I go and attack it? Upon seeing the sudden appearance of the lines of information, Huang Miaomiao was momentarily at a loss. Well, I'll try to strike it a few times. Suyi pondered and said, if you see damage displayed on your side, then leave it to me. If not, there's nothing we can do. All right, I'll listen to you. The test results soon emerged. There was no damage. Whether it was the genuine damage sword energy or the black and white lightning, none had any effect on the overseas behemoth shark. Suyi could imagine that his presence served a purpose akin to assisting Huang Miaomiao. Once they exited, Huang Miaomiao was not disheartened but shrugged and smiled, saying, actually, while you were fighting just now, I was thinking of assisting you while also landing a few hits myself. Now it seems those actions were impractical. I should focus on being your dedicated support. Suyi chuckled. Now that Huang Miaomiao's World Boss Challenge feature has been tested, it was time to enhance the equipment. Opening the game store and entering the equipment enhancement section, Suyi hesitated slightly at the sight of the S-grade enhancement stones and equipment protection tickets. I cannot buy too many. After all, I still need to make the most of every point of survival points. Let me try buying 100 of each first. He began his purchases. You have purchased 100 S-grade enhancement stones. Consumption of survival points, 10, 000, 1000. Remaining survival points, 170, 174. You have purchased 100 equipment protection tickets. Consumption of survival points, 10, 000, 1000. Remaining survival points, 160, 174, spending 2, 000 survival points in one go left Suyi feeling a bit pained. If it were other players, acquiring these items would cost them 20, 000 points. The thought made Suyi shake his head. Primarily, they do not possess his terrifying output capability. How much points could they earn from defeating a world boss? Not wanting to dwell on it, he quickly removed the demon god wings and began enhancement. Enhancement failed. Tip. A divine aura has dissipated. Enhancement failed. Tip. A divine aura has dissipated. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment, 5. Enhancement failed. 2 minutes later, looking at his results, Suyi was uncertain whether to feel joy or disappointment. Out of 100 enhancement attempts, only 10 had succeeded. It was just as the probability formula suggested. Neither too many nor too few. Currently, at level 14, with 6 enhancement opportunities remaining, that meant he would need 60 more stones. He thought to himself and decided to buy 50 S-grade enhancement stones. Continuing with the enhancement, finally, after spending a total of 152 S-grade enhancement stones and 136 equipment protection tickets, the S-grade equipment, Demon God Wings, reached max level. Suyi had initially hoped there would be some change upon reaching max level. However, to his surprise, instead of acquiring additional abilities, the description was updated. Demon God Wings Max, S, Effect, Agility 100, 1000. Grants the bearer high-speed flight and levitation abilities. Equipment requirement, none. Description, Demon God Wings Max, Demon God Eye Max, Demon God Heart Max, Demon God Hand Max, Supreme Power of the Demon God, Super Artifact. It is said that the top 10 super artifacts are the pinnacle of power in this world, and possessing any one of them can raise mountains, topple cities, and annihilate nations. Upon reaching max enhancement level, it also grants a synthesis formula. Suyi's gaze swept over the other 3 scattered items, easily committing their names to memory. If there is hope, he must strive to create a super artifact. As it stands now, it is highly likely that this marks the pinnacle of the equipment growth path. Accompanied by 2 delicate beeping notifications in his ear, a translucent light blue pop-up suddenly appeared. Your friend Lin Ruosi has sent you a message. Click to view. Lin Ruosi, rank 3 not good. A major incident has occurred. The entire forum is in an uproar. Suyi was taken aback and immediately replied. What happened? Lin Ruosi, rank 3, just now, while the rank 3 monsters were spawning in the game. All rank 1 monsters were eliminated. I checked the forum, and it's the same across all regions. We're doomed. From now on, once you die, there will be almost no chance to level up again, because all rank 1 monsters are gone. Chapter 58, Frenzied Purchase of Attribute Growth Fruits. Major boost in 4-dimensional growth. Additional updates requested. The rank 1 monsters in the game have vanished. Although Suyi had previously considered this possibility, he never anticipated it would happen tonight. He thought at least players worldwide would be given a day or two to adapt before the difficulty increased. Who would have thought? Lin Ruosi. Rank 3. The rank 1 monsters disappeared when the rank 3 monsters appeared, so if I'm not mistaken, when rank 4 monsters emerge, the rank 2 monsters will also vanish. Suyi. Rank 4. It seems that only 2 tiers of monsters exist at any given time. Lin Ruosi. Rank 3. That is likely the case. By the way, have you fought the world boss? Do you need equipment? I just discovered some new items here that I think you might find interesting. Do you want to come? You'll see once you enter. Suyi. Rank 4. Sure. It's perfect timing. I can check if there are better pieces of equipment to replace my B-rank Thunder Gauntlets. If possible. He hoped to find items that enhance other attributes, preferably strength or spirit. When he strengthened them later, they would surely surpass his current stats. After closing the chat window, Suyi glanced at his remaining 150,000 points and felt he could strengthen himself further before entering the game. Even if he prioritized upgrading his equipment, it would only cost around 2,000 to 3,000 points at most, leaving him with about 12,000. After careful consideration, he reopened the store, his gaze incessantly scanning the 4 types of growth fruits. Regardless of when he bought them, he had to buy them. He decided to reserve 3,000 points and use the rest to purchase attribute growth fruits. As for how many to buy, Suyi stared at the price of the growth fruits, silently calculating for a moment. After 10 seconds, he arrived at his conclusion. 20 of each. You have purchased 20 strength growth fruits. Consumption of survival points, 29,000 to 900. Remaining survival points, 122,374. You have purchased 20 agility growth fruits. Consumption of survival points, 29,000 to 900. Remaining survival points, 93,374. Ultimately, after purchasing 20 of each type of growth fruit, his remaining survival points were 35,374. Now, the price of each attribute growth fruit had surged to 2,500. Though the discount brought it down to 250, it was evident to Suyi that it was becoming increasingly unworthy. Paying 2,500 points for one was quite steep. He couldn't help but wonder, are there many tiers in this game? Otherwise, if there were only 10 tiers, who would spend so many points on growth fruits in the later stages? It merely offers a permanent increase of 10 points in attributes. Is it worth it? Shaking his head, Suyi grew disinterested in pondering further. In the next 2 minutes, he took out all 80 fruits and bit into each one. Successfully consumed strength growth fruit. Strength growth, permanent 1. Successfully consumed. After consuming all the growth fruits, he reopened his personal panel while witnessing the astonished expression of Huang Miao. He focused intently on his 4 dimensions and combat power index. Strength, 42, 412 agility, 42, for 112, 280 spirit, 42, for 112 constitution, 40, for 112 combat power index, 3, 569 now. With each rank he ascended, he could directly increase his strength, agility, and spirit by 42 points, and his constitution by 40 points. This far exceeded other players. However, what captivated Suyi's attention even more in this 4-dimensional display was the staggering equipment bonus of 1,280. Remarkable. It seemed that for the foreseeable future, equipment would continue to constitute a significant portion of attributes. Suyi was curious about what new features lay ahead that could allow players' intrinsic attributes to rival those of their equipment. Could it be that in this game, equipment reigns supreme? Closing the panel, Suyi finally prepared to enter the game. Before departing, he glanced once more at the starry night, sweeping his gaze across the city, and sighed softly, pondering when he might return again. Upon hearing this, Huang Miao instinctively flew into his being. Soon, with a flash of white light, the young man's figure vanished. At the base of the Golden Eagle Tower, Suyi inhaled deeply, yet he felt no difference in the air here compared to reality. The clamor and noise returned to his ears. This place felt far more vibrant than the real world. At the base of the tower, there was a broad intersection, and at that moment, a white teleportation portal, previously unseen, appeared in the center of the intersection, towering about 3 meters high, enveloped in a misty whiteness. He noticed numerous players driving in, though he couldn't fathom where those vehicles had been acquired. Many players gathered around, chattering excitedly. What is that light portal? Does it lead to other regions? No, I heard it's a secret realm. It seems others have encountered it in different areas, and it appears randomly. So why not go in? The monsters inside are all rank 3 and 4. If you think you can handle it, go ahead. Don't be so reckless. The truth is, very few who enter come back out, and everyone is scared. So what are they doing here? Wasting their lives? Oh, why do I feel such an urge to fight you? Come over, let us spar a little. When Su Yi arrived, not many people noticed him. It was only when Lin Ruosi and the crowd spotted him and hurried over that many eyes turned in his direction. Oh, that guy seems to be, right? It's him. This big shot has arrived. Wow, the top combat power in the nation, the strongest player in the world, my idol. Word spread quickly, and more attention shifted towards Su Yi. They all wanted to see up close what this young man, who had emerged prominently on the night of the great upheaval, looked like. Inside is a secret realm. After Lin Ruosi reached Su Yi, she quickly spoke. My friend is inside. She said there's a dusk beach with many powerful monsters, and she just discovered an A-rank piece of equipment. Your friend? Indeed. She is someone I met in the game today, a rather aloof individual with high agility. She even claims to be the fastest woman in this world. Are you playing as an assassin? Ah, indeed, you have guessed correctly. It is rather amusing how I came to know her. She initially thought I intended to seize her spoils and was ready to attack me. Fortunately, my skills were commendable, or else I would not have gained her as a friend. Chapter 59. A-class equipment offered freely. Su Yi nodded, understanding the situation in his heart. He was already well acquainted with the concept of secret realms from numerous games and novels, and he was almost certain that they would contain greater dangers and better treasures. Purchasing equipment from the marketplace was not an option, and exploring the vast area was far too slow. Attempting to seize equipment from others would merely yield C or D grade items, and finding even a B grade item was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack, let alone the A or S grade items he desired. The secret realm was indeed the most promising avenue for acquiring high-grade equipment. With determination in mind, Su Yi and his companion made their way toward the teleportation portal. Along the way, someone called out to him. Big shot, could you tell us if anyone has completed the third phase of the World Guardian battle? There are only half an hour left, and we are quite uncertain. Yes. The officials merely assured us to stay calm, but we are far from calm. If you know anything, please share with us. It is truly important. These voices caused Su Yi to pause momentarily. He turned to survey the anxious crowd, contemplated briefly, and then raised his hand to signal an okay gesture. Fear not, he said with a slight smile. It has already been completed. This event is now a matter of the past. This was not something he needed to keep secret. As the top-ranked player in national combat power, it was hardly surprising that he could afford a divine speedrun scroll. As Su Yi anticipated, no one found it problematic. Rather, they erupted in applause and cheers. Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you, big shot. See, I told you Su Yi's combat power surged so dramatically because he must have completed the third phase and been rewarded with an S-grade skill. You all worried for nothing. Just by observing his relaxed demeanor, I had already guessed it. It won to be erased. I hope the next event is not so outrageous. Farewell, great one. After that, Su Yi ceased to hear the conversations behind him, as he had already stepped into the portal of the secret realm. Arriving at the so-called beach under twilight, the sun sank below the horizon, casting a golden glow over the sands. Amidst the cries of seagulls, the waves rhythmically crashed upon the shore, creating layers of crystalline white foam on the sandy surface. Standing on the golden sands, Su Yi surveyed his surroundings. Aside from a few valiant players, most of the visible entities were Tier 3 zombies, and he scarcely spotted any mutated beasts. Is this the secret realm? Su Yi glanced around and remarked, I felt quite formidable before entering, but now it seems rather average. It is merely a unique area densely populated with monsters. Indeed. Lin Ruosi nodded, responding, but for us Tier 3 players, this is indeed an exceedingly rare spot for monster hunting. After all, the monsters outside are scattered all over, lacking the density found here. As she spoke, she summoned her 4 avatars to clear the surrounding monsters. At that moment, a message appeared before them simultaneously. This secret realm will close in 10 seconds, at which point all players will be forcibly expelled. It is closing already? Lin Ruosi exclaimed, taken aback. I just entered. It appeared that the secret realm had a time limit for access. They had arrived too late this time. Su Yi sighed softly, feeling somewhat regretful. Though not overly so. He had initially hoped to explore and perhaps stumble upon an A-grade item. Now it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Boom. Suddenly, a violent explosion echoed from a distance. When Su Yi and Lin Ruosi looked up, they saw a mushroom cloud rising to a height of several dozen meters about 400 to 500 meters away, accompanied by a flurry of small objects flying about. The explosion was so powerful that some debris landed near them. One small object, in particular, came hurtling directly towards Su Yi's head. Frowning, he swiftly reached out and caught it. Upon inspection, it was a gleaming golden ring, intricately engraved with the head of a miniature yet majestic lion. Oh, could it be an A-grade item? Su Ye's face lit up with joy. He had barely entered and was already gifted an A-grade piece of equipment. What a stroke of luck. His gaze shifted downward as he carefully examined its effects. Lion King S Ring, A. Effect, Strength 60. While equipped, it can intimidate mutated beasts of lower tiers, preventing them from approaching. Equipment requirement, Strength 20. Description, a ring imbued with the power of the Lion King, allowing one to traverse the dark jungles with ease. Excellent. No sooner had he finished speaking than the scene before him shifted. The two found themselves back at the crossroads. Surrounding players were still engaged in fervent discussions about Su Ye's announcement that the third phase event had been completed. Upon seeing Su Ye and the others appear, many faces lit up with excitement, eager to greet him. However, before anyone could speak, a loud voice unexpectedly broke through the crowd. Lion King S Ring. That is my Lion King S Ring. You actually picked it up? Please return it to me. Among those forcibly expelled from the secret realm, a slender, pale man approached Su Ye with an excited expression, reaching out to take the ring. Su Ye's brow furrowed as he swiftly countered, sending the man flying with a palm strike. Bang! The pale man was propelled over 20 meters, rolling several times on the ground before dissipating into data points. To Su Ye and the surrounding crowd, this was nothing remarkable, merely a swift elimination of a player, a trivial feat for him. However, the other players who had just emerged from the secret realm were utterly astonished. No way. Shiryu was killed instantly. Wow. Indeed. There are always greater talents in the world. Shiryu was quite the bully in the secret realm, robbing anyone who dared to oppose him with ease. Little did he expect to be dispatched so effortlessly upon exiting. Su Ye noticed a short-haired beauty in a light blue summer tracksuit approaching Lin Ruosi. Her gaze fixated on him without any attempt to conceal her interest. Who is he? The short-haired girl inquired of Lin Ruosi. Oh, I forgot to mention, Lin Ruosi replied, suppressing a smile as she spread her arms towards Su Ye, beaming with pride. This is the other friend I told you about, the current strongest player who has slain a Tier 3 boss, the #1 player in national combat power, Su Ye. The surrounding air seemed to grow colder as the realization dawned upon them. The brave players who dared to enter the secret realm could hardly contain their awe, their eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 60, Major Game Update. Event Announcement and Tier Attribute Adjustments. Lin Ruosi had entered the game early to secure an advantageous environment. In fact, she found one shortly after her arrival. Having emerged from the secret realm, she invited Su Ye to accompany her for a glimpse of the world outside. In the sleek, dark red sports car, Su Ye settled into the passenger seat, resting his chin in his hand as he gazed at the nocturnal scenery. He remarked languidly, "The Tier 3 monsters have already begun to respawn. It seems you are not in a hurry." Not in a hurry at all, Zhao Yan, Lin Ruosi's friend in the back seat, quickly interjected, waving her hand. There are numerous authoritative speculations on the forum suggesting that the rate of monster tier transitions will inevitably slow down. The Tier 1 monsters took over 3 hours from their appearance to extinction, so Tier 2 will certainly require at least the same duration. Only after the Tier 2 monsters are gone will it be time for Tier 3. Earlier, when they had entered the car, Lin Ruosi had introduced Su Ye to Zhao Yan. The reason she was in the vehicle was that she intended to seize a nearby supermarket with sustainable resource response. It was convenient to bring her along. Without further ado, Su Ye seized the opportunity to open the game shop and began enhancing the Lion King S ring he possessed. During this time, Lin Ruosi and Zhao Yan engaged in casual conversation. Ruosi, where did you acquire this car? Oh, I found it in the underground parking lot of the Jingdiao building. There are many luxury cars there. When I arrived, 2 individuals were contending for this one. But I demonstrated my prowess, and they relinquished it to me. I see, Zhao Yan sighed lightly, her gaze fixed on the chaotic streets outside. So many people are vying for supermarkets with sustainable resource respawns and restaurants with continuous food supply. I must secure one as well, otherwise. Su Ye paid little heed to their conversation. When the car finally came to a halt, Zhao Yan waved to everyone before vanishing into the dark corner. Lin Ruosi continued driving. In the interim, Su Ye successfully completed the enhancement of the Lion King S ring. Lion King S ring max, A, effect, strength 60, 600. When equipped, it can intimidate mutated beasts of lower tier, preventing them from approaching. Equipment requirement, strength 20. Description, a ring that gathers the power of the Lion King, allowing one to traverse the dark jungle with ease. Total cost, 98 tier enhancement stones and 70 equipment protection vouchers. Total consumption of survival points, 1,240. Remaining survival points, 22974. Su Ye felt a twinge of regret that the equipment description did not change after reaching the maximum enhancement level. Clearly, There was no further synthesis formula for this Lion King S ring. Should Su Yi acquire a new S-tier equipment in the future, he would swiftly replace it. Alright, we have arrived. Lin Ruosi parked the car in front of a quaint villa and, with eager anticipation, invited Su Yi. Since you have nothing else to do right now, would you like to take a look at my selection? If you are dissatisfied, I can find another. Sure. 20 minutes later, while Su Yi relaxed on the balcony, leisurely browsing the forum, the chime of a bell resonated from within the house. Before Su Yi and players worldwide, a new array of game information materialized. Global announcement: the current Guardian battle has been successfully completed. Congratulations to the players of the Blue Star for passing the trial. As a reward, all players receive 200 survival points. 200 survival points. Incredible. This time the game is quite generous. Su Yi, resting on the second-floor balcony, heard the jubilant cheers of players on the street. Wow. Thank you to all the heroes who completed all 3 phases. Haha. We passed the trial. The crisis for humanity has been averted. Tonight, we shall not return without inebriation. Haha. Do not get too excited. There is news of new activities ahead. New activity preview tomorrow morning at 8. A new regional ranking competition will commence. This ranking will determine the names of each region. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards for the entire region. Players who perform exceptionally in the regional competition will also receive luxurious individual rewards. Note, there are a total of 100 core regions, corresponding to numbers 1 to 100. Regional ranking competition? Determining the names of each region? I see. I wondered why these regions lack names. I thought we would have to name them ourselves, but it seems there is a plan. With Su Yi, our esteemed player ranked first in our region, will we become Region 1 after tomorrow? Hard to say. Some regions boast entire national teams. The competition between regions? Oh dear. I am but a mere novice. Come on, we are all in the same boat. Wait, there is more information. Game version update, 10.1. Increase the enhancement multiplier for attributes based on tier. The originally planned changes for Tier 5 have been expedited. Changed from current tier attribute growth to cumulative tier attribute growth. Example, a player with 10 strength growing to Tier 3, original attribute 10330, now becomes 10, 12360. 2. All tier monsters have been moderately strengthened. 3. New monster dungeons added. Monster dungeon. Players may choose to challenge dungeons corresponding to their own tier. Dungeons will contain only monsters of that tier. Dungeons include 3 difficulty levels: normal, hard, and nightmare. The higher the difficulty, the richer the rewards upon completion for higher tier dungeons. Each player has only 1 opportunity to challenge a dungeon per day, but can obtain additional challenges by using dungeon keys. Dungeons default to a 5-player team format. For every missing player during formal challenges, an additional 50 points will be awarded upon successful completion. When completed solo, a maximum of 200 extra points can be earned. Note, game versions are updated irregularly. Wishing all players an enjoyable gaming experience. Compared to the previous 2 announcements, this 3rd version update represented truly explosive news for all players. My heavens. The game will undergo version updates? What is this? How did I suddenly become stronger? I know, right? I am only Tier 3, and my growth multiplier has already reached 6. The gap between tiers has widened. Dungeons. Oh my. We Tier 1 players finally have a path forward. Haha. Dungeons encourage solo challenges. The era of lone wolves has arrived. While tidying up her room, Lin Ruosi rushed to the balcony. Su Yi. Su Yi. Did you see the news? Of course. Wow. This update is truly remarkable. It not only offers every tier player a chance to earn points daily, but also enhances the benefits of tier advancement. She excitedly shook Su Ye's arm, her beautifully delicate face radiating profound astonishment. The advantages of leveling up are increasing. I can't wait to ascend. You can go ahead and level up. Su Yi was momentarily taken aback as her ample bosom pressed against his arm. Coming to his senses, he added, if you struggle against the Tier 3 boss, I can lend you a hand. No need, no need. I don't want to trouble you, Lin Ruosi replied, shaking her finger with confidence and placing her hands on her hips. I may lack assurance, but with my good friend by my side, we can easily handle any Tier 3 boss. You underestimate the Tier 3 boss. No, you underestimate the bond between her and me. Didn't you just meet her tonight? Without further ado, I am going to invite her to tackle a dungeon. You, an out-of-place 4th tier, have been cast aside. Let us part ways here. In an overly dramatic manner, she clasped her fists towards Su Yi and leaped from the balcony of the 2nd floor. In a blink, she vanished from sight. Su Yi felt a lingering doubt that the 2 of them could not defeat a 3rd-tier boss. He chose not to dwell on it, and promptly opened his functionality interface. Indeed, among the myriad of features, the dungeon challenge option had emerged. Naturally, Su Yi intended to undertake the challenge solo, but prior to that, he wished to inspect how his stats had changed following the recent version adjustments. With excitement and anticipation, he clicked into his personal interface. Personal panel name: Su Yi Tier, 4 Strength, 4, 210, 690 Agility, 4, 210, 1310 Spirit, 4, 210, 30 Constitution, 4, 010. 60 Skills, 45S23 Divine Sword Domain, a 10 Soul Battle Pet, Variant, S47 Holy Body, Passive, a 100 Heavenly Wrath, Empty. Comprehensive Combat Power Index, 9. 408 National Combat Power Ranking. 1. He possessed the fully leveled 100 Demon God Wings and the fully leveled 660 Lion King Ring. Huang Miao Miao had the 180 Thunderstorm Gloves and the 30 Ocean Heart Chain that he had gifted her. With all these enhancements, his panel was nothing short of luxurious. It felt like just yesterday he had surpassed the 1,000 mark, and now he was on the verge of 10,000. It appeared that the latest game version adjustments had significantly boosted many players' power. Su Yi clenched his fists, acutely aware of the volcanic energy surging within him. It felt as though a single punch could bring the entire building crashing down. He resolved to tackle the dungeon. The dungeon belonged to a separate space, where he could unleash his full potential. He was eager to discover how formidable he had become. Opening the functionality interface, he clicked on the dungeon challenge. In the next moment, 2 dungeons appeared for his selection. 1 Zombie Hospital, 4th tier. 2 Spider Lair, 4th tier. For Su Yi, both dungeons were virtually indistinguishable, merely differing in that one involved slaying zombies, while the other required defeating mutated beasts. He casually chose the first option. Please select the difficulty. A. Normal, 100 points. B. Hard, 150 points. C. Nightmare, 200 points, with an additional chance to flip cards, without hesitation. Su Yi selected the third option. After all, if he, ranked first in combat power, could not handle it, who could? Dungeon connecting. Connection successful. Su Yi felt a slight dizziness, as if the world were spinning around him. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar environment. Moonlight illuminated the ground, revealing a desolate wasteland beneath his feet. About 30 to 40 meters ahead lay a foreboding hospital, shrouded in darkness, with a red sign displaying the words Dafeng City People's Hospital. The hospital boasted 5 floors, all shrouded in darkness. A cursory glance revealed rows of standing corpses lurking in the shadows of the corridors. You have entered the dungeon. Note: the dungeon can only be completed upon defeating the boss. The completion criteria were straightforward: locate and slay the boss. Divine Sword Domain, Su Yi murmured, and simultaneously, an immense domain unfurled, extending approximately 2,000 meters. Within this realm, the doubling of his attributes filled him with unparalleled confidence. Su Yi Gij, I will grant you a buff. At that moment, Huang Miao Miao, adorned in a flowing snow-white gown, gracefully emerged from within him and cast the curse of the demon eye upon him. You have been cursed by the demon eye, strength increased by 500. You have been cursed by the demon eye, spirit increased by 500. It was evident. His domain expanded 5-fold in an instant, even reaching the edges of the dungeon. Incredible. Su Yi tightly clenched his fists. In a daze, he could almost feel the air around him vibrating subtly. He experienced a peculiar sensation, as though he could effortlessly obliterate the entire hospital with a mere blink. Without moving his feet, he raised both hands, hesitatingly executing a skill. Heavenly Wrath. The moment the words left his lips, centered around Su Yi, 300 intertwining pillars of black and white lightning erupted violently from the night sky. No sound could be heard. The world seemed to be reduced to shades of black and white, filled with boundless thunder, alongside lines of kill notifications materializing before Su Yi. Killed 267 4th-tier zombies. Survival points 534, Nightmare 200. Killed 4th-tier zombie boss, Dr. Knife. Survival points 100, Nightmare 200. With a crash, through the translucent interface, Su Yi could faintly see that the entire hospital had been obliterated. Just as he blinked, the scenery shifted, and he and Huang Miao Miao were teleported away. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 4th-tier dungeon zombie hospital, Nightmare level. Time taken, 972 seconds. Rating, SSS, perfect. Cleared? Huh. Su Yi furrowed his brow, 3 question marks hovering above his head. He had been fully prepared to give his all in battle. After all, a Nightmare level should have posed a significantly greater challenge than the other 2 difficulties, yet he had not anticipated this outcome. Wow. Su Yi Gij, you've become so monstrous. Huang Miao Miao blinked her eyes, filled with admiration. A 4th-tier Nightmare dungeon. And this man had wiped out both the monsters and the building with a single skill? It was utterly unreasonable. I hadn't expected it either. Su Yi shook his head, feeling inexplicably disheartened. Sigh, could it be that the only thing left for me to truly unleash my power on is a world boss? Chapter 62. Can I exploit this opportunity once more? Before Su Yi, the settlement information finally appeared. Cleared the 4th-tier dungeon zombie hospital. Received base reward. Survival points 200. Additional reward for solo clearance. Survival points 400, 200 bonus. The varying difficulties influenced the points awarded for defeating monsters within the dungeon. The number of players also affected the points received upon completion. Given that Su Yi had tackled both the nightmare difficulty and done so solo, he reaped the full benefits of both. Before him appeared 3 cards adorned with starry patterns on their backs, concealing their faces. You have 2 chances to flip cards. Please choose a random reward after clearing the dungeon. Originally, there was only 1 chance, but due to the nightmare difficulty, an additional opportunity had been granted. He casually clicked on the first 2 cards. As the cards flipped over, information materialized before him. Congratulations, you have obtained Emerald Pearl 1, Gas Mask 1. Emerald Pearl effect can be sold to the game store for 50 survival points. Introduction: one of the 18 exquisite products, crafted from rare jadeite. The Antitoxic Mask, E, effect. When worn, it can effectively resist toxic gases. Description: a black mask that may enhance one's appearance. The 3rd card was similarly revealed. Su Yi, filled with curiosity, glanced at it and noted the reward described, 5 points. Not particularly impressive, he thought. Nevertheless, at least it could be exchanged for 50 points. Which was better than nothing. Immune to toxins, the antitoxic mask was of no use to him. After tossing it into his backpack, he promptly sold the Jade Pearl to the marketplace. At that moment, his survival points had reached a total of 35,814, having accumulated around 1,300 points. He was quite satisfied with the points income from the single-channel Nightmare Dungeon of level 4, earning over 1,000 points in a single run, and taking less than a minute. The efficiency of earning points this way far surpassed the time-consuming hunt for monsters or roaming around to slay level 4 beasts. This sparked an idea in him regarding dungeon keys. If he possessed a substantial number of keys, he could continually farm dungeons for significant points. Su Yi felt a surge of excitement. He immediately logged onto the game marketplace to see if any dungeon keys were available for purchase. Regrettably, after searching for the phrase, he found no such items. Alas, it seemed he would have to rely on luck during his daily activities. Su Yi sighed softly. Just then, Huang Miaomiao, draped in a flowing white veil, floated before him, her expression revealing a hint of shyness. Su Yi Gij, may I ask you for a favor? Speak. I have activated the dungeon feature, and I would like to request your assistance. I have no objections, as it's merely a matter of one's skill. I just hope that my participation won't diminish your achievements. It should count. After all, we can just give it a try. I also wish to verify a few things. What is it? I just defeated the dungeon boss, but there was no boss treasure chest. I want to see if such items are absent in the dungeons. Oh, should I click to challenge now? Go ahead. On the balcony, the 2 figures suddenly vanished. Merely 10 seconds later, they reappeared as if conjured from thin air. Huang Miaomiao received a settlement reward of 600 points, while Su Yi garnered 613 points for eliminating monsters within the dungeon. Gasping at his increased points, Su Yi's face radiated delight. I didn't expect that by defeating monsters in your dungeon, these point rewards would also accrue to me. Isn't that how it should be? Huang Miaomiao smiled gently. Each player only has 1 opportunity to participate in a dungeon daily, unless they possess a dungeon key. Given our unique relationship, I can enter twice daily. Although the second entry revolved around Huang Miaomiao, with the game system recognizing only her for the rewards. The rewards for defeating monsters within the dungeon were undeniably credited to Su Yi. Your skill is indeed exceptional, Su Yi remarked, gazing at Huang Miaomiao in admiration. If I am not mistaken, in the future, the world's top players will likely each possess a guardian spirit. Not only does this equate to having 2 additional equipment slots, but the ability to earn extra points from daily monster eliminations in dungeons is a significant advantage. Huang Miaomiao giggled, a shy expression adorning her face. At this moment, Su Yi noticed that the white veil Huang Miaomiao wore was different from the initial white dress, and she was barefoot. Puzzled, he inquired, did you change your outfit? Where are your shoes? Yes, I changed. This one feels much cooler, Huang Miaomiao replied, gracefully gliding through the air like a nimble mermaid. Her elegant figure, complemented by her delicate, fair legs, danced before Su Yi. Not wearing shoes has been liberating. Since I can fly, there's no need to touch the ground. It's more comfortable this way. Moreover, this outfit, while thinner, is indeed more comfortable than that tight dress. She had a point. Your veil is indeed loose. But aren't you worried about revealing too much while flying around? No worries. I rarely appear in front of others, Huang Miao Miao stated confidently, crossing her arms. Besides, my decision to change was well thought out. When I need to manifest for a buff, it will either be against a world boss or in a personal dungeon where I can ensure a one-hit kill. In those scenarios, it's just you and me. In contrast, for encounters with other players, my presence is unnecessary. They are far inferior to you. So, if there is to be any exposure, it would only be seen by you. With that, Huang Miao Miao cast a light-hearted smile towards Su Yi. By the way, suddenly, as if recalling something, her eyes sparkled. Su Yi Gij, can items obtained from card flips be gifted to others? Generally, items not sourced from the marketplace can be given away. Why? Do you wish to gift something to someone? Hee, I found something wonderful for you. She opened her hands, revealing a black ring nestled within her palms. The ring bore a delicate snake head, its mouth agape. A gentle breeze stirred, producing a faint whispering sound. As Su Yi accepted it, the item information automatically appeared. Chapter 63, the PPT of the Starfire Project Leader. Snake King Treasure Hunting Ring, a super rare effect. When blown upon, it summons 10 shadow snakes. You can command these shadow snakes to explore surrounding areas. Each shadow snake cannot stray more than 5 kilometers from its holder. Upon discovering any treasures, they will envelop them in shadows and return. The speed of the shadow snakes is a constant 10 meters per second, and they can carry only one item at a time. If attacked and killed en route, the treasure will be dropped. The deceased shadow snake will respawn at midnight the following day. Description: an exceedingly rare automatic treasure hunting item, rumored to curse its users. A treasure hunting tool? Such items can be revealed through card flips? Compared to the A-grade super rare items Huang Miao Miao had revealed, the items Su Yi had drawn suddenly felt rather mundane. I'm not sure. Huang Miao Miao scratched her head, her innocent and pure eyes blinking. I first flipped out 5 points, and then I got this item. Do you want to use it? Its description mentions a curse. Could that be problematic? A curse? Huh, Su Yi chuckled. I possess a holy body. Am I to fear its curse? Besides, even without my holy body, if this item is in my possession, I shall use it. He slid the ring onto his finger. Clearly, this ring was classified as an item rather than equipment, and thus did not interfere with his current 2 pieces of gear. Determining this was simple. One merely needed to check for stat enhancements. Su Yi blew into the Snake King treasure hunting ring. In the next moment, before their eyes, a circle of black water suddenly spread across the pristine balcony tiles, followed by a mass resembling a cluster of shadowy eels emerging from the black water. As the black water receded, the dark mass unraveled, revealing 10 slender, black snakes resembling eels. Each of these snakes was relatively small, measuring about 30 centimeters in length. Su Yi gazed at them. They obediently lined up, curiously lifting their heads to stare at him. After a moment of astonishment, he remarked, "Oh, do I need to give you orders as well? Then go forth and seek treasure immediately." The 10 black snakes responded to his command, seamlessly merging into the ground, transforming into straight black lines that darted in all directions. In no time, they vanished from sight. An excellent tool indeed. Su Yi yawned and said, "Perfect. They can explore while I sleep, leaving me completely untroubled." After a busy night, he was already fatigued. Initially, he worried that sleeping might hinder his growth progress. But now he felt no concern at all. After all, he had completed the world boss and dungeon challenges for the day, and the 4th-tier monsters had yet to respawn. Under these circumstances, he could only venture forth to explore treasures. With the assistance of 10 black snakes, he could truly afford to rest. The real worry lay with the players who had yet to reach the 4th tier. If they did not attain it by midnight, they would undoubtedly squander today's opportunity to challenge the world boss. As he turned to Huang Miao Miao, contemplating what to offer her in return, she vigorously waved her hands, saying, "No need, no need. I am your assistant. Good things should naturally go to you first. Your strength is my strength." Indeed, with no further words exchanged, Su Yi entered the house. In reality, within a bright and impeccably tidy large conference room in Daxia, under the gaze of hundreds of calm, yet expectant eyes, Yin Yu, the chief coordinator of the Xingho project, approached the podium with a mixture of anxiety and nervousness, his steps slightly awkward. "Hello everyone, I am Yin Yu, the head of the Xingho project." Instinctively, he placed his hands on either side of the lectern but quickly retracted them, feeling it was impolite, and let them hang at his sides, standing like a soldier at attention. "The purpose of our Xingho project is to select talent from among civilian players and military personnel, enabling them to rapidly become capable torchbearers who can independently execute tasks. With the enthusiastic cooperation and recommendations from comrades, we efficiently formed 4 teams named after the 4 sacred beasts, Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu. in just half an hour. Now, I will present the specific details of these 4 teams. At this point, a series of slides appeared on the large screen behind him. Yanyu relaxed somewhat, turning to report on the progress of their project and the discoveries made during this time, which was his primary purpose for being on stage. First, the Qinglong team, consisting of 5 members, all of whom have reached the 4th tier. They have begun challenging the world boss and achieved commendable results. A chart appeared on the PPT, illustrating the damage inflicted by the Qinglong team on the world boss, depicted as an ascending bar graph. The audience's attention was naturally drawn to the highest bar. The standout performer was the team leader, Long Ran, one of the few who completed the 3-phase mission with our full support, earning S-grade equipment and skills. He possessed the ability to amplify item effects, and with some explosive output items, he dealt 0.82 damage to the world boss within 1 minute, earning a substantial 8,200 survival points. A ripple of astonishment swept through the back row. Clearly, many were taken aback by such a high score. Of course, our Baihu team is no less impressive. Yanyu continued, switching to the next slide. Another bar graph appeared, this time with the highest bar, even taller than the previous one. The Baihu team's leader, Zhou Tian, is the 2nd individual in our Xinghe project to complete the 3-phase mission. He possesses an S-grade skill that greatly reduces single-target defense, effective against the world boss. Thanks to this, he dealt an impressive 0.88 damage. I believe that if there are future large-scale group boss activities, their collaboration will undoubtedly yield extraordinary results. Yanyu continued to present, and the slides kept flipping. Soon, he completed the damage reports from all 4 teams, and the screen displayed a chart of the world boss's health. It was evident that the 1st-tier world boss, the Overlord Giant Shark, had only 812 life points remaining. Some of this damage was inflicted by us, while others came from elite players in North America, India, and other countries who had publicly disclosed this data. The image clearly outlined the sources of the damage, prompting admiration for the formidable intelligence capabilities of this vast machine. What about the remaining 18 damage points? A middle-aged man from the front row inquired. Yanyu, already prepared with a response, nodded calmly and replied, according to our advisory team, the unknown 18 points likely originate from the player currently ranked highest in national combat power. Chapter 64. Long Ran's pursuer wishes to be his guardian spirit? Everyone present knew precisely who that was, and the name Su Yi surfaced in their minds. However, Yanyu refrained from elaborating on Su Yi, given that the information they had gathered was scant, and it was not the focus of his presentation. Our future plans for the Xinghe project involve continuing to acquire rare and exceptional items from the general populace, enabling our core training targets to consistently obtain stable and substantial points. After a 10-minute presentation, Yanyu bowed deeply and stepped down from the stage. As he descended, it was time for the head of the in-game research department to take the podium, and they exchanged nods and smiles as they passed each other. Upon reaching the backstage area, Yanyu encountered his assistant, Xiao He, who approached him. Team leader, you should persuade Long Ran. He adamantly refuses to allow Li Yu to possess him. We are still recruiting individuals with A00 Eternal Guardian Spirits nationwide, but so far, only 3 have come forward. 2 of them have already been possessed by the captains of the other 2 teams. Li Yu specifically requested to possess Long Ran, yet he, hearing this, Yanyu furrowed his brow and quickly made his way toward the team's lounge, intending to check on their members, all of whom had been summoned from various provinces overnight. Does anyone know why he refuses? Yanyu inquired as he walked. It seems the 2 were classmates in the past, and Li Yu had pursued him. But Long Ran declined. Is that all? Yanyu paused, letting out a heavy sigh before quickening his pace. Before long, inside the Qinglong team's lounge. Upon seeing Yanyu enter, the team members immediately stood in respect and greeted him. Team leader, team leader, team leader. The Qinglong team currently consisted of Wang Kuan, Wang Peng, Lu Jijia, Zhou Anyu, and the recently appointed team leader, Long Ran. All these team members referred to Yanyu as team leader. Hello everyone. I need to discuss something with your leader. Please step out for a moment, except for Li Yu. The team members understood the gravity of the situation. Their gazes shifted between Long Ran and Li Yu before they silently exited the room. As Zhou Anyu stepped out the door, suppressing a smile at the corners of her mouth, she gently closed the door behind her. What a surprise! A former flame had pursued her to the door. But it was not an ex. Rather, it was someone who had failed to win over the captain, yet stubbornly followed along. With such unwavering affection, how could the captain refuse? Hush, whispered the brothers Wang Kuan and Wang Peng, who were gossiping quietly, when suddenly they heard a sound emanating from within. Their first reaction was that the soundproofing here was truly inadequate. Subsequently, they all silently closed their mouths, stifling their laughter as they listened intently. Inside, Yin Yu beckoned Long Ran and Li Yu to sit on the sofa before him. Long Ran was tall, approximately 1.8 meters, with fair skin and pronounced features that exuded a masculine charm. His deep black eyes held a sense of gravitas and maturity. However, at that moment, he crossed his arms and leaned away from the woman beside him, as if trying to distance himself from her entirely. Next to him sat a heavily made-up woman, whose appearance was quite unique, and her figure exuded a sense of security. She wore purple eyeshadow and glossy black lipstick, with gold hoop earrings dangling from her earlobes, embodying a rather eclectic style. Yet, she was dressed in a loose, refreshing green gown, with black fishnet stockings adorning her robust thighs. Despite having seen her twice now, Yin Yu felt an indescribable sense of strangeness. He prided himself on not being superficial, yet he acknowledged that appearance significantly influences first impressions. Li Yu, I must express my gratitude for bringing another individual with the same guardian spirit skill to us. Without you, we might still be oblivious to such abilities, Yin Yu commenced. There is no need for thanks. I merely wish to be with Ran Ran, Li Yu replied, shifting her gaze towards Long Ran. Long Ran's expression shifted noticeably. His brow furrowed, revealing his distaste unabashedly. Of course, since you and Long Ran are already acquainted, it is only fitting that you choose him as your vessel. At this point, Yin Yu turned his gaze to Long Ran, articulating with conviction, Long Ran, you are the core of the Qinglong team, its leader, and must consider the greater good. You are not unaware of the advantages of possessing such a guardian spirit. Do not let trivial thoughts impede your growth. That would be unwise. Upon hearing this, Long Ran's brow tightened further, and he fell silent, lost in thought. What are you hesitating for? Yin Yu pressed. With a sigh, Long Ran responded, I do not want her as my guardian spirit. I would prefer anyone else, anyone but her. Why? Because I despise her. Long Ran did not wish to elaborate in such a setting, but could not help but recall the past. After he had rejected her confession in high school, she had branded him as a loser and spread malicious rumors among the female students, claiming he had pursued her only to abandon her. Strangely, her outrageous claims garnered sympathy from many classmates, drawing unwanted attention toward him. Fortunately, a vision of a fairy-like girl appeared in Long Ran's mind, an academic prodigy from the adjacent class, who consistently led various polls in their social circles and was the unspoken goddess among many boys. She possessed skin as fair as snow, with a heavenly beauty, and exuded a friendly, approachable demeanor, her gaze always bright and lively, akin to a celestial being. During Long Ran's darkest days, her presence was like a perpetual beam of pure, sacred light, dispelling the shadows within him. In the lounge, silence enveloped the room. Yin Yu scrutinized Long Ran's disdainful expression, internally sighing deeply. He turned his head, preparing to encourage Li Yu to select another candidate. Yet, she spoke first. I was unaware that I am so unlikable. Li Yu remarked with a hint of disdain before turning to Yin Yu, stating, Captain, you may arrange as you see fit. However, a pairing of genders will make the work less burdensome. If I were to assist a handsome man, I would be far more motivated. Yin Yu forced a smile, though it was strained. Very well. He discerned that Long Ran's demeanor stemmed from Li Yu's flawed personality. Unfortunately, there were only a handful of individuals with such skills available at present. Otherwise, he sighed inwardly, pondering whom to assign her. Chapter 65. You want me to kill Su Yi? Meanwhile, in a Chinese restaurant named Hai Tian, within a small private room numbered 7, a clandestine meeting was underway. You want me to kill Su Yi? Li Jia, raised and trained by the North American military and regarded with great expectations, froze, his chopsticks barely managing to lift a piece of tender fish before it slipped from his grasp, landing with a splat on the glass table, juices splattering and filling the air with a fragrant aroma. Indeed, this rogue player, though unaffiliated with any faction, poses a threat simply by being a citizen of Dixia. Sooner or later, he must be dealt with. The man in a suit and glasses, seated across from him, crossed his arms, maintaining a tranquil demeanor. This is precisely why I brought you to this area. He is located here, and we will soon ascertain his exact position. How could I possibly be his match? He would slaughter me. Li Jia abruptly stood, his dark eyes filled with indignation. I refuse this task. His certainty stemmed from having seen videos on forums depicting Su Yi's violent actions. In one clip, Su Yi stood atop a wolf's head, mercilessly slaying an approaching individual with a single stroke. The video's poster accused Su Yi of indiscriminate killing, labeling him as antisocial, claiming he had likely committed many more murders unseen, and possibly was a criminal in reality as well. The majority of comments beneath the post were scathing criticisms of Su Yi, each receiving numerous likes. However, Li Jie and his elite circle dismissed such trivial matters, knowing that any one of them would have acted similarly in that situation. Thus, he understood well that should he venture to provoke that man, his demise would be inevitable. The more powerful one became, the more acutely one recognized the terror of high-level players. You cannot refuse, the man in the suit stated with his usual bluntness. If you decline, not only will we immediately cut off your support, but your family in Jinshan City will also. Well, so from the very beginning, you have regarded me as a mere pawn. Li Jie seethed, gritting his teeth. He had been a North American citizen for over a decade, even marrying a local woman to integrate more fully into the culture and contributing significantly to the nation. Yet, in the end, they still did not trust him. Enough with the pleasantries. Will you accept the task or not? The man's expression turned impatient. Li Jie took a deep breath as the warm, ambient light of the room cast shadows across his face. Fine. He rose, seemingly resigned, and with a sudden outburst, exclaimed, what other choice do I have? Except to accept your ridiculous demand? The figure surged across the table, lunging fiercely before the man in the suit, his large hand seizing the opponent's neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. A resounding crash echoed as blood poured from the back of the suited man's head. Pulling on the floor, his eyes widened in terror as he stared at the man before him. You think I am a good person? You believe my family could sway me? Huh. A wife can be replaced, a child can be born anew, but if I am lost, then everything is truly gone. Upon resurrection, he would inform those foolish decision-makers that abandoning him would be their greatest folly. The man in the suit soon lost his breath, his body disintegrating into specks of light, vanishing into thin air. Li Jie inhaled deeply, aware that he had become a solitary figure, unable to go anywhere. But it mattered not. He had already gained an advantage. If he continued to consolidate his position, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Did they think he would simply comply? He would demonstrate the cost of their betrayal. He accessed the forum and meticulously detailed all the crucial and confidential information he possessed, then published it with a single click. Afterward, feeling a sense of incompleteness, he quickly posted again, including the abilities of those seed players. Remembering something else, he promptly made another post, revealing that he had been tasked with assassinating Su Yi. He shared every thought that came to mind, disregarding any future consequences. Now, he sought only the thrill of expression. Lutian Bar and the Golden Eagle Building were situated on the same block, merely 100 meters apart. The Golden Eagle Building served as the epicenter of the area, resulting in a surrounding radius teeming with players, far outnumbering zombies and mutated beasts, making it the most vibrant locale. As more players ascended to the second and third tiers, the area gradually became devoid of monsters, resembling a sanctuary within the region. On the second floor of Lutian Bar, Lin Ruosi and Zhao Yan sat across from each other by the window, sharing a slice of cake under the lively music and colorful lights, celebrating their successful collaboration in clearing a dungeon for the first time. We were so close to being ambushed by that zombie two-headed dog, but thankfully, we had enough people. You alone can outmatch 5. Lin Ruosi smiled faintly, stirring her juice with a straw, her mind wandering. What's wrong? Zhao Yan asked with concern. I'm not fond of noisy places, Lin Ruosi replied candidly. Oh, no worries. We'll celebrate somewhere else next time. This place is indeed a bit loud, Zhao Yan said, sipping her soda, particularly fond of Sprite. I thought you were rather cold and taciturn. It depends on the person. Naturally, I am aloof with strangers. As they conversed, an uproar nearby captured their attention. Wow. Someone just revealed a wealth of information about North America on the forum. For individuals there have completed the third stage mission, and the keys to the rare dungeon have become hard currency. The post also stated that there were over 100 million second-tier players globally, and 8 million at the third tier. Is that really the case? Who wouldn't be striving to grow stronger in this life and death game? Do you think everyone has the luxury to relax and enjoy a drink like us? They actually have him tasked with assassinating the esteemed Su Yi? What audacity to leak such information. Wait, Su Yi himself has posted. Lin Ruosi and Zhao Yan exchanged astonished glances, then swiftly opened the forum. The first post on the homepage was vibrant and eye-catching, standing out distinctly. Noted, I have received the list of seed players from North America. I shall confront each one as I encounter them. For those wishing to challenge me, you are welcome to provoke me. Posted by Su Yi, National Battle Power No. 1, System Verified. Currently, 83,320,000 views. Continuously rising. 17,740,000 likes. And 130,000 discussions. Also rising. Chapter 66. I do not concern myself with others' opinions of me. Lin Ruosi quickly clicked on the post. The content was remarkably succinct, featuring only a small list of names, 10 seed players from North America: MacArthur, Leighton, Norden, Thomas, Gamba. Some of these names Lynn Ruossi had occasionally encountered on the forum, always accompanied by admiration and respect from others. Now, however, these names were publicly exposed, creating a stark contrast that struck her profoundly. She scrolled down to the comments section, where a cacophony of voices erupted. Lu Lichuan, Tier 1, aren't you overstepping? If they don't acknowledge you, how dare you name them? What a joke. 280,000 likes. 817 comments. Wang Dali, Tier 3, such bravery. I support you. 513 likes. 12 comments. Kai Chuanfin, Tier 1, confronting every one of them? Do you possess that capability? Just talking big? 720,000 likes. 5 for 121 comments. Zhang Huaixing, Tier 2, how imposing. 1015 likes. 3 comments. Chu Zhaojiang, Tier 3, I support Su Yi. But I believe now is not the time for recklessness. The game has just begun, and individual strength is still no match for the nation. 2. 354 likes. 662 comments. Zhou Huijin, Tier 3, you've got it wrong. As the game progresses, the advantage of large organizations grows. It's only due to ignorance and luck that individuals can gain advantages early on. 1020,000 likes. 245 comments. Lin Dongsheng, Tier 2, without enduring hardship, one cannot achieve greatness. I look forward to tomorrow when you remain the top of the nation. 665 likes. 78 comments. The number of comments was rapidly escalating, with each comment spawning numerous replies from other players. Lynn Ruossi focused intently on the initial comments and observed the ensuing responses, her brow furrowing in discontent. Why are some people so venomous? Just because they doubt Su Yi, they feel compelled to mock. If they dared to say such things in my presence, I would surely retaliate. Zhao Yan shook her head with a gentle laugh. It's inevitable. The oppressive environment breeds darkness in many hearts. Did you see the number of likes? Most are negative comments, as is the case everywhere. I'm going to confront them, Lynn Ruossi declared. No, Zhao Yan interjected, preventing her from acting. It's pointless. It would only embolden them further. Instead, it would be better to confront them directly. Unfortunately, this game lacks a feature to display player names. Lynn Ruossi sighed softly, but continued to browse through the comments. Su Yi was awakened by Huang Miao, who had been aimlessly browsing the forum out of boredom. When she saw someone publicly confessing their assignment to assassinate Su Yi, she hurriedly roused him. Fearing that other assassins might be lurking in the shadows, ready to strike, Su Yi browsed through the forum, gaining a general understanding of the events that had transpired. Upon seeing the list of North American seed players released by Li Jie, he felt compelled to post his thoughts. At that moment, in the living room on the second floor, Huang Miao prepared a pot of warm tea for Su Yi and, as she handed it to him, could not help but ask, Su Yi Gij, do you think there might be other hidden assassins lurking in the shadows? Su Yi sipped the warm tea, feeling a sense of comfort in his throat and intestines before responding with a gentle smile. It matters not. Regardless of who arrives, they must first confront the Ghost Bride. The gaming world was fraught with peril. Had he not already summoned the Ghost Bride, he would not have dared to rest so easily. Indeed, the presence of a Tier 4 boss provided a sense of security. Huang Miao turned her head, and from the balcony of the second floor, she could see the figure clad in a flowing red dress. It resembled a stone statue draped in crimson silk, somewhat eerie at first glance. Yet knowing it was an ally brought great reassurance. She returned to the sofa and, unable to resist, opened the forum again, gazing at the trending post that had skyrocketed to 1.2 billion views. Su Yi Gij, have you seen the replies to your post? Huang Miao inquired eagerly. I have, he replied. Oh, aren't you angry? Su Yi shook his head. It matters not. I do not concern myself with others' opinions of me. What if they said it to your face? I would strike him down on the spot. Huang Miao stifled a laugh. Just then, a sound drew their attention to the wall clock, indicating that midnight had arrived. All right, I should head to bed, Su Yi yawned, planning to rest and gather his strength for the regional ranking matches the following day. This contest of regions was likely to pit him against players from other countries, and with a stroke of luck, he might even encounter the seed players listed. A cold smirk appeared on his face, revealing his unmasked killing intent. Su Yi Gij, the world boss and dungeons have respawned. Huang Miao promptly reminded him. I know, but there is no hurry. Su Yi had already formulated a plan. Initially, I intended to challenge the world boss right after midnight, but since there is an event tomorrow, I would rather take my chances. I hope to significantly enhance my strength after the event. If all goes well, I might deal damage exceeding 32, thus fulfilling the requirements for an upgrade. Huang Miao's eyes widened in surprise. He intended to reach Tier 5 the very next day. Just as their conversation wrapped up, Suyi was about to enter his room when Huang Miaomiao suddenly called out to him. Suyi Gij, there's trending news about an online press conference. It seems to be from the North American officials. He paused mid-stride. After a moment's hesitation, curiosity got the better of him, and he returned to the sofa to open the forum once more. Indeed, the second trending topic was titled North American Press Conference. Clicking on it revealed a live broadcast, with a flurry of comments obscuring the screen. While the visuals were still hidden, the audio came through via the forum's real-time translation and smart subtitles. As previously stated, we wholeheartedly welcome any exceptional player from around the globe to join us. We assure you that we will provide unparalleled benefits that no other country can match. As for the rumors circulating about an assassination of a certain player, that is purely slander, an act of malicious retaliation from an eliminated player. Furthermore, some players have made provocative and extreme statements that directly or indirectly undermine our national integrity. We will take appropriate retaliatory measures, so stay tuned. Chapter 67. The regional ranking matches commence. When Suyi entered, the brief press conference was drawing to a close. Before he could take in more of the content, the live stream ended abruptly, leaving behind a wildly active comment section. Without a glance, he exited the trending topic. It seems, Suyi began to speak. But to his surprise, Huang Miaomiao beside him beamed sweetly, adding, "A lot of people are going to perish tomorrow." At her words, Suyi regarded her with an expression of pleasant surprise. "You are beginning to understand me more." He reached out to her lush, dark hair, ruffling it affectionately. As she beamed back at him, her bright eyes fixed on the man before her. Global announcement: new event. The regional ranking matches are officially underway. Event rules. At the start of the event, each region will randomly receive a temporary number and be ranked. Subsequently, the top 10 players in each region may select designated areas on the leaderboard to challenge. Each region may initiate up to 3 challenges and accept up to 3 challenges. Upon victorious battles, the winning region may choose to swap rankings or cause the defeated region to drop by 10 spots. At the end of the event, corresponding permanent regional numbers will be awarded based on the rankings, with higher-ranked regions receiving more abundant rewards. Event duration. Today from 8 to 2000 hours. Note: detailed battle procedures and rewards can be reviewed upon entering the event. At exactly 8 o'clock in the morning, as the global announcement echoed, Suyi had just finished breakfast and was resting in the living room with Lin Ruosi. The ingredients were brought back by her the previous night, and Huang Miaomiao had prepared breakfast, being the only one in the house skilled in cooking, and her abilities were quite commendable. She also took the initiative to handle the post-meal cleanup and dishwashing, stating that after her mother passed away, she had been responsible for all household chores and was thus quite proficient in this regard. Congratulations, your region's temporary event number is 30. The full regional leaderboard, including the top 100 players from each region, has been published. The event is here. Lin Ruosi immediately turned to Suyi and asked, "Are you going to challenge the North American region right away, or wait?" Suyi shook his head. "No rush. First, I want to check if there's an event shop this time. If there is, I will see what I can purchase to enhance my abilities before the battles." "Sounds good," Lin Ruosi nodded. Suyi promptly opened the game store. Luckily, as soon as he clicked, the event shop popped up. Indeed, it appeared that every time an event occurred, an event shop would be available. It seems so. Lin Ruosi also curiously opened it. Suyi scanned the event shop, and, after a cursory glance, his eyes lit up. Heavenly Gifted Treasure Box. Effect. Upon opening, randomly obtain 1 piece of S-grade equipment. Price: 88,000. Contribution points. Reforging Stone. Effect. Can be used on designated equipment to randomly change it to another of the same quality. Price: 11,000. Contribution points. Heavenly Gifted Skill Box. Global Limit. 3 Effect. Upon opening, randomly obtain 1 S-grade skill. S-grade skills already possessed by other players cannot be obtained. Price: 151,500. Contribution points. The event shop contained numerous items, yet only these 3 at the forefront captivated Suyi's interest. The S-rank equipment and skills available in today's event shop are significantly superior to those of yesterday. Suyi's eyes sparkled with excitement. As for the need to expend contribution points, it goes without saying that these points must undoubtedly be obtained through the regional ranking activities. At this moment, the only concern for Suyi is how exactly these contribution points can be acquired and whether they are difficult to obtain. Indeed, Lin Ruosi shook her head with a wry smile, then placed a reassuring hand on Suyi's shoulder, encouraging him, "You can do it." Although I am unsure about the difficulty of acquiring contribution points, under normal circumstances, I would consider it quite fortunate to secure 2 or 3 reforging divine stones. I cannot even dare to dream of the Tianci treasure box. However, you, on the other hand, might contend for the Tianci Divine Skill Box. As soon as she finished speaking, new messages appeared before the two of them. A player from our district has challenged District 47. District 47 accepts the challenge. Battle against District 47, temporary. Shall we enter the battlefield immediately? Failure to respond within 10 seconds will default to non-participation. District 47? The two exchanged glances. And Lin Ruosi quickly checked the leaderboard. The top combat power in District 47 belongs to MacArthur. It appears someone is eager to stir up trouble. She looked at Su Yi, who remained calm, responding, "It matters not. Even if others choose not to engage, I will still fight." Lin Ruosi nodded with a serious expression. She was determined to find out who instigated the challenge and ensure they would pay for it. Everyone knows about Su Yi and the affairs of North America. Thus, it is highly likely that this rush to challenge the North American district aims to witness Su Ye's downfall. Otherwise, they would not have initiated the challenge, but rather left the decision to him, allowing him ample time to prepare. I will enter first. Lin Ruosi's mind raced with thoughts of the remaining 9 players in the top 10 of the combat power ranking, and before long, she vanished in a flash of white light. Su Yi had no time to linger. He called towards the kitchen, "Meow meow. I'm coming." Huang Meow Meow dashed out from the kitchen, wearing beige slippers and a pink bear apron. The sunlight illuminated her fair and delicate face, and her long ponytail glimmered like it had been dyed brown in the sun. She wiped her damp hands on the sides of her apron, swiftly removed it, and hung it on the wall. Dressed in a pure white long dress, she transformed into a flash of white light and entered Su Ye's body. Without hesitation, Su Yi entered the battlefield. In the pitch-black night sky, 3 enormous blood-red moons hung high above, casting a sinister crimson glow that illuminated the entire world in an eerie brightness. Su Yi stood atop a tall building, surveying his surroundings. He noticed numerous flashes of white light nearby, each flicker heralding the arrival of a new player. Concurrently, a plethora of new information materialized before him. Welcome to the regional battlefield. Victory conditions. After 2 hours, the surviving numbers of the top 100 combat power players from both sides will be compared. The side with a greater number of survivors will emerge victorious. Additionally, for each enemy player you eliminate, you will earn 1 contribution point. If you eliminate a player with a bounty, you will receive contribution points corresponding to their bounty. If you kill more than 10 players, you will be placed on a bounty by the opposing district. For every additional 10 players you kill, your bounty will increase by 1 point. The bounty will persist. If you remain undefeated until the activity concludes, your bounty will convert into survival points at a ratio of 11. Upon death, you will lose the qualification to continue participating in this activity. Is that how it works? This is Su Ye's first encounter with such activity rules. However, upon reflection, he found them quite reasonable. In an era where extraordinary powers belong to individuals, higher-tier strong players can often easily eliminate vast numbers of lower-tier players. Thus, basing victory on the number of top 100 survivors from each district within half an hour is a relatively fair criterion. The battle begins. Announcement. The names and real-time locations of the top 100 combat power players from both districts have been officially revealed. Note, this is the second version of the event. The first version had bugs and lacked directness and excitement. I believe I have corrected everything. There were many unexpected situations yesterday, but today I simply revised the activity. Tomorrow should be fine, and I can restore 2 updates. Chapter 68. The enemy will reveal their health bars. Su Yi immediately noticed 2 transparent panels with white text listing the top 100 players in the upper right corner of his view. One was from his district, and the other from the opposing district. He glanced at both lists. 30 District Top 100, current entry. 1 Su Yi, bounty. 0. 2 Zhao Yan, bounty. 0. 3 Wang Zilu, bounty. 0. 4 Li Zhan, bounty. 0. 5 Lin Ruosi, bounty. 0. Current survivors. 100 47 District Top 100, current entry. 1 MacArthur, bounty. 0. 2 Norden, bounty. 0. 3 Leighton, bounty. 0. 4 Thomas Gamba, bounty. 0. Current survivors. 100 Additionally, in the upper left corner of his view, there was a standard circular frame labeled Regional Map. When Su Yi clicked on it, the mini-map immediately expanded several times, transforming into a translucent large map wall before him. It clearly indicated his position, the state of the roads, and the surrounding structures. More importantly, as Su Yi manipulated the map with his hands, more red and green markers gradually appeared. Upon closer inspection, each green marker represented other players ranked in the top 100 of his district, while the red markers indicated players ranked in the top 100 of the opposing district. When clicked, it even displayed the opposing player's avatar, name, and rank. Oh, so this is how the positions of the top 100 players from both districts are marked in real time. Above his field of vision, a small countdown timer was visible. 119 minutes 53 seconds. 119 minutes 52 seconds. The entire regional battlefield was incredibly vast, approximately the size of a prefecture-level city. Fortunately, there is ample time. With 2 hours at his disposal, he must act swiftly. Sui scanned his surroundings. Since the battle began, the heads of certain players nearby had automatically displayed the bright red names, health bars, and ranks of the opposing players. It was evident that all these red names with health bars belonged to players from the opposing district. Jinyu, Sui softly called, and his invisible sword domain instantly expanded, doubling all attributes. He slightly raised his hand, and the enigmatic and magnificent Zhanshun sword manifested before him. Oh, almost forgot. He relaxed his grip, allowing the Zhanshun sword to once again retreat into the void. With a swift step forward, he moved into the air, several dozen meters above the ground, spreading his arms wide. Wow, someone can fly? Who is that? Fool, look at the map. The map clearly displays his name in red markers. He is the #1 combat power player, Su Yi. Huh, it's over. Run. He realized he needed to zoom in, but it was already too late. The moment the wrath of the heavens was unleashed, 300 black and white lightning pillars thundered down, and the entire world seemed to be reduced to mere black and white. In complete silence, everything unfolded without a sound. 2 or 3 seconds later, as the column of lightning dissipated, the world before Su Yi regained its vibrant colors. He turned around, surveying his surroundings. It resembled a scene ravaged by a nuclear blast, with large swathes of skyscrapers reduced to dust-laden ruins in the blink of an eye, an apocalyptic vista extending for miles. Kill 47th District player Lei Jie James. Contribution value 1. Kill 47th District player Ben Jiaming. Contribution value 1. You have cumulatively killed 423 people. Current bounty, 42. Current contribution value, 423. The radius of this strike coincides almost precisely with the range of my domain. This surely cannot be mere coincidence. Su Yi silently accessed his panel, glancing at his mental state. For 50, his mental value remained at 450, only elevated to 900 points due to the 100-point bonus from the Shunwei sword domain. In other words, the range of this divine wrath and that of my domain are roughly 3 times that of my mental capacity. Each increment of mental value appears to extend my actual influence by approximately 3 meters. While contemplating, Su Yi did not pause in his flight. He opened the map to check the positions of the leading figures in North America, deciding to head towards them while continuing his bombardment. This way, he could reap contribution points while on the move. Su Yi Gij, Huang Miao Miao's voice floated into his ears mid-flight. If you need me to come out and provide you with a buff, just let me know. I've been keeping an eye on things. The ethereal Huang Miao Miao, having spent a night in research, had mastered the art of communicating with Su Yi without manifesting physically. Su Yi smiled at her words as he soared through the skies. No need. I have consumed numerous growth fruits and have a high rank, with the boost of double attributes and the terrifying output of skill, a 100. Most players at this stage cannot withstand it, unless they possess protective items or skills. Indeed, Huang Miao Miao wholeheartedly agreed. Upon reaching a certain altitude and spotting an intact city below, Su Ye's lips curled into a smirk. Divine Wrath. The second wave of widespread bombardment commences. Kill 47th District player Wei and Park. Contribution value 1. Kill 47th District player Qiao Bo Lang Te. Contribution value 1. You have cumulatively killed 813 people. Current bounty, 81. Current contribution value, 813. Once again, a new expanse of ruins was born, despite a few lingering presences within the range of the sword domain. Su Ye's intention was not to eliminate every last one. The energy consumed by divine wrath was considerable. He would not squander such a skill for just a handful of foes. He pressed on. Brother Wang, Su Yi and those strong players in North America are converging towards each other. Haha, this is exactly what I wanted to see. On the blood-red streets, Wang Zilu, ranked 3rd in combat power in District 30, sat atop a car roof, laughing heartily. Since they are at odds on the forum, I shall provide them with an opportunity. Isn't Su Yi quite arrogant? I shall make him pay the price. Haha. Standing at approximately 16 meters tall and weighing around 160 kilograms. Clad in a black short-sleeved shirt and loose black pants, his laughter caused the flesh on his face to ripple. Typically, when he laughed, his subordinates would flatter him. But oddly, after a moment of boisterous laughter, his usual sycophants remained silent. A sense of foreboding struck him, and as he looked down, he witnessed his subordinates disintegrating into motes of light. What? Who is it? Wang Zilu nimbly leaped from the car roof, his eyes wide as he scanned his surroundings. Chapter 69, Blackblade. Zhao Yanhei. Hey, are you really ranked third? I was right behind you. And you didn't even notice? A languid female voice chimed from behind him. Upon hearing this, Wang Zilu swiftly turned and unleashed a powerful strike. Frost Palm. A colossal ice palm surged forth, instantly freezing all structures and players in its path with astonishing speed. B351 Frost Palm ability description. Unleash an icy palm forward. Freezing the area affected by the palm wind. The success rate of freezing depends on the target. Each frozen target restores a small amount of health. Yet, the voice continued to echo behind him. Your speed is commendable, but if that's all you have. So fast, Wang Zilu spun around again, not even having time to check if anyone was in front of him, and struck again. Dragon Flame Fist. Scorching flames transformed into a roaring fire dragon, engulfing an entire street in an instant. B314 Dragon Flame Fist ability description. A punch unleashes a fire dragon that charges towards the designated direction, exploding and igniting units along the way, dealing substantial damage. Is this how you fight? So impulsively? The voice came again, this time from his side. Wang Zilu refrained from attacking this time, instead looking up towards the source of the voice. Upon doing so, his expression soured dramatically. He spotted her, standing on the balcony of a two-story building, arms crossed. Mockingly gazing down at him was a short-haired woman. Dressed in a black leather jacket over a white crop top, she showcased her lithe waist. Her deep black chain shorts hugged her waist, revealing her long, slender legs. And she wore understated thigh-high boots, exuding an air of agility. You are Zhao Yan, the Blackblade? Wang Zilu furrowed his brow deeply. Among players, certain individuals with distinctive traits quickly garnered nicknames. Some monikers were mere jest, while others gained wider recognition over time. This figure before him had carved out a fearsome reputation through her deeds. While others primarily hunted monsters, she would casually slay them while simultaneously taking down players. The key aspect was her remarkable speed. In Wang Zilu's recollection, no one had ever escaped her grasp. Since the game launched yesterday, I have encountered many players. Wang Zilu pondered how to respond, only to see her raise her hands, admiring her gloved fingers as she continued. Most of them, like you, are powerless against my speed. So far, only 3 have been exceptions. One blocked my attack and became my friend. Another also blocked my attack and even managed to counterattack, but was subsequently killed in a secret realm. Had he survived, our district's third-ranked combatant would have been him, not you. As for the last one, Zhao Yan lowered her hands, looking down at Wang Zilu with a hint of derision on her lips. The last one is my idol. I wasn't even a fan of his initially, and I wanted to challenge him, but when I witnessed the second person get killed by him right before my eyes. Do you know what happened? I was overwhelmed by an intense sensation. That man could conquer me. Wang Zilu furrowed his brows. Rumors suggested that this woman was a bit peculiar, and it appeared to be true. Why are you saying this now? As the words fell, he abruptly realized the oddity of the situation, exclaiming, No, wait. We are on the same team. Why would you attack me? Team. A figure, enveloped in ferocious lightning, descended like a cannonball from an unknown origin, crashing to the ground with a thunderous roar, creating a vast web of cracks in the earth. Wang Zilu was startled by this overwhelming force and instinctively took a step back. Upon closer inspection, he saw a woman bathed in blue lightning. Her eyes sparkled with electric light as thunder crackled around her, resembling a thunder deity. An intangible and terrifying aura bore down upon him, as if his very life hung precariously in the balance of her thoughts. Wang Zilu's eyes widened, blood vessels bulging. Never had he felt so close to death. Who are you? What do you intend to do? He shouted hoarsely. Yet, all he received was the cold laughter of Zhao Yan above and the impending doom approaching before him. In a certain area of the battlefield, at an expansive airport where several aircraft were parked, North America's third seed, Norden, effortlessly commanded dozens of flying swords to eliminate other players while casually leaning against a wing. Engaging in conversation. MacArthur, grade for I see on the map that you and Su Yi are only 7 kilometers apart. Be cautious. Norden, grade for don't worry. My battle ranking is at least in the top 20. Even if I can't defeat him, I can stall him long enough for you to arrive. Leighton, grade for I should reach you in about 2 minutes. Thomas Gamba, grade for perhaps. Mac, you shouldn't go over? I'm afraid of a mishap, if things go awry. It could be a huge problem. This was a small group formed by 10 North American seed players, all around 20 years of age, sharing common interests. Leighton, grade for Thomas, don't sow discord. While we may not match his battle index, in terms of combat techniques and item diversity, we are certainly superior. Norden, grade for exactly. Besides, Each of us has backup items. If it comes to it, I can use my items to take him out with me. A one-for-one trade wouldn't be a loss for me. Thomas Gamba, grade 4 Psi. I was thinking that someone who can claim the top spot must have exceptional abilities. We must regard him highly. The group continued their heated discussion. Meanwhile, Norden, lounging against the wing, opened the map, closely monitoring the red marker labeled Suyi. 33 kilometers. 25 kilometers, 17 kilometers. He is coming. Norden stood up, instantly shifting from a relaxed state to one of combat readiness, gazing intently at the sky ahead. There was no trace of disdain in his eyes, only a fierce combat spirit and profound caution. Chapter 70. Killing Norden. In a world stained crimson by the blood moon, conflict and slaughter permeated every corner. At the Water Sky Airport, Suyi, having spotted the name on the map, immediately noticed the young man perched atop the aircraft. He stood approximately 1.75 meters tall, with a buzz cut, thick eyebrows, and small eyes. His features were somewhat unattractive, adorned with earrings on both earlobes. He wore a silver-gray fitted tank top that revealed his muscular physique and matching shorts that showcased his robust, hairy thighs. Recognizing him as the North American third seed, Norden, Suyi wasted no time. He raised his hand and unleashed a heavenly fury right in front of him. So I don't exist, do I? Seeing that his opponent couldn't even be bothered to speak and immediately unleashed a skill, Norden felt a surge of unbridled anger. Yet, despite knowing he was being underestimated, he had no choice but to swallow his pride for the moment. Turtle shell formation. He pressed his palms together, and a massive green turtle shell materialized above him, large enough to encompass the aircraft beneath him. B-57 Turtle Shell Formation Ability Description summons a gigantic turtle shell to protect the surrounding area. If the turtle shell is breached, the user temporarily receives a 99 damage reduction, which will diminish to 0 over 3 seconds. Boom, boom, boom. Black and white lightning pillars rained down. As Norden looked up, he witnessed the turtle shell dissipating almost instantaneously upon contact with the lightning. What? Such destructive power! As the turtle shell formation shattered, a much smaller but vibrantly colored turtle shell enveloped him at the center. He then watched as the black and white lightning pillars continued to strike down. The aircraft beneath him was obliterated, and he lost his footing, plummeting downward. In a world of only black and white, he fell silently to the ground. Before he could register the pain coursing through him, the cataclysmic lightning assault had rapidly subsided. When Norden blinked and gradually regained his senses, the entire Water Sky Airport, along with the surrounding city, had transformed into a desolate ruin, shrouded in smoke and dust. If only this were reality, seeing such a scene, Norden instinctively thought. However, as he snapped back to reality at an astonishing speed, he was confronted with a wave of darkness. What is this? Before he could react, a violent black sword energy pierced through his body. He widened his eyes, staring down in disbelief as he witnessed his form disintegrating into specks of light. Am I really dead? At that moment, Norden's figure completely vanished. In the map's Water Sky Airport, the red marker representing Norden also disappeared. Killed player John Jackson from Zone 47. Contribution value 1. Killed player Hal Lu from Zone 47. Contribution value 1. Killed player Norden. Received bounty from the opponent. Contribution value 155. You have cumulatively killed 4,126 people. Current bounty, 412. Current contribution value, 4,280. Suyi glanced at the Zone 47 leaderboard and noted only minor changes. Zone 47 top 100 list, this entry, 1. MacArthur, bounty, 266, 2. Norden, deceased, 3. Leighton, bounty, 141, 4. Thomas Gamba, bounty, 150. Current survivors, 99. The regional battle had only just begun a little over 4 minutes ago. Apart from those listed, most had already received bounties, with the only change being one less due to his actions. Observing the top 100 list for Zone 30, he noticed that some players had yet to receive bounties, while others had been eliminated early. The number of survivors remaining in the top 100 was significantly lower than in Zone 47, standing at only 95. It was evident that the majority of players in Zone 30 were somewhat weaker than those in Zone 47. Suyi found nothing peculiar about the situation. After all, the counterpart hailed from the elite region of Beimei, while their own area, to be frank, would merely be an unremarkable locale in his absence. Beep. A faint notification chimed in his ear, signaling that someone had messaged him. Upon opening it, he saw, Lin Ruasi, 4th tier, I'm currently with Zhao Yan. Do you need assistance? Should we come over? Suyi, 4th tier, no need, I can handle them alone. Lin Ruasi, 4th tier, alright then. I fear I might hinder you if I join. In that case, Zhao Yin and I will hunt the other powerful individuals on the list. Su Yi 4th tier sounds good. After closing the chat window, he opened the map again. Huh. The top-ranked player, MacArthur, seemed to be standing still. MacArthur, 4th tier Norden. How did you die? According to the map, you two barely encountered each other for 5 seconds before you perished? Beneath the blood moon. On the rooftop of an inconspicuous building, MacArthur stood calmly with his arms crossed, flanked by 2 suited assassins. The strong winds billowed his red cape dramatically. Yet, at this moment, this supposed paragon of confidence was engulfed in uncertainty. If it were him, although he could easily defeat Norden, achieving a kill within 5 seconds was no trivial task. Thomas Gamba, 4th tier 5 seconds? How formidable is Su Yi? Norden, 4th tier apologies, I was quite cautious. It was merely my first encounter with such a skill. I thought my vision had failed me, severely distracted, which led to my demise. Leighton, 4th tier being distracted. That explains it. MacArthur, 4th tier, what kind of skill is that? He emits black sword energy, can teleport, and fly. Does he possess any other abilities? Norden, 4th tier, he also unleashes a black and white lightning strike of immense power. My defensive formation was obliterated instantly. Leighton, 4th tier, how did you meet your end? Norden, 4th tier, it seemed as though I was slain by his sword energy in an instant, with no time to utilize my items. The group fell into silence. Su Yi's prowess far exceeded their expectations. Thomas Gamba, 4th tier, perhaps you should retreat for now, MacArthur? It's of no concern if we are defeated. But you must not fall. MacArthur, 4th tier, it's futile. He is already before me. Chapter 71. Confrontation with North America's number 1. Upon seeing this message, all members of the group felt their hearts race, a chill coursing through them. At that moment, they all sensed that before MacArthur stood not a mere player, but rather the Grim Reaper destined to usher him into the abyss. The group members shuddered. Only they, as high-tier players, comprehended the monstrosity they faced. The individuals above were fools. Some members could not help but curse under their breath. They spoke of vengeance. If they possessed the courage, let them seek it themselves. Damn it. They vented their frustrations while the pressure fell squarely upon us. Indeed, Norden was killed in mere seconds. Would we fare any better? If we all die, it would be a true farce. They urged action without providing sufficient assurance. Alas. Wait, MacArthur can hold out this long? Perhaps Su Yi is not as formidable as rumored. Quickly, let us rush to support him. Maybe our assistance is all that is needed to vanquish him. Excellent. MacArthur watched as the 2 assassins beside him dissipated into motes of light, cold sweat beginning to bead in his palms. Wait, how did they perish? This is bad. I completely failed to observe their demise. He swallowed nervously, his eyes filled with trepidation behind his sunglasses. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, after effortlessly dispatching 2 hapless foes, Su Yi soared through the air, gazing down at the current top player in North America. The opponent boasted golden curly hair and wore sunglasses, making it difficult to discern his features, though his well-maintained fair skin was evident. He donned a brown jacket over a simple white tank top, his legs clad in beige cotton trousers, and his feet shod in glossy black shoes, creating an odd appearance. Are you the top player in North America? Su Yi inquired. In the mere second it took to eliminate those 2 lackeys, he had not perceived any action from his opponent, as though the latter sought to gauge his strength through them. The sunglasses obscured his expression, but caution was imperative. If his intuition served him correctly, this individual was either ranked 2nd or 3rd in the overall combat power, undoubtedly more formidable than the previous foe. Indeed, MacArthur steadied himself, looking up to say nonchalantly, your ability to slay Norden in mere seconds is indeed surprising, though I could have dispatched him with a single glance. Su Yi lifted his chin. He had activated the divine might sword domain. The true strength of his opponent would soon be revealed. With a swift motion, he activated his teleportation, appearing directly before his adversary as his sword, the Zhan Xinjian, lunged forth. In a heartbeat, a palm-sized golden shield appeared just in time before MacArthur, perfectly positioned to intercept the dark blade's tip, producing a resounding clash of metal. Clang. Simultaneously, a tremendous repulsion erupted from the golden shield, manifesting as peculiar golden runes that surged towards Su Yi. What is this? Su Yi evaded the runes with a swift teleportation, only to hear a thunderous explosion as the golden runes struck the building behind him, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Su Yi turned his gaze back to MacArthur, who spread his hands and spoke with an air of nonchalance. Young man, why such haste? Are you in a rush to meet your end? I find you quite admirable. Would you consider joining us? If you agree, I can overlook everything that transpired before and let bygones be bygones. MacArthur's heart raced with alarm. The opponent's 2 attacks had confirmed one thing. He could not keep pace with his speed, were it not for the Deluo Guardian. He might have already needed to utilize his resurrection ability. S127 Deluo Guardian ability description. Once activated, it continuously consumes stamina. When faced with an imminent attack, it automatically generates a Deluo Golden Wall to block the attack and releases a Deluo Golden Spell capable of disintegration, proportional to the enemy's attack power. The success rate of the Deluo Golden Wall is 100, but each activation consumes corresponding stamina based on the enemy's attack power. This is a formidable skill that theoretically allows the owner to remain undefeated as long as they possess infinite stamina. Its only drawback is that if he does not evade, it generates a golden wall against any attack, severely depleting his stamina. However, this posed no issue for MacArthur, as he primarily invested in physical and agility attributes. Enough with the trivialities. Su Yi raised his sword, its tip aimed directly at his opponent. Either you perish, or I do. With that, he concluded. He raised his sword and struck downwards, unleashing a wave of pitch-black sword energy. Whoosh! The sword energy sliced through the air, darting towards the distant knight, inadvertently claiming the lives of several unsuspecting players. You have slain. Huh. Observing MacArthur, who had sidestepped the sword energy, Su Yi immediately sensed something amiss. His speed was not particularly swift, was it? Moreover, with such a formidable shield, he still felt the need to evade. This shield must either have a limit on its usage or severely deplete his stamina. Otherwise, he would not need to dodge. It stands to reason that no invincible skill could exist. Su Yi smirked. He stepped forward, his figure shooting out like an arrow, and swung his sword towards MacArthur's neck. As expected, the golden shield manifested once more, blocking his attack. In that moment, despite the shades obscuring MacArthur's eyes, Su Yi noticed the fleeting panic etched across his face. It appears your skill can autonomously defend, and it consumes quite a bit of stamina, doesn't it? Standing firm, Su Yi affectionately caressed his Zhan Xinjian, smiling lightly. He turned to face MacArthur, feigning nonchalance. Upon hearing this, MacArthur's heart raced. Although he quickly concealed his bewilderment, Su Yi could still perceive it. It seems that killing you is merely a matter of time. Su Yi remarked again. This time, MacArthur, seemingly incensed, let out a cold snort. Don't think you've got me figured out. My strength is not born of cowardice. With that, he forcefully struck his chest, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Su Yi had indeed never witnessed such a self-inflicted skill. He continued to unleash sword energy mercilessly, while keenly observing. Blood sacrifice, death curse. MacArthur knelt on the ground, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing maniacally, revealing teeth stained crimson with blood. Undoubtedly, you are doomed. He displayed an exhilarated grin. S37 Blood Sacrifice Death Curse Ability Description. This skill can only be unleashed when one's own life is diminished. It does not consume stamina. Upon use, the caster instantly loses 50 of their life and inflicts a significant loss of life, value 2, on enemies within a vast radius. This is his trump card. It was precisely due to this simplistic yet brutal bloodletting skill that MacArthur focused on fortifying his constitution, relentlessly stacking his life points. To some extent, this direct assault on the enemy's health can be considered a true damage skill, for it does not deal damage. Rather, it causes enemies to lose health directly. In the blood-red world, Su Yi vaguely perceived a faint layer of blood energy erupting from MacArthur, swiftly spreading over a distance of nearly 1,000 meters. A broad area of effect. He frowned slightly. Mental attacks, in terms of concealment and range, generally surpass physical attacks. Moreover, large-scale area damage skills are especially inescapable. One can only either activate a skill for defense or endure it. As the blood energy enveloped his body, Su Yi carefully sensed it. He emerged unscathed. He possessed the ability to be immune to negative effects, but not to damage. If he was not mistaken, the damage was likely absorbed by his soul pet, Gui Xianyang, due to her skill effect. He briefly checked the soul space, and indeed, Gui Xianyang had suffered a significant loss of health. Your health bar has not changed. MacArthur's face twisted in astonishment, a hint of realization creeping in. It makes sense. If you lacked even a modicum of self-protection skills, you wouldn't have survived this long. Although I don't know what your ability entails, I don't believe you. That power of yours comes without any cost. As he spoke, a sphere of white light erupted from his body, morphing into a middle-aged man clad in yellow, floating behind him. As soon as the yellow-clad man appeared, he unleashed some skill upon MacArthur, sending waves of red light from his hands into MacArthur's body, seemingly transferring vitality to him. Guardian Spirit? Su Yi chuckled, drawing his sword and teleporting to strike once more. Clang! The golden shield manifested again, stubbornly blocking his attack. Su Yi evaded the retaliatory golden glyph while his confidence grew. Is your guardian spirit healing you? It appears to be a skill that deducts health proactively, does it not? It cannot be used consecutively, can it? He noticed MacArthur's expression darkening, his complexion growing paler than before. Whoosh, clang, 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 clang. Suyi unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, barely inches from MacArthur. It was evident that MacArthur's pallor deepened, his movements becoming increasingly frantic. Ami, no need to hide. Quickly restore my stamina. Damn it, he has figured it out. Realizing the rapid depletion of his stamina, MacArthur could no longer maintain the facade. If he continued to pretend, he would genuinely perish. He desperately dodged while frantically consuming stamina potions. Simultaneously, the guardian spirit beside him was wildly supplying him with pale, yellow pure energy. Within mere seconds, the yellow-clad man was already drenched in sweat, exerting himself to the utmost, as if striving to squeeze every last ounce of energy from himself. Blood sacrifice, death curse. MacArthur unleashed another powerful skill. When the crimson ripples erupted, Suyi distinctly sensed the life of Gue Xianyang in the soul space plummeting. In an instant, only about a third of her health remained. To inflict such substantial damage with just 2 skill usages is indeed a testament to the prowess of the top tier in North America. Yet his agility fell short, rendering him merely a target for me. Gue Xianyang possessed the pet equipment Crimson Heart, allowing her to resurrect immediately upon death, with a cooldown of 24 hours. Nevertheless, Suyi opted for the more cautious approach. He teleported, disappearing from MacArthur's sight, and summoned Gue Xianyang to eliminate nearby hostile players for health recovery. He then teleported back to continue his assault. The entire process took less than 2 seconds, and MacArthur, exhausted from evasion, hardly noticed that his adversary had taken the time to summon a blood-sucking combat pet while attacking him. Clang! The golden shield once again thwarted his strike. But seeing MacArthur, who had collapsed to the ground, barely able to catch his breath, Suyi smiled faintly. What's this? Your recovery speed cannot keep pace with your consumption rate. He casually swung his sword downwards, only to find that this time the golden shield did not appear. The edge of Zhang Shunjian sliced through MacArthur's chest. In an instant, a deep gash appeared, blood streaming down. MacArthur collapsed on the ground, cried out to the heavens, his pale, sweat-drenched face contorted in agony. His mouth still bore traces of blood from his earlier self-inflicted injury. He appeared as a defeated soldier, humiliated by his foe, utterly tragic. Indeed, this scene ignited a spark of inspiration in Suyi. He immediately conceived a brilliant idea. Without further ado, immediately, using the built-in camera function of the player, with a series of clicks, I captured the dismal state of MacArthur before me. These would serve as crucial artifacts to slap the North American officials in the face later on. What are you doing? Taking pictures? Upon hearing that familiar shutter sound, MacArthur's expression suddenly morphed into one of sheer terror. A correct guess. Suyi offered a gentle smile, unaware that to MacArthur, this grin resembled that of a devil. I see on the map that your teammates are hastening towards this location. What do you intend to do? They are confident in your survival, rushing over only to find you dead, greeted instead by my fully prepared self. MacArthur's eyes widened, and the thought of that scenario filled him with profound despair. Suyi found the situation increasingly amusing. Soon, I shall post the woeful defeat of you seed players on the forum for global players to admire. I am most curious about what harsh words those decision-makers will utter then. You are insane. MacArthur shook his head, unable to fathom such a scene. If you did that, you would truly provoke this great empire of the world, and there would be no turning back for you. Is there a possibility? Suyi glanced at the map and noticed several red markers drawing near, thus resting the Zhang Shunjian against MacArthur's neck. He chuckled. If one were to look back from the future upon this moment, would they not think that it is you who have gone mad? MacArthur paused. Then his expression turned blank. With a swift movement, Suyi did not hesitate, slashing the sword across MacArthur's neck. With a gurgling sound, the artery was severed, and blood gushed forth. He saw MacArthur anxiously clutching his neck, his face a mask of disbelief. Even without skill protection, I should not be. Cough, cough. I should not be wounded by your blade. I have invested so much in my constitution. I possess such high physical defenses. How can this be? How can this be? Unless... He suddenly froze, his gaze fixated on the black sword in Suyi's hand, a dawning realization flickering in his eyes. Chapter 73, North American Seed Player, Fallen. True damage. That sword, or rather the man before him, possessed the rumored ability to inflict true damage that ignores defenses. There was no other explanation. Despite his high constitution, capable of surviving falls from 6 or 7 stories, he felt like an ordinary person, easily cut by the sword in front of this man. This is terrible. The thought that his opponent possessed such an ability sent a jolt of fear through MacArthur's heart. Could it be that he would truly perish here today? As he pondered, a surge of eerie green light suddenly emanated from beneath his feet, swiftly enveloping his entire body, healing all of his injuries. An item? Or a skill? Suyi furrowed his brow. He then observed the silent MacArthur's face turn pale as he turned to flee. Trying to escape? With swift reflexes, he seized MacArthur by the nape of his neck, continuing to photograph with the forearm function while thrusting the Zhan Xinjian into MacArthur's back repeatedly. With each thrust, MacArthur's necklace shattered, releasing a soul-like entity that burst forth from his body, soaring into the distance to take on a tangible form. The corpse Suyi held, however, became increasingly ethereal. Another life-saving item? Suyi leapt and teleported to pursue, delivering several more strikes to eliminate the opponent once again. Another life-saving item shattered. When MacArthur stood up again, he was unnaturally calm. He stood his ground, emotionless, and addressed Suyi directly. "We have no grievances. Do you truly wish to kill me? You jest." Suyi chuckled at his words. "If I were unable to defeat you, would you not also pursue me to kill me?" MacArthur fell silent. The opponent's words held truth. In that case, there is nothing more to discuss. To be honest, I do not possess many life-saving items either. This champion ring I hold is my last. He raised his hand, squinting to admire the special item awarded by the system when he previously ranked first in the national power rankings. Suyi surveyed the surroundings and caught sight of other North American seed players approaching from afar. Rather than feeling anxious, he was filled with excitement. Would it be 1 against 3, 1 against 5, or 1 against 7? I know you possess them too. I have seen it. MacArthur's tone was remarkably calm. Perhaps having never faced such a blow, his state was exceedingly unusual. Thus, I have decided to sacrifice myself to provide my teammates with a chance. So he turned his gaze upon him, puzzled as he saw MacArthur retrieve a red button-shaped item from his pocket. Sacrifice oneself? What does that mean? He watched as MacArthur placed the button-shaped item in his palm, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Suyi, fingers clenching tightly. The air seemed to fall into silence. Suddenly, a blindingly intense light engulfed Suyi's vision. Do you not need to assist him? Several kilometers away, by the roadside, Zhao Yan, having just eliminated 2 more players, glanced at the map once more, unable to restrain herself. I see that the core seeds of the North American elite zone have all converged upon Suyi. Can he truly handle this alone? Do not worry. Lin Ruosi, standing before her, replied confidently without turning around. You do not understand him. His strength surpasses your imagination. Perhaps. Just as Zhao Yan finished speaking, the blood-red world before them suddenly brightened. What? She and Lin Ruosi exchanged glances, both reading surprise in each other's eyes. They could also hear the astonished exclamations of other players around them. What on earth? Why has the sky suddenly brightened? Are we transitioning scenes? No. It is just that the northern sky is too bright, illuminating our side. Look to the south. It remains a blood-red night sky. What has happened in the north? How could it be so intense? Boom. Boom. The crowd instinctively turned towards the northern direction, as the increasingly loud rumbling filled the air, and the ground began to tremble. Then, a colossal roar, as if tearing through the heavens, accompanied by a billowing cloud of dust, surged towards them at a rapid pace. What is that? Oh my God! Many players had yet to react when they saw the overwhelming cloud of dust domineeringly sweep over their city, enveloping them in a haze. Boom! A fierce heat swept horizontally, shattering numerous glass windows of towering buildings, sending shards raining down, creating a cacophony that sent shivers down their spines. What is happening? Visibility in the dust was extremely low. Players from both regions temporarily ceased their attacks, covering their eyes and noses, panicking and discussing. It seems like an explosion, but it is far too terrifying. A nuclear bomb? It is unclear. The direction is from the north. What lies beyond? Our 2 regions' leaders are there. Many players immediately opened the map, gazing at the red and green markers at the explosion's epicenter. Some directed their attention to the list of regions in the upper right corner. They were still alive. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. No, the red marker for Makaxu has vanished. He must have perished at this moment. Wait, the green marker for Xu Ye has suddenly appeared beside Liduan, indicating the disappearance of Liduan's red marker. Liduan is dead. Liduan is dead. The green marker for Xu Ye has overlapped with the red marker for Tang Yusi Gamba. The symbol representing Tang Yusi has disappeared. Tang Yusi is dead. Goodness. 3 seed players from North America have fallen. Xu Ye is on a killing spree. Amidst the crowd, Lin Ruosi clenched her fists, her expression cold as she fixed her gaze on the rapidly dwindling names on the top 100 list of Area 47, remaining silent. What's wrong? Zhao Yan asked, puzzled. Xu Ye is slaughtering them. Shouldn't you be pleased? That explosion was their doing. Lin Ruosi faced the northern direction, extending her fair hand and spreading her fingers, as if attempting to catch the dust falling from the sky. Can't you feel it? She suddenly spoke, her voice echoing like a whisper in the clouds. What? Zhao Yan was confused. The wrath of a king. Lin Ruosi lifted her eyes, scanning the top 100 list of Area 47. Her gaze complex yet calm. They have angered him. It seems none of them will survive. Zhao Yan opened her mouth to say something, but the words inexplicably lodged in her throat, ultimately transforming into a long sigh. Chapter 74. 60,000 contributions, securing the global limited divine skill boxes. No one anticipated that at the heart of the overwhelming smoke and dust enveloping the surrounding cities, there lay a scene of clarity. The air here was excessively thin, as if all oxygen had been siphoned away, making it difficult to breathe. Amidst the ruins, a young figure stood proudly in the void. Before him lay 3 players, their breaths faint and uneven. One was bisected at the waist, arms sprawled above, damned yet still alive. Another, bloodied and pale, eyes vacant as if they could vanish at any moment. The last was pinned beneath 2 large stones, covered in dirt, barely managing to breathe. In the midst of these 3, a towering black man, whose skin matched the darkness of his attire, knelt on the ground. He was the only one among them still possessing a semblance of strength. We truly are no match for you. The black man, named Zhao Yan, was the eldest among these seed players, having just turned 30 this year. He struggled to raise his head and survey the surrounding devastation. Upon witnessing the plight of his comrades, he shook his head with a wry smile of resignation. Above, Xu Ye took a photograph, raising his hand as the Zhan Xinjian appeared in his grasp. Without further ado, he unleashed 4 consecutive waves of sword energy. The 4 below had already lost the will to fight, lacking even the thought to evade, and thus they met their demise amidst the dark sword energy. Killed Area 47 player Zhao Yan, received bounty, contribution value 157. Killed Area 47 player Liduan Zaka, received bounty, contribution value 132. You have cumulatively killed 4,523 people. Current bounty 452. Current contribution value 5537. Xu Ye glanced up at the upper right corner. Area 47 top 100 list. Current entry 1. Makeaksu deceased 2. Nuadong deceased 3. Liduan deceased 4. Tangmusi Ganba deceased. Current survivors 81, 100. All those ranked among the top 10 of Area 47 had now perished. He opened the map for another look. Goodness. Within a 50-kilometer radius, not a single red marker of an enemy territory remained. The nearest one was over 52 kilometers to the southeast, moving in the opposite direction as if desperately fleeing from him. Before him, the countdown displayed 1 hour and 39 minutes remaining. Xu Ye slowly exhaled, releasing the Zhan Xinjian into the void. The time ahead is ample enough for me to rampage. He retrieved a stamina bean from his backpack and then aimed towards a southern area with more red markers, dashing forward with great speed. As he soared, Huang Miao finally spoke up. Wow, Xu Ye, that was truly terrifying. I almost thought you were going to die. Yes, it was at the cost of a life that the Ghost Bride shielded me from all damage. If it happens again, the Ghost Bride will truly perish, and I will be left with only this last layer of protection. He glanced at the championship ring on his hand and remarked, I hope there will never be a day when I have to use it. Unfortunately, Miao hasn't yet learned any protective skills. Huang Miao's voice momentarily dulled, but soon brightened again. Then, Xu Ye, don't you still have a battle pet slot? You should go capture a sturdier monster boss. That way, you'll have double protection and be safer. I hope to meet you again next time. Soon. After the 2-hour area battle concluded, a torrent of information instantaneously flooded before the players of Area 30. Time's up. Survivor count for both sides. Area 47 0. Area 30 42. Congratulations to Area 30 for victory. All players in the district must vote within 10 seconds. Swap rankings to become the new Area 47. Lower the enemy area by 10 ranks. Xu Ye paid little heed to the vote before him. This concerned the interests of every individual in the district. No one would be foolish enough to act against their own interests. Even if there were, it would merely be an exception, unable to sway the larger picture. What Xu Ye cared about more was his own gains. You have cumulatively killed 523 people. Current bounty 852. Current contribution value 166. 60,000 contributions. One area battle has granted him a total of 60,000 contributions. Hiss, isn't that enough to purchase all the randomly generated S-Class skill boxes? If memory serves me right, each divine skill box costs 150,000 contributions at a 10 discount. He eagerly opened the game store, navigating to the event shop. With just one glance, he reconfirmed the price of the divine skill boxes, indeed a mere 150,000 at the discounted rate. Buy 3 globally limited items. There's no need to leave them for others. Purchasing is the right choice. You have purchased 3 divine skill boxes. Contribution consumed 450,000 45,000. Remaining contribution 15,166. With 150,000 contributions still left, Xu Ye calculated briefly in his mind and continued purchasing. You have purchased 1 divine treasure box. Contribution consumed 80,000. 8,000. Remaining contribution 7,166. You have purchased 7 recasting divine stones. Contribution consumed 70,000. 7,000. Remaining contribution 166. After a spree of shopping, he had exhausted all the contribution value earned from 2 hours of effort. Yet, his gains were immensely rewarding. 3 divine skill boxes capable of yielding random S-Class skills, 1 treasure box for S-Class equipment, and 7 divine stones that could maintain the equipment's grade while randomly reshuffling it. The divine skill boxes and treasure boxes need no further elaboration. Regarding the divine stone, it is indispensable for gathering all the scattered pieces of the supreme power of the demon god. A soft chime interrupted Xu Ye's contemplation. Upon checking, he found a message from Lin Ruosi. Level for the top 100 players in our district have formed a forum group for this event. I've joined, and they wish to invite you, but lack the means. Would you like to join? Xu Ye's eyes sparkled. Indeed. Having a contact with the top 100 during the event would greatly facilitate future endeavors. Xu Ye, level 4, yes, of course. Add me. Shortly after. Within the forum group named Future District 1, members were engaging in chatter, boasting about their achievements, when a message appeared on the public screen. Lin Ruosi successfully invited Xu Ye, certified, National Battle Power ranking number 1, to join the group. A momentary silence ensued, followed by an enthusiastic welcome. Among the chatter, some serious matters emerged. Chen Dong, level 4 boss, are we challenging District 1 later? Chen Xiao, level 4, let us challenge District 1. I can't wait to make our district the top. Chapter 75, Challenge District 1. The regional ranking matches wait for no one. If they do not challenge District 1 now, they risk being beaten to the punch, which could mean waiting at least 2 more hours. Although the actual impact may be minor, the fear of missing out looms large. If they fail to seize the opportunity this time, or the next, or the one after that, even with the entire district possessing formidable strength, they would still be unable to claim the first position. With this in mind, he swiftly replied in the group. Xu Ye, level 4, yes. Let us not delay any longer. Let us challenge District 1 now. The moment this message was sent, excitement surged among the group members. Lin Ruosi, level 4, okay. Fang Xiaoyan, level 4, I've been waiting for you to say that. Already applied. Li Jun, level 4, let us go. I can't wait to truly become the number 1 district. Huang Zhong, level 4, even the North American Elite District is no match for us. There are few competitors left. Our district has challenged District 1. District 1 accepts the challenge. Battle against District 1, temporary. Would you like to enter the battlefield immediately? If no response within 10 seconds, you will be deemed not to participate. Upon seeing this message, Xu Ye promptly exited the forum. Once in the regional battlefield, although he could still use items from his inventory, accessing the game shop was not possible. Therefore, he planned to purchase some S-grade enhancement stones and equipment protection vouchers, intending to open boxes and enhance his gear once inside. Time was of the essence. Xu Ye did not ponder too long. Noticing he still had over 4,000 survival points, he quickly made arrangements. You purchased 200 S-grade enhancement stones. Consumed survival points, 20,000, 2,000. Remaining survival points, 21,944. You purchased 180 equipment protection vouchers. Consumed survival points, 180,000, 1,800. Remaining survival points, 3,944. S-grade equipment has a 10 enhancement success rate, with a maximum enhancement level of 20. Statistically, 200 enhancement stones should suffice to fully enhance one piece of S-grade gear. And even accounting for variance, the margin of error would be minimal, hence his purchase. After completing the transactions, Xu Ye immediately entered the battlefield. Oh my, did you see that image? The screenshot from District 47. What on earth? All the top 100 players from District 47 have perished. So what exactly happened? District 47 is the North American Elite District. All the seed players from North America were in that district, yet during the recent confrontation with Su Ye's district, they were all annihilated. My heavens. After the first regional battle concluded, many players began posting screenshots of their district's performance on the forum. Some aimed to flaunt their district's strength, while others wished to showcase their lofty bounties. When players from District 30 flooded the forum with numerous battle performance screenshots, an uproar ensued. Not only did District 30, where Su Ye resided, triumph over the North American Elite District, but the shocking revelation that all the top 100 elites from District 47 were completely wiped out without a single survivor was even more astounding. It is crucial to note that while players who die in the regional battlefield face no penalties, they lose the opportunity to continue participating in the event. In other words, these North American Elite Seed players, eliminated in the first round of the event, have effectively missed out on a major opportunity. At the game's early stage, when resources are most scarce, this is undoubtedly a tremendous loss. Damn it, damn it, damn it. In the North American conference room, John Shack, responsible for nurturing seed players, slammed his fist on the table in fury while staring at the battle performance images projected on the screen. Bang, bang, bang. A dozen of you couldn't even kill him. You idiots have embarrassed our country. This elegantly dressed middle-aged man, clad in a suit and tie, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and golden hair, appeared like a refined nobleman, but was now venting his anger like an enraged domestic abuser within the lavish conference room. Seated along the long oval table were elite seed players. At the head of the left side sat MacArthur. Gone was his former confidence. The light illuminated his haggard face, and even behind sunglasses, his expression was unreadable. Observing the silence around the table, John Shack shut his eyes, attempting to calm himself by ignoring them. This method proved effective. However, just as John Shack's fury began to subside, an unexpected voice shattered his composure. A dozen of you is quite an exaggeration. At most, only 4 or 5 should have participated simultaneously. Thud. John Shack swept items off the table in a fit of rage. His anger surged to the heavens. Get out. On another end, welcome to the regional battlefield. Victory conditions. Battle begins. Upon entering the regional battlefield, Su Ye disregarded the series of messages that appeared before him. Instinctively, he glanced at the upper right corner. The top 100 list from the opposing district displayed numerous bounty players, indicating a formidable district. However, in comparison, their bounties were even more exaggerated. Top 100 list of District 30, current entry 1. Su Ye, bounty, 5, 852, 2. Zhao Yan, bounty, 566, 3. Li Jun, bounty, 311, 4. Lin Ruosi, bounty, 518, 5. Chun Xia, bounty, 380. Current survivors, 100. As the first on the list, his bounty reached an astonishing 5,008. This signifies that during the preceding 2 hours of regional combat, he had already eliminated nearly 60,000 players. Such a terrifying achievement is truly staggering. A notification chimed in the group, and Su Ye glanced at it briefly, noticing many inquiries about his intentions. The most critical question was whether they should spare the lives of the top 100, allowing him to reap the bounties. Su Ye did not deliberate long before responding. Su Ye, 4th tier, there is no need for you to go out of your way to let me. If I encounter them, I shall strike. If I truly cannot win or do not wish to fight, you may draw them towards me. Feng Xiaoyan, 4th tier, the esteemed one is indeed wise. Zhao Yan, 4th tier, since you have said so, I shall not hold back. Huang Zheng, 4th tier, very well. If I cannot defeat them, I will lead them to the esteemed one. Haha, I fear they may not dare to follow. Li Jun, 4th tier, ha. I was pursuing them quite well. But upon glancing at the map, I was startled to see a bounty of 5,000 marked in red. It nearly frightened my soul away. The group was instantly filled with a lively atmosphere. Chapter 76, 3 S-Class Skills. Commencing Equipment Reforging. After closing the forum chat window, Su Ye cast a brief glance around. He found himself standing in the middle of a road, flanked by rows of towering buildings that stretched infinitely into the distance, with no end in sight. Within his field of vision, players were visible, each with health bars hovering above their heads. Oh, have I been born in the enemy's camp? He chuckled softly. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a tempest of fury. Boom, boom, boom. Player Han Shangjuan killed. Contribution value 1. Player Jean Indeo killed. Contribution value 1. He did not pay attention to the extent of his gains. After clearing the surrounding players, amidst the swirling dust of the ruins, Su Ye finally felt secure enough to open his backpack. He clicked on the Heavenly Gift skill box, opening all 3 at once. After a dazzling display of colorful light, 3 vibrant crystals appeared in his inventory. Suyi inspected each one in turn. S369 Heaven's Dragon Flame ability description. You can summon the 9 Heaven's Dragon Flame to attack enemies. The Dragon Flame will automatically track and assault surrounding foes, stealing a portion of their vitality with each successful hit. S12 True Self Realm. Passive ability description. You can enjoy the effects of the realm without needing to unfold it. If there is more than one enemy within 100 meters, your realm and skill range will expand to 5 times the original. If there is only one enemy within that distance, all damage you inflict will be amplified to 5 times. S80 Divine Blessing of Life ability description. Bestow the divine blessing of life upon yourself or a designated target, granting them an additional life. During the existence of this extra life, any loss of vitality will be absorbed by it first. When the extra life is exhausted, the target will temporarily gain 10 seconds of damage immunity. This skill can be stacked once, with each additional life lasting 24 hours. Wow! Truly worthy of being classified as S-class. Each effect is exceedingly formidable. The first skill automatically seeks out enemies to attack, providing an endless supply of endurance if foes are plentiful. The second skill offers a beautiful elegance in its 5-fold range and damage enhancement. The third skill is an exceptional life-saving ability. It can be used twice on the same individual, granting them 2 additional lives, and whenever one is exhausted, they receive 10 seconds of damage immunity, potentially yielding up to 20 seconds of invulnerability. This is indeed astonishing. Suyi pondered briefly before swiftly arriving at a decision. He would learn True Self Realm. This would render his Divine Might Sword domain a passive skill, allowing him to constantly enjoy double attributes, instantaneous teleportation, and the awareness of everything within the realm. Additionally, based on the number of enemies, he would gain either 5-fold range or damage enhancement. It is perfectly suited for him. Then, he would have Miao Miao learn the Divine Blessing of Life, significantly augmenting his survivability. In just over 10 seconds, he allocated the 2 skills accordingly. As for the remaining 9 Heaven's Dragon Flame, he had yet to decide how to handle it, so he placed it back in his backpack for the time being. Now, his gaze turned towards the Heavenly Gift Armor Box and the 7 Reforging Divine Stones within his backpack. In the most ideal scenario, he would obtain the other equipment required for the Demon God Supreme Power. This would allow him to reinforce with peace of mind. Hopefully, luck would be on his side. Suyi felt a tinge of nervousness, yet his fingers swiftly clicked open the treasure box. After a flash of colorful light, a piece of vibrant, glowing staff equipment appeared in his backpack, clearly belonging to the forest category. It seemed completely unrelated to the demon god. Despite having an inkling of what it might be, he still clicked to inspect. Forest staff, S, effect, Spirit 100, can initiate the birth of the tree sea, causing numerous trees to rise from the ground, transforming the surrounding environment into a forest. Equipment requirement, Spirit 50 description, said to be one of the shards of the divine artifact, the Forest God Ring. Indeed, it was not what he had hoped for. However, a shard of a divine artifact? Suyi recalled that the equipment he sought for the Demon God Supreme Power was classified as a super artifact. It certainly seemed superior to mere artifacts. Well, let us proceed with reforging. He clicked to use a reforging divine stone on this S-class equipment. Almost instantly, a message popped up. Reforged successful. With that notification, the previously verdant staff vanished, replaced by a piece of azure-scaled armor. Sea Blue Armor, S, effect, Constitution 100. When damage is received, it immediately activates Tide Rebound, restoring 40 health from that damage. Equipment requirement, Constitution 50 description, said to be one of the shards of the divine artifact, the Sea Sky Mirror. Another shard of a divine artifact? It seemed he had misjudged earlier. Most S-class equipment appears to be shards of divine artifacts. A smaller portion might be shards of super artifacts. While stroking his chin in contemplation, he continued with the reforging. Reforged successful. The azure-scaled armor vanished, followed closely by the appearance of dark-hued gloves. Suyi's eyes brightened. Could it be the demon goddess hand? He clicked to examine it. Blackrock Demon Hand. S. Effect. Strength 100. When attacking at close range, it summons evil spirits to assist in the assault. Equipment requirement. Strength 50 description. Forged from rare black rock, it harbors powerful evil spirits within. Suyi felt a sense of disappointment, yet he did not give up. Continuing with the reforging. Before long, after 6 consecutive reforges, he found himself with just 1 reforging divine stone remaining. Suyi finally paused, scrutinizing the last piece of equipment. Super Energy Ring, S, effect, Spirit 100. Increases the wearer's spirit by an additional 20. Equipment requirement, none. Description, one of the shards of the super artifact. The ancient fate ring. It is said to possess the extraordinary power to alter one's destiny. At that moment, the blue glimmering ring in his backpack was also a shard of a super artifact. Judging by rarity and weight, it was on par with the equipment of the Demon God set, with only one reforging divine stone left. Achieving the remaining equipment for the Demon God set in one attempt seemed unlikely. Since this is also a shard of a super artifact, it is better to keep it. Suyi ultimately made his decision. Each individual can wear 2 pieces of equipment. Once he succeeds in creating the Demon God Supreme Power, it would only occupy 1 equipment slot. The second slot could potentially be reserved for this second super artifact. Chapter 77, Super Energy Ring Max. Gazing at the super energy ring before him, Suyi hesitated momentarily. Should he enhance it? He feared that after enhancing, when he went out to purchase the Tianci Bao Zhuang he might obtain an even better and more desirable S-rank equipment, leaving him without any resources for enhancement. However, just moments later, Suyi made his decision. Let us proceed with the enhancement. At least before crafting the super artifact, I can enjoy the benefits of 4 fully upgraded S-rank items, and this transitional period is not short. Moreover, this equipment enhances mental acuity with heightened spirit. Not only will my domain expand, but the damage and range of Tian Nu will also increase, allowing me to harvest more contribution points during events. Perhaps the additional contribution points will enable me to purchase several more Tianci Bao Zhuang. With this thought in mind, Suyi no longer hesitated and began enhancing the energy ring. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment. 1. Was the first attempt successful? Suyi's eyes lit up. What a promising start. He continued. Enhancement failed. Tip. The divine aura has dissipated. Enhancement failed. Before long. After a continuous 187 attempts at enhancement, he finally upgraded the super energy ring to its maximum level. In total, he consumed 187 S-rank enhancement stones and 167 equipment protection vouchers, leaving him with precisely 13 S-rank enhancement stones and 13 equipment protection vouchers. Suyi immediately opened the details. Super Energy Ring Max. S. Effect. Spirit 1100. Grants the wearer an additional 20 spirit. Equipment requirement. None. Description. Super Energy Ring Max, one of the top 10 super artifacts, is said to possess immense power capable of altering one's fate. It appears that this ancient fate ring is a super artifact primarily enhancing mental attributes. Suyi removed the Lion King's treasure ring from his hand and donned the super energy ring. After some contemplation, he summoned Huang Miao Miao, instructing her to remove the unenhanced B-rank Sea Heart chain and equip the A-rank Lion King's treasure ring instead. Big brother Suyi, I'm ready. Good. At this moment, Suyi opened his panel once more to admire it closely. Personal panel name, Suyi rank, for strength, 42103060, A-rank Lion King's treasure ring max, agility, 4210301100, S-rank Demon God Wings max, 180, B-rank Thunderstorm Gloves 10, spirit, 4210301100, S-rank Super Energy Ring max, constitution, 401030. Note: the middle 30 is entirely from the Guardian Spirit's inherent attributes, skills, 55s23 Divine Sword Domain. A 10-soul battle pet, mutated, S47 Sacred Body, passive, a 100 Tian Nu, S12 True Self Realm, passive. Overall Combat Power Index, 19347 National Combat Power Ranking. 1. Has my combat power exceeded 10,000? No announcement? When my power surpassed 1,000, an announcement was triggered. It is illogical for there to be none at 10,000. He speculated that perhaps it was due to being in a special combat scenario, and the announcement might only occur once he exited. Big brother Suyi, shall I cast the blessing of life for you now? Huang Miao Miao floated beside him, waiting for his attention, her sparkling eyes shimmering with anticipation and excitement. All right, Suyi nodded. In the next moment, vibrant green fireflies began to dance around the edges of Huang Miao Miao's delicate white dress, swirling around her as if lost. She reached out her fair hands to grasp Suyi's. In an instant, the fireflies appeared to find their way home, flowing into his body along her arms. You have been bestowed with the blessing of life, gaining an additional 2 life. These glowing fireflies gradually coalesced into 2 shimmering strands of light that ultimately wrapped around his wrist. Suyi paused in surprise. How could it be double? He suddenly remembered that the Eternal Guardian Spirit skill also had an effect that doubled the enhancement skills of the spirit on the host. Therefore, receiving an extra life means it doubled to 2. Moreover, this skill can stack once more. Blessing of Life. Huang Miao Miao cast the skill upon him again. You have been bestowed with the blessing of life, gaining an additional 1, 2 life. The shimmering strands on his wrist transformed into 4. This meant he now possessed an additional 4 lives. Goodness. So Yi found it hard to imagine what kind of monster would possess such strength to take away 4 of his lives. It seems practically impossible, doesn't it? Big brother Su Yi, is it because of the doubling effect that you possess an extra 4 lives? Huang Miao Miao, not lacking in intelligence, had noticed this as well. Yes. Wow, Huang Miao Miao exclaimed, then blinked and added, with such strength, wouldn't you rarely need to use those extra lives? She pondered. You should consider seeking skills related to life. S-rank skills are unique. Since I have the blessing of life, others cannot have as many lives as you do. If you find relevant skills, big brother Su Yi, you could leverage this for even more advantages. Upon hearing this, Su Yi cast a look of surprise at Huang Miao Miao. You've only been exposed to the game for a short time, yet you can think of such things? Hee, I couldn't sleep last night, so I browsed the forum for a while and gradually understood some things. She scratched her head, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks. Su Yi discreetly noted this line of thought in his mind. In the future, he could indeed make good use of the additional 4 lives. As for now, he opened the map to see which direction he should head towards next. By the way, big brother Su Yi. Huang Miao Miao pondered, a look of curiosity gracing her elegant and beautiful face. Did you not notice that I can use the skills you exchanged for from the event shop? Su Yi was taken aback. After executing all those operations, he instinctively granted her access and completely overlooked this factor. Now, with her reminding him, he slowly widened his eyes in astonishment. Could it be that amidst their misunderstanding, they had discovered some loophole? Might it be a bug in the game? Huang Miao Miao had also considered this possibility. It shouldn't be. Chapter 78. Dispute in Zone 1 Group. Su Yi raised his arms, analyzing closely. In such a vast, extraordinary game, it theoretically should not have bugs or loopholes. It was more likely due to the event shop being somewhat different this time. Yesterday's event shop also prohibited trading, yet today, S1 allows it. The only change is that this time a new currency unit appeared in the shop. Huang Miao Miao nodded, speculating. Could it be that items purchased with survival points cannot be transferred, whereas those bought with other event currencies can? At present, that seems to be the case. Su Yi gazed at the 3 blood moons in the sky. The crimson moon reflected in his glimmering pupils, hinting at a depth of contemplation. Why is this time different? He delved deeper into his thoughts. In contrast to yesterday's PvE event, the current regional ranking competition is purely a PvP activity. Could this be the reason behind it? Never mind. We shall know the truth when the next event unfolds. Su Yi shook his head. At this moment, the most pressing matter is to harvest contribution points. Half an hour later, killed player Park Jong-iseo from Zone 1, contribution points, 1. Killed player Jean Jae-soo from Zone 1, received a bounty, contribution points, 122. You have accumulated a total of 182 kills, current bounty, 12, 218. Current contribution points, 64, 122. Another half hour passed. You have accumulated a total of 183. 374 kills, current bounty, 18, 337. Current contribution points, 124, 798. Beneath the blood-red night sky, Su Yi stood in the void. He surveyed the multitude of hostile players gathered atop the towering buildings around him, his face etched with astonishment. How could it be? A smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth as he found himself at a loss for words. Foolish? Brain-dead? He had displayed such overwhelming prowess. How could anyone still dare to think they could slay him? Su Yi, through the built-in language translation of the game system, Su Yi easily comprehended their voices. Do not assume Su Yi was too apathetic to listen to their further remarks. The players in this region seemed to hail from South Korea, exuding an inexplicable confidence. Tian knew. He raised his hand. 300 pillars of black and white lightning, thicker than before, surged forth from the blood night and crashed down with a thunderous roar. In an instant, the silent black and white world re-emerged before him. Su Yi stood nonchalantly in the air. Before him, a vast array of information manifested. Killed player Wen Rai from Zone 1, received a bounty, contribution points, 132. Kill, the enhancement of his spirit and the quintupled range of his true self allowed his Tian Nu to wield greater power and a significantly expanded damage radius. Fortunately, the 5-fold range of the true self did not correspondingly multiply his stamina consumption. Thus, although he frequently employed Tian Nu, as long as he occasionally replenished his stamina with a bean, Su Yi was still able to endure. Before him, the city below had transformed into a desolate ruin. Clouds of dust swirling all around. Su Yi intended to continue his flight forward. Yet suddenly, he caught sight of an exceedingly bright light. No way. Again? Boom. A cataclysmic explosion erupted from the ground, instantly enveloping an area of several kilometers. Moments later, from the heart of the explosion, Su Yi gazed at the golden shield encircling him in midair, his face alight with novelty and delight. It cost me one life, but triggered a 10-second invincibility effect. So, this invincibility manifests as a protective shield. The swirling dust and debris were entirely blocked by this golden shield. A profound sense of safety enveloped him. He extended a finger to flick the golden shield. It did not connect, his finger passed through. The shield remained intact, and he could stretch his hand out while the external chaos was kept at bay. Excellent. It wards off all harm while allowing my mobility to remain unaffected. Su Yi smiled. He was particularly pleased with this S-rank life blessing. Turning towards the direction marked by red indicators, he pressed on. At this moment, within the forum group named the Top 100 of Zone 1, a significant discord erupted due to Su Ye's presence. And Si Hui, rank 4, utterly speechless. What a useless teammate. Can't even carry anyone. I told you all to leave him alone. Yet you're all deaf and blind. Seeking death? Why don't you send your entire family into the battlefield too? Wu Zhaifeng, rank 4, damn it. If you have the guts, come forward. Hiding like a coward. Are you so skilled? How about a face-to-face duel offline? I swear I'll beat you to a pulp. Huan Wenxian, rank 3, so foolish. I truly don't understand what those idiots in the group are doing. Once the battle results come out, they'll be a laughingstock worldwide. Luo Shanghui, rank 3, everyone, stop arguing. If even the North Americans can't defeat Su Yi, isn't it normal that we can't? Avoiding Su Yi and preserving our strength is the priority. Lu Rinxiao, rank 4, just because North America can't defeat him doesn't mean we can't either. How will we know unless we try? Losing to him isn't shameful. What if we win? We'd be famous worldwide. And Si Hui, rank 4, haha, how amusing. Let us have an offline duel. You'd better bring your whole family to watch and see who slaughters whom. The top players of Zone 1 were bickering like street thugs. Amidst their quarrel, names of strong players occasionally fell from the leaderboard. Sisterin, Su Yi is approaching our direction, only 10 kilometers away. Should we run? On the rooftop of an apartment building, a short-haired woman asked the elegantly dressed woman beside her. Run? Of course we should. The woman in black tensed at the mention of Su Ye's name. I am ranked 188 in national battle power, with billions below me. This event was supposed to be my grand harvest. Why would I foolishly seek death? If it weren't for the previous 3 challenges from other zones that I couldn't refuse, who would want to cross paths with Su Yi? Damn it. I'm furious. That bunch of fools think they can face Su Yi? If I can just survive this, I can still reap victories against other zones. As she spoke, she activated a teleportation item with her assistant. Soon, the two vanished in a flash of white light. Chapter 79. A brief meeting at Xingho headquarters. Just past noon. As most players were returning from the second regional battle, a deep bell tolled across the globe. World announcement. Congratulations to player Su Yi for breaking the power index of 10,000, setting a new global record. The current time node has been recorded. This historical event has been documented. Special reward for player Su Yi. Eternal Holy Fruit 2. The announcement, shimmering with golden light, appeared before all. Perhaps due to Su Yi's previous shock, the global players did not express much surprise upon witnessing yet another record-breaking achievement. If it weren't for the version update, it would have been difficult for Su Yi to reach such heights so swiftly. Indeed, it seemed rather rapid. My power index had only just broken 100. Who could argue otherwise? I was only just above 1500. In Daxia, at the Xingho headquarters conference room, Yan Yu was engaged in a video call with the captains of the Xingho squads returning from various locations. Upon seeing the announcement, the 5 faces displayed across the divided screens froze in shock. After a brief silence, Yan Yu sighed softly, casting a glance at the 4 captains. And couldn't he help but inquire, what are your current power levels? 5720, the leader of the Qinglong team, Long Ran, was the first to respond. 5131, 4776, 4860. The leaders of the Baihu, Zhuke, and Xuanwu teams followed suit. Upon hearing their replies, Yan Yu furrowed his brow deeply. The 4 individuals whom they had painstakingly cultivated with significant manpower and resources were now only at half the combat power of their counterparts. This was troubling. Yan Yu pondered. Previously, when Su Ye's combat power exceeded 1,000, your strengths were merely a few hundred less than his. According to the analyses from the AI team, as time progressed, our gap with him would narrow. Yet, why is it that now, not only have we failed to surpass him, but we also lag behind him by several thousand in combat power? The 4 team leaders exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion and bewilderment. Could it be possible? Long Ran of the Qinglong team opened his mouth, capturing everyone's attention as he spoke. The 3 celestial skill boxes that suddenly vanished from the activity shop were all purchased by him. Upon hearing this, the other 4 displayed expressions of shock and incomprehension. The 3 globally limited celestial skill boxes were the most coveted items in the entire activity shop. However, just 2 hours prior, these items had inexplicably disappeared from all players' shop interfaces. Speculations erupted immediately. Some claimed they were sold out. Others suggested the game had removed these 3 items, while some believed it was a display bug that might rectify itself after a refresh. Various opinions flooded the forums. Impossible. Hearing Long Ran's conjecture, Zhou Tian, the captain of the Baihu team, immediately shook his head in rebuttal. A celestial skill box requires 150,000 contribution points. I've seen the performance chart. When Suyi first emerged, his bounty was only around 50,000. Even if he killed numerous bounty players to amass a significant bounty, his contribution points would not exceed 100,000. He couldn't even afford 1 celestial skill box, let alone 3. I believe those 3 celestial skill boxes in the activity shop must have been removed by the game. It's impossible for any player to afford them right after the first round. Listening to Zhou Tian's words, the other team leaders nodded in agreement. The notion that the game had removed the 3 celestial skill boxes was indeed the most prevalent and convincing theory at the moment. I think. Long Ran hesitated before suggesting, considering the vast array of items in this game, could there be some special items, like discount coupons, that allow players to purchase at reduced prices? Noticing the 4 pairs of skeptical eyes upon him, he awkwardly smiled and clarified, in my previous gaming experiences, I frequently encountered such discount coupons, especially for purchasing game skins, which I enjoyed using. Highly unlikely. Yen Yu shook his head, his gaze fixated on the 4 team leaders with utmost seriousness. There's one thing I forgot to mention to you. After recognizing the significance of the game shop, the AI team has been monitoring items related to pricing, including those discount coupons you mentioned. Unfortunately, he sighed heavily, his expression tinged with regret. In the expansive inventory of over 6,000 items, there isn't a single item related to shop pricing. The expressions of the team leaders shifted slightly. I see. Long Ran crossed his arms, shaking his head with a smile. Then indeed, I was overthinking it, believing such items existed. Returning to the main topic, Yen Yu pondered aloud. Why had they fallen behind Su Yi by several thousand in combat power? Or rather, how had Su Yi managed to achieve such remarkable strength? This was not only Yen Yu's concern, but also one that weighed heavily on the minds of the 4 leaders, who were eager to enhance their own combat capabilities. Let us set this aside for now. Noticing the leader's bewilderment, Yen Yu rubbed his forehead and finally addressed the matter at hand. Please report your contribution points. The AI team will swiftly arrange an optimal shopping list to utilize all resources effectively. Long Ran, you may begin. After the 2 regional battles, I have accumulated exactly 80,000 contribution points, 80,133. Yen Yu quickly received information from the AI team. Celestial treasure boxes. Good, you may purchase the treasure boxes. Yen Yu relayed the AI team's message. Long Ran nodded, as this was precisely what he desired. Soon, all 4 team leaders had reported their contributions, and the 5 entered the final crucial topic. Next, the AI team's analysis indicated which regions they should challenge next. Yen Yu began issuing commands. Long Ran, you will lead your team from Zone 5 to challenge Zone 2. Zhou Tian, you will lead your team from Zone 4 to challenge Zone 3. After the arrangements were made, observing the contemplative expressions of the 4 team leaders, Yen Yu decided to disclose a harsh reality. Based on the analyses from the AI team and advanced artificial intelligence, if you confront Su Ye's Zone 1, your failure rate could soar to a staggering 95. We have already attempted to contact Zone 1. As long as they do not challenge us, we can navigate through this event unscathed. However, I must emphasize, if, and I mean if, an unforeseen circumstance arises and you come face to face with Zone 1, you must absolutely avoid engaging Su Yi at all costs. Upon hearing this, the 4 team leaders fell into a heavy silence, each nodding solemnly. Chapter 80, Shopping. 10 Celestial Treasure Boxes, 160 Reforging Stones. After emerging from the regional battle, Su Yi, who had just settled onto the sofa in the living room on the 2nd floor, felt little surprise upon seeing the announcement flash before him. A title was granted upon breaking the 1,000 mark, and upon surpassing 10,000, he received 2 Eternal Holy Fruits, equating to 10 points of all attribute growth, which was acceptable. Yet more than that, Su Yi was far more concerned about the spoils he had garnered during the regional battle. You have cumulatively killed 304 for 187 players. Current bounty, 30. 448. Current contribution points, 245, 866. a contribution of 240,000. Even without a discount, this was sufficient to purchase 3 S-Class treasure boxes. But I have a staggering 30. Su Ye's eyes widened in disbelief. However, upon further reflection, given the invincible dominance he exhibited during the nationwide PvP event, reaping rewards that allowed him to purchase 3 S-Class items was not overly extravagant. If anything was exaggerated, it was the power of his discount. Originally, he could buy 3 S-Class items. With a discount, he could acquire 30. Su Yi composed himself. The forum group was abuzz with chatter, celebrating their recent victory. Scanning the messages, he noted the abundant praise directed towards him. Li Jun, level 4 haha, we VE1 again. We may truly become the first in Zone 1. But what impresses me the most is Su Yi, who single-handedly eliminated nearly 70% of the top 100 list. Fang Xiaoyan, level 4 isn't that the truth? I was surrounded, and my bounty was almost captured by the enemy, but then they suddenly fled. Everyone knows the reason, right? Qindong, level 4 which zone shall we challenge next? I suggest we take on Zone 11, home to the elite players of the Japan Island, who have been boasting aggressively and even claiming they would replace us. Zhao Yan, level 4 let us crush them. Su Yi prepared to challenge Zone 11 shortly. However, before that, he intended to make another round of purchases. Opening the activity shop, he ignored the other items below and focused intently on the celestial treasure boxes and reforging stones. Each individual is permitted to don only 2 pieces of equipment. However, with the presence of Miao Miao, I am afforded the privilege of enjoying the benefits of up to 4 pieces. After some contemplation, he ultimately devised the following plan. You have purchased the Tianci Bao Zhuang He Heavenly Gift Treasure Box, X10. Contribution points consumed, 800, 000, 80, 000. Remaining contribution points, 165, 866. You have purchased the Chongzhu Shenshi Reforging Divine Stone, X160. Contribution points consumed, 1, 600, 000, 160, 000. Remaining contribution points, 5, 866. The Super Divine Artifact represents the pinnacle of equipment within the game. With the enhancement of 4 such artifacts, I would consider myself temporarily graduated in terms of gear. Surely, the 160 Reforging Divine Stones would suffice to assemble the Demon God set. Su Yi hoped so. Naturally, this process is exceedingly time-consuming. Thus, in order to avoid wasting time, he prepared to engage in the next round of battle and gradually enhance his gear thereafter. Just then, an astonishing notification appeared before him. Players from District 11 have issued a challenge to our district. Our district accepts the challenge. Note, challenges from other districts are automatically accepted. Will you enter the battlefield against District 11, temporary, immediately? Failure to respond within 10 seconds will result in default non-participation. District 11, is that the island district? They dare to challenge us. Su Yi was utterly astonished. The North American Elite District is renowned globally. Any district with sense would avoid them at all costs. Yet this district, at that moment, a figure clad in a white dress, Huang Miao Miao, gracefully emerged from within him, resembling a celestial being in a flowing white gown, her attire billowing without wind. Su Yi Gij, you must not assume that just because you are normal, others are as well. Her gentle and delicate voice resonated. In a world so populous, there will inevitably be a faction of foolish individuals that one cannot comprehend. As she spoke, she glided like a mermaid to Su Ye's back, her snow-white hands encircling his chest, her chin resting softly upon his right shoulder. Fear is an emotion they undoubtedly possess. During the time spent closely attached to Su Yi, she had come to understand this man well enough. He was both powerful and handsome, with a commendable character. Deep down, she was quite fond of him. She tilted her head, gazing closely at Su Ye's profile, yet he remained focused on organizing his spoils, entirely disregarding her presence. The 10 seconds swiftly elapsed. Shortly thereafter, standing in a new environment, he turned to survey the blood-red streets, illuminated by the flickering white lights that heralded the arrival of players. So he found himself at a loss for words. He had barely exited for half a minute before re-entering. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed that most players nearby did not display health bars above their heads, indicating they were from their district. Spotting a bus stop nearby, Su Yi strode over and took a seat within the shelter. Wow, is that Su Yi? The nearby players exclaimed in unison, instinctively taken aback. It's him. The enormous green marker on the map. Su Yi ignored the multitude of envious gazes directed at him. Once seated, he promptly opened his backpack and revealed the 10 heavenly gift treasure boxes, unfolding them all. After a dazzling display of colors, his backpack now contained 10 pieces of S-grade equipment. He examined each item, The Bingfeng Mo Jian, Frozen Demon Sword. The Tsang Lan Wang Jia, King's Ring of Azure Storm. The Shun Yuan Kai Jia, Abyssal Armor. The Shun Shui Tian Xing, Heavenly Boots of the Divine. Alas, the bad news was that neither the Super Divine Artifact Demon God's Supreme Power nor the Super Divine Artifact Ancient Fate Ring was among the scattered pieces. The good news was the emergence of a new Super Divine Artifact fragment, Zhu Ling Sheng Gong, Blessed Spirit Bao, S. Effect, Agility 100. Restores 15 stamina to the holder every minute. Equipment requirements, none. Description, one of the fragments of the Super Divine Artifact Eternal Celestial Bao, said to be a treasure of a mysterious race inscribed on ancient stone walls. Among the 10 Super Divine Artifacts, 3 are known thus far. Suyi let out a slight sigh. He gazed at the impressive quantity of 160 reforging divine stones, unable to restrain a deep breath. Let the process begin. He clicked on the reforging divine stone and commenced the reforging of the first S-grade equipment, the Bingfeng Mo Jian. This sword was not even a fragment of an artifact, thus the reforging posed no pressure whatsoever. Reforging successful. The Bone Shield of the Undead King, ordinary S-grade. Continue reforging. Reforging successful. Frost Demon Pearl, S-grade, artifact fragment. Continue reforging. With 160 divine stones at his disposal, Suyi did not meticulously count during this reforging session. After approximately 20 attempts, a piece of equipment finally caught his eye. Mo Shun Ji Shou, Demon God's Hand. S. Effect, Strength 100. Increases damage dealt to enemies by 50. Equipment requirements, none. Description, one of the fragments of the Super Divine Artifact Demon God's Supreme Power. Chapter 81. Continuous Reforging, 10 pieces of Super Divine Artifact fragments. Finally, the second piece has been assembled, leaving only 2 more. With over 100 divine stones remaining, hope still lingered. The emergence of this second fragment of the Demon God set invigorated Su Ye's spirit. He retrieved the second ordinary S-grade equipment, the Tsang Lan Wang Jia, and began the reforging process. Reforging successful. Abyssal Armor. Upon seeing this name, Suyi knew the effect without needing to check. This armor was already present in his backpack, having appeared multiple times during the previous 20 attempts. He had encountered the name Abyssal Armor 3 times already. Continue. Reforging successful. Tsang Lan Wang Jia. Goodness. It reforged back again. He chuckled and continued the reforging. After another series of attempts, he finally produced another fragment of a Super Divine Artifact. Ji Ji Jing Qi Ji Huan, Super Spirit Ring, S. Effect, Spirit 100. The wearer gains an invisible, colorless spirit shield with a value equal to 20 of their spirit, capable of absorbing equivalent damage. This shield refreshes every 20 seconds. Equipment requirements, none. Description, one of the fragments of the Super Divine Artifact Ancient Fate Ring. A fragment of the Fate Ring, I shall keep it. Suyi then turned to the third piece of S-grade equipment and began the reforging process. After approximately the 70th attempt, he produced a new Super Divine Artifact fragment, Qi Ming Huan Yin Yao Ling, Dream Enchanting Bell, fragment of Joyful Huan Lian. After some consideration, he decided to retain it. He then proceeded to the reforging of the fourth piece of ordinary S-grade equipment. After about the 80th attempt, he reforged yet another fragment of the Demon God set, yet he found himself unable to rejoice. Mo Shun Ji E, Demon God's Wing, S-grade. The skill is unique, yet the S-grade equipment is not. Acquiring the second Mo Shun Ji E left Suyi in a quandary of whether to be elated or disheartened. One must ponder, can this game yield 2 identical Super Divine Artifacts? I wonder if Super Divine Artifacts possess uniqueness. After some hesitation, he decided to temporarily keep this Mo Shun Ji E, for there remained 6 additional S-grade equipment pieces that could be reforged, and there was no rush to expend it. Onward. The blood moon cast its glow upon the bus stop by the roadside. The battle had commenced moments before. Opening the map revealed the infamous Su Yi, the Demon King, stationed here, while most players from District 11 dared not approach, opting instead to maintain their distance. This forced the players from District 1, eager to eliminate them, to pursue relentlessly. As Suyi took a moment to glance around, all that met his eyes was a serene city. The forum, which had been renamed to the top 100 players chat group of the Zhenwan district, was still abuzz with the exchange of intelligence among its members. However, Suyi had no time to pay attention to them, for he was nearing the conclusion of his reforging endeavor. Reforge successful. Heart of the Demon God. S. Effect. Constitution 100. Within a radius of 100 meters. Any unit regarded as an enemy will incur a 50 increase in stamina consumption for any action. Equipment requirement. None. Description. One of the scattered pieces of the Supreme Artifact. The demon god's unparalleled power. Fortune favored him, as he was down to his last 4 reforged stones. He finally managed to acquire the 3rd scattered piece of the demon god set. Thus, after opening 10 divine treasure boxes and conducting over 150 reforges, his inventory now contained only 4 reforged stones and 10 pieces of the supreme artifacts, which included the blessed spirit bow, the hand of the demon god, the super essence ring, the joyous illusion chain, the wings of the demon god, the nature god staff, the dragon king's blade, the dragon's armguard, the dream bell, and the heart of the demon god. He was just 1 piece short of completing the demon god set, 2 pieces short of the fate set, and 2 pieces short of the demon bell and dragon king sets. The blessed bow set remained 3 pieces incomplete, and the nature set was also missing 3 pieces. This marked the 3rd match of the day, with a maximum of 6 matches possible. Although it was unlikely he could complete all 6, there was still a substantial hope of assembling 1 more supreme artifact. Su Yi was immensely satisfied with today's event. Should he succeed in gathering another supreme artifact, it would undoubtedly elevate his strength significantly. The battle against District 11 had proceeded without a hitch. Despite the futile attempts of a group of oblivious players from the island nation to weaken and control him, he, possessing the body of a saint, felt no fear of any negative effects. He swept through the battlefield with ease, his records updated once again as he emerged victorious. You have cumulatively slain 536, 632 foes. Current bounty, 53, 663. Current contribution value, 232, 353. Amid the jubilations of the entire district, they issued a challenge to the elite players of District 12, who only dared to boast on the forum but shied away from confrontation. After yet another resounding victory, Su Yi and the players from District 1 found themselves engulfed in a sense of emptiness. They had exhausted their 3 opportunities for active challenges, and now could only await challenges from other districts. Having achieved 4 consecutive victories with an overwhelming advantage, no district dared to confront them any longer. The crucial factor was that the decision to challenge lay in the hands of the top players from each district. Once they dared to challenge District 1, those at the top of the list would likely face Su Yi directly, which would be detrimental to them. If they refrained from challenging, they could retain their bounties until the event's conclusion, at which point the bounties would convert into equivalent survival points, yielding a profit. Yet, if they dared to challenge, they would end up with nothing. At 4:20 p.m., Su Yi and Lin Ruosi lounged on the balcony of the 2nd floor, separated by a small white round table adorned with a fruit platter prepared by Huang Miao Miao. As he gazed at the stagnant battle records before him, he let out a resigned sigh. At times, he wished there were more fools in this world. You have cumulatively slain 778, 044 foes. Current bounty, 77, 804. Current contribution value, 474, 219. Following the conclusion of the battle with District 11, he had accumulated contribution points that he chose not to use. And after finishing off District 12, his total contribution had exceeded 470, 000. Su Yi intended to use them all at once after completing his matches. However, it seemed that no districts were willing to challenge them any longer. Indeed, there were no contributions left to earn. Lin Ruosi had changed into a vibrant red, breezy sleeveless dress, reclining leisurely on the wooden lounge chair, her long, fair legs crossed and resting on a small red stool. She leaned back against the armrest, propping her chin with her right hand, her sparkling eyes fixed on Su Yi. You have gained quite a lot this time, haven't you? Indeed, he replied, gradually widening the gap. Soon more people will find it difficult to catch up with you. A gentle breeze tousled Lin Ruosi's hair as she smiled brightly. Although I have only earned over 50,000 contributions, it is still enough to purchase 5 reforged stones. When I encounter slightly lesser S-grade equipment in the future, I can also reforge it, and the sense of achievement will still be quite satisfying. Chapter 82. Assembling 3 sets of supreme artifact scattered pieces. Although her 50,000 contributions paled in comparison to his, it nonetheless placed her among the world's elite. With only 100 districts in total, if every district had opponents, at least one district would be as vacant as theirs. Su Yi shook his head. It has been over 10 minutes, and there has yet to be a challenge. It seems there truly will be none. Yes, Lin Ruosi interjected, her curiosity piqued. What are your plans now? I plan to use the accumulated contribution points. If all goes well today, I should achieve a damage of 5 against the world boss and ascend to the 5th tier. Then I will attempt the 5th tier dungeons. After a moment's pause, Su Yi shook his head helplessly. After that, it will depend on what new features the 5th tier might bring, or if there will be any changes in the game. If not, I shall have to continue progressing step by step. Oh, Lin Ruosi replied. not surprised by Su Ye's imminent ascension to the 5th tier. Seeing him gaze into the void ahead, she chose not to disturb him. Just as she was about to open the forum to chat with Zhao Yan, she suddenly noticed dozens of 4th-tier zombies appearing on the distant street. 1 point each. Instinctively, she glanced at her own bounty. 512. Once the event concluded, she would receive 512 survival points. However, she found herself looking down on those scant points once more. Yet, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Accumulating points bit by bit could indeed be considerable. Sigh. If I go out, I'll have to change clothes. What a hassle. Caught in her indecision, the 4th-tier zombies gradually disappeared from her view. Forget it. It seems I am not fated to encounter them, she thought, feeling inexplicably relaxed. Meanwhile, Su Yi, after a moment of calculation in his mind, embarked on his most lavish shopping spree to date. You purchased 20 divine treasure boxes. Consumed contribution value, 1,600,000, 160,000. Remaining contribution value, 314. 219. You purchased 314 reforged stones. Consumed contribution value, 3, 140,000, 3, 140,000. Remaining contribution value, 219 previously. He had used nearly 160 reforged stones to reforge 10 S-grade pieces. Now, with 20 divine treasure boxes, he anticipated needing about 320 stones to reforge them into supreme artifacts scattered pieces. Including the 4 stones he had left, Su Yi had a total of 318 stones. That should be sufficient. Let's proceed. Without further hesitation, he declared, open. With a dazzling display of colors, all 20 divine treasure boxes were swiftly opened. Su Ye's face radiated anticipation as he examined each one. Shen Yuan armor, ice-sealed demon sword, super energy ring, wind king necklace. In total, there are 12 ordinary S-class items, 7 pieces of divine artifacts, and 1 piece of a super divine artifact. This singular super divine artifact is one he already possesses. No worries. Su Yi reassured himself. At the very least, all 19 of these items can be safely reforged. These 318 reforging divine stones represent his last glimmer of hope. Before officially commencing the reforging process, he glanced at Lin Ruosi, who was deftly typing in midair with her long, delicate fingers, evidently engaged in a conversation. As for Huang Miao Miao, after finishing the fruit platter, she proactively began mopping the floor and doing the laundry, showing remarkable diligence despite their attempts to persuade her otherwise. It seemed no one would disturb him now. With a sense of relief, Su Yi began the reforging. The sun had already dipped below the horizon. On the balcony, only Su Yi and Huang Miao Miao remained. Lin Ruosi and Zhao Yan, engrossed in their conversation, turned and retreated into the bedroom to chat via voice. Huang Miao Miao moved Lin Ruosi's small stool to the white round table, nearly sitting right beside Su Yi. She cut the watermelon into small pieces, munching on a few herself while naturally placing the remainder in front of Su Yi. At this moment, Su Yi reached the final stage of the reforging. Reforging successful. The blazing giant axe consumed all 318 reforging divine stones, concluding a reforging process that lasted nearly half an hour, and Su Yi sighed heavily in relief. Su Yi Gij, here, something to cool you down, Huang Miao Miao said, promptly handing him a piece of watermelon. Su Yi accepted it, devouring it in a few bites. Subsequently, he directed his gaze towards his bag to summarize his acquisitions. The Demon God set, the Fate set, and the Demon Bell set were complete. The Dragon King set, Holy Bow set, and Nature set were missing 1 piece. The War God set, Immortal set, and Underworld set were lacking 2 pieces. The Death End set was 3 pieces short. Among the super divine artifacts, there should be no distinction of rank, right? After hundreds of reforgings, he had only obtained 1 piece of the super divine artifact, the Song of Death's End. Whether this was merely a stroke of luck or if this super divine artifact was truly exceptional remained uncertain. Huang Miao Miao, gently massaging his leg, responded sweetly. While there are no divisions among S-class items, ordinary S-class items are indeed less rare than super divine artifact fragments. Being intimately connected to Su Yi, she understood better than anyone the nature of his endeavors. After all, the relationship they shared meant that secrets were inevitable. Both were acutely aware of this fact, allowing Su Yi to comfortably accept Huang Miao Miao's various affectionate gestures. Time passed swiftly, and before they knew it, it was 8 in the evening. Since synthesizing a super divine artifact required not only all fragments, but also each piece to be leveled up to the maximum, an immense amount of survival points was necessary, far exceeding his remaining 394 points. Thus, Su Yi remained unhurried. In fact, during the evening, He leisurely enjoyed a sumptuous dinner with the two women. At this moment, as the clock struck 8 within the room, the announcement of the event's conclusion echoed. Global announcement. This regional ranking competition has been successfully completed. The sequence numbers for each region have been officially established. Rewards will be distributed according to the rankings of each region. Suyi lifted his gaze. Congratulations. You have obtained region number 1. Ranking 1. All players in this region receive a reward of survival points 1,000. Your total bounty in this event amounts to 77,804. Thus, congratulations on receiving survival points 77804. The event concluded. A hint of regret lingered that no other region dared to challenge them, yet the rewards were satisfactory. Suyi opened his bag and checked his points. Current survival points, 791,984. Approaching 80,000. Excitement illuminated his face. This was sufficient to fully upgrade several S-class pieces and synthesize a super divine artifact. Chapter 83 Update Preview. Synthesizing the super divine artifact, the supreme power of the demon god. However, the global announcement was not yet finished. All region numbers have been confirmed. This game will undergo an update tonight at 10:12 p.m., during which entry will not be permitted. Update contents. 1. The maximum number of personal equipment a player can wear has been increased to 4 pieces. 2. The restriction on monster respawn in each region has been lifted. After the update, monsters of all tiers may spawn randomly in any region. 3. A plethora of new special monster areas has been added. Players from all regions can teleport in. 4. The points acquired from defeating monsters have been enhanced. Previously, defeating a monster of the same tier granted 1 point. Now, defeating a same-tier monster will yield points equal to the monster's tier -1. 5. Unlimited self-supply in regional shops has been cancelled, and new life-related products have been added to the game store. 6. The gift package section of the store has undergone a complete overhaul. Additionally, after the update, the first round of the expansion pack The Coming of Calamity will officially commence. Wishing all players an enjoyable gaming experience. The global player's attention was instantly captivated by the update announcement. The equipment limit has increased. How wonderful. Which game allows only 2 pieces of equipment to be worn? Indeed, many had been voicing their complaints, but little did they expect the game to heed their counsel. Lifting the restriction on monster respawn implies that, after the update, monsters of any tier could appear, right? Exactly. Forget tiers 1, 2, or 3. They might even encounter tier 88, 648, or even 19,999. Surely not. You must be missing the point. The standout feature of this update is the enhancement of points from defeating monsters. Defeating a tier 3 monster grants 3 points, and defeating a tier 10 monster yields 10 points. No. What does the cancellation of unlimited self-supply in regional shops mean? Does it mean food can no longer be replenished infinitely? Must they now purchase it with points? The Coming of Calamity? What on earth is that? This is the real focus. The contents of this update are unprecedentedly rich. Global players had just emerged from the regional ranking competition, initially eager to check each region's rankings, expecting tonight's discussions to center around the day's events. Little did they know, the game was undergoing an update. Inside the room, Suyi briefly glanced at the update content, then set it aside for the moment. Forget the updates for now. The more pressing matter at hand was synthesizing the super divine artifact. Of course, before officially enhancing, he needed to assess the equipment requiring enhancement. The Demon God set consists of 3 pieces: the Demon Goddess Hand, the Demon Goddess Eye, and the Demon Goddess Heart. The Fate set comprises 3 pieces: the Super Energy Ring, the Super Mental Ring, and the Super Soul Ring. The Demon Bell set contains 4 pieces: the Joyful Illusion Chain, the Dreaming Bell, the Dream Realm Holy Crystal, and the Demon Sound Pipa. In total, there are 10 pieces. Among them, Suyi intends to equip the supreme power of the Demon God and the Ancient Fate Ring himself, while the Dreaming Illusion Demon Bell can be placed on Huang Miao Miao. This way, he will enjoy the benefit of 3 super divine artifacts. Hence, his priority for enhancement begins with the Demon God set. Opening the store, he navigated to the equipment enhancement section. Observing the S-Class enhancement stones priced at 100, discounted to 10 points each, Suyi contemplated and decided to purchase 2,000 of them. If there is not enough time, I will purchase more, if sufficient. The surplus can be reserved for enhancing other S-grade equipment. You have purchased 2,000 S-grade enhancement stones. Consumption of survival points, 200,000. Remaining survival points, 591,984. You have purchased 2,000 equipment protection vouchers. Consumption of survival points, 200,000. Remaining survival points, 391,984. Without any discounts, these purchases would require a staggering 400,000 survival points. Suyi felt a wave of anxiety for other players. He first took out the demon god's hand and began the enhancement process. Enhancement failed. Notification: a trace of divine aura has dissipated. Enhancement failed. Notification: a trace of divine aura has dissipated. Enhancement failed. Approximately 10 minutes later. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment, 20. Finally, he had completed one. He gazed at the remaining 812 S-grade enhancement stones in his backpack and the 9 pieces of equipment still awaiting enhancement, unable to suppress a sigh. Why can't this game implement a one-click enhancement feature? With such a high failure rate, enhancing to level 20 truly consumes an enormous amount of time. At this stage, he seemed to be the only one in the world experiencing this frustration. Shaking his head, he continued with the enhancements. Enhancement successful. Current enhancement level of the equipment, 20. Demon God's Eye max level. Another 10 minutes later. Demon God's Heart, max level. Thus, all 4 pieces of the Demon God set had been enhanced to their maximum level. Is there no automatic synthesis? Is it because I have not removed the Demon God's wing? He attempted to detach the Demon God's wing from his body. At that very moment, boom, an ancient, melodious bell tolled thunderously across the globe. An announcement is coming. Suyi lifted his head, both anxious and expectant. Huang Miao Miao flew out from within him, her crystalline eyes wide with curiosity. As expected, a brand new announcement materialized before the eyes of players worldwide. World announcement. Congratulations to player Suyi for successfully synthesizing the super artifact, the supreme power of the demon god. The synthesis path for the super artifact, the supreme power of the demon god, has permanently vanished. Notice, each super artifact possesses uniqueness, once successfully synthesized by another player. The fragments of that super artifact can no longer be combined into the corresponding super artifact. This time point has been recorded. This historical event has been recorded. Congratulations to player Suyi for being the first to synthesize a super artifact. Special reward: Universal Artifact Fragment X1. Congratulations to player Suyi for obtaining the special title, Chosen One of the Demon God. New modification: Suyi was unaware of the uproar this announcement had caused globally. He had no time to dwell on that now. Opening his backpack, he immediately spotted the magnificent super artifact, its frame shimmering with dazzling rainbow light. Eagerly, he clicked to view it. Supreme Power of the Demon God, Super Artifact, Effect, all attributes 2000, and possesses the following indispellable and unchangeable effects. All attributes receive an additional 100. Gain ultra-high-speed flight and the ability to float without consumption. Damage dealt to enemies is doubled. The first damage inflicted on any enemy is increased tenfold. Refreshing after 1 minute out of combat. Any unit that regards itself as an enemy will have its stamina consumption for any action raised to 5 times the original until it no longer perceives the player as an enemy. Equipment requirements: none. Description: one of the top 10 super artifacts, possessing the supreme power of the demon god. Only one update today. Migraine has struck again. An old ailment. Chapter 84. Synthesis of the super artifact, Ancient Fate Ring. Previous modification. The original synthesis of the super artifact uniformly granted the identity of the super artifact holder. It has now changed to bestow different exclusive identities when synthesizing different super artifacts. For instance, synthesizing the supreme power of the demon god will grant the identity of the chosen one of the demon god. Suyi widened his eyes, examining the effects of this super artifact line by line. 2000 attributes, an additional 100 ultra-high-speed flight, and the ability to float without consumption. He began to grasp that the super artifact amplifies and consolidates the attributes and abilities of the 4-piece fragments. No, it should be said that each fragment inherits a portion of the super artifact's capabilities. Each effect of the supreme power of the demon god is exceptionally outstanding. Suyi was already eager to equip it and see the results. However, before equipping, he first opened his personal panel to take a screenshot for comparison, wanting to see just how significant the enhancement from the super artifact would be. Subsequently, he clicked to equip it in his backpack. A prompt immediately appeared. Notice, as you are the chosen one of the demon god, the supreme power of the demon god you possess cannot be separated from you by any means from other players. The title of chosen one of the demon god was a special identity he obtained upon synthesizing this super artifact. Upon seeing this prompt, Suyi recalled noticing an additional identity section on his personal panel when he had opened it earlier. After a slight hesitation, he decided to check this identity again. Chosen One of the Demon God, an exclusive title for players who have synthesized the super artifact, the supreme power of the demon god. Players with this identity are the rightful owners of this super artifact, and other players cannot seize it by any means. If temporarily gifted to another, it can be summoned back at any time. I see. Suyi instantly understood. All 10 super artifacts are unique. Once the first is synthesized, the other fragments cannot be synthesized again. The player who synthesizes it will be granted the corresponding identity, becoming the one and only master of the super artifact, possessing the highest rights of disposal and usage. Having reviewed this identity, Suyi also took a look at the newly awarded Universal Artifact Fragment. Universal Artifact Fragment, S-Rare, effect, can replace any artifact fragment during the synthesis of artifacts, excluding super artifacts. 2 universal artifact fragments cannot be synthesized alone. Description: the value of a half artifact, you understand? It can only serve as a substitute for artifact fragments. Suyi felt a twinge of disappointment. If only it could replace super artifact fragments. However, from this item, he also gleaned an important piece of information. Unlike the synthesis of super artifacts, which requires 4 S-grade fragments, it seems that the synthesis of regular artifacts only requires 2 S-grade fragments. Returning to the main topic, Suyi opened his personal panel, focusing on his 4-dimensional attributes. Strength, 421, 030, 660, Lion King Ring, 2000, 3110, Agility, 421, 030, 180, Thunderstorm Gloves, 2000, 2630, Spirit, 421, 030. 1100, Super Vitality Ring, 2000, 3550, Constitution, 401, 030, 2000, 2430. He then compared it to his previous screenshot. In comparison, the original attributes were Strength 1110, Agility 630, Spirit 1550, Constitution 430. Now they stand at Strength 6220, Agility 5260, Spirit 7100, Constitution 4860. The increase across all 4 attributes is truly astonishing. 3 of the attributes have surpassed 5,000, and even the historically lowest Constitution has surged from 430 to an impressive 4,860. It seems that the additional bonus of 100 includes the inherent 2,000 attributes of the Supreme Artifact. In other words, the Supreme Artifact, Demon God S Supreme Strength, can indeed provide the wielder with a guaranteed total attribute increase of 4,000. The total bonuses from other Supreme Artifacts should be quite similar. Suyi can hardly contain his excitement. The sound of congratulations from other players in Zone 1's large group reaches his ears. He pays them no mind, immediately opening his inventory to select the remaining 3 pieces of the Ancient Destiny Ring, commencing the enhancement process. Enhancement failed. Notification: a divine aura has dissipated. Enhancement failed. Notification: a divine aura has dissipated. Half an hour later, as Suyi successfully maxes out the enhancements on the Super Spirit Ring, Super Soul Ring, and Super Vitality Ring, and removes his Super Energy Ring, it comes as no surprise that a series of world announcements follow, accompanied by a dull thud. World announcement: congratulations to player Suyi for successfully synthesizing the Supreme Artifact, Ancient Destiny Ring. The synthesis path for the Supreme Artifact, Ancient Destiny Ring, has permanently vanished. Congratulations to player Suyi for obtaining the special title, Destiny Caller. Having synthesized 2 Supreme Artifacts in succession, one can only wonder what kind of tumult this will stir globally. Suyi chuckles softly. Hearing this, Huang Miao Miao, who has been by his side, interjects, everyone worldwide must be astonished. But, brother Suyi, won't this lead to trouble? Isn't it said that a common man is innocent but bears the blame for possessing treasure? Couldn't this attract unwanted attention? Suyi laughs at her concern. He gently pats Huang Miao Miao's head, gazing earnestly into her eyes, and solemnly states, Miao Miao, remember this. Those who steal hooks face execution. Those who steal nations become princes. When you possess a single artifact, you may indeed attract trouble. But when you have 2, 3, or even more, the ones to fear are them. With 2 Supreme Artifacts, perhaps soon to be 3, who would dare challenge my authority? Indeed. Huang Miao Miao nods, her eyes wide with realization. As long as one is invincible, there is no need to worry about the opinions of the world. She understands these principles, yet she remains unclear about just how powerful Suyi has truly become. Just how many players could he stand against alone? Meanwhile, Suyi's attention is entirely absorbed by the newly acquired Supreme Artifact, Ancient Destiny Ring, Supreme Artifact, Effect, Spirit 4000, and possesses the following indispellable and unchangeable effects. Additional Spirit 300. Grants ultra-wide vision and group teleportation abilities. Bestows protection from fate, granting a fixed 80 chance to nullify damage taken. This probability is unaffected by any other abilities or effects. When a probability event is triggered, luck can temporarily increase to max, with this ability able to trigger a maximum of once per day. Equipment requirement: none. Description: one of the 10 supreme artifacts. The bearer is favored by fate. In Chapter 85, synthesizing the supreme artifact, Dream Sound Demon Bell. As anticipated, this supreme artifact primarily boosts spirit. Suyi calculates roughly. The demon goddess' supreme strength guarantees a total of 4,000 across all attributes, culminating in 160,000 attribute points. The ancient destiny ring provides 4,000 spirit, plus an additional 300 spirit, equating to 4,000 12,000, also totaling 160,000 attributes. The total attribute points from both are consistent. One distributes across various attributes while the other primarily enhances a single attribute. There is no discernible superiority between them. He casually glances at the newly acquired title, Destiny Caller. Unsurprisingly, the description of this title's effects is nearly identical to that of the chosen one of the demon god. Only the bound supreme artifact differs. Suyi's gaze sweeps over the other abilities of this artifact. Ultra-wide vision and teleportation. Similar to my domain perception, and while instant movement may share some characteristics, there should be distinctions. Is there an overlap in abilities? Suyi contemplates, but overall, it should provide him with a more comprehensive arsenal. The third ability appears satisfactory as well. An 80 probability is indeed substantial. However, upon observing the fourth ability, Suyi's eyes widen in astonishment. Probability events, luck maxed? This implies that during events such as draws or treasure chest openings, he could consistently receive the best rewards. If that is indeed the case, then this supreme artifact may very well be the strongest and most practical of all. He recalls that the primary source of S-grade skills in this game relies on synthesis. By synthesizing A-grade skills and banking on the minuscule chance of triggering a miracle blessing, he can elevate the synthesized skill to an S-grade. If this is true, then as long as he possesses a sufficient number of A-grade skills, he could secure one S-grade skill daily. Suyi's heart races with excitement, eager to don the new equipment and test its capabilities. Due to the synthesis of the second supreme artifact, the buzz within Zone 1's large group escalates. Suyi finds the incessant notifications irritating. Thus he enters the group settings to mute the messages, instantly enveloped in silence. Huang Miao sits on the sofa, quietly indulging in the desserts on the table. She is curious about the effects of those supreme artifacts, but since Suyi does not disclose them, she refrains from probing. She notices Lin Ruosi entering, looking as though she has just awoken, her face a mask of shock as she emerges from her room, wide-eyed at Suyi, before silently taking a seat beside her. You synthesized 2 supreme artifacts? Lin Ruosi whispers to Huang Miao. Indeed. What is he doing now? It seems he has not finished. There appears to be a third artifact in the works. Lin Ruosi inhales sharply. Currently, she does not even possess a single S-grade item. And yet he is already synthesizing supreme artifacts? Could the synthesis conditions for supreme artifacts be quite low? She lacks even an S-grade item, and is entirely unaware of how to synthesize a supreme artifact. By the way, are there not ordinary artifacts in this game? It seems there might be. Huang Miao hesitates, but replies, I'm not entirely sure. You can ask Brother Suyi later. To them, Suyi remains focused, his fingers seemingly dancing in the air. Engrossed in his task, they are unaware of his actions and dare not interrupt. In reality, Suyi is indeed deeply concentrated, entirely oblivious to Lin Ruosi's presence. As he fervently enhances his equipment, he aims to synthesize the third supreme artifact, and as for testing the fourth capability of the ancient destiny ring, he has already encountered that during the enhancement process. Upon detecting a probabilistic event, one can elevate luck to max. Will you proceed? As Suyi encountered this prompt during his initial reinforcement attempt, it was evident that utilizing it would guarantee success, but at the cost of his precious daily opportunity to reach luck max naturally, he refrained from using it. Reinforcement failed. Tip: the sacred aura has dissipated. Subsequently, as if understanding his intentions, this prompt ceased to appear during the reinforcement process. Reinforcement failed. Tip: the sacred aura has dissipated. Reinforcement successful. Current reinforcement level of the equipment, 20. After half an hour, he finally upgraded the third S-grade piece of the Qiming Huanin Yao Ling to its maximum level, leaving only one piece remaining. If only there were a one-click reinforcement feature. After pausing for a brief moment, he couldn't help but think of it again. Are you reinforcing equipment? Lin Ruosi inquired, her eyes sparkling as she noticed his brief respite. Indeed. So, to synthesize the super artifact, one must first max out the equipment, correct? Precisely, All 4 S-grade pieces must be fully leveled. Upon hearing this, Lin Ruosi's mouth dropped open in astonishment. 4 S-grade pieces at max level. How many S-grade enhancement stones and protection vouchers would that require? She opened the game store once more and noted that both required survival points, a staggering 100 each. How could players possibly accumulate such points at this stage? Did he possess an ability that ensured successful reinforcement? Thus, only needing 20 S-grade enhancement stones. But that couldn't be right. If success were guaranteed, he wouldn't be spending so much time on reinforcements. A whirlwind of doubts flooded Lin Ruosi's mind. The man before her seemed to don an additional layer of mystery. Soon, with only 17 S-grade enhancement stones left, Su Yi finally maxed out the last piece of the super artifact. Thud! A world announcement reverberated. The message was similar to previous ones, and Su Yi had grown weary of reading it. He took a breath and promptly clicked on the dazzling equipment flashing in the frame, eager to examine it. Qiming Huanin Yao Ling, Super Artifact, Effects, Spirit 2500, Constitution 2500, and possesses the following indelible, unchangeable effects. Extra enhancement of 200 to Spirit and Constitution, immunity to control, and the ability to induce collective dreams. Nullification of all skills currently employed by nearby enemies, sealing these skills for 1 minute, during which they cannot be used. This ability has a cooldown of 1 minute. The swaying demon bell conjures illusions, allowing the summoning of imagined monsters with extraordinary abilities. Illusionary monsters possess no constitution and cannot die. Their other 3-dimensional attributes total a maximum equal to their summoners. The stamina cost for each monster is borne solely by the summoner. Equipment requirements: none. Description: one of the top 10 super artifacts, rumored to summon myriad demons with the ringing of the bell. Chapter 86. Combat power exceeds 100,000. An extravagant panel. This attribute total is slightly lower than the other 2 super artifacts. Su Yi pondered whether there were minor differences among super artifacts. The subsequent 4 abilities were undeniably powerful. He could not discern any obvious strengths or weaknesses, only feeling that each super artifact excelled in its own domain. With the synthesis of the 3rd super artifact complete, Su Yi could hardly contain his excitement. He immediately removed the Lion King's ring from his possession and equipped the Ancient Destiny ring. Afterward, he had Huang Miao Miao remove her gear and handed her the Qiming Huanin Yao Ling. It was not merely due to the game's lack of updates, which limited each player to donning only 2 pieces of equipment, but rather Su Yi believed that the Qiming Huanin Yao Ling would be better suited for Huang Miao Miao. The primary enhancement of this super artifact was immunity to control, a capability he already possessed. Thus, placing it on Huang Miao Miao was the most fitting choice. This arrangement not only allowed him to gain attribute enhancements, but would also leave him with 2 equipment slots available for greater individual enhancements once the updates occurred. Thud! Another world announcement resounded. However, this announcement differed from the previous 3. This time, it proclaimed his combat power had surpassed 100,000. World announcement. Congratulations to player Su Yi for breaking the 100,000 combat power index, setting a new global record. The current time node has been recorded. This historical event has been documented. Special reward for player Su Yi. Eternal Holy Fruit X4. Tip: the first player to exceed 100,000 combat power has emerged, and the new gameplay pinnacle ladder has been launched early. 100,000. Su Yi felt an overwhelming surge of strength, devoid of any peculiar sensations. Yet, a remark from Lin Ruosi suddenly illuminated his own might. 100,000 combat power. My heavens. Just yesterday, you triggered the first announcement for breaking 1,000 combat power, and within a single day, your combat power has escalated 100-fold. It was only upon seeing the announcement that Lin Ruosi grasped Su Yi's current prowess. He had indeed risen above millions, attaining the pinnacle globally. Su Yi smiled. Previously, when his combat power surpassed 10,000, he had not consumed the 2 eternal holy fruits he received as a reward. Now, with the addition of 4 more, he had a total of 6. He contemplated for a moment and decided to have Huang Miao Miao consume all 6. Eating them himself would only enhance his own abilities, whereas giving them to her would elevate both of their powers. These eternal holy fruits were rewards from the system, not items purchased from the store, making them one of the few that could be gifted. Under Lin Ruosi's envious gaze, Huang Miao Miao quickly consumed the 6 fruits. Subsequently, Su Yi eagerly opened his personal interface. Personal panel name: Su Yi. Rank: for strength, 4210-330-2000, 2750, agility, 4210-330-2000, 2750, spirit, 42108490600014910447330. Constitution 40108490200. 10,890. Skills 55s23 Divine Might Sword Domain. A 10-soul battle pet. Mutated S47 Holy Body. Passive. A 100 Heavenly Rage. S12 True Self S Realm. Passive. Comprehensive Combat Power Index 430,000. National Combat Power Ranking 1. Total of 4 dimensions. Strength 5500. Agility 5500. Spirit 74550. Constitution 21780. After removing the Lion King S ring, which added 660 to strength, Suyi noticed a slight decrease in strength. His spirit was sufficiently high, yet both his strength and agility had dipped. Suyi contemplated whether to allocate the 2 additional equipment slots, once the game updated, to one for primary strength and the other for agility. Lin Ruosi, overhearing, couldn't help but interject, "I am quite curious. With your combat power exceeding 100,000, what would you consider a low attribute in this context?" She frowned, her expression peculiar. "Only a bit over 5,000, Suyi replied. Lin Ruosi and Huang Miao Miao exchanged glances, their mouths pursed in silence. The former even opened his panel to take a look. Alas, both the attributes of strength and agility had yet to surpass 500, failing to reach even a fraction of the opponent's prowess. "What are your plans next?" Lin Ruosi inquired. "I have no particular plans," Suyi chuckled. "I will first enhance some equipment, then explore the newly released Peak Ladder feature. If all goes as expected, I will tackle the world boss and dungeons, and thereafter await the game update." Lin Ruosi nodded silently. During this brief respite, Suyi hastily examined the equipment and resources in his bag. There were still 16 pieces of super artifact fragments available for enhancement, 17 S-grade enhancement stones, and 213 equipment protection vouchers. His survival points still exceeded 390,000. After spending 40,000 points on enhancement materials, he had only a few remnants left after enhancing 10 pieces of S-grade equipment. If he wished, with this amount of points, he could enhance approximately another 10 pieces of S-grade equipment to their maximum level. Suyi pondered for a moment, selecting one piece, and purchased 200 S-grade enhancement stones to elevate it to its maximum level. Dragon King's Blade Max. S. Effect. Strength 1100. Additional strength boost 20. Equipment requirement none. Description: one of the super artifacts, the Undying Blazing Dragon King's fragments. He had already gathered 3 fragments of this super artifact, each enhancing strength exclusively. It was evident that the Undying Blazing Dragon King was a super artifact primarily focused on strength enhancement. Suyi felt confident that as long as he could obtain a substantial amount of reforging divine stones, he could successfully combine this super artifact. Without hesitation, he equipped it onto Huang Miao Miao. Simultaneously, on the forum, discussions regarding Su Ye's alleged cheating and discovery of game exploits had reached a fever pitch, dominating numerous threads. Discussion: Su Ye must be cheating. Reasons as follows: 18. 2 billion likes. 2. 3 billion discussions. Discussion: is this game really that terrible? Can't even detect such obvious cheaters? What a joke. 53. 6 billion likes. 18. 9 billion discussions. Help. Where are the game exploits? I can't find them. 8. 3 billion likes. 721. 26 million discussions. Discussion: Su Dog. Come out for a duel. 2. 3 billion likes. 10. 65 million discussions. Discussion: Su Yi has become a pariah. Everyone wants him gone. 9. 7 billion likes. 1. 9 billion discussions. Discussion: has the game secretly modified something? Stamina consumption suddenly skyrocketed. 25. 6 billion likes. 8. 7 billion discussions. Chapter 87. Their future, shrouded in darkness. When Su Yi synthesized the first super artifact, players worldwide were filled with astonishment, attributing it solely to his abundant resources and extraordinary luck. However, when he swiftly synthesized a second super artifact, countless players began to raise questions. What? Is it really that easy to synthesize super artifacts? This seems suspicious, doesn't it? By the time he produced the third super artifact, skepticism had completely overtaken the forum. Cheating. He must be cheating. The overwhelming majority of players had come to this conclusion, and nearly all of them were oblivious to the synthesis process and requirements for super artifacts. Yet, they were acutely aware that a super artifact capable of triggering a world announcement was anything but ordinary. Ultimately, Su Ye's announcement of surpassing a combat power of 100,000 only affirmed their suspicions, causing many players to become utterly agitated. 100,000 combat power. What does that even mean? Countless individuals stared blankly at their own combat powers, which barely reached 3 digits, or even 2. Once they regained their composure, they sought camaraderie on the forum. Fueled by emotions ranging from confusion, anger, jealousy, to discontent, rallying together to amass strength for their crusade. This led to an increasing number of players being influenced and assimilated by their fervor. Amidst the uproar on the forum, Su Yi, having just equipped the Dragon King's blade, curiously opened the new feature, the Peak Ladder. With a mere click, a concise description of the function appeared before him. Peak Ladder 1. Only players with combat power exceeding 100,000 may challenge it. 2. Players may challenge the Guardians of the 1100 tiers. Defeating them will allow the player to occupy that tier and become the new Guardian, earning generous points and permanent attribute rewards each day at midnight. 3. After 3 consecutive failed challenges, a cooldown of 1 month is required before attempting again, with the requirement of over 100,000 combat power to challenge. Wouldn't that mean for a considerable time, I would be the only one capable of participating globally? Su Yi's eyes gleamed brightly. After the introduction of the ladder faded, he immediately noticed a light yellow exclamation mark in the upper right corner. Upon clicking it, a rewards list emerged. Su Yi scanned it briefly, then focused intently on the daily rewards for ranking first. 1. Survival points 10,000. Permanent all attribute, growth 3. Upon seeing this reward, Su Yi instantly realized that players worldwide were in a frenzy. They were desperate to boost their combat power, eager to enter the Peak Ladder. Once they entered the Peak Ladder, even if their ranking was in the hundreds of millions, they would receive a reward of 100 points daily without lifting a finger. A slightly higher rank would even grant permanent attributes and growth enhancements. I must be the envy of countless individuals right now. Closing all the displayed interfaces momentarily, Su Yi teased Lin Ruosi and Huang Miaomiao. Lin Ruosi exchanged glances with Huang Miaomiao. Both were well aware of the forum's atmosphere, having ample time to browse it. In response, they couldn't help but nod. Indeed, Lin Ruosi added, they are so envious that they are spouting nonsense and even resorting to insults. If you intend to peruse the forum, be mentally prepared. Otherwise, I fear you might become infuriated. Su Yi had already opened the forum. He skimmed through it, his expression shifting from anticipation to indignation, but ultimately transforming into a satisfied smile. Are you all right? Lin Ruosi questioned, perplexed by his sudden chuckle. Haha, all is well. Su Yi understood the situation clearly. The players on the forum spewing vitriol and jealousy towards him had likely come to see him as an enemy. This inadvertently triggered the effect of the super artifact, the demon god's supreme power, which rendered all units viewing him as an enemy to suffer a 5-fold increase in stamina consumption in any of their actions. This meant that regardless of whether they were engaged in combat or in their daily lives, standing, walking, speaking, or even raising a hand, their stamina consumption would multiply by 5. As long as he remained silent, no one would comprehend why their stamina consumption had suddenly surged, nor would they know how to remedy it. The original skill consumption had already been heavily criticized by countless players. Now multiplying it by 5. There are probably billions of individuals globally who harbor disdain towards me. Su Yi smirked disdainfully and spoke to the two, saying, but it matters not. The moment they chose to oppose me, their future was already shrouded in darkness. Lin Ruosi and Huang Miaomiao exchanged bewildered glances. What does that mean? Su Yi had no time to spar with those individuals on the forum. The update was scheduled for 10:12 p.m., and the recent round of enhancement synthesis had consumed over an hour. Now, only a few minutes remained before the grand game update. Aside from the world boss and dungeons, he still needed to venture into the Peak Ladder, and his schedule was quite tight. Without further ado, I must first venture to confront the world boss. Farewell. Su Yi pulled Huang Miaomiao close and waved to Lin Ruosi. In the next instant, the two were enveloped by a white beam of light and vanished from her sight. Yen Group Leader? Yen Group Leader? The voice of Assistant Xiao Lei jolted Yen Yu from his reverie. He instinctively uttered a sound of surprise, his gaze drawn to the steaming cup of coffee in Xiao Lei's hand, before suddenly slapping his forehead. Oh, I asked you to fetch the coffee, right? Yes, yes. Just place it there. Upon hearing this, Xiao Lei thoughtfully set the coffee before him. As he stepped back, the young assistant sighed and couldn't help but express his concern. Group Leader, you've been busy all day. Perhaps you should take a break? I don't need to. Before Xiao Lei could finish, Yen Yu waved his hand in refusal. He took a sip of the coffee, refocusing his attention on the task at hand. Before him, the computer screen displayed a blank file with the words "No such person found" glaring in the center. Why? Yanyu rubbed his forehead with both hands. His brow furrowed tightly. Aside from the records of the past few days, there are no traces whatsoever from any other time period. Be it videos from real life, photographs, or online footprints, everything is limited to these last few days. It's as if he materialized from thin air. But how could that be possible? Su Yi's series of 4 announcements, which disregarded the well-being of the masses, not only shocked the public, but also left the officials in a cold sweat. After the recent emergency meeting, Yanyu received orders to make contact with Su Yi. He dispatched his subordinates to gather information, but after half a day, he received nothing but a report of failure, prompting him to take matters into his own hands. Yet, the results remained unchanged. Group Leader Yan. Is it possible that Su Yi truly appeared out of nowhere? Xiaolei adjusted his glasses and ventured this thought. Chapter 88. The World Boss, the Overlord Great Shark, has been slain. What does this mean? Since this apocalyptic game has demonstrated the existence of supernatural forces in our world, could it be that Su Yi's sudden emergence is also due to such powers? Or perhaps, Xiaolei stroked his chin and boldly speculated, Su Yi himself possesses supernatural abilities? Yanyu gestured for him to continue. Xiaolei spread his arms wide and delved into more fantastical conjectures. He could be a time traveler, someone who has concealed his traces with his powers, or perhaps he is a future version of himself, so powerful that he has erased his past. In any case, he must possess some extraordinary qualities. Yanyu wholeheartedly agreed with this last statement. Without some uniqueness, how could one individual surpass the elite players of various nations? After a moment of contemplation, Yanyu shook his head and closed the interface before him. Since there is no trace of him to be found, let us cease the search. The game is about to update, preventing entry, is it not? We shall set out now to find him in person. Xiaolei, arrange the itinerary immediately. I wish to be at his doorstep in 1 hour. Yes. Assistant He Lei nodded vigorously. Meanwhile, in the adjacent department dedicated to apocalyptic game research, the middle-aged head, Wang Kai, was also engulfed in distress. Have you made any progress regarding the super artifacts? In the small conference room, he looked at the core researchers in white lab coats, his face drawn with worry as he sighed. In the previous emergency meeting, they too had been assigned tasks. Tasked with gathering more intelligence on the artifacts and super artifacts to assist the members of the Xingho team in rapidly achieving combat power exceeding 10,000. However, acquiring knowledge about super artifacts is not as simple as it seems. Group Leader, it's not that we are not trying, but the information at our disposal is limited. Any further analysis will yield only the same results. Indeed, to ascertain how many components are required to synthesize a super artifact and what additional materials are needed, we must successfully synthesize at least one. I believe the simplest approach is to directly seek out Su Yi, someone boldly suggested. This remark rendered the entire conference room silent. In truth, every researcher had thought the same, but they were uncertain why the leadership had not mentioned this most straightforward and effective solution, thus refraining from voicing it. Wang Kai fell into silence, his head bowed as he stared at the reflective glass table, deep in thought, while no one dared to interrupt. Suddenly, there came 2 firm knocks at the conference room door. Everyone turned to see Wang Kai's assistant, He Yan, enter in a hurried manner. A look of urgency on his face. Group Leader Wang, Group Leader Yan has confirmed that they are setting out immediately to find Su Yi. Set out immediately? He is going in person? Wang Kai asked in astonishment. Yes. He even asked if we wanted to join them. They are waiting for us for a minute. Of course we should. Let us go. Wang Kai had considered asking Su Yi himself. However, after Su Yi had previously declined to join them and had taken one of their female member-s equipment, his character was quite unpredictable. Now that the other party possessed 3 super artifacts of terrifying power, he feared that a misstep could lead to misunderstandings and dire consequences. Yet, now that the leader next door was personally going, he could set aside those concerns for the moment, just as Wang Kai hurriedly made his way to the door. A researcher rushed in, looking frantic, and reported urgently, Group Leader, we have new intelligence. We strongly believe it is related to Su Yi. What? Speak. Since a few seconds ago, the life force of the world boss, Overlord Great Shark, has been plummeting rapidly. It is likely on the verge of death. What? Wasn't its health still around 80? How could that be? But its life force is indeed dropping swiftly. The researcher was nearly in tears from anxiety. Bang! Wang Kai opened his mouth to respond, but the heavy thud of the announcement ringing in his ears instinctively silenced him. Subsequently, everyone in the conference room clearly saw the announcement before them. World announcement, good news. Through the efforts of the players, the world boss, Overlord Great Shark, Level 1, has been successfully slain. Contribution list revealed. Contribution list 1 Su Yi damage dealt. 8,198 2 Long Ran damage dealt. 188 3 Zhou Tian damage dealt. 174. Rewards will be distributed based on the contribution list rankings. 881. Wang Kai understood well that Long Ran was the most celebrated genius player from the neighboring Xingho department. It was rumored that his first card draw yielded an A-level skill, and his first synthesis triggered a miraculous blessing, allowing his combat power to surpass that of ordinary players early on. Yet, before Su Yi, he was like a tiny star compared to the blazing sun, utterly insignificant. 81 damage, heavens. Long Ran's damage didn't even amount to a fraction of Su Yi's. This is the true value of super artifacts. Just yesterday, it was merely 18, and now it has skyrocketed to 80. This damage has multiplied tenfold. The researchers in the conference room could not help but murmur. Goodness. 1 damage point is worth 1,000 points. That means he could instantly earn 800,000 points? Someone suddenly remarked. The entire conference room fell into a profound silence. The staggering figure of 800,000 points struck them like a colossal hammer from the heavens, shattering their perception of the world. This group of experts, who had dedicated themselves to the in-depth study of games, suddenly felt as if they were mere frogs at the bottom of a well. Despite their belief that they were at the forefront of the world, they realized they were worlds apart from the true giants. As if time had severed the connection between them and these titans. Within the conference room, many researchers in white coats subconsciously slumped their shoulders. Team leader Wang Kai, astutely sensing the collective despondency, cleared his throat softly and, with his hands clasped behind his back, proclaimed in a firm voice, "Everyone, pull yourselves together. So what if we lag behind? There is no reason for despair. As long as we strive for improvement, there will come a day when we too can reach such heights. Do you not possess this confidence?" The researchers widened their eyes in surprise. "Tell me, do you?" Wang Kai demanded. A hesitant chorus of yes emerged, but many voices were tinged with doubt. Wang Kai had intended to bolster their spirits, but at that moment, He Yin beside him reminded him, "Team leader, we're running out of time. Team leader Yin and the others are about to board." Hearing this, Wang Kai reluctantly abandoned his motivational speech, leaving them with a final remark as he hastily exited. "When I return, I expect to see rejuvenated faces." Shortly thereafter, the leaders of the two most pivotal departments of the Xia dynasty personally boarded a flight to Xingyan City. Chapter 89. Ascending 2 tiers to Tier 6. Could it be that I effortlessly defeated a world boss? Emerging from the battle space against the world boss, the overseas shark. So he found it hard to believe even himself. Yet, the reward information before him undeniably attested to his accomplishment. Total damage dealt in this challenge. 8,018. Congratulations. You have earned a reward of 8,018,000 points. Your contribution ranks first. You have additionally received a reward of 100,000 points. Su Yi felt a mix of astonishment and joy, unable to resist the urge to sit down and review the battle. It was essential to clarify one point. In the game Moshi Online, personal attributes and equipment bonuses together formed the panel attributes. Other skills and items, apart from passive skills, did not contribute to the panel attributes. Therefore, Su Yi calculated using his highest mental attribute, with a base mental attribute of 74,550. The Divine Might Sword domain doubled it to 149,100, coupled with the 5-fold increase from Huang Miao Miao's Cursed Demon Eye and his Saint Body. His actual mental attribute during combat soared to 447,300. Indeed, in Moshi Online, skills and items only provided multiplicative bonuses to panel attributes. For instance, if the panel strength is 50 points, and 2 different skills increase strength by 200 and 500 respectively, using both would yield strength increases of 52 and 55 points, rather than adding 200 to 500, with a staggering mental attribute amassed to 440,000, combined with the permanent double damage from the Demon Goddess Supreme Power, and an additional 10-fold damage on the first strike. It was no wonder a single skill could obliterate the boss. He vividly recalled that when he unleashed a single strike of Heavenly Wrath, the life of the world boss, the overseas shark, plummeted dramatically. Within 1 second, its health dropped from 80 to 70, and he was already pleasantly surprised. Did I just deal 10 points of damage to a world boss with 1 skill? How impressive. However, as its health continued to dwindle to 60, he began to feel astonished. The decline continued through 50, 40, and down to 30, where he thought it should almost stop. To his astonishment, its life plummeted until it was completely depleted. It wasn't merely a single skill dealing 10 damage. Rather, 1 skill had vanquished it. Returning to his senses, more information popped up before him. Current task progress. Total damage dealt to the world boss. 8. 198. Total survived challenge attempts. 2. Congratulations. You have completed the tier advancement task. 4. And successfully leveled up. Current tier. 5. Congratulations. You have reached tier 5. Successfully activated the main storyline task. Path of Ascension. 5. Path of Ascension. 5. Combat Power Index exceeds 20,000. Current task progress. Combat Power Index. 440,000. Did I directly meet the requirements for a tier 5 advancement? Suyi watched as the interface momentarily paused before displaying a new message. Current task progress. Combat Power Index. 440,000. Congratulations. You have completed the tier advancement task. 5. And successfully leveled up. Current tier. 6. Congratulations. You have reached tier 6, unlocking the new feature, Monster Bounties. Successfully activated the main storyline task, Path of Ascension. 6. Path of Ascension. 6. Defeat 10 S-rank bounty monsters. Current task progress. S-rank bounty monsters. 0-10. Another new feature. There has been quite a lot happening lately. The Pinnacle Ladder, world bosses, dungeons, and now a monster bounty. Additionally, there was a major update tonight, with a new expansion featuring natural disasters and many adjustments. However, after a brief reflection, Suyi was acutely aware of what he needed to prioritize: dungeon runs and climbing the ladder. Soon, within a mere 10 seconds, Suyi completed the 2 tier 6 dungeons with Meow Meow, proudly accruing 403 points. Approximately 1/600 of that was from his own dungeon monster clears, and around 800 was from Meow Meow's dungeon. In both dungeons, he had swept through with a single strike of heavenly wrath, annihilating all foes and the environment alike. After this, he opened his backpack to examine his current accumulated survival points. 9,414,014. An astonishing sum. If he were to spend it all on growth fruits, he could only imagine the extent to which his attributes would improve. However, if he used it all to draw skills, he could attempt 100 times. Sufficient to yield a plethora of A-rank skills. Drawing skills with points wasn't cost-effective. Purchasing growth fruits was the most reliable approach. He decided to take his time buying them after finishing the ladder climb and returning to reality. With that thought, Suyi accessed the functionality interface, entered the Pinnacle Ladder feature, and clicked the challenge button. Based on your combat power and initial ranking for entering the ladder, you have been automatically matched to a starting rank. Initial rank 1. He saw a chibi avatar resembling him appear atop the ladder. Notice, to secure a position within the top 100, additional combat trials are necessary. Do you accept the challenge from the top-tier monsters? Ah, I see. The information before him, combined with the appearance of his chibi avatar at the top tier, made Suyi instantly comprehend. The Pinnacle Ladder matches players' initial rankings based on their combat power and entry order. Those with higher combat power enter earlier, potentially starting in the hundreds or thousands, while those with lower power enter later, likely beginning in the millions or billions. This profoundly impacts the daily points and permanent attribute rewards. Suyi firmly believes that once he truly occupies the pinnacle of the ladder, those players who have yet to reach 100,000 battle points, particularly those who harbor animosity towards him, will undoubtedly feel a sense of agitation and envy upon witnessing his effortless accumulation of such substantial rewards each day. Before Suyi lies a vast expanse of open ground, surrounded by lush, verdant forests, with strands of ethereal sunlight filtering through the leaves, illuminating this place with the brilliance of spring. Objective: eliminate all monsters. The information before him flickered momentarily, followed by the resonant growls of unknown creatures echoing through the woods. The scenery here is indeed quite exquisite. Indeed, Brother Suyi, came a soft response from Huang Miao Miao, who emerged gracefully from within him, adorned in a flowing white dress, as if a celestial being, while simultaneously casting her cursed magical eye upon him. You are cursed by the magical eye. Strength increased by 500. You are cursed by the magical eye. Spirit increased by 500. Suyi, disinterested in discerning the identity of the creatures making the ruckus, raised his hands and commenced with a fierce attack, unleashing the wrath of heaven.